.NET team presents a number of live video streams each month, with program managers talking about what they're working on for the next release. Let's take a look back at what some of them have planned for .NET 7 and .NET Conf. In August on the ASP.NET Community Stand-Up, Daniel Roth shared the features for Blazor that were targeting a .NET 7 release and discussing the contents of Preview 7.
The hot reload support, particularly for Blazor WebAssembly, is pretty significantly improved in .NET 7. The set of the different types of edits that you can apply to your running Blazor WebAssembly app is just significantly expanded in the .NET 7 timeframe. So that's cool. Ahead of time compilation for Blazor WebAssembly has gotten a lot of performance improvements in .NET 7. It's just a lot faster than even it was in .NET 6, which is pretty amazing because it was already really fast in .NET 6. If you're not familiar with ahead of time compilation, this is how we can take your .NET code in your Blazor app and we can ahead of time compile it to WebAssembly so that it runs at runtime much faster than it would if you were just using the IL interpreter-based execution of your WebAssembly app. So your code was fast before with .NET 6, and now it's going to get even faster with the new AOT performance improvements. Web crypto, we've added a bunch of additional crypto algorithm support when running on WebAssembly in .NET 7. We started work in .NET 6 on enabling being able to build custom HTML elements with Blazor. It was just an experimental preview package in .NET 6. In .NET 7, we are shipping that and shipping it as a stable and supported feature. This is a great way if you want to take a Blazor component, turn it into a custom element, and then use it really anywhere. Like you can use them from then like an Angular app or a React application. It's a great way to encapsulate a Blazor component so that it can be reused with maybe you have existing apps that you've already started in JavaScript, but you want to start moving to Blazor. This is a way you can start integrating those two different frameworks. We did a bunch of improvements to data binding. We have the new get, set, and after modifiers. We'll be showing that one today. Virtualization got improvements in .NET 7. Virtualization is how you can show, like if you have a table or a grid that has 10,000, 100,000 rows, you only want to show part of the table so that you can speed up rendering and speed up the UI interactions. We have a built-in component in Blazor for doing that. We improved how the element spacing is done and also how it interacts with scrolling. We've also added a new programming model to the navigation manager for interacting with the history stack in the browser. You can navigate. Expect that state and use it later. We've also done some improvements to the Blazor loading page so that you can see how the progress of the page as it loads. And we have some new templates that are empty Blazor templates. This is so, I know everyone loves the classic purple gradient and the existing Blazor project templates, but sometimes you want to start with a clean canvas, a clean slate. We now have templates that let you do that. You can add whatever CSS design framework you want and whatever content you want without having to delete a bunch of files. If you haven't already downloaded the latest .NET 7 preview, you can get it at get.net/7. It's worth also calling out that in the same time frame that we've been working on .NET 7, we did the work for Blazor Hybrid support for .NET MAUI, as well as for WPF and Windows Forms. This is the way that you can take your Blazor components and now host them in a native client app so that you get the best of both the web and also a native client app experience. This is important to remember because the whole Blazor team was pretty much focused on this effort for about half of what took of the .NET 7 development time frame. So all the things that we've delivered in .NET 7 really only happened in the last few months since .NET MAUI shipped in May, as well as the Blazor Hybrid support. The MAUI work also it's taken a little longer, honestly, than we originally anticipated. So some of our original ambitions for what we had hoped to accomplish in .NET 7 have been scoped back. I can highlight a few of those. Like originally we had hoped to land like multi-threading support on WebAssembly in .NET 7. Unfortunately, we've made a lot of progress on that, and there is runtime work that is still happening on multi-threading support, but it's not going to actually land in .NET 7. We'd hope maybe we could have like a preview of it based on .NET 7, but it looks like even that's going to be too risky to squeeze in at the end of the release. So that's going to turn into a .NET 8 feature. So there are a few features like that end up being scoped out of .NET 7 just due to the balancing between the Blazor Hybrid work and the .NET 7 work. But even so, there's still a lot of great stuff that's happening in .NET 7.
Let's join David and Maddie as they chat about a map component and some of the updates for .NET MAUI.
I'm sorry, is that a map?
These are maps. So, so in terms of what we're working on for .NET 7, the priority has been to complete any gaps in parity with Xamarin Forms 5. And maps is one of those. Foldables is another, which Shane will demo because he was also installing things at the beginning of the call, and we got it working. So maps was a big one, and it's super important for mobile scenarios. And so we did the work, and it will be available to you in .NET 7 RC1, which I believe is soon. So look for that if you've been waiting. So yeah, I've got it running here on my iPad. So it's even responding to light and dark mode, as you can see. And this is Hawaii, by the way. So I can come over here. It's working on Catalyst because, of course, Catalyst is primarily iOS things. I've got a pin in there. And then, of course, it's also here on, oh, look at that. The Zoom wasn't working for me earlier, so I was a little surprised to see that happen. Yeah, so
it started working. We don't know why.
It did. Well, I think it's a gesture problem for me. Like, I don't know. There's something weird about my trackpad right now. It's acting funky. So let me show you the code real quick. So firstly, I probably should show you the NuGet
Fuel
package.
asked if we're going to get second breakfast mode, which I think is a great question. So
What?
Second breakfast? Lord of the Rings?
Oh, well, yeah. Okay. I mean, I was kind of thinking Lord of the Rings, but I didn't get there was no segue. What was the segue?
I guess the initial comment was dawn and dusk mode, so I guess that's fair.
Okay.
But
all right. So as before with Xamarin Forms, Maps ships as a NuGet package. So I have it downloaded from CI in a local folder, but I'm using this version. Just need the maps. And then within my MAUI program, I do my initialization. Xamarin developers will remember that you typically would have to go to your main activity, to your app delegate, and anywhere else and initialize it. Yeah, Shane, no, let's don't do that. So trying to make this all easier for everybody. So right there, use MAUI maps. That's the magic. There is one other bit of configuration that needs to happen, which is, oh, I closed it. Info plist and Android manifest. You need to add a couple of entries in there, but super easy. Documentation tells you exactly what to do. As a matter of fact, I just hit the copy button on the documentation page and threw it in there. So yeah, here's my map. No big whoop with that. And now let's do a code review with Shane because Shane keeps telling me to stop using on appearing. So in this particular case, Shane, I chose on navigated to. How do you feel about on navigated to?
That looks pretty good. Does it work? I'm assuming it works since
Does it work? You didn't believe the demos that I showed you at the top of the thing? Here, come on.
I didn't know if you like just changed it to on navigated too though, and you're like,
No,
we'll see if it works.
I'm debugging. It's totally working.
All right.
Yeah, no, so it seemed appropriate. I mean, I know that I may not want to reset everything every time I navigate to this page, but it's a one-page app. This is it. So it's only going to get called the one time. So you can see that I can create my locations. I set the initial position of the map by using this code. And then I've got a couple of pins on there. I've got a pin for Gerald's subscription plea. Like and subscribe to Gerald's channel, please. Is Gerald in the chat? Yeah, he is. Of course
he is in the chat. Don't worry.
So if you want to see Gerald's house, actually, I don't know, Gerald, what you put in here, but we can go over here to the Netherlands or somewhere thereabouts. Where is this?
Are you going to show everyone his address? Because that's scary.
This is from his website. It's from his.
Oh, okay, good.
It's just the center of town, it looks like.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
For example, in every single view now in MAUI, we've added a loaded event, for example. So now on your, editor box, you could subscribe to Loaded, and it'll tell you when that editor box is added to the platform visual tree. And then from there, you could grab the window. And the window itself even has a handler. So if you go to like window handler platform view, that gives you access to, I don't remember if it's UI, I think it's UI window, to UI window, the window in XAML, and the activity in Android. So if for some reason you need to get access to those, you can go to like window handler platform view to access those elements. So there's just there's a lot more info about what the box is doing, and there's a lot more info. It's a lot easier to get into the box to do what you need to do.
Yeah. And I'm certainly hearing that from some developers who've been getting deeper into their MAUI journey is, thank you so much. It's easier. I'm writing less code to do hard things.
Arthur and Shay have a cool demo for us about working with JSON columns and entity framework.
JSON columns. So what are we talking about here? So what we're talking about is a relational database, and this is supported by, as far as I know, pretty much all the major relational databases, where you have a column in one of your tables which stores JSON documents. So what you're really doing is saying, I've got some document data that I want to store in a relational database. And this is why I said earlier, it's kind of like this hybrid approach between a document database and a relational database. So, for the example I'm going to show here is where you have basically a document which is a contact details of somebody, which you could split out across, rows and stuff, or you could just say, well, that's a document. I want to store that in my database as a document. And we'll get more into the details of that for a while, in a while. From an EF core perspective on this, the Postgres provider that Shai maintains and the Pomelo MySQL provider have had support for these JSON columns for at least a couple of releases now, and they allow you to query into the columns, for example. And this is an important thing about storing the document. Obviously, you could just store a JSON document as a string in the database, and the database wouldn't know anything about it, right? But the relational databases have actual functions that allow you to, for example, query into it and say, I actually want to filter my query based on some element deep down embedded in this document that you stored. So give me all of the addresses that are in the UK, for example. And so that way you're kind of combining the ability of storing the JSON in a relational database with the ability to put that into to query into that like you could if it was stored in the document database. Now AF Core also has support for document databases. It's not just a relational mapper. We call it an object database mapper. So for example, you can map to Cosmos, which is a document database, using EF Core. And so obviously there's kind of now, when you look at it, you can say, okay, well, what we're doing for Cosmos, that kind of makes sense to do something similar for JSON columns and treat them in a similar way to what we're doing for Cosmos. So, and this is a realization that kind of evolved over the last year as we decided to do this. So the support that's in Postgres and MySQL, for example, doesn't really do this. It's really just, hey, there's a property, it's JSON, you can call some stuff to query into it. What we've actually introduced in EF7 is the ability to really map a document to an aggregate type in your model in a similar way to how you do it in Cosmos. So in Cosmos, you use own types to define an aggregate, and that maps to that aggregate is mapped to a JSON document. And we now have a similar thing in the core of EF to allow you to do that to JSON columns. And in EF7, we've done an implementation of this for SQL Server, keeping in mind that we want to do it going forward for SQLite, Postgres, Pomelo and that. So while we haven't got to that full cross-provider support, we've made a really big step into doing that architecture around being able to really have rich mapping to the documents in the embedded documents in the relational database. Shai, you want to add anything to that?
Not really. It's that you pretty much said it all. I guess maybe even before that, it might be worth saying 2 words about why somebody would want to even do this kind of thing. Like why would you even want to use JSON in your relational databases, right? So like I'm gonna do this really quickly because the internet is full of this kind of stuff. Relational databases are great. They have a very strong schema, right? One reason where you want to step out of that world a little bit is where you have some domain defined inside your your model, which is actually kind of fluid, where there's no strong schema at all. That's the premise. There's been that war between SQL and NoSQL, like the proponents of document databases, which say, I don't want SQL anymore. I don't want strong databases, strongly typed schemas. Just let me store JSON, and I'll just do whatever properties I want. And that means that you have many documents which don't necessarily have the same structure, right? Which can be, a beneficial thing in certain environments. And then your program has to deal with the differences in schema, rather than the traditional relational way, which is to say, no, you define your schema up front. You can't violate it. You can't diverge away from it in any way. Anyway, those are the two worlds. Yeah. Instead of that, very like this dichotomy that you have, all major relational databases since this war kind of started have these features, as Arthur said, of, integrating an island of, weak schema into your very strongly typed schema, which I think is a pretty good thing, because many times you want this kind of hybrid model. You don't want to, dump the idea of a schema altogether. You want to be strongly typed around most of it, but you want to be able to define these little islands where you say, okay, here it's going to be messy, right? Here it's going to be, it's going to depend, the content is going to be actually different. So that's one reason why somebody might want to have, JSON in a relational database. In the EF core perspective, it might be worth mentioning that what we're introducing in 7 goes very much in the direction of doing a strongly typed JSON document, right? Because as Arthur said, you're mapping again C# types, .NET types to what is inside a JSON document. That's what EF does, right? It maps .NET types in general. That means that you are still using a pretty strong schema inside your JSON document, which might seem a little bit paradoxical, but that's not the only reason you would want to use a JSON document, which brings me to my second point. Another point that you many times want to another reason for using a JSON document is perf, which I'm going to show a little bit later in this show. So if you model things in the traditional relational way, and you have a lot of relationships and a deep kind of nested composition thing, then you find yourself with many tables that have foreign key relationships, and you're doing a lot of joins all around, right? That is the source. That can be a source of big performance problems. You have the so-called Cartesian explosion. Even if you don't have Cartesian explosion, when you're joining between tables, you're asking the database to look up. You have your principal table, you have your dependent, and you're asking the database, find me everything in the dependent that belongs. That takes time. That takes effort from the database, right? Whereas what you're doing when you're modeling things via JSON is you're basically integrating the dependent table or data from the dependent table into the principal table. So all your data is in a single place. And that is the strength, that is one of the big strengths of a document database. It's that everything is in a single place. And if you want to load or even query based on anything there, then the information is already readily available to the document. It doesn't have to go look in some other table to match that row, right? We sometimes, people who know about perf and relational database are sometimes aware of, again, a very traditional term, denormalization. So this idea conceptually has already existed, right? Instead of just having, having your dependent and your principal and having like a well-formed kind of schema and everything, sometimes you want to copy data from the dependent into your principal, duplicate it, which is supposed to be the thing you never do, right? You're supposed to model it correctly. But sometimes for perf, you want to duplicate it, you want to bring it into your principal table so that you can avoid that join. And thinking about things in this JSON mentality kind of goes all into this kind of thing, right? That's basically the idea. You're taking a large hierarchical structure and you're integrating it all into your principal, into your, your main table, basically.
At .NET Conf Focus on MAUI, Mads introduced us to the coming numeric abstraction feature in C#11.
What I'm going to show you today is the stuff that is on its way into C#, what we call C#11. That's going to be out with the rest of the .NET 7 wave in a couple of months' time. So just a few highlights from C# that we're adding it. As always, there's big features, there's small features. We ship every year now, so we tend to take some of the bigger features and kind of drip them out over multiple releases to make sure that we get the high impact scenarios first, that we get feedback along the way, and so on. So we're going to start with one of the big features that's just plonking right into C# 11, and then we're going to look at some of the other kinds as well. So to start with, I have some very simple code here. We're just going to skip slides and go straight into code. As you know, I like it. And talk about an area that's been a little bit of a weakness for C# and .NET actually all along, which is we've got decent numeric support, but when it comes to abstraction over anything numeric, that's always been a bit of a problem. Like I have a quote-unquote numeric algorithm here. It's a very simple one. It works over ints. You know, it takes an array of them and sums them up. So it's not exactly rocket science. I guess they probably do it too when they build rockets. But the point here is to have some numeric algorithm and then think about what would it look like if I were to take this numeric algorithm and abstract it to being applicable to more kinds of numbers, rather than having to copy paste my code for different kinds of numeric types and whatnot, as you kind of have to today. So what if we could take this add-all and make it generic? You know, generic over the kind of thing that you're adding up, the kind of thing that's in the array, that kind of thing that comes back. We'll call all that t instead of int here. I think I got all of them. That's the kind of thing that would be great, right? Now I could call it with an array of ints as I do here, but I could also call it with an array of all kinds of other things. You see, the call here works out perfectly fine. It infers, you know, a type argument int in this case. But of course, the problem is inside of the method body here that, you know, I can't just take random things and add them. Or, you know, 0 isn't a random kind of thing. It's an int. So I get some red squiggles here. But we can get closer using some new magic that I'm about to tell you more about. So let's say where t, let's put a constraint on it. So what I kind of want to say is t is a number. And we now have an interface called iNumber. I have to pass in t to say it's a number that works with t's. So you give the concrete type that's implementing the interface. And what you observe now is that, whoa, the plus is actually kind of working. At least the compiler's not complaining about it, and that usually means it's working, right? That's how these things work. So the only thing that isn't really still, at least pretending to compile as a 0 is really an int. It can't be just anything. But you know, maybe we can ask t, like, do you have some kind of notion of a thing I could start out with, start adding things to, like a starting value of some kind. And this one here called additive identity, that would actually probably do the trick. This also, let's look for something more intuitive. 0 sounds good to me, so I'll take that. So that's it. Now, all of a sudden, you know, things seem to work out. Let's run it and see what happens. It's very exciting. You know, you don't want dead air. Of course, it takes forever. There we go. There you are. It's 15. It's still 15. The sum of the first 5 integers is 15. So it still does the right thing for ints. But now, to reap the benefits of having generified this numeric algorithm, let's try it on doubles instead. You know, now the array has some doubles in it. So we're going to infer double as the element type of the array, as the type argument to add all. Let's see if that starts adding the doubles up. Yes, so it works. So now it's using doubles plus instead of ints plus, and so on. So we've really now given you the ability to abstract over all kinds of numbers using iNumber of t.
Thanks for joining us for this review of recent .NET updates. Now, let's get ready for .NET Conf.
Are we leaving the door open or closed or? So what we've done is we've added a bunch of new features.
Absolutely amazing.
.NET is a general purpose framework for building all of these types of applications.
You can be productive and code and build your UI quickly.
What?
Hi folks, how are you?
And the home screen shows you the sauna temperature.
And you can see down here on the lower right, it now knows the garage door is open.
Let's jump into the code now.
The .NET community has just always been a great community to be a part of.
This really is a state-of-the-art technology.
You can actually download this right now.
And get right to the code.
Build some new applications on .NET Core. Please have a great conference. Ask us lots of questions on Twitter. We're going to be there all week. Hey man, how's it going?
Hey Scott, it is so great to be here with you today and with everybody who's joining us this morning. It has been such a gratifying and humbling experience to see all the excitement for this conference and the release of .NET 7, the most productive and performant release of .NET 7 ever.
I'm super excited that I've been doing the keynotes of .NET Conf for the last 7 years, but I'm about to hand over to Gaurav, who is now the Director of PM for .NET, and I am taking over Azure and trying to make Azure the best experience for all of our developers.
Yeah, thank you Scott, and good luck in your new role, but I'm sure we're going to see you soon.
Yes.
All right. Now our vision for .NET remains to be the same. Build a unified development platform for developers to build anything with best-in-class runtime, programming languages, development tools, and a vast ecosystem powered by amazing developers around the world. With .NET, you can build any type of application that you need for the devices that are critical to your business and on the operating system of your choice. .NET will run fantastic anywhere and everywhere you deploy. Now let's first talk about the momentum of .NET, and we are growing at an astonishing pace. .NET is used by more than 5.7 million developers, and they are adopting the latest version of .NET faster than ever. .NET 6 has seen nearly double adoption over the same period as .NET 5. Not only are developers adopting .NET, but they also love using it. We again are the top loved framework on Stack Overflow survey. C# is amongst the top GitHub languages, and we continue to be one of the highest velocity open source projects. Now, ever since we open sourced .NET, there have been over 48,000 contributors to the .NET repos. This is absolutely astonishing and humbling. We are truly building this together. Now, every great development platform needs an amazing community and an amazing ecosystem. NuGet is our home for library creators to share with the world. NuGet now has over 320,000 packages that have been downloaded more than 240 million times. We continue to invest in NuGet by listening to our library creators, adding new features they desire, and ensuring that NuGet is the most secure package ecosystem for all developers and enterprises. NuGet now supports features like central package management, two-factor auth, and much more. So before we get into what's new in .NET, I have to say thank you. Thank you to all of you. Every single developer that is building with .NET, building open source libraries, submitting issues, fixing documentation, or helping drive the future as part of .NET Foundation. Thank you. Now let's get into .NET 7, our biggest and most performance release of .NET. .NET 7 is a result of more than 28,000 commits coming from over 10,000 contributors. Now, as we work on .NET, we've always been thinking about what are the most prevalent challenges that developers and development teams are facing today. Satya actually spoke about this just a few weeks back at Ignite, and I think it speaks to so many of things that we thought about while working on .NET 7. Right now, many organizations are asking their developers to help them do more with less. What does this mean for .NET? To me, it means that for every feature we build, make it simple and intuitive so that you can be more productive. And for every workload we support, our performance becomes better and better so that with each .NET upgrade, you see your apps becoming more efficient. Now, performance has always been top of mind for each release of .NET, and .NET 7 is no different. For last several years, Stephen Tobe has been publishing a blog highlighting the core performance improvements with every release of .NET. With .NET 7, we are delivering more than 1,000 performance improvements, and if you were to print his .NET 7 blog to PDF, it'll be over 200 pages. We will touch on some of these improvements today, but if you haven't read one of these blogs, it is a joy. .NET 7 continues to build on our core promises of a unified development platform for building anything, especially building modern workloads, while making it simple for new developers to learn, easy for existing developers to extend their skills into new technologies, and then the most productive platform to develop with Visual Studio. While these are some of the highlights that we'll touch upon today, there is so much more to .NET that you will see throughout the conference. You can go to get.net/7 to download and get started with .NET 7 right away. Now, one of my favorite things about the annual cadence of the .NET releases is that our programming languages also get brand new productivity feature. C#11 is here along with .NET 7 and brings some of the great new features for developers, including generic math, support for required members, and rostering literals. With .NET, our goal is to ensure that developers have a delightful experience building for the web, be it full stack web apps or web APIs, building powerful cloud-native apps that scale with your business needs, or building client applications that can run across desktop and mobile devices. We'll cover some of the key features across all these workloads this morning, but you'll hear a lot more about them and their roadmap throughout the rest of the day. So let's start with building for the modern web with .NET. The modern web requires three critical things: a powerful runtime, a capable set of APIs that can power anything, and the elements to create a stunning website. In .NET 7, we deliver on this by adding support for HTTP3, rate limiting, route grouping, and several other improvements across the spectrum for developing web APIs and web applications. There are so many key areas to the web for .NET that right after the keynote, you will hear from Daniel Roth in the State of ASP.NET Core session, where he will go deeper in each of these areas. For now, I will focus on APIs and the investment that we have made in these. Now, when I think of APIs, I think about how they are truly everywhere and powering everything that we do. APIs are mission critical to organizations, small and large. Take, for example, this event. There are several APIs required strictly for bringing the stream to you. However, when you add up the website, social platforms, and the communication stacks, there are hundreds of APIs powering all different types of applications. This is why we care so much about APIs built with .NET. We know they are the backbone to so many amazing applications, and they are truly powering the world and the applications that we all use every day. Our mission is to ensure that APIs are easy to create and maintain, they are secure, they scale, and they are hyper-fast. How fast, you may ask? Well, they are blazingly fast. .NET API performance has been at the top of the charts of Tech Empower benchmark for years. With .NET 7, we continue to push forward to squeeze every ounce of optimization we can, and the team has improved on .NET 6's performance now by reaching over 7 million requests per second, which is around 11 times more than what Node.js achieves on that benchmark. Now, when it comes to throughput, it has been our big focus, and for JSON serialization, we have improved it by about 16% over .NET 6. Now, in fact, at this point, we've hit the limit of the network card that is used to measure these tests on the Tech Empower hardware, which is just incredible. Now, when working with APIs, we know that it is not just about throughput. APIs must interact with the backend services and databases, all of which impact the end-to-end performance. Therefore, we continue to invest heavily in Entity Framework Core, the object relational mapper for .NET that enables developers to interact with a whole wide range of databases, including SQL, Cosmos DB, Postgres, and many more. In .NET 7, we've not only added several new features like distributed transactions and mapping to JSON columns, but have also worked on increasing the throughput of working with data all the way by up to 74%. So things will be more than 4x faster in certain scenarios. Now, even though we often talk about REST APIs, you can build all sorts of different APIs based on what your application needs, including gRPC for hyperfast communication between servers or server and client. With .NET 7, gRPC is now faster than ever. It is not only significantly faster than .NET 6, but also best in class. We are pushing the boundaries of what you can build with .NET and ensuring that it meets your and your customers' needs. Now, with all of these enhancements, it doesn't mean things have to be complicated or hard to get started. We are focused on ensuring everyone can build amazing APIs with .NET quickly and scale to add powerful features as they need them. With .NET 7, building these APIs is lightning fast as we have fine-tuned the framework to help you build APIs that are minimal, powerful, and secure. Now, we've added new features like the Map Group API to easily scaffold out full REST APIs in the most minimal lines of code and enable developers to structure the code more efficiently. Authentication is another key area in APIs that is so important. Based on feedback from developers, we have significantly simplified authentication, making it just a single line of code and a method to call. Well, that was a lot, and it is time to see some of this in action. Now, let me introduce Safia and Julia, who are going to show you some of these enhancements and what else you can do with .NET APIs. Over to you, Safia and Julia.
Thanks, Gaurav. Now, in last year's .NET Conf, we showcased the .NET Podcast app, which allowed users to listen to podcast episodes via a mobile app and a web app. Today, I want to hone in on the API that makes this experience possible and show you some of the new features that we built in .NET 7 to make building APIs fun, productive, and powerful. Now I'm going to jump into my editor here and show you some of the code for the existing podcast API. One of the things that I'm observing is that the code uses several different strategies for registering routes in our application. Here I see that we have map action calls in our program CS, we have got a shows controller, and we've got some endpoints that are registered under an extension method that is called from our program CS. Now, this is fine. In fact, it's pretty cool because it shows how different endpoint invocations can interop with controller-based APIs. But for the sake of myself and some of the other developers on the team, I want to clean up the code that we have here, make it a little bit more dry and easy to read using a new feature we shipped in .NET 7 called route groups. Now, so we're able to see the before and after code without route groups and code with route groups. I'm going to create a new minimal API project in my solution. Right-click, add, new project. Once I've selected the API option, I'm going to be able to customize a variety of settings in my application. Whether or not I want support for HTTPS, I do. Whether or not I want to enable Docker, I do because it fits into our deployment story. Whether I want to use controllers, I don't in this case because I want to use minimal API-based endpoints for all of our applications. And whether or not I want to enable OpenAPI. Once I've created my application, I want to use the scaffolding tool in Visual Studio to create endpoints backed by entity framework models in our application. So let me go ahead and show you what that looks like. I'll go ahead and right-click, add new scaffold item. And here is the magic option, API with the read-write endpoints using entity framework. Once I've selected this option, I'm able to select a backing model for the endpoints that are going to be generated by my API. Here I'm picking the weather forecast model that's part of the base template. I can choose to generate a new endpoints class, as well as generate the data context classes needed to support my new API. Now, what does the generated code look like? Let's take a look at that really quickly. Aha! This is what I want to see. The generated code is taking advantage of the new map group API in minimal APIs. Map group allows me to create groups of routes that share a common prefix, in this case, API weather forecast. Once I've created this group, I can apply different invocations to it, such as with OpenAPI, or require authorization to add OpenAPI, or add authentication to all of the routes in that group, providing me with a much drier experience for writing code. I love this pattern, and I've honed in on using the scaffolder for all of the different resource types that are defined in our application. Here you can see I've generated a categories API that allows me to generate our get categories route onto a route group. And I have APIs for episodes as well as shows. Now, one of the pieces of feedback that we got from last year's .NET Conf was that users would love the opportunity to submit show ideas that should show up in the podcast app. And to that end, we want to add a new set of endpoints to our application called feeds endpoints that will allow users to submit feeds that they want to show up in their API and allow an administrator to approve or deny feed submissions. So I've gone ahead and written up the code to support this API. I've got one post endpoint, a get, a put, and a delete. With route groups, this code is dry and easy to read, as you see when invoked in my program CS. Now, I want to drill a little bit more into this feeds endpoint and show you some of the new features that we shipped in .NET 7 to make building APIs more secure and reliable. I mentioned that this feeds endpoint will support submissions from external users. Now, I want to lock things down a little bit and make sure that people aren't able to abuse the API. To that end, I've added support for rate limiting in my application using the new rate limiting APIs. Rate limiting allows me to configure rules that will limit the number of requests that can be sent to my application over a fixed time window. Here I'm doing this by invoking the add fixed window limiter option. Rate limiting supports a wide variety of customizations that you'll be able to see later in the conference, but for now I'm getting started with this basic model. In addition to rate limiting, I also want to make sure that only admin individuals can deny or approve feed requests. So I need some sort of way to add authentication into my application. I'm going to leverage Azure AD for this by introducing the Microsoft Identity Web Package and configuring authentication using just 2 lines of code. Here they are. The first line of code enables Microsoft Identity Web-based authentication. The second line of code adds an authorization policy that requires that people be able to present a particular API scope when sending requests to my app. Now, I've talked a lot about the code, but I haven't yet showed you what the API actually looks like when we interact with it. So let's go ahead and run our API. Cool. This is our trusty Swagger user experience that we can use to interact with the API. You saw this in last year's .NET Conf, but I want to draw your attention to this Authorize button in the top right corner of the screen. We've detected or inferred that this application has authentication enabled. And with this authentication enabled, we can provide a bearer token that will be sent for any request transmitted from this UI. But I don't have a token handy to use as I'm testing this API locally. Or do I? In .NET 7, we introduced the new .NET User Dots tool, which can be invoked via the command line to generate tokens for local testing. Here, I'm invoking the .NET User Dots tool to create a token that matches the audience and claims that are expected by my Azure AD provider backend. Once I've acquired this token, I can copy it into my local UI for testing and check out what happens when I hit one of the delete endpoints with some sample data. Pass in an ID, hit execute. We'll observe that the authentication API has sent over the token in the bearer in just a moment. Oh, I know why it's not happening, because there's a breakpoint. We'll hit continue there. Aha, this is what I want to see. We've transmitted our token via the bearer, and here's the expected response. We're able to see the end-to-end of interacting with authentication locally in my application. I'm really excited with what I did with the Feeds API. I've secured it with authentication, and I've ensured that it's resilient against abuse with rate limiting. I'm going to go ahead and deploy this to the cloud. And Julia, I hear that you have some things to show us about how we can supercharge our API when it's in the cloud with Azure API management.
Awesome, and thank you, Safia. So with an API-first strategy, APIs can go everywhere, and we can empower everyone. With our next demo, we want to demonstrate you how easy it is to consume .NET REST APIs from different kind of platforms. Azure API Management as our management platform for APIs is one example of these consumers. But we can also light up platforms like Microsoft Teams or the Microsoft Power Platform and enable cross-platform scenarios. So for my demo, I'm going to jump right into my Azure API Management instance. After deployment of our web API, we first have to add our API to our Azure API Management instance. We have lots of different options, so no matter what type of .NET API you're building or where it is hosted. Currently, Safia's web API is living in an Azure Container App, so we were able to import it from one of our Azure resources. So we were able to import it and called podcast.minimal API. Azure API Management then pulls in our API and leverages the names, the tags from OpenAPI. We can also set up a policy to modify our request before going out to our backend service and make it even more secure before other consumers like the Microsoft Power Platform interact with our web API. But before we want to expose it, let me first show you how we can test our web API within the portal. For this, I'm going to hit the testing tab right here, and I'm going to choose the get feeds operation and hit the send button. As you can see, I'm getting a 200 and all of my responses in the body here. I'm going to copy one of the IDs, and now I'm ready to expose it to the Microsoft Power Platform. For this, I'm going to switch over to our Power Platform tab right here. And from here, as you can see, I can easily create a so-called custom connector. A custom connector is basically just a wrapper around a REST API that lets users of the Power Platform communicate with our web API. As soon as I hit the Create button, a custom connector will be created on the Power Platform side. So after this has been done successfully, I can then switch over to my Power Platform portal and under Custom Connectors, see the web API we just exposed. Because we implemented authentication on our API level, I want to make sure this is also configured on the Power Platform side here. And just like Safia, we chose OAuth as our authentication type, and we also selected Azure Active Directory as our identity provider. Now I'm ready to also test it within the portal right here. This time I want to test my delete feeds operation just to make sure authentication also works here. So I'm going to paste in the ID and I'm going to hit the test operation button. And as you can see, I'm getting a 2 of 4, so this podcast has been deleted successfully. So now that we tested it in here, let me show you what this will look like if we want to consume a web API from a Power App itself as well. So some of you might be wondering why we are using Microsoft Power Apps. For our use case in particular, we needed an internal application for some of our admins. We chose to use Microsoft Power Apps to get our job done as quickly as possible without having to worry too much about a lot of front end or writing a bunch of code. The important thing is we are able to communicate with our .NET REST API and enhance functionalities of the Power App as well. So before I can make an API call, I first have to make sure we have imported our custom connector. Now I'm ready to make an API call. And this can easily be done by just simply referencing it up here in the formula bar. And as you can see, I'm calling the custom connector's name and the operations name. But let me show you what this will look like in action. I'm going to hit the play button. I'm quickly going to refresh the dashboard because we deleted one of the podcasts while testing. And now if I hit the approve or the delete button, one of the podcasts should be deleted or approved. Here you can see I successfully deleted one of the podcasts. So while testing, I noticed that we are not getting any return message here. So Safia, I was wondering if there's an easy way for us to show any of the upcoming requirements.
Great feedback, Julia. You're right that when a user deletes a feed, they don't get any message indicating that the feed was successfully deleted. So I'm going to head over to my screen here, and you'll see that I've made the necessary updates to the delete endpoint. We're going to return a message now whenever the user deletes a feed. Now, usually if we were going to test this, Julia, we would have to deploy to staging or production and go through a whole process just to validate that my change works. But there's something new in Visual Studio that I want to use that I think will help us out here. It's called dev tunnels. I enable it by setting some flags in my launch settings. You can see them here. And what's going to happen is as I'm running my application, I'm going to get a unique URL. When you access this URL and send requests to it, they're actually going to be tunneled to the API running on my local machine. So we'll be able to see the interaction end to end. And in fact, I want to test this out right now by setting a breakpoint in the API that I just changed, which I hope will be hit. And I'll go ahead and share that URL with you over Teams. Let me know when you've got it and we can try this out.
Yeah, awesome. I got it here. I'm going to switch back over to my Azure API Management instance and change one of my backend runtime URLs. So I'm going to replace the current runtime URL, and I'm going to paste in the dev tunnels URL here. I'm going to hit the save button. And now I'm going to switch back over to my Power Platform portal here.
Yeah.
So as soon as I'm also going to copy one of the IDs you shared with me earlier. So as soon as I should hit the test operation button here, we should hit a breakpoint on your machine.
Yes.
Are you ready?
I'm so ready. Here we go. I've hit my endpoint. Is the feed that you deleted one that begins with B57?
Yes.
All right, Julia, so you should get a string back. I'm going to hit continue on my local editor here. Let me know if the message you get back looks good.
Yes, awesome. I can see a 200, and I can also now see the return message here right in my body.
Sweet.
So with the dev tunnels in Visual Studio, Safia and I were able to collaborate even faster. We connected Safia's web API running on her local machine to my web service by just copy-pasting the dev tunnels URL. Dev tunnels enable developers to create an endpoint to their local machine and generate and provide a seamless debugging experience for Power Apps, webhooks, Blazor web applications, and many, many more. With just a few configuration settings, you can enable this. And now back to you, Gaurav.
Yeah, thank you, Safia and Julia. It is incredible to see all these enhancements in action. And just to summarize, I think you were talking about dev tunnels, and how they make the developers so productive while working with APIs. Now, it is incredible to see all these enhancements in action and how .NET 7 will enable developers to build rich and powerful APIs. Now, we want every developer to be able to take advantage of these new features, which is why we are on a mission to help developers easily upgrade to the latest .NET. We have built several tools to assist with the process. First is a tool that enables you to incrementally upgrade from ASP.NET Framework to ASP.NET Core. This tool helps you set up an ASP.NET Core app in front of your existing ASP.NET Framework app using YARP or yet another reverse proxy, and helps automatically route requests between the two. You can move endpoints and pages to the ASP.NET Core app one at a time while you continue to develop and maintain the existing functionality. Now, for a wider range of .NET applications, you can use the .NET Upgrade Assistant. That is being used by more and more developers to move to the latest version of .NET. The Upgrade Assistant is built in the open, and in .NET 7, we've added support for new app types, new analyzers, and so much more. There is really no better time to upgrade than now. Now, throughout the year, teams across Microsoft have been sharing these stories about their migrations to the latest version of .NET, the performance gains that they have seen, and all the savings that they have been able to leverage by upgrading to the latest versions of .NET. Now, I want to tell you about one of these stories, about Microsoft Graph as they migrated to the latest version of .NET. Now, Microsoft Graph is an API gateway that provides unified access to data and intelligence across the Microsoft 365 ecosystem. The service, as you would imagine, needs to run at scale and at a very, very high scale, right? 4 years ago, they were on .NET Framework, serving around 1 billion requests every day, but had extremely high operational costs, so they started migrating, first from .NET Framework to .NET Core 3.1, then to .NET 5, and currently they run Microsoft Graph on .NET 6. Today they serve a staggering 70 billion requests per day. That's almost a 70x increase. Additionally, the operational costs were reduced by about 91%. With every upgrade, they saw improvements, but the biggest gains came from that first move from .NET Framework to .NET Core. Now, we want you to take advantage of the similar benefits for your .NET projects. Upgrade to .NET 7 today. Now, this is just one example, and I encourage you to read a lot more stories from teams here at Microsoft and companies across the world that are building with .NET. And if you'd like to share your story, please do reach out to us. Now, one of those companies is the world's largest scavenger hunt, geocaching, headquartered right here in Seattle. You may have heard of geocaching, or maybe are a hardcore cacher yourself, but did you know that .NET powers geocaching, the game and the company? They have chosen .NET for over a decade and continue to invest to stay current to take advantage of everything we have talked about today. We had a chance to speak with them recently to tell us more about their .NET journey and how .NET APIs have enabled them to grow and scale over the year. Let's roll the video.
Geocaching is a game of hide and seek where people place boxes around the world and other people try and find them. Geocaching started in a basement. There were 3 of us that founded the company.
It was a web-only experience. We had GPS devices that we would use in the field.
When mobile came around,
we grew from serving thousands of people to now millions of people. We had to learn how to scale really fast. .NET allowed us to build web APIs to scale our website so we could serve customers as we grew. Now, our entire backend is built with .NET web APIs.
Our API supports millions of customers around the globe, and it's 24/7. That's actually more than 1,000 calls per second. We have over a billion of geocache logs recorded in our system. Our API supports over multiple dozens of partners, as well as our internal client, including our mobile app and our websites.
It's always been really easy for us to upgrade .NET. We've had good luck with LTS versions and also non-LTS versions. They both tend to work seamlessly. Yeah, I'm really excited about the .NET 7 release. I know there will be improved security, there will be improved performance, new tools, and just an overall better coding experience.
.NET has been the cornerstone for us because it's been helping us grow and scale along with our customer base.
It's reliable, it does what I want it to do, it's secure, everybody knows how to use it, it performs. It's my favorite platform.
It is incredible to see what developers across the globe are building with .NET. And now to tell us more about how developers can build scalable cloud-native applications, I have my friend here, Scott Hunter, to tell us more. Scott, over to you.
Thank you. Cloud native is a term you hear all the time today, and we're here to tell you that .NET is the best tech for building cloud native applications. So let's go forward here. So basically, we estimate that by 2024, over half of the companies out there will be building apps using cloud-native technologies. This means that you can build apps that can scale to meet any demand. It means that your apps are super resilient, and it means that your apps can be built faster and faster. Cloud native apps. So 60% of apps, developers are using containers. We're going to talk a lot about containers because I'm a big fan of containers here. And .NET is amazing for containers. Backend developers are using cloud native technologies, 41%. And then 66% of cloud native developers are building microservices. And .NET is great for all of these things. Whether you're building containers or Linux support or APIs, we are one of the best technologies for that. So what I want to talk about now is show you Canonical and their support for .NET. Let's roll the video, please.
Developers want smaller container images to use in production. They want higher performance, lower cost.
We wanted to reimagine containers as being super stripped down, appliance-like. And so we came up with this idea of chiseling. You just grab .NET on Ubuntu, build an application, and then turn around and chisel it, get rid of everything that you don't absolutely need for that production environment, but still leave those slices in the chiseled Ubuntu container, which support the production runtime use case. So small containers enables cloud native developers to build applications that can be deployed faster and scale much faster. It's also more secure because there's less in it to attack, and it's going to use fewer resources. It's going to be more cost effective. It's going to use less energy.
We also set up a zero-distance secure supply chain, and it gives you an additional level of security. Now, Canonical drives VM images and container images to Azure, and then on their way back, they take all the .NET source back to Canonical so they can build the .NET packages. .NET in Ubuntu is updated on the same schedule as everything else, and then no one gets 0 day.
And the teams are working together to make sure that .NET 7 is available right now to open source developers on Ubuntu. .NET is, for me, a platform that will unlock the next generation of applications. It feels like now Ubuntu really does everything that a cloud native developer needs to kind of bootstrap and be productive.
So that's amazing. So think about this. .NET is now in the box in Ubuntu. Starting with Ubuntu 22.04 LTS, you can basically apt-get or apt-install .NET into that. What you get, you're getting enterprise-level support for Ubuntu. You're getting same-day update for patches. We have support for both x86 and ARM64 in Ubuntu, in .NET 6 today, and .NET 7 is right around the corner. And so I'm super excited about this. I mean, .NET doesn't just do Windows, .NET loves Linux. Even better, if you're building containers, which is the form of all future deployment to the cloud is going to be containers. And if you look here, we support .NET and chiseled Ubuntu containers. What are these? These are distroless images. So it's the smallest size container you can get here. Why does that matter to you? Quicker to pull, quicker to deploy, quicker for all of those things. Also, these are the most secure containers you're going to get because there is no shell. There's no package manager. There is no root user. We've ripped all that stuff out. It's just your application. And you can see here on the graph, look at that, 104 megs for ASP.NET web application running in the containers. And something else, we are living in a world right now, ARM64. It's everywhere. Whether it's an Apple M1 Mac, we just announced the Volterra development machines a few weeks ago as well for Windows. ARM is everywhere, and we want to make sure .NET runs best on ARM. So you can see here, we have our performance is on par with x64. We have native support in Visual Studio. You can actually now download a Visual Studio and run it on an ARM64 Windows machine, and it will just work as native ARM64. We have native support for .NET Framework 4.8.1. So even if you're on the older technologies, it doesn't matter. Your applications are completely able to run natively on ARM. And then basically, .NET scales to wherever you want. You can see from the charts here, Tech Empowered JSON support is just as effective on ARM as it is on x64. The latency is just as good on ARM as it is on x64. So you can see our continuing investment to make .NET work everywhere the best that it can. And of course, we love containers. I love containers. One of my favorite features of .NET 7 is the built-in support for containers. It used to be that you had to turn Hyper-V on a Windows machine. You might have to install Docker for desktop. We don't want you to do any of that stuff. We want containers to be as simple as doing a .NET build. And so you can see on the command line here, I'm basically doing a .NET publish, and I'm telling it to use a publish profile that tells it to build a container, and it'll just build you a container with nothing else on the box. And so our goal here is not only to let you have great support for Linux in .NET, but to make it so it's as simple as building a regular app on your machine to build a container. We're trying to take all that work out and make you more productive. And with that, I want to hand off to David and Chet, and they're going to do some amazing demos of containers in .NET.
Thanks, Scott. Couldn't be happier to show this off. I'm super excited for this feature as well. Containerizing can sometimes be difficult, as Scott said. There's a whole bunch of knobs to get right. The good news is the .NET SDK knows most of these knobs already, so we can help you package your container quickly, easily, and effectively. With some new APIs that came in the .NET 7 runtime, we can even do this without any external tooling. Let's see what this looks like on an actual application. So in my PowerShell session here, I'm in the .NET podcast application that Sophia showed a little earlier. It's been rewritten to use some of the new features in ASP.NET on .NET 7, and because of that, we can use our new containerizing features. This is the command that does the deed. Let's run it and see what we've got. So all of this should look very familiar at this point. It's a normal build, but wait, look at all of this output. You're seeing things like image names. You're seeing things like tag versions. You're seeing things like base images. These are all concepts that should be familiar if you've containerized before, but they're happening inside the .NET SDK. And then later on, you can see that we're uploading these things called layers to a registry. This is everything that you may be used to with other containerized or containerization technologies in one command. And even bonus, look, no other applications running. That's crazy to me. Let's look at what it what you have to do in your projects to get this up and running. So like I said, we are in the minimal API project on the .NET podcast application. Let's take a look at our project file. We'll clear out some extraneous information and look at the core pieces of it. So this functionality is delivered through a package reference right now. This package is called Microsoft Net Build Containers. You can add that through the NuGet UI in VS, through .NET Add Package, or any other way that you're used to adding packages. Once you do this, you will get access to that publish command that I just ran. And if you don't specify anything else, we will infer all sorts of information about your project to pick the correct base image, the correct container name, and then we will publish that to your local Docker daemon. So by default, you get something that you can run and you can verify. But you are in full control here to customize all of those parameters as well. The image name, any tags that you want, even the registries to upload to. And if you choose to upload to a registry, the SDK is there for you. It will understand all of the existing Docker authentication mechanisms that you're used to, and it will take that information and authenticate to those registries to do that upload. In fact, that's exactly what we saw here on the command line. Before we started, I'd logged in with ACR login to my Azure Container registry, and that's what made this push happen. So for right now, you have to add this package reference, and that's a bit of a step. So what we're looking for in the future is to bring this functionality directly into the .NET SDK. We're also looking at expanding our support for the kinds of customizations that you can do, specifically around users and groups in the containers. And this will really unblock our full support for those chiseled containers that you heard about earlier. We will also be looking at expanding the set of authentications that we understand so that we can more fully support the broad array of registries that exist. So that's the core technology. But let's look at how Visual Studio can build on that to deliver a compelling user experience for the tens of thousands of Visual Studio publishes that you all do every year. So we have our application here, and we can do the right-click publish gesture that we're used to. And we can make a new publish profile for this. And because this application is Dockerized, pushed to Azure Container Registry, and then deployed in Azure Container Apps, we want to see if we can do that automatically as well. So some of you may have seen this flow before, but we are going to choose the Azure Container Apps workflow. and we're going to pick some of the existing subscriptions and some of the existing Azure Container Registry registries to push to. Oh, whoa, this is new. This is different. I have a choice now. I can containerize using the .NET SDK tooling, and VS is telling me it will understand that. So let's do that. And then let's do a CI/CD workflow. When we generate this workflow, we'll go through it, but what this will do is give us a firm foundation for our entire team to build upon. So what we'll see here is a full-featured foundation. This is going to push on every, or it's going to run on every push to main, and it's going to do all of the, so many steps that you have to do to correctly log in and containerize and build your application. So it's going to log in to that Azure Container Registry that we chose before, and it even has done the hard work of acquiring the secrets necessary to make that work. And then it's going to do the publish, which looks very similar to what we just did on the command line here. Even specifying the same profile, specifying a custom tag to make sure that we don't overwrite the tags, and then specifying the registry. So it knows how to use this new technology effectively. And then it will, then continue on to actually trigger an Azure Container App deployment of that container instance that we just pushed up. So one thing that we can do is we can actually go see the container in the registry. And we can verify that that push that just happened did in fact happen. So if we go to our container registry and we look at our repositories, and we can look at the podcast API, and we can see that 1.0.0 was pushed up just a minute ago. That's fantastic. So we've shown how we can containerize, and we've shown how we can generate a good CI/CD workflow as a foundation for our team. I think we're done. I think we've published. Let's go see what things look like in the real world. David, you want to take a look?
So now I don't have to learn YAML anymore. Right?
No,
awesome.
you don't. It's amazing.
Cool.
Just XML.
The app is deployed. It's in Azure. We should be done. We can go home with our lives, be done with the Keynote, and be over. Let's make sure it scales for when the app goes viral. I'm going to run a load test right here on the command line. I'm going to hammer the backend API with a bunch of load. Let's see if the app still works while it's being hammered with load. I'm going to try to sign in, and sign in, and sign in, and hopefully, eventually it will work. It seems like the app is dying. This isn't great. Our cloud-native web scale app isn't working at scale. Let's try to figure out what is happening. I'm going to open up the Application Insights dashboard to get an overall view of my application's health. You can see here I see a bunch of failed requests. That's not great. I'm also seeing the server response time going up really high. In fact, as high as a minute. The app is actually still spinning. Huh, not great. Let's dig in and see if we can figure out what's happening with the application right now. The server response time shows me an overview of all the slow requests in the application. You can see the shows request seems to be the slowest. As slow as 12 seconds. So we have 14,000 samples of this request. We don't sample every request. That would be very slow. We pick a subset of those requests to sample. And I can dig into this request, the shows request, and try to find a good request to zero in on so we can see what's happening with the application. Why is it slow? 1.7 minutes. That is insane. Let's see if we get a good trace here. Oh, this is a good one. OK, so I'm going to minimize this. And we can see here a distributed trace of the shows requests, showing me all the requests to the backend database, and for some reason, a bunch of requests to other endpoints. I'm not sure what this is, but this gives me a big clue as why it's slow. Top10devs.com apparently failed. So we have one clue so far. We have this trace. Let's see if we can find more information to figure out what could be happening with the application's performance. Now I have a second dashboard here that I made called .NET Performance Dashboard, which is going to show me all the metrics for my application. So I have the threads and thread pool. I have the ASP.NET Core requests, info about the garbage collector, and locks. Now, I see that whenever there's a spike in requests, it tends to correlate with a spike in threads. That's the opposite of scaling cloud native. What I want is my threads to be low when the requests are high. I need more money, more users, and I want my app to perform well. So we have our second clue. We have metrics that are showing high threads, and we have the trace showing slow requests. Let me show you how we actually turn on these metrics for the application. If I go to the code in Program CS, you'll see I have wired up OpenTelemetry, which is an open source library that is used and becoming the industry standard for how diagnostic information gets from applications into tools. I'm configuring distributed traces, metrics, and logging, and I'm saying where I want it to go, Azure Monitor, and what I want to collect. So I'm collecting HTTP client information for outbound requests. I'm collecting stuff for the database and for ASP.NET Core inbound requests. So you can see this pattern for tracing, for metrics, where I'm also sending to Azure Monitor, and I'm sending it to Prometheus, which is an open source database for metrics. And I'm collecting all the information required from the application and the core runtime libraries so we can get info about how to debug the application. Last but not least, I can send fully structured logs to Azure Monitor by configuring logging to be sent there. So I have distributed traces, metrics, and logging, but I still don't know what's happening in the application. So we have two clues, but we need to figure out exactly what's happening. So what can I do? Good news, Chet setup, good job, Chet. Chet setup on Azure Container Apps, a sidecar container .NET Monitor that we're going to use to collect deeper information from the running container in Azure Container Apps about what's happening. So we've configured a bunch of environment variables, are kind of boring, it's kind of insane, that will collect a process dump and collect all the stacks from the application, the API, whenever we see a high thread pool queue length. The graph we saw earlier showed a super high queue length of, I think, 300. So when it's over 10, for more than 10 seconds, we want to collect information to do a deeper diagnosis. Now, when you collect a dump, they're typically huge, massive, right? Could be gigs in size. I want to show you an example of that, actually, if we go into blob containers. So we're sending these dumps and stack traces to Azure Blob Storage. And if you look at the size of these dumps, they're gigs in size. So that's a small one. The big ones, if I sort by size, that's not the size I want.
Descending.
Oh yeah, so a 2 gig dump for this very small application. So typically you don't want to pay for bandwidth to actually get these dumps to my local machine. So I can use stacks to quickly diagnose what might be the issue in the cloud. I actually did it beforehand. I actually have a dump in VS loaded for the Keynote, obviously. And I'm going to run an analysis on this dump to hopefully figure out what's wrong. All right, so this dump came from the Linux container, and I put it onto a Windows machine, and we're going to put it into VS, and we'll see what happens, right?
That's mind-blowing to me.
All right, so now I'll click Analyze, and it's going to run, and it will run a bunch of rules over the dump, and it says there's a blocking call on the thread pool that may cause starvation. All right, so VS told me there's 78 threads blocked in this method, the shows API, where we had a hunch, right? I think it was wrong. And it says this may cause thread pool starvation and hangs. So I'm going to click here, and it's going to pinpoint the exact line of code where the issue is. And of course, when we're getting all the shows, we're making a request to make sure that the shows link is valid every time it happens for every single show. Not great. But then we're also doing .result, sync over async. This is the issue. So I should be able to delete this whole line because we should be checking the show link on ingestion, not on read.
I'm just going to say, don't get blamed that line of code, please.
I won't blame you on stage. So yeah, so that's it. I should debugging now, and that was the whole thing. So we saw you build a container without a Docker file. We saw me diagnose a production application with OpenTelemetry support. And finally, we used VS to pinpoint the line of code where the issue was. That is the power of cloud-native.NET.
Oh, yeah.
Back to you, Scott.
Thanks, that was amazing. And just to recap, .NET loves Linux. We just said that we're now in Ubuntu. We're also in Fedora. We're also in Red Hat. And so you can see the Linux community is embracing .NET. We just showed not only can we run on Linux, but we have great diagnostics on Linux as well. And then finally, we showed that .NET loves containers. We have great support for no longer requiring you to put a Docker file in. You can just publish your app right to any of the container things that we have in Azure. And if you look, Azure is the best cloud for running cloud-native applications. But I want to focus on just what we do for containers. We have a couple of ways of hosting your containers of .NET in Azure. Number one, App Service. We have App Service can run Windows containers and Linux containers. Then we have Azure Kubernetes Service. This is if you want to have massive scale .NET running in Kubernetes, we support you there. And then finally, we have the newest edition, which is Azure Container Apps, which still runs on Kubernetes, but we actually manage that for you, and you just focus on your applications. And with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Gaurav to talk about the rest of what's new in .NET 7.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. This is I just want to finish this morning by talking about our investments in enabling developers to build client applications across mobile and desktop. Now, .NET MAUI is a unified development framework for .NET to build beautiful cross-platform apps for iOS, Android, Windows, and Mac, all from a single shared C# code base with access to native platform APIs and delivers native performance. We continue to rapidly iterate, bringing several enhancements to .NET MAUI in .NET 7, and I encourage you to see the State of the .NET MAUI keynote later today to catch up with some of those enhancements. Now, we released .NET MAUI earlier this year at Build, and it has been really fun to see what you all have started to create with this platform. The ecosystem around .NET MAUI is starting to flourish with community packages and amazing control vendors enabling developers to build beautiful applications. We are also starting to see companies around the globe trying out .NET MAUI to adopt it as their multi-platform framework of choice, including teams internally at Microsoft. Now, for building client applications, developers like to have choices. Selecting the right stack often comes down to reach versus depth, and it's a sliding scale. .NET supports this entire spectrum. Today, Blazor allows you to build full-stack web applications like PWAs with .NET, with a choice to have the code running on the client via WebAssembly or on the server. With .NET MAUI, you can build native cross-platform applications across desktop and mobile. And now you can also build hybrid client applications that bring web and native together by using Blazor alongside MAUI, all with .NET. We are continuing our investments in all of these key areas, so no matter where on the sliding scale you want to be, .NET has you covered. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we are doing something really special at the conference this year, which is the introduction of state of the platforms. Throughout the day, you will hear directly from the product teams behind ASP.NET Core, .NET MAUI, and Azure for .NET in mini keynotes to go over topics in even deeper detail. I hope that you will watch these state of the platform talks, and of course, all the amazing talks here at .NET Conf over the next 3 days from teams here at Microsoft, as well as our global .NET community. Now, alongside the release of .NET 7, we have also released the 17.4 version of Visual Studio 2022 with support for .NET 7 and the latest C# 11 features. It comes with improved performance, AI-assisted programming, and deep integration for cloud-native development. If you're developing on ARM64 devices, this release has full ARM64 support as well. Now, version 17.4 of Visual Studio for Mac 2022 is also shipping today with tons of great enhancements for .NET developers, including the finalized tooling to support .NET MAUI. You can go to visualstudio.com and download it today. Now, let me close this morning by thanking each and every one of you, whether you are already building on .NET or are just thinking of getting started. You can go to get.net/7 to download .NET 7 today and get started with building amazing applications. Thank you so much and have a great .NET Conf.
What a way to kick off the 12th ever .NET Conf. Welcome everybody. Thanks for joining this morning or afternoon or evening, wherever you are. I am Maddie Monaquilla.
I'm Matt Sokup, and we couldn't be more excited for today. It's an all-day learning experience. We started an hour ago, and we're going to go all the way for another at least 8 hours, and then tomorrow, and then Wednesday, It just keeps on going.
It just keeps on going all the way. And of course, yesterday there was the amazing student zone, where a bunch of you tuned in to watch us all day and learn about different .NET technologies. So if you came back today for your second day, thank you. We have so many things going on with this conference. If you go to .NETconf.net, that is your landing page for all of the amazing things you need to know.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a bunch of stuff going on at .NETconf.net. You can take a survey. Tell us how we're doing.
Yeah.
You can register. Our great sponsors have swag bags. I think there's 25 swag bags that you can register to win. There's just a ton of other stuff going on there as well. There's a code, like a code challenge that you can take.
The secret decoder challenge?
Yeah, absolutely. And then tonight, Maddie, what's going on, I think at 5 o'clock Pacific time, is Jeff Fritz and Richard Campbell are going to have a attendee party. It's going to be a coding jam. It's going to be awesome.
That sounds fun. As you heard from Gaurav, there's a new layout to .NET Conf this year. We're doing these State of the Union, State of the Platforms. And so we'll start it off in a couple minutes with Dan Roth and ASP.NET Core. And I believe you are doing something in this section or in the Azure section?
I'm doing something in the Azure section. I am all about the cloud. I'm all about .NET, and I can't wait to talk. It's going to be a whirlwind tour. Maddie, we only have 25 minutes. I'm going to take 30. I'm going to take it all.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So you mean I can't ask you questions?
You
is
can't
what
ask
you're
me that.
telling
Maybe that's a little bit.
Oh, no.
And Maddie, you and David Artnow are going to be talking about client development and
yes.
.NET MAUI.
The .NET MAUI Power 2 Hours coming up this afternoon. I think it starts at 1 or 2 p.m. Pacific. Who knows? It's not the time zone I'm usually in, so time is irrelevant.
All right. So now coming up, though, we have the keynote, the state of the platform of ASP.NET Core with Dan Roth.
Dan, how you doing?
Hey, Maddie. I'm doing great. It's great to be here at .NET Conf 2022. Hello, everyone. I'm Daniel Roth. I'm a product manager on the ASP.NET team. And I'm thrilled to be here at .NET Conf to see all the great new features in .NET 7. In this session, we're going to look at all the new stuff in ASP.NET Core in .NET 7 for web developers. ASP.NET Core is our modern web framework for .NET. It's unified and provides everything you need to build beautiful web UI and powerful back-end services. Unlike other development platforms that require you to piece together a web app from different frameworks, ASP.NET Core gives you a complete and cohesive web development solution. If you're building web UI, you can use MVC and Razor Pages to dynamically generate UI from the server. You can integrate with popular JavaScript frameworks like Angular and React. Or you could build your entire rich interactive web UI in C# using Blazor. For backend services, you can build standards-based HTTP APIs. You can build real-time services with SignalR and powerful backend services using gRPC. For all of your cross-cutting concerns, ASP.NET Core provides a rich array of middleware that you can use for common needs like routing, security, localization, and much more. ASP.NET Core integrates with cloud-ready .NET Platform extensions that handle concerns like logging, configuration, and dependency injection. And then when you're ready to host your ASP.NET Core web application, it can run on a variety of servers, including Kestrel, our built-in, ultra-fast, cross-platform web server. So no matter what type of web app you're trying to build, ASP.NET Core has you covered so that you can stay focused on your app and stay productive. Now, ASP.NET Core delivers industry-leading performance. In the public Tech Empower benchmarks, ASP.NET Core maxes out the test hardware to deliver a whopping 7 million requests per second, which is 11 times faster than Node. With gRPC services, ASP.NET Core is faster than Java, Go, C++, and Rust. But it's not just about benchmark performance. ASP.NET Core delivers real-world performance for global-scale applications. At Microsoft, we use .NET for many of our products and services, and as they've upgraded to use the latest .NET versions and ASP.NET Core, they have realized enormous performance gains and significant efficiency improvements. For example, Microsoft Graph provides access to data and intelligence for the Microsoft 365 ecosystem. They handle 70 billion requests per day. When they upgraded from .NET Framework to .NET 6, they were able to reduce overall CPU usage by 37% and also reduce operational costs by 91% for each 1 billion requests served. Azure Active Directory, their Gateway API, handles 185 billion requests per day so that you can log into all those cool services. When they upgraded to .NET 6, they reduced CPU usage by 67% and increased app efficiency, the ratio of throughput to CPU usage, by 50%. Microsoft Teams migrated 50 projects and 700 APIs, reducing CPU usage by 25%, improving P99 latency by 60%. And the list just goes on. Azure Cosmos DB, 5 times the throughput. Exchange Online, they reduced P99 latency by 80%. Azure App Service, they moved their front-end roles to .NET 6, and they were able to increase throughput by 80%. But what's really cool is they were also able to replace Nginx in their Linux worker VMs with ASP.NET Core and Kestrel, and that allowed them to unblock new scenarios and features like HTTP2 support and gRPC. So by building on .NET and ASP.NET Core, you're on a sure foundation that's built to be efficient and ready to scale. Now, we just announced the release of .NET 7, which is loaded with great new features for ASP.NET Core for web developers. ASP.NET Core in .NET 7 is built for speed. If you thought .NET 6 was fast, .NET 7 is even faster. In .NET 7, we also added support for the latest protocols, standards, and architectures so that you can be sure that you're always getting the best of the web. At the same time, we simplified web development in .NET 7 so that you can get started fast and still take advantage of all the latest and greatest features. To help you stay productive, we've added even more middleware, like support for output caching, rate limiting, request decompression. We've added new features to SignalR and Blazor, like SignalR client results and Blazor custom elements that enable new scenarios and empower you as a developer. Let's take a look at each of these. All right, so ASP.NET Core in .NET 7 is faster than ever before. It delivers next level performance with .NET 7. Thanks to optimizations across the .NET platform, ASP.NET Core now performs on the Tech Empower benchmarks, has posted significant performance gains. So 8% faster on the plain text benchmark, 16% faster with JSON handling, 25% faster with the end-to-end fortunes test. HTTP2 is way more optimized in .NET 7 than in .NET 6. For example, if you're doing gRPC server streaming, .NET 7 is 8 times faster than .NET 6, making it faster than Go. We also did work to make sure that you can take advantage of all the processing power of machines with lots and lots of cores. ASP.NET Core in .NET 7 is 5 times faster on the massive 80-core ARM64 Ampere Ultra VMs that are available on Azure. So all these performance improvements, they mean lower operational costs for you and better user experiences for your users. Now, we work hard to support the latest protocols and standards with quality implementations that are tuned for performance and also hardened for security. In .NET 7, ASP.NET Core now supports HTTP3, the latest version of the HTTP protocol. This enables faster connections and also better multiplexing over a connection using the new UDP-based quick transport. We added support for WebSockets over HTTP2, so you get that familiar full duplex programming model over an HTTP2 connection. And we added experimental support for Web Transport, which is a new draft protocol for multiplexing streams and datagrams over a single HTTP3 connection. All of these new protocols are available cross-platform and cross-architecture with Kestrel, our built-in web server. Now with ASP.NET Core, you can build apps big and also small. In .NET 6, we started work to make it easier to get started with ASP.NET Core, but also to push down popular features from frameworks like MVC to lower in the stack so they could be used by in more places. This effort led to a simplified hosting model and also minimal APIs. Minimal APIs simplify web development, and they also make various MVC features available in more parts of the stack, and they also deliver enhanced performance. In .NET 7, we've improved minimal APIs further to ensure that your APIs can be both simple and powerful. We added support for endpoint groups so that you can organize your minimal APIs together in a group under a common URL prefix and also configure them collectively. You can now add endpoint filters that add cross-cutting concerns to your endpoints, like support for validation and logging. We made minimal APIs more explicit so that they're easier to test and also so that you get better OpenAPI spec generation. And finally, we simplified how you configure authentication for your APIs, making it easier to build and secure your endpoints. All right, let's go take a look at how easy it is to get started with ASP.NET Core in .NET 7 using minimal APIs. So we're going to hop over here. Get my mouse working. Let's go into Visual Studio. I have Visual Studio installed with .NET 7, and I've created just an empty ASP.NET Core project. It's really simple, and it's already running. It just has a single minimal API endpoint that returns this string, hello world, and we can see it running over here in the browser. And it's amazing. It's just 4 lines of code. Like, this is the entire application. You know, minimal code, less ceremony, minimal APIs. Now, what I want to do here is build a new API for a classic to-do list. You know, CRUD operations, get, post, put, delete, to get a list of to-dos and manipulate a list of to-dos. Okay, so to do that, let's add our to-do types that we're going to use with our API. I'm going to just add a little snippet here to save on typing. So here's my to-do class, and it's got an ID and a name, and it is complete Boolean property. And then we're going to use Entity Framework Core for storing all of our to-dos. Let's give ourselves a little bit more room for code. All right, so that way we'll have a storage for all of our to-do items. Now I want to configure this to-do database context so that it'll be available to my minimal APIs through dependency injection. So I'm going to do that up above. Let's configure it as a service. And I've got a little snippet for that. Let's add the to-do DB context as a service. There it is. And here we're going to use just an in-memory database for simplicity. OK, so we should be all set up to now add our first API. Let's do app.mapGet. This will be a get-based API / to-dos. And this will take in our to-do database. And then what should we do? We'll just return database, to-dos, and then to-list async, so that we'll asynchronously get the list of to-dos, and that ought to do it. OK, so let's rerun the application and see if our new to-dos endpoint is working. OK, there's hello world. Obviously, that's still working. And now if we go to /to-dos in the browser, we get this lovely empty JSON array. So it's working. We just don't have any to-dos yet, but it's doing JSON serialization and handling all that for us with just that one line of code. That's pretty great. OK, now we need a way to actually add to-dos to our API. We need like a post-based endpoint. Let's go ahead and add that next. We'll add a post-to-dos minimal API. So map post. It'll be at the same URI. And here we're going to actually take the to-do instance in the request body, and then we'll inject the to-do database context again. We'll add the to-do to the database, save it, and then below we're returning not just a result, a typed result. This is a new feature in .NET 7. Let me zoom in here. So this API is actually returning created of to-do, a nice strongly typed object that represents the result of this API. It's new in .NET 7. That makes our API much more explicit, easier to test, and we get better OpenAPI spec generation. Now we do still have this repetition of the URLs for these APIs. That's seems a little unfortunate. Can we consolidate those somehow? And the answer is yes. We can do that in .NET 7 thanks to the new support for endpoint groups. Let's add an endpoint group here called to-dos. To create one, we'll do app.mapGroup, and we'll call this one to-dos to match our URL prefix. We'll give it that URL prefix. And now what we can do is just take this to-dos instance and replace app here, and then remove to-dos here and here, because these minimal API URLs will now be relative to the group. OK, let's make sure we didn't break anything. We'll go ahead and run the app again, just to make sure that our get request is still working. All right, there's hello world, and then /to-dos. OK, great. So it's still working, but we still don't have any to-dos. We have a post endpoint now, but we need some way of sending requests to it. How do we want to do that? Well, an easy way to do that is to use Swagger UI. Swagger UI is a simple, web UI-based test tool for APIs that's based on the Open API specifications. It reads in the metadata about the API and gives you a nice testing user interface. We can add Swagger UI to our minimal APIs using the popular swashbuckle .NET community project. I've actually already added the package to this project, so let's go ahead and wire it up. So first we need to add the necessary services. So let's add the services up here. So we got we're going to add the API Explorer services, so we get metadata about our APIs, and then the Swagger generation related services, or Open API spec related generation services. We also need to actually wire up the endpoints. So let's add the Swagger and Swagger UI endpoints below here. So use Swagger UI. Okay, and so now, well, one more thing. I want to change one little bit in my launch settings. I don't want to keep opening up Hello World. Let's go and change the launch URL to Swagger. All right, great. So now it should open up the Swagger UI for me automatically. Let's run that and see what we get. I think we can close a couple of these tabs. And there we go. Okay, we got some Swagger UI. It looks a little weird. There we go. So now we can see, let me make that a little, zoom out a little bit. Oh my goodness. Let's zoom out a little bit so that we can see the text. Okay, so now we can see our get endpoint and our post endpoint. We can try it out. Let's add a to-do. Let's call this try .NET 7, and let's go ahead and execute that. And if we look below, hopefully, yes. Okay, we got our, what do we have like this? Our 201 created response with our new to-do. So that looks good. So we're able to create to-dos now, and if we go up above, we should be able to get the list of to-dos from our API as well. And we can. So there's our created to-do. Great. So now we can create to-dos. We should probably add all of the other endpoints for doing like put and delete and those things. I'll just quickly add a snippet to add all those. There they all are. So we got put, we got map by get. Well, I think I'm missing a namespace. Let me fix that up. Okay, we got get by ID, put, and delete is below. Now one thing I want to call out here that's interesting, so this get by ID, it's also using typed results, but it could return one of two different results. It could return 200 OK, or it could return a 404 not found. And those are different types. How does that work? Well, new in .NET 7, we have this results type, which basically acts like a union type so that we can explicitly say, in a strongly typed way, that this API could return either of those two results. If we go ahead and run the app again and look at the generated Swagger UI documentation for our get that takes an ID, sure enough, we are seeing that it can return a 200 or a 404. So that looks beautiful, much more explicit about our API, better documentation. Now the last thing I want to do is I want to update this API to also be secure, to use have authentication and authorization. That's been a bit tricky to do in the past, but with .NET 7 it's way easier. We basically just have to add 2 lines of code. Let me go up here into our services, and I'll add the auth-related services. So I'm doing add authentication and then add JOT bearer-based authentication. So you're going to need a JOT token that you have to send with every request. And then we're also going to set up authorization. And that's all you got to do. You just add these 2 lines of code. You don't have to mess around with like authentication schemes. The default authentication scheme will be assumed to be the only one that you've got. And then the necessary middleware will be added for you. All right? OK, so now we've got authentication set up. We can go to our group. So there's our map group. And we can say, I require authorization. All right, so we save this. And now if we rerun, let's see if we are now getting if we're getting any security for our APIs. Let's try out just sending a post request. And yes, OK, so we're getting a 401 unauthorized. OK, so now we need to actually send a JOT token to this API so that we can continue to test and develop. That would normally require us to go and set up an identity provider. That can be a bit onerous. Fortunately, in .NET 7, there's a new DevTime tool that lets us generate DevTime-only JOT tokens that we can use with our app to test its various features. The tool is called User JOTs. And to use it, we can just go to the Visual Studio terminal. It's a command line tool. And let's just run here .NET user JOTs create. Okay, that's all you got to do. And this will then set up our app so that it will honor JOT tokens that are created using this tool only for development purposes. You don't use this in production, and it will give us a JOT token. We can mess around with the claims for that and all those types of things, but for now I just want to use this to call my API. I do have one more problem, which is the Swagger UI currently doesn't recognize that these API endpoints are secure. Like, it doesn't know that I need to pass a JOT token. This is admittedly a little bit of a gap in our OpenAPI spec generation story right now in .NET 7. We'll work on making this better, but we can fix this by manually telling Swashbuckle that, hey, these APIs are actually secure. They need a JOT token. So let's go ahead and fix that. Up above, let me hide that. We'll replace this add Swagger gen call with just a little bit of config. Let's add this. And I'm not going to go through all of this in detail, but what this is doing is it's setting up a security requirement for all of our APIs. That's all it's doing. You can go look at the Swashbuckle docs to see what this does. Okay, but if we refresh now, we should see in the Swagger UI that we now have security enabled. We should get a bunch of padlocks. Yep, so now we got all these padlocks here and up above. Okay, and we can click on authorize. There's a place to provide our JOT token that we generated using the user JOTs tool. We go ahead and authorize. I should show that here in config is where we're setting up that the user JOT tokens should be honored during development. This is just in app settings.development.json. All right, and then now we should be able to create our to-dos again. So let's try it out. Add auth. Are we done with that? Come execute. And boom, yes. 201 created again. We were able to send an authorized request. So this is minimal APIs with ASP.NET Core and .NET 7. Super simple, but also super powerful. All right, let's go back to presentation. Now, we've also made a bunch of improvements in .NET 7 for building web UI with ASP.NET Core and Blazor. With Blazor, you can build your web UI completely in C# using reusable components. These components can then be shared across your web apps, mobile applications, and desktop applications. You can host your components on the server using Blazor Server. You can host them on WebAssembly in a browser, or you can host them in a native client app using a hybrid approach, using the Blazor Hybrid support that is integrated with .NET 7. Now, if you also already have a bunch of JavaScript code, like you've been developing with JavaScript-based applications, you can use Blazor components there too. With the new Blazor custom elements support in .NET 7, you can add Blazor components to existing JavaScript-based apps. Let me show you how flexible Blazor components are in ASP.NET Core in .NET 7. Okay, in the keynote earlier today, you probably saw the .NET Podcasts app, and they mostly focused on the backend there. Let me find it right here. The .NET Podcasts app is an app completely implemented in .NET that lets you listen to .NET-related podcasts. This is the web app implementation for the .NET Podcast that calls those minimal APIs that we saw previously. And the web app is implemented using ASP.NET Core and Blazor. This client project is our Blazor WebAssembly app, and if we look in its dependencies, we can see that it's using this podcast pages project, which has all of the components that the app needs. Those are down here in this pages folder. So there's all of our Razor components for our Blazor application. Now, if we run the .NET Podcast app, let's bring that up. I've got it running locally on my machine. All right, so this is the application. The home page is a Razor page. It's being rendered from the server. But if we go to the podcast player, this is all Blazor. It's rich interactive UI. We can search for podcasts and click on them and flag them to listen later and all that good stuff. A rich interactive user interface. Now we can take these Blazor components and reuse them also for native client development with .NET MAUI and Blazor Hybrid support. If we go back to the solution, up above, we also have a MAUI project, and it's also referencing, if we look in its dependencies, it's also referencing that same podcast pages project with all the Blazor components. And then in MAUI-page.xaml, we can see that it's using a Blazor web view to embed those components directly in a native client app with mobile and desktop. And we've got that running here as well. Here's the .NET MAUI app running on Windows. There's a Windows desktop version of the app. It's got all the same functionality. We can click on podcasts and click on podcasts and see them. We can subscribe and so forth. We can see that this is actually Blazor-based web UI, because if we bring up the browser dev tools and hover over it, we can see all the HTML showing up in the browser dev tools. We can do mobile as well. Here's the mobile version of the .NET Podcast app running natively on Android. So with one set of Blazor web UI components, we've got web, mobile, and desktop. That's pretty awesome. Now, in addition to these three app scenarios, you can also take your Blazor components and host them in a JavaScript-based application using the new Blazor custom elements support in .NET 7. Let me show you what I mean. So let's go ahead and close .NET Podcast. I'm going to switch over to this other project, Blazor custom elements. Now, this project is it's an ASP.NET Core server, but it's hosting an Angular client-side app. Let me go ahead and get this running. The Angular app takes a little while to get up and running. So if we go look in this client app folder, we can see all the Angular isms kicking around here. So this is an Angular app. Imagine you have been developing with Angular for a while, and then now you want to start using Blazor. You want to include it you want to use Blazor components, but you can't just throw away your existing JavaScript-based application. Can you use them together? And the answer is yes. As soon as Angular comes up, there it is. OK, so here's the Angular app. It's got a few different tabs: home, counter, fetch data. On the counter page, we have an Angular-based counter. You click the counter, it goes up, and we've got this table. What I want to do is I want to replace this Angular counter with a .NET C#-based Blazor component. All right, so how can we do that? Well, I've got a Blazor component defined already in the ASP.NET Core project. Here it is, all C# and HTML. And then I have registered this component as a custom element, like a standard HTML custom element. Just like any other tag, you normally would implement these with JavaScript, but here we're implementing it with Blazor, and I'm registering this particular HTML tag name. Okay, so now we can use this from our JavaScript app just like we would any other HTML tag. Let's go into the source for the app, find the counter page. First, let's get rid of that Angular counter. Don't need that anymore. We'll just save that, and it should just disappear. Poof. OK. And now let's add a Blazor counter right here. We'll go ahead and save that. It's just a normal HTML tag. And now we've got a Blazor counter running in our Angular application. You can add Blazor components to JavaScript-based apps too. Super cool. Now, we want to make sure that every ASP.NET developer can take advantage of the many great benefits of ASP.NET Core. So we've been doing work to make it easier to upgrade your ASP.NET apps to ASP.NET Core. Now, upgrading can be difficult. There's a lot of changes in ASP.NET Core. It really is a completely new web framework built from the ground up. And if you're still developing your old ASP.NET app, then trying to migrate can feel like a race where the finish line just keeps moving ahead. So what we've done is we've introduced new tooling for Visual Studio that lets you migrate incrementally. You can add an ASP.NET Core project app in front of your old ASP.NET app. And it will then proxy requests using YARP, our reverse proxy, back to the old application. You can then move endpoints one at a time, like controllers and pages, to the new application. And then that new app handles those endpoints, and anything that isn't yet handled yet still falls back to the old app and continues to work. So you can continue to maintain and develop your old app while you're migrating. We're going to have a couple of really great talks tomorrow about upgrading to the latest .NET version that you should definitely check out, or you can learn more about this tooling at aka.ms/ASP.NET/upgrade. Now, there are tons of great new features in ASP.NET Core in .NET 7, way more than we have time to cover in this one session. But that's OK, because right after this session, there's going to be a series of sessions covering all of these great new web features. We have a Blazor talk right after this one with Steve Sanderson, a Minimal APIs talk, and then we'll cover all the runtime features. There are talks on Blazor Hybrid later today, and then a lot of great web development talks tomorrow. So be sure to stay tuned in to learn about all the new stuff in ASP.NET Core in .NET 7. And with that, I hope you enjoyed learning about web development with .NET 7. Try it out today. Happy coding. And with that, we'll see if there are any questions.
Oh, that was great. Every time I hear Dan Roth talk about ASP.NET Core, I just want to go out and program with it and just.
I do too.
I love it so much. So we have this great tag board behind us. Questions? If you want to have them on here, hashtag .NETConf, and we'll take it away. So let's see if we have anything. Well, first off, we have tons of watch parties going on right now, and here from Omaha.NET user group. Hello. Hello.
Hello, everybody.
And I know we have a watch party going on across the street as well today at the Reactor right now over here in Redmond. So that's super awesome as well. So,
really cool.
Hello. All right. So what else do we have going on? Just a bunch of new ones.
All the exciting.
Yeah.
Ooh, here's one from Eric Winnington. I'll step in and
All
for
right.
you. When do we hear about #YARP?
Sure. So, I mean, we use YARP. Actually, a lot of those .NET services that we implement at Microsoft, those are actually actively using YARP. It's one of the reasons why we built YARP, is because we needed it for our own services. So YARP is available. It's absolutely supported. Notice that in the incremental upgrade tooling, we're also using YARP there, so that when you want to proxy those requests from the fronting ASP.NET Core app to your old ASP.NET app, that's being done using YARP too. So yep, YARP is there, it's available, it's an awesome part of the ASP.NET Core ecosystem.
Cool.
Love it. Yet another reverse proxy. I think that's what.
Yeah, that's literally what it means. Yet another reverse proxy.
That's great. So Maddie, are you ready for our next session?
I think I'm ready. Are you ready?
I'm
Is
ready.
Steve ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready. Because you know what? It's Blazor.
It's
Blazor. It's what's new in Blazor. Have you used Blazor?
Well, I mean, if you've heard about Blazor and you've heard about MAUI, you know that they're like peanut butter and jelly.
Oh my goodness.
And they're best friends.
You're getting ahead of us. We're getting ahead. We're still in the web portion. We're still in the web portion. So yeah, Blazor you can run on the server. We can run it in the client called Blazor WebAssembly or Blazor WASM.
Ooh.
So yeah, super cool about that. And yeah, we're going to learn all about it in the next session coming up. And I know Dan Roth has talked about it as well. So
that's awesome. All right, Steve, we will turn it over to you when you're ready, and you can take it away for what's new in Blazor 7.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much. Enjoying the conference so far. And thank you to everyone who is tuning in at the moment. I'm really glad you've done that. I'll introduce myself. My name's Steve, and I work at Microsoft. I'm a developer or architect on the .NET team, particularly focusing on web stuff and with a bit of a special focus on Blazor, which is good because that's what we're going to talk about today. Now, if you've been watching the last few sessions, you'll already be familiar with where we are in the history of .NET at the moment. But just in case anyone is just watching this session, I want to make sure you know where we are on the timeline. So .NET does a major release every year in November. You may well know that. And so what has the Blazor team been doing for the last 12 months since the .NET 6 release? Well, we spent about half of our time working on .NET MAUI. So that's the new Blazor Hybrid feature that allows you to run your Blazor components within a native mobile or desktop application. And you may have just seen some of Dan showing you that. And then for the other 6 months, we worked on adding some great new features to Blazor in .NET 7, which I'll show you. Now, of course, there is going to be another .NET release next November, .NET 8, and we've started planning that already. We would really love any feedback that you've got of what things you would like to see in .NET 8. So if you can get onto the GitHub repo and give us some of your suggestions, we'll hopefully get some of those into the product next year. But this talk right now is about where we are today with .NET 7. So we've got a lot of great new features for Blazor developers in .NET 7, and most of them work across all the different Blazor hosting models. So whether you're using Blazor Server or WebAssembly or Hybrid with .NET MAUI, most of these features will work in the same way across all of them. Now, there are also some WebAssembly specific features. Mostly those were implemented by the underlying .NET runtime team, so thank you to them for doing that. And I'll mention a few of those towards the end of this talk, but there is a whole talk about that tomorrow where you can get into more details about WebAssembly runtime stuff. Let's think now about some of the new Blazor features that work on all the hosting models, and I'm going to demonstrate them to you. So we're going to need a bit of a demo app to get started with. So let's just switch over to this sample application that I've put together. It doesn't use any .NET 7 features yet, but we're going to add some. And this is not meant to be a sort of surprising or clever sample. This is meant to be as mainstream and predictable as possible so that you can easily relate to it. So if I start this up in my browser, you will see that this is simply displaying a list of products, which is getting from a database. And if I click on one of these links, I get into an edit screen, and it does all the normal editing stuff. So I can make some changes to, let's say, this category. It tracks the changes there. If I try to save, it's going to do validation. And if I satisfy the validation rules, then it can tell me that the changes have been saved and I could go back. So pretty straightforward stuff. And if we look at the code in there, what we'll find is that this is a Blazor server application. Could be done with WebAssembly, but I just happen to have done it with server on this occasion. And if we look in there, here's an example of one of the pages. This is the index page, and it doesn't really do very much apart from just display this products list. And if we go into the code for that, this is a typical way of fetching data from a database and rendering it with Blazor Server. So this is using Entity Framework, which is why we've got this DB context there. And I'm to the life of this component. And what that means is whenever this component is on the screen, this DB context will keep going. And if the user navigates away, then it will get disposed and cleaned up. And apart from that, it just uses normal EF code. So we're getting our products. We're saying we don't need to do any change tracking because this is not an edit screen, so it's more efficient not to. I'm limiting it just to 50 because otherwise there'll be too many. We'll fix that in a minute. And then to display them, we simply have a for each loop to render these links for each of them. All right, so that's normal .NET 6 code. But can we make it a bit better? Instead of just displaying a list of names, can we display more information at once? And can we get around this limitation where it only just shows us 50 items? Can we show a lot more? So that brings us to the first thing I want to show you. Quick Grid. Now, this is actually marked as preview in .NET 7. That's not because it's not ready for production use. It's because we're not technically counting it as supported because we want to be able to change the API depending on feedback from the community. But if you're good with the API as it is, then you can use this like any other open source project. And the idea of it is it's not that it's intended to replace every other grid in the entire Blazor ecosystem. There are existing other ones, many of which have more functionality. But the idea with Quick Grid is to give you a standard basic set of features that will cover many common scenarios and that it will perform extremely well in all the different situations you might use it, whether it's WebAssembly, server, or with a large amount of data or whatever, should work well. So let's have a go. I'm going to go over there and change this screen so it works using Quick Grid. And what we notice, firstly, is that our code gets a lot simpler. All we have to do now is we get our products from Entity Framework there. I'm still limiting it to 50, but we'll change that in a second. So we've got this queryable of products, and we can pass that to Quick Grid, and it's going to render them for us. Now, I haven't got any columns in this grid just yet. So when I switch back to my UI, we should see that it becomes blank because there's no columns for it to render. So let's go and add some. There's two types of built-in columns. We've got property columns like these ones, which just pick out a certain property in a strongly typed way to render, and we can pass other parameters too. And then there's template columns for more control over the rendering, and I'll show you that in a minute. But now we've got these four property columns. When I switch back, you'll see we've got this nice little grid. We can scroll around. We can do sorting because I set sortable to be true. So that's good. But I want to get beyond this limitation of only showing 50 items. Quick Grid has got the ability to do both pagination and virtualization so that you can work with much larger amounts of data. And to do that, we will first add an instance of this model type, pagination state, and I'm going to set it to have 10 items per page. And that will keep track of where we are in the pages. And I'm going to pass this in to the grid. So once that has access to that, it will respect the pagination rules. And then we need a bit of UI to let the user move between pages. You could write your own UI for that, but I'm going to use a built-in one, which is simply called Paginator. And once I've done that, if I go back into my browser, we should see now it's displaying those 10 items, and I can switch through these pages quite easily. That's good. But I don't want to limit it to 50 anymore. Now we've got pagination. I'm going to remove that take 50 from the end. And then when I come back and I'll reload on that, we've now got 100,000 items from our database, and we can very easily continue working with all that data. Now, it's not super easy, actually, because there's so much stuff, the user hasn't got much chance of actually finding what they're looking for. So we're going to need to add a search feature in just a minute. But before we get to that, let's fix the display slightly, because some of the styling is quite weird, especially these prices. Like, I've no idea how you're supposed to even read that. It doesn't look like a price. So I'm going to drop in a slightly updated version of this code, which uses some template columns as well to do things like custom formatting of the price, setting alignment, custom sorting rules, and I've got a link into the editor screen again. So with those updates in place, now things look a little bit better. That is the quick grid, which is available as preview with .NET 7. Let's move on to the next new feature, bind enhancements. Now, Blazor has always supported data binding from the very beginning, but we've added some new powerful ways of binding in additional ways to give you some more flexible options in .NET 7. And to have a scenario for that, let's imagine that we want to add a search UI to this screen right now, so you can quickly find your particular product. So we'll get started doing it until we run into a problem. We need a new feature. So the first thing we're going to need is a place to keep track of whatever it is that the user is searching for. So I'm having this string field here. And then I need to add a bit of UI to let the user type in what they want to search for. And I'm going to use a quick grid feature called column options, where we can type in whatever UI we want that's associated with a particular column. And what it will do with that is it will render a little icon in the column header. You can control what that is. And when the user clicks that, they'll get the UI that you chose. And inside there, I'm going to put a box that they can type their search terms into. And I'll use the normal data binding that precedes .NET 7 that's always been available. So I'm binding this text box here to the search name. I've got a few other attributes, and I'm saying I want it to update whenever there's an input event. That means every keystroke. The browser fires an input event on every keystroke or paste or anything else that changes the contents of the text box. All right, so hopefully that's enough to make some actual UI appear, even though it doesn't use any new features yet. And when I type in there, it does update that field, but it's not updating my search query. What I really need to do is somehow, every time this binding fires, I need to update the filter. But how do I do that? Prior to .NET 7, it wasn't very easy. You had to do some pretty weird tricks to react when a binding changes. But one of the cool new features in .NET 7 is something called bind after. It's very easy. It simply means every time that binding updates, we are going to call your function or your method, and you can do whatever you want in there, whether it's synchronous, asynchronous, whatever. And if you need slightly more control, we've got a more advanced version of it called bind get and bind set, which gives you ability to do custom logic both before and after on both sides of the binding if you want to do any conversions. So anyway, let's use bind after. And I'm going to say that after the binding updates, I want to update the filter. And I haven't defined that yet. So let's put in an implementation of that. And here's my implementation. It's just going to use Entity Framework APIs to add a where clause based on the search name that you've entered. I can also slightly simplify on initialize now to just call update filter. All right, so if that works, then when we come back here, every time this binding updates, you will see it calls our update method, and then we can automatically update our query. All right, so we've got working search, and within that search, things like paging and sorting will still work. So that's nice. All right, next new feature. A pair of related features, in fact. The community has been asking for this for quite a long time. It's one of the most highly demanded features, and it's the ability to receive a notification before the user navigates and have the power to do things with it, such as cancel the navigation. So we've added this new event called location changing that tells you when the user's navigating. And in case you want to use that with an editing scenario, we've added this special flavor of it called navigation lock, which is a component that you can use if you want to help the user so that they don't lose any changes if they try to navigate away while they're in the middle of editing. So navigation lock is just a particular usage pattern for the underlying location changing event. And I'm going to show you it because otherwise it's not going to be very clear what I'm talking about. So let's go to one of these edit screens here. And I'm going to go into edit this product, and I'm going to change the name, changed like that. And I'm going to maybe change the stock a little bit as well. Now imagine that as a user, I forget to save my changes. I don't remember to press this save button. I just click this link to go back to home. Well, what will happen is I just lose my changes, which is not very good. Another thing that could happen is what if I leave the site entirely? Again, I might lose my changes. So to show you, I'm going to go to an unrelated website, Microsoft.com. And then when I go back in here and I start making an edit, edited again, like that. At this point, I could use the back to go all the way back to Microsoft, and it won't do anything. It will just lose my changes. So let's see if we can stop this problem from occurring. I'm going to go into the code for this edit screen here. Now, I know there's quite a lot of code here. You won't have time to read it all. Don't worry about it. This is just the normal way to do editing with Blazor and has been for a long time. We've got this edit form. We've got a context which will keep track of the edits. We've got a thing that activates validation. And we've got various components for displaying the UI, for editing the data, and for showing validation messages. But that's not new. I want to show a new thing. So I'm going to show you the navigation lock component. And this deals with two different types of navigation: external navigation and internal. And the reason for the distinction is because the browser forces you to make this distinction. External navigations are if the user is leaving your site completely, using the back button or following a link or closing the browser. And the browser will not let you stop the user from doing that, but it does let you ask them to confirm it. So that's what this is doing. It's saying if you're doing an external navigation and you've got some unsaved changes, then we'll ask the user to confirm it. So let's see if that works, shall we? I'm going to go back over here and reload. All right, and now I'm going to go and start making an edit. I'll say edited again, like that. And I'm going to try and go back to Microsoft.com again. And this time you'll see we get a little message that shows up. The browser won't let you customize this message, but it does let you ask the user to confirm it. So the user could cancel if they want to. And similarly, if they were going to close the tab, it will show you them the confirmation, or even if they were going to close the entire browser, they'll get that confirmation prompt as well. Of course, they can choose to go ahead with it if they want. Now, the other scenario is internal navigation. That's when the user just moves to a different part of your site. And in that case, there's no limitations. You can do anything you want. There, the browser won't stop you. So we've got this different callback that will occur for internal navigations. And you can put custom logic in there. It can even do async things. So you could force the user to save their changes automatically at that point, or you could just always unilaterally cancel it. It's up to you. But what I'm doing in this case, just to show you, is I'm adding a confirm prompt that's kind of similar to the other one. And if the user doesn't confirm it, we will prevent the navigation. So let's see if that works, shall we? I'll come back over here and I'll reload, and I will confirm the external navigation because reload is an external navigation. I'll make a change. For example, I'll change this stock count, and then I'll try to click on the index link. That's an internal navigation, so it will run my custom logic and it will ask for confirmation, and I'll cancel it. And just to show you, if I do save the change first, then when I click the link this time, it's not going to show any confirmation prompt. So there you go. That's how you can use navigation lock, which builds on top of the location changing event to give you a nice pattern when you work with editing data. Let's move on. Next new feature, custom elements. Now, if you watched the previous session, you will have seen an example of this where Dan showed how you can use custom elements to host Blazor components inside an Angular application. And I'm going to show you this in a slightly different way just now. So if you don't know, if you didn't watch the previous session, what this does is it allows you to say that Blazor components will be registered as custom elements, and that lets you use them from other web technologies. So if you're doing some other client-side rendering, whether it's with something like React or Angular, Vue or Svelte or anything else like that, you can have those other technologies render Blazor components. And similarly, if you're doing server-side rendering with Rails or PHP or anything else, then again, you can get those technologies to render your Blazor components. So to show you that, and just to have a bit of a change from Angular or React, I'm going to use a server rendering technology. Let's imagine we want to integrate this products manager with a WordPress site. Now, I know WordPress is not exactly hot new stuff, but it is very mainstream. So that's why I'm going to show it to you. And obviously, it doesn't know anything about .NET, which is nice because we can show that it still works anyway. So I've got this WordPress site right here. You know it's WordPress because it tells you that. And I've got a page on it called All Products. And I want to show my Blazor products grid right here. Now, the way that you can do that is you need to host both your Blazor code and your WordPress, in this case, code on the same domain. It's not intended for cross-domain hosting scenarios. Maybe we'll add something for that in the future, but that's not the case right now. In this case, I have got my Blazor server application and my WordPress site running on the same host, so I can make them work together. And what I do is I go into whatever you use to configure your other technology, and you make it render the script tag that loads Blazor. So in this case, it's Blazor Server. It would also work with Blazor WebAssembly. In fact, it's slightly easier to do it with that. So I'm loading that into my WordPress site. I'm also adding some CSS just because I want the styling to match up. And I've got this base tag so that links will also work. And once you've done that, you can go and start using your Blazor components. So in this case, in my Blazor code, I have said I want to register a custom element, and it's going to be the products list, and I'm giving it the name products-list. And since I'm loading the Blazor script into WordPress, I can now use that in my pages here. So inside all products, this is where it says to do show products grid, and I'm going to add a products list right there. So I'll hit save on that. And then when we go back to that page, you'll see we've now got our list of products rendering inside the WordPress application. And of course, it's got all the same functionality that you'd expect. It's got sorting, it's got all the searching, and it's got pagination. And it's partially integrated the styling as well for me, because I've got both WordPress CSS and Blazor CSS loaded together here. So they're kind of working together to control the final styling. So that's nice. But one other thing we could do is pass parameters as well. Let's say we want to have a page here called batteries that just displays batteries. At the moment, it displays everything, even though it's trying to just display batteries. So let me show you how it's trying. If I go to the editor here, you can see it's trying to pass a category and a subcategory into my Blazor code. But the Blazor code doesn't know anything about these parameters, so it's just ignoring that right now. But we can make it know about those parameters, and then it will work. So I'll go into my products list component, and I can use normal Blazor parameters. For example, here I'm adding category and subcategory parameters, and then I will change my filter logic so that it respects those parameters and adds extra where clauses for them. So here we go. We'll say if you've given us a category, we'll add a where clause for that, and similarly for the subcategory. And now we've added that feature. If I go back to this page and reload it, you'll see that the batteries screen now just shows batteries, and all products shows all products. So there we go. The point of that is simply that we can integrate Blazor, whether it's server or WebAssembly, with other web technologies, whether they're client-side rendered or server-side rendered, which may be very useful in many of your scenarios. Okay, so let's move on now, and we'll talk a little bit about Blazor WebAssembly and a couple of the new features that have been added there, starting with loading progress. Now, hopefully your Blazor WebAssembly app loads nice and quick, but it's always possible that some users will be on slow network connections and they might be waiting a little while for it to load. So it's kind of nice if you would show them the progress as it goes. So that is something we've now baked in by default. I'll show you the updated Blazor WebAssembly project template. So I'm just setting that as startup. I haven't changed this template in any way. This is just how it comes out of the box. And if you were very fast, you might have seen the loading indicator show up. It's a bit too fast to really see. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in my browser DevTools and I'm going to throttle the network to be extra slow. So it's going to load super slow, and I'm going to clear my browser cache. So it's definitely loading everything. And when I reload now, because it's throttled, it will take a while. And you can see that it's updating this progress as it goes. So the user's got a sense of how long they have to wait. Now, it's styled in this circular way right now, which we thought looked nice, but of course it's designed for you to customize and change in any way that you want to. All you have to do is go to the place in your index.html where that markup exists, and you can change it. So by default, we're rendering this SVG that renders a couple of circles to display, and I'll show you how it works in terms of getting the loading progress dynamically in a second. But to do that, I want to show it to you in the context of another thing, which is the new empty template. And we've added this for both Blazor Server and WebAssembly. And the idea of this is, after you've made a few Blazor sites, you probably don't really need to see any more counters and fetch data screens. You might have had enough of those by now. Quite a few people said they wanted a more empty template, so we've added that. And I'll show you what that looks like. And it's not completely empty. It's got some of the things that you need functionally to make your application work. But when it comes up, you'll see all it actually renders is just the word hello world. And if we look at the sources in that, you'll see there's only one page in there. And inside there, it simply displays hello world. So it's a slightly nicer starting point. And we've also simplified the CSS as well. So it doesn't have Bootstrap by default. The only CSS that it's got in there is 32 lines, and it's one thing that's to do with accessibility, and all the rest of it is just to do with how the error messages are styled if you have an unhandled error. That's just because if your error messages don't show up, it's kind of difficult to do your development. So we've added some default styling for that, but everything else is there for you to sort out yourself. All right. Now, I want to show you how we can set some custom loading progress in the context of this empty template. So I'm going to go here in my index.html to where the loading message is displayed. And let's just check that we can see it's loading. So I'm going to, once again, make sure that my network is throttled. And I will clear the site data so that it's going to go very, very slow. And now you'll see the word loading stays on the screen for quite a while. Let's customize it, shall we? What I'm going to do is I don't want a circular progress bar this time. Just to show you we can do other things, I'm going to add a linear progress bar. And it's quite easy to do. I'm going to add a single div with this custom class called linear progress. And then I'm going to add a bit of CSS to control how that renders. So my CSS is going to look like this. I'm going to say it's got a silver background, it's got a particular height, a particular width, and that's all I'm saying about that at the moment. Also, I want to render another element next to it or inside it, which is going to be blue. And I'm going to set this to be 30% of the width of its parent. And I've got some other stuff to do with animation as well. All right, so that's not really going to show the load progress because it's hard-coded to 30%. But let's just check how it displays. When I reload, you'll see, oh, I need to clear my cache again if we want it to really be there. Okay, you'll see it's now showing that 30% value. And if we want it to show the real load in progress, we can simply use a CSS variable, which is now built in. It's called Blazor load percentage, and Blazor will automatically change that dynamically to match the current load percentage. So if I go back and clear my site data one more time and reload, then this time you'll see that that progress bar is dynamically updating to show the actual load progress. And it's very slow because of what I've done in the network tools, but it is actually working. All right, so that is the empty template and loading progress. Now, there's other WebAssembly specific features too, which you can find in other talks in this conference. One of them is some enhancements to how authentication works, some new extensibility points that allow you to run some extra logic before and after auth so that you can pass some additional parameters to your authentication provider if you want to control a little bit more about how the auth works. And then there's also some big improvements to the underlying runtime in terms of its performance. So we've made AOT quite a lot faster. I don't have specific numbers, but in some of my experimental benchmarking, I've been getting apps that have been almost twice as fast with .NET 7 AOT as they were with .NET 6 AOT. Not promising it's always going to be that much of a multiple, but I'm just saying it can be quite a bit faster. And we've also got now support for vectorization or SIMD. Now, that's a little bit advanced. That's generally used with numerical algorithms. And what it means is that even on a single thread, your CPU can process multiple streams of data simultaneously. You do have to change your algorithm to make it use these new the SIMD APIs, but that is now supported on WebAssembly. It's been supported in regular .NET for quite a few years, but it's also now ready to go with your WebAssembly code. And then finally, quite excitingly, we have got an alpha level preview of real multi-threading for Blazor WebAssembly. This is not something that we expect you to actually use in production. In fact, it can't even be used out of the box in Blazor WebAssembly. We're going to add that shortly. But if you're using .NET on WebAssembly, there is the opportunity for you to try out .NET 8 multi-threading now, so you can get a sense of what works, what doesn't, give us some feedback. This absolutely isn't intended for production use just yet, but it gives you a sense of where we're going. And you can find out more about Blazor WebAssembly runtime features tomorrow in a talk that is all about it. Okay, so that is all we've got time for in this session. If you want to learn some more, you can go to the URLs that you see on your screen right now for an overview of all the ASP.NET Core features, including Blazor ones. And if you want this Products Manager sample that I've shown you just now, then you can go to the URL there and get that and try that out yourself. So there we go. That's all I've got time for, and I will hand you back. And I hope you have a great rest of the conference.
Cool. Thank you so much, Steve. Hang on for just a few seconds because we have some tweets rolling in, some questions for you. And again, if you want to ask questions throughout the show today or the rest of the week, hashtag .NETConf on Twitter. Matt, what do we have over here?
All right, we have one question coming in from DB. Are there any improvements to the debugger for debugging native Blazor WASM projects?
Yes, there are. I probably should have listed that. Did I list that on my slides? I did. Look, see, bottom right, improved debugger. Yes, there are some improvements. I don't have the exact list of what they are in my head, but there's a whole bunch of cases where the debugger wasn't able to evaluate properties or didn't provide quite the expected call stacks and so on in the past. And the runtime team did a bunch of great work to sort out a whole load of those scenarios. So it's much, much more capable of showing you the right and expected data as you're using the debugger now.
Okay. Great. And we have a couple, not necessarily questions, but people are super excited about the Quick Grid. David Pine here has a URL up. David's one of our content writers for .NET. If you want to see more Quick Grid information, asp.net.github.io/quickgridsamples. So, and there's a couple other tweets coming in about the Quick Grid as well. So that's super exciting to see that the community's super excited about the Quick Grid.
Steve, can you customize the Quick Grid to do and look like whatever you want?
Yeah, it doesn't really have very much built-in styling. It's expected that you would use CSS to control the way that almost any aspect of it appears. And in terms of the actual markup that's coming out of it, you can nearly always customize that. You can have custom column types, custom headers, custom pagination. Yeah, it's very much intended for customization.
Awesome. All right.
Great. And there's a couple other things I want to call out here. Let's see. Jeff Fritz said, well, you want to head over to the .NET Conf GitHub page, and I'll pull this up as soon as I find it, because we have a ton of like wallpapers.
Digital swag.
Digital swag, that's what it's called. Wallpapers, and even best, have you ever heard of VS Code Pets?
I have not. What is that?
All right, so it's a VS Code extension.
Okay.
You go, and of course you have to download it. You enable it, and then you have the .NET bot. It'll go across the bottom of VS Code. So you have a .NET Bot pet as your pet while you code.
While I'm coding?
While you code.
That's so. Wait, can I get Clippy?
You can get a cat.
Oh, okay, cats. All right, that's almost as cool. All right, well, let's pass it over. We have Safia and Stefan here to talk about minimal APIs in ASP.NET. Safia, you might have seen in the keynote earlier this morning, or whenever that was for you. So take it away, you two.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Safia.
And I'm Stefan, and we're here to talk to you about how to make the most of minimal APIs in .NET 7. As a bit of an agenda, we're going to talk about the new endpoint filters, route groups, some improvements we made to auth, new concept called endpoint metadata providers, and general improvements we made to testing. So to kick things off, Safia is going to show off some endpoint filters right now.
Amazing. Cool. So I'm going to hop into my editor here. One of the things that we were tasked with, Stefan, was building a training API for a local gym. Now, this API is pretty simple. We want to be able to manage personal trainers who work at the gym and clients who attend the gym. So we've been working hard on this API. We've got all of the endpoints associated with our application here. You can see all of the client-related routes up here, and we've got all the trainer-related routes down at the bottom. Now, one of the things I was tasked with was adding support for logging in our application. And I want to take advantage of a new feature in .NET 7 to add this support, specifically endpoint filters. Endpoint filters allow you to introspect the parameters that are sent to a particular request, process them as you might see fit, modify them, and also intercept the responses that are emitted from a particular endpoint. In this particular scenario, I've implemented this request auditor endpoint filter. It's a pretty basic filter. It's going to take a look at the current path that is being requested and simply log it to my logger. One of the things we'll notice is that these endpoint filter factories have access to application services. So we can access things that are in DI. Here, I'm accessing the logger factory to support logging in my filter. We'll also notice that they have access to this endpoint invocation context concept. This allows me to access the parameters that are being sent to my requests, as well as the HTTP context. Here, I'm using that to get the request and the path associated with my application. So what I expect to happen here is that every time a user hits an endpoint in my application that has the filter registered, this logic will execute. But how do I register this filter? Great point. We're going to scroll up to one of our endpoints here. We've got our client's ID endpoint with this get method. And you'll notice that I'm invoking the add endpoint filter factory method to register the request auditor factory that I just showed you. So let's go ahead and see this in action. I'm going to go ahead and run my application. And we're going to observe two things happening. First, we've hit a breakpoint in the factory associated with our filters. Filter factories are functions that return filter delegates. Here we can see that the factory is invoked once when we start our application. We're using it in this case to access the DI container and get the logger factory. If I hit continue, we'll notice that it's invoked every time a filter is registered in our endpoints. That's an interesting point to capture, and it's going to touch on something we're going to show you in just a bit. For now, I'll continue through. Once our application has launched, we can go ahead and test our actual filter. We'll do that by issuing a call to the client's ID endpoint. So we'll try it out, pass an ID, 1 for example, and hit execute. We've jumped back into our editor because our filter has been invoked now. And we'll notice that we're able to inspect the path that the request was sent to. Here you can see that it's being sent to the client's 1 path. That's the ID that was just emitted. So this is going to go ahead and log that message out in my console. So we're going to go ahead and continue. One thing I'm noticing, Stefan, is that I want this request auditor filter applied on a bunch of the endpoints in our application. So I want it on all the trainer routes, I want it on all the client-based routes, but I'm finding that I keep having to call add endpoint filter factory on every endpoint, and it's getting a little tedious. Do you have something that could help me with that?
All right, yeah, I think we do. And this is going to bring us to a new feature in .NET 7 called route groups. One of the feedback, or a piece of feedback that we got in .NET 6 regarding minimal APIs is that there's a lot of repetition. In some cases, when you say need to add a filter to a bunch of endpoints or add, say, something like an attribute. With MVC controllers, you can add an attribute to an entire class, and that can keep your code more dry, right? So you're not repeating yourself. So if we take a quick look at this new version of Program CS, you'll see that we have this method that we're calling called map group. And this map group method returns what's known as a route group builder. So it's taking a route pattern. One thing you'll notice here really quickly is that we're not just taking a prefix that's static, we're taking a route value, that's the ID. This can be done in a group. You can even apply a group to your entire app with like an empty string that's allowed. So a route group builder is something that allows you to both
call methods like mapGet, mapPost, and mapController if you want to. So any number of ways to add endpoints, map Blazor pages. And it also implements this maybe lesser known interface called the iEndpoint Convention Builder, which then allows you to do things like add filters to a bunch of endpoints at once. So in this case, I took your example with the request auditor, and I'm applying it to every endpoint that's for clients. So if we try it out, right, you see that here we just pass in an empty pattern. For what it's worth, that's equivalent to doing this as well. We kind of, when we're merging groups, we always separate with a path separator. And let's see how it goes, right? So the idea here is, since we take this return value, this route group, we're adding these endpoints not to app, but to clients, which is now based off this app. So you're just appending client's ID, and then in this case, nothing. And let's take a real quick look. So if we look at the Swagger output, we'll refresh, and we can make a request to, say, client ID 1. And hopefully, if we then look, we get a 200 response. And if we look at our console output, the request auditor ran.
Awesome.
This is a new feature in .NET 7. We're super excited to get your feedback on. One notably missing feature from this is you cannot add middleware. So for instance, if you want to call something like use authentication, use authorization, you still have to call that on the entire app and not just a group. The idea there is that you can use the metadata, right? So if you have middleware that is so-called endpoint aware, like authorization, you can look at the metadata added to the group via something like require authorization and so forth, and apply middleware selectively that way, even though you can't add middleware directly to a group. It's something we've considered, so we'd love your feedback on. Now, I've teased authorization a little. We didn't go into that super heavily, but that's another thing we've improved in .NET 7.
Yeah, I was actually just hoping to share some things about that. If we hop over to my window, I want to show you some of the things we did in .NET 7 to make working with authentication and authorization a little bit easier. First things first, I've enabled job bearer-based authentication in my application with this line call that we see here. Now, one thing you'll notice is that we are not passing a default scheme to the add authentication call. That's because we made a change in .NET 7 so that if you have only registered a single authentication schemes, which is what I've done here, I only have job bearer-based auth enabled, that will be assumed as the default. So we save you a little bit of typing. If it's only one, it's assumed as the default. We've also made some improvements to the process for constructing authorization policies. There's a new extension method on services called Add Authorization Builder. When you invoke this method, not only will authorization services be registered in DI, you'll also get an authorization builder that you can construct policies on directly. So I'm using that here to construct the trainer access policy that we're going to use to lock down our trainer-related endpoints to admins. So that's step one. We've defined our authentication and our authorization policies. Now, I want to make the experience for testing authorization locally a little bit simpler. And I want to do that by leveraging some of the authentication integrations that exist in OpenAPI. Now, if you notice, if we head over to our OpenAPI page, we've got this lock icon in the top right corner, and we've got endpoints with lock icons on each route. So how did we get that working? Let's take a look. First, the fact that we were able to infer that authorization is enabled globally for our application is because of support for the new Infer Security Schemes option in Swashbuckle's generator options. So I've set it here to true. What will happen is if we detect that there's a job bearer authentication option in our application, we'll automatically generate the OpenAPI metadata required to show that authorization button in our UI. Now, that just configures authentication globally in the application. It says, hey, there's endpoints here that need auth. But it doesn't configure the fact that individual endpoints need to be lit up with auth. To do that, I've implemented an extension method called Enable OpenAPI Authentication that leverages the new with OpenAPI extension method that we released in .NET 7 to add the security scheme definition for individual endpoints that require authorization. So with those 3 steps and a little bit of magic inference, we're able to get the authorization working in all the places I need it. Now at that point, what I want to be able to do is present tokens to the authorization provider. How do I do that? We teased this a little bit earlier in the keynote, but we want to leverage the new .NET UserJots tool to generate tokens locally for testing. Now, what's great about the .NET UserJots tool is it supports a ton of different customizations. Based on what kinds of claims, scopes, and roles your application is configured to accept, you can create tokens that either match those requirements or don't match them if you want to test how resilient your application is to invalid tokens. So what I've done here is I've generated a token that matches the policy that is expected by my application. My policy, as a reminder, expects us to have a role trainer and a claim that says we have admin permissions on the application. And I get a token that's generated with this particular information. Now here we go. I can copy the token over into my Swagger UI and be able to test some of the endpoints in my application that require authorization, such as the get trainers endpoint. So let's try this out. We'll hit execute. We hit our logger endpoint. Trusty, good to know that we're doing the right things. And one of the things we'll notice is that the authorization token has been passed in as part of the header to the request. And our authorization middleware is able to validate that token and assert that the claims and scopes and roles that are configured on it are correct or incorrect. In this case, we provided a valid token. So we get a 200 response with an XML response body. That's interesting. We kind of talked about XML results at last year's .NET Conf. Looks like we were able to do it here. Stefan, do you want to share how we were able to get that working?
Yeah, so last year when we were moonlighting for Contoso Construction, we created an XML result, but it didn't give us that nice Swagger output that actually told you it would be XML. So you could, using groups, let's say that like all these trainer endpoints were XML, they're not, but let's say they were. You could do like produces response, or with various, don't have the IntelliSense, but you can add response type metadata to an entire group manually. But if we take a real quick look at this get trainers service, we'll see that we're returning this XML result type that we created last year in .NET Conf, but with a new addition. So we're using the extension method syntax to make it super easy. We, like we showed last year, watch. I unfortunately can't rehash it all, but who knows, maybe if we have time and questions. But this is basically for just a quick refresh, implementing iResult. So those of you who are familiar with MVC, this is very similar to action result. You can basically party on an HTTP context and write whatever you want directly to HTTP context response.body, and that's what we do right here with the XML serializer. What's new in .NET 7 is this iEndpoint metadata provider. This is taking advantage of a new C# feature, which are static abstract interfaces. I think they're super cool. When I first heard it, it's like, how can it be both static and abstract? And what it really comes down to is basically when you're using something like generics, or when you know the type at build time, you can basically call these static methods to infer, in this case, additional metadata about the endpoint. So what we're going to say when we call this static populate metadata method is that we have XML response type metadata, which will, 200 status code sets application XML response type. And then in minimal APIs, we will discover any return value or parameter value that implements iEndpoint metadata provider. Or there's also for parameters. So if we take a quick look again, we were just looking at this. This is providing you with the method info. So this is the reflection API that can give you all the parameters to your route handler, as we call it, right? So that in this case would be this get trainers method is our route handler, and this is returning our XML result. This is not really the main point of this talk, but this is using a new results kind of union type. And this is important because we could change this service and it would be valid to be like, we return an iResult. And this will work at runtime. But then we're going to lose all that Swagger metadata because our analysis is based on minimal APIs being able to observe that, hey, we can return an XML result, which we know is application XML based on that produces metadata, or not found, right, which is a 404. Additionally, if you're using like a parameter, if we take a quick look at XML result, there is one other similar type. It's iEndpoint parameter metadata provider. So if you're like implementing try, parse, or bind async, we're not going to go over that again, though those are now also static abstract interface methods if you want them to be. You can get the parameter info. So you can see specifically say the name of your parameter. If that's important to like how you're binding, you can take advantage of that. And then you can populate the metadata. So let's get this back to building. I actually do have it running already in the background from before. Nice. So let's see. Let's go. I'm going to have to, hopefully I didn't copy anything, using the user jots tool, which is super convenient for testing. We got to authorize this endpoint because you remember that we used the group to basically require authorization for every single thing, right? And this basically allows us to avoid repeating this a bunch of times. So now that we have that set up, hopefully, it will show us that it expects XML, like Safia. Wait, not the post, the get. We didn't do all of them. It expects the XML.
Nice.
And then now that we have the auth set up, hopefully we don't get a 401. And we do not.
That looks right. Awesome.
Yeah. So super exciting. And just like an FYI, before we hand off to talk about some super cool testing improvements, like this is the equivalent to doing new authorized attribute. Okay, I just tried this earlier. All right, this is what I get for doing any kind of live coding. Trainer access, right? So this is equivalent. This is basically adding an authorized attribute to the entire group, but we have the convenience method for you. But anyway, I've now written all this stuff. I tested it manually using user jots and stuff with Swagger. But I mean, I'm a good software developer. So I mean, automated testing is a must, right?
Yes. I appreciate that you're a great software developer, Stefan.
I try to be.
And I agree, automated testing is a must. So let's hop into my editor here, and I'll show you a little bit of what we've done for .NET 7 to improve testing. Now, this is also a callback to our .NET 6 minimal APIs talk, where we showcased that unit testing minimal API-based applications could get a little rough sometimes because you did not have access to the results types that your application could return. So for example, if your application returned a created result or a no content result, there was no way to assert on that because the types were not public. That was something that we improved in .NET 7.
Good feedback from the community, too.
Yes, that was based on community feedback. And it was something that we improved in .NET 7, so we're always looking to iterate and refine the experience for working with minimal APIs. So what can you do now that you couldn't do before? Well, here's an example. I've got a training service which encapsulates the business logic associated with my application. I'm invoking it here with a mocked database context. I'm going to go ahead and send a request to the create client handler. This is the handler that gets invoked when the user sends a post to the client's route. Now, one of the things you'll notice is I'm actually able to do an assert.isType invocation using my unit testing library to confirm that the results that I get out of my API is the created type. Now my typed result here is cast appropriately, and I can inspect the status code to make sure that it's correct, which is, a 201 status code. And I can also examine the value that's returned as part of that result, which is the client that was created, which I've provided as part of my data here. So we can run this test, and it will work. We have access to all of the types that are needed to provide these assertions.
Confident.
Yes, it went green. I love seeing green. It's one of the most satisfying things. One of the other approaches that still works in .NET 7 is integration testing using the Web Application Factory. So I've showcased this strategy here for the Get Clients endpoint. You can see here that I'm able to instantiate a new API application. This is just an instance of an implementer of the Web Application Factory API. We can go and check that out here and see that we're implementing the Web Application Factory and providing all of the necessary configurations. We get an HTTP client out of our Web Application Factory that we can then use to query the API. So here I am sending a GET call to the client's endpoint. And, I can go ahead and read the response body if I wanted to assert that, I get the correct JSON. I can even serialize this or deserialize it and assert that the content is what I expect, in this case, a client object. And of course, I can check on the status code since this is just your plain old HTTP response. So this is pretty neat. The fact that we improved being able to inspect results in .NET 7 means that writing unit tests is a lot easier, so we can have confidence in the API we just built. And integration tests are just another layer of robustness that we can have in the testing experience. So I would say that was a pretty good rundown of what is in .NET 7 for minimal APIs. Right, Stefan?
I think so. Thanks for joining us. And do we have time for questions?
It's on all sides up.
All right. So thanks. Sorry. So super excited.
We've been told to riff, which is great. So how can you engage with some of the stuff that we just shared here today? There is a link up behind us that Stefan made, which is where you can see the code for this demo. I know there's a lot of code that gets shown in these talks, so go and check out aka.ms/ASP.NET/minappy demo 2022, and you'll find the code that we were just perusing through.
To be clear, I just created the shortened link. Safia created the repo.
Yes. And if you want to learn more about minimal APIs, you can check out the learn.microsoft.com page on minimal.
Oh, that was great. Thank you for riffing. Now, that is exactly how you know when it's live, because sometimes you just have to riff, and you both did great. I love minimal APIs. .NET 6, now even better in .NET 7, and I'll admit, every single API is minimal API, and now with .NET 7, they're going to be even better. Now, hold on. We have a couple questions coming in from Twitter, and I just have to make sure I can find them. And, all right, right here. Is it better to have an endpoint filter apply to all endpoints or to use middleware?
So I would say that endpoint filters are super cool because they give you access to the parsed parameters and allow you basically a higher level programming model than middleware. When you're writing middleware, you're dealing with the basics of HTTP, like request bodies, response bodies, whereas with filters, you're dealing with parameters and results, which can be super convenient. If you want to customize parameters coming in based on what group it's in and so forth, that would be very difficult with middleware. So I think they serve different purposes.
Yeah. And to that end, I would add that in some ways we tried to design filters and middleware so that they share a lot of the core patterns. So for example, middlewares and filters are executed in the same order in the request pipeline. So it's kind of this Russian doll inside out execution model. So some of that kind of parity in the implementation makes the ergonomics similar between the two, but filters do give you a better API for accessing arguments via a getArguments invocation that you can call on the context. And there's also some performance improvements that we've made under the hood to make accessing those arguments a little bit more performant.
Super fast.
And
we kind of glossed over that these work on MVC actions. So if you want to call add endpoint filter after map controllers, that is a thing that you can do, or apply it to a group.
Great. Love the fact that it's super fast. I never heard anything described as Russian dolls before when we're talking about APIs. But it actually is. That's a great way to think about it. So I did want to call out a couple more things. I talked about the digital swag before, and we already have it on an Apple Watch. Can you believe it?
That's so cool. Ray Garza put it on an Apple Watch. And because I didn't have it, here it is. aka.ms, and it's actually /dig-swag. Dig swag. That's how you're going to get to it. It's going to be a short link. Going to bring you over to the GitHub repo, and you can download all the digital swag that we were talking about before. Wallpapers, the VS Pet, which is a little .NET bot running around. Super great. Everything that you could possibly want for there. Now, just a quick reminder that right now we are in the web portion of our programming. So we had the state of the web with Dan Roth, and now we're going through a bunch of different web sessions where we're diving a little bit deeper down into it.
Matt.
Uh-oh, Maddie!
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh!
I just came in from the studio, from the wonderful DevRel Studios that are putting on this great event, and they wanted me to call out some amazing reminders about .NET Conf today, because there's a ton of things going on.
Yes.
I know you mentioned earlier there is the Decoder Challenge.
Yes.
So everything we're going to talk about, the links are on .NETconf.net. .NETconf.net. Yeah, I can do that. The newly redesigned.
Oh my, we'll talk about that in a bit.
Oh, it's beautiful. So yeah, there's this Decoder Challenge. You can win some prizes. There's of course the digital swag at the .NET Conf repo on GitHub. And our sponsors, of which we have a bunch of amazing sponsors, they've put together 25 swag bags. 25! So that's actually a pretty good chance of winning.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yep.
So you can fill out a form at .NETconf.net and see if you win one of those, and we'll announce those at some point. There's also the Code Magazine offer, free for all of our viewers. So you can go up at tinyurl.com/CodeFocus2022 and sign up for a free Code Magazine. It's pretty awesome. Sounds pretty good.
Everybody can get it. And I love Code Magazine. Hard copy. Do you remember hard copies, Maddie?
I know, of real magazines. I know, you hold them like this and you flipped the pages.
Yep.
Well,
and Code Magazine dives down deep into code
Into
topics.
code? Into code.
And so yeah, I totally love it. And it's going to be all focused on .NET Conf.
I saw on Twitter while I was out in the studio, there is a Code Magazine article by the David Ordnow that they tweeted about earlier today.
Really?
So that's pretty cool if you ask me. And of course, at the end of today at 5 PST, so whatever time that is for you locally, and you can always catch the recording, there's a code party.
Oh, that's right. Jeff Fritz, Richard Campbell, going to be doing some coding, code party. It's going to be great. We call it actually code party and an attendee party. So it's a virtual attendee party. I'm sure they're going to be interacting with the attendees as we go along.
That sounds
Jeff does a
great.
lot of Twitch. And so I'm sure it's going to be just like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, super fun.
Lots of chat interaction, I'm sure. So make
Yeah.
sure you hop on Twitch or YouTube, and if you chat, Jeff might see it and say hi.
Yep.
Pull up your question. And and so I think you mentioned already, we're in the middle of web.
We're web right now.
Web section.
We have one more web session coming up.
Okay.
And then we're going to transition into the cloud.
The cloud.
The cloud.
Oh my, and that's where you really shine.
That's where I am. That's where I am. I
Yeah.
shine, everywhere. I'm like the sun. I'm like the sun. But, and after that, we're going to go over into the client. And Maddie, that's where you shine.
That's where I am,
That's where you shine. And then after that, we have a great several sessions, what are called developer stories, which is where product teams in Microsoft are using .NET. So we get to see how things are going, real live .NET usage across different product teams, and it's amazing. Like the Xbox team for Halo is using .NET.
Oh,
Crazy
that's
time.
cool.
Crazy time.
That's really cool.
Teams using .NET.
Wow.
The .NET website, get a load of this, www.net using .NET.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Would you ever imagine? And here's the best part about .NET.
.NET.
Brand new look. Brand new look.
Yes, and it looks amazing. And new
Yeah.
fonts. One of the fonts is called something very weird.
Is it called .NET?
No, I wish it was, but Myra tweeted about it. So.
Yeah, it's amazing. So we have coming up Sebastian Ross to talk about high performance applications with ASP.NET Core. Cool. Sebastian, over to you.
Hi everyone. My name is Sebastian. Thank you, Matt. Today I will talk about how to build performance services with the new features of .NET 7.0 that shipped today. So what we'll talk about is protocol improvements like HTTP2 and HTTP3 improvements in terms of performance and also some new features. We'll talk about rate limiting which is new in .NET 7, and also new in .NET 7 output caching. And all of these should make your apps much faster. I hope so. Some reminder that this session might contain some monsters. So if you're afraid of monsters, please be careful or skip the part with monsters. Let's start with HTTP2 improvements. First with performance. So some new features in HTTP2 in .NET 7.0 for Kestrel. Main change in HTTP2 was from a refactoring of how it works internally to be using channels, which is an asynchronous concurrent queue that is used now to maintain streams over HTTP2. So there's a link in the pull request here, but if we take two different benchmarks here, the first one went from 110,000 RPS to 4 million RPS. And the second benchmark went from 1.2 million to 6.8 million, just because of this change on HTTP2. So I really urge you to switch to .NET 7 if you are using HTTP2, for instance, for gRPC. Another perf improvement that was made in .NET 7 for HTTP2 is how the data frame size negotiation has been updated to allow for faster throughput when the network has a high latency. So that's also very important. And like your uploads could go like from 40 seconds to 5 seconds because of this change. Another change on HTTP2 is the support for WebSockets. WebSockets is a bidirectional communication mechanism in HTTP. And by default on HTTP1, you can only have one stream of data per connection, which means per endpoint, actually. With HTTP2 and the new support in Kestrel for WebSockets, you can have multiple endpoints shared across the same connection. However, you might still be, each stream might still impact the other one. So we'll see other improvements later. And there is no configuration required. So let's jump into a quick demo just to warm up the fingers and the brains. So here I have a sample web app that will create a WebSocket with a client. And it's very simple code. So the standard minimal API code with a hello world endpoint, and then a WS endpoint that will create the WebSocket, that will connect to WebSocket request. And when it's connected, it will just wait for messages to come and then send an echo message with the same payload. And this is what this is doing, is just receiving a message and then sending the same thing and waiting for the next message until the next message is to close the connection. So let's see if I can just change this code and add some message when we receive some WebSocket communication. So I save it, and here I should have the application running here. So this is my application running, and if I go on this site here, I will open this URL. And I can see here that I have a communication with this page, with the hello world page on HTTP2. If I go on this WebSocket client and I start to connect to the same service but on the WS endpoint, I will connect. And you can see that this connection has been made with HTTP2 Connect, which means we are talking with the WebSocket on HTTP2. Also important to note that I didn't change the default protocols that are listened to in Kestrel because the default in .NET 7 are HTTP1 and HTTP2. So that's how it upgraded automatically to HTTP2 when I connected with the home page, and how the WebSocket used HTTP2 because I already had a connection from the browser with HTTP2. Going back to the slides and talking about HTTP3. So HTTP3, for those who don't know, is a new wish protocol that uses QUIC, which is based on UDP instead of TCP. And what it means is that the traffic is supposed to be faster, less latency. It's supported by Chrome, Edge, Firefox, Opera, and Safari, but in optional mode. So you have to opt in Safari to be able to use that. In Kestrel, it was experimental in .NET 6 when it was introduced. And In .NET 7, it's now no more experimental, but it's still enabled only by configuration. Some improvements in .NET 7 also were made on HTTP3 since last year. It was first released. On reliability, on the API shape, so some changes. That's why it was experimental, so we could play with how to use the HTTP3 protocol. On the correctness, so it's just work better compared to the specification, and also performance improvements on HTTP3. This is how you would opt in into the HTTP3 protocol from an ASP.NET Core app. So by default, I just said a minute ago that HTTP1 and HTTP2 are supported when you don't say anything, but you can change that to force any specific protocol and also to support HTTP3 automatically. In terms of performance, some changes for HTTP3 are memory allocations improvements. And whenever you allocate less, your app will go faster in terms of RPS, in terms of latency, because less garbage collections. So that's a very important point in .NET 7 for HTTP3. Another improvement is how the headers encoding is done, which is one of the main features of HTTP3. So lots of improvements on the QPAC algorithm implementation in .NET. And finally, a new feature in HTTP3 in .NET 7, for HTTP3 in .NET 7, is web transport. So I talked about it earlier. WebSockets in HTTP1 requires a connection per stream. So if you have a stream of data back and forth from the client and the server, you have one connection. And if you need two streams of data, then you need two connections. And so it doesn't scale much. With HTTP2 and the WebSocket support, it scales better because on a single connection, we can multiplex multiple streams of data. And that solves an issue. However, because how it's done with TCP, if you lose a packet, then on a stream, other streams of data will be impacted in terms of performance. So that's not the best way to get the communication working. With HTTP3, on a single connection, you have independent streams. So even if one stream gets slowed down, the other streams won't get impacted. This feature, web transport, is the way it's supported. It's not WebSockets, it's a new kind of transport. And in .NET 7, it's experimental because it's still a draft, actually. I linked here to a document that explains how to use it in .NET 7. We won't have time to show that today. Now, let's talk about rate limiting. So rate limiting is a new feature in .NET 7. And the idea of rate limiting is to be able to limit how many requests you will receive on your web app. One reason might be to protect the overall health of your system. Imagine that you have a request that goes to the database, and the database queries might be slow and you can't support lots of them at the same time. If you accept too many requests from your clients, you might get the database to go down because it's using too much resources. So one way of fixing that is to limit the rate of the requests that come in. You might also think about it to be able to provide an SLA to your application. Like if your application says that you have to answer to any request in less than 10 milliseconds, you can't accept all the requests that maybe your clients would like to send. So by limiting this number of requests, you might be able to support the SLA you're setting. Another way to use rate limiting is to prevent abuse from some users. Some users might just send a burst of data to test your system to see if they can take it down, like denial of service. And by using rate limit, you can define how many requests you can set per user, for instance, to define these API usage limits. So defining per user or based on the subscription level, because you might want any user, any standard user, any anonymous user to be limited to a specific number of requests per second. But maybe you want your subscribers, your actual customers, to have more than this. And it's also a way to enforce or to encourage customers to go to a subscription level. Example is GitHub. I assume most of you are familiar with GitHub, and that's what GitHub does. By default, when you go to an API on GitHub, as an anonymous user, you will be limited to 60 requests per hour. Okay? And once you reach these 60 requests in 1 hour, then you will get some kind of error message. A nice message telling you you've reached your rate limit, so you need to wait for the next hour, or to authenticate, because on GitHub, when you're an authenticated user, then you get 5,000 requests per hour. So that's a very good example on how you could implement rate limiting in .NET 7 in ASP.NET Core. So what are the features that rate limiting provide? Simply speaking, rate limiting is defining a number of leases that are issued, and each request that comes in is taking a lease. So the idea is to have as many requests as leases you have. And if you have more requests, then you have not enough leases available, so you will get an error message. There are many ways to issue leases from rate limiting features. The first way is to use a fixed time window. What it means is that, let's say, for the next hour, I will grant 60 leases. And once these 60 leases have been taken by a request, then you will have to wait for the next hour window to get a new set of 60 leases to be available for your request. That's the simplest way to implement rate limiting. Another way is to use a sliding time window. It's like the fixed time window, but assume that this hour, this time frame of an hour, will move along with the time. So if you send a burst of 60 requests in the first hour at the beginning of the hour, you might not have to wait for the next full hour to get renewed the 60. Or if you just send 10 at the beginning of the hour, these 10 will come back after a specific amount of time, not the full hour. So the window of time is sliding continuously. Then there is the concurrency limit, which lets you define how many concurrent requests at the same time can be alive on the server. That's a good limit to define as a global limit if you want to prevent whatever the amount of API rate limit you have for each user. You might want to have a global limit to say, well, whatever's happening, I don't want more than 10 users on my machine because I know the database cannot support that. That's an example. And in this case, it's not the number of leases, but the number of concurrent leases at the same time. A token bucket limit is behaving in a way that the leases are replenished every period of time, and at the same time, so what's happening is that it's not a sliding window, like it's not replenished based on the usage, but it's just adding more and more leases every period of time. Let's say if the period of time is 1 minute and I want to replenish 2 leases, every 1 minute you will get 2 more leases added to your bucket. And if your bucket is full, that's fine. But every time you take a lease from the bucket is emptying itself. So the idea is that there is a stream of leases coming into your bucket that you define, and then your request will take some out of this bucket. Finally, a feature of rate limiting is partitioning. That lets you define all of these limits per custom values. This custom value could be a user, an IP address, a company, whatever you want, a subscription ID. It's up to you to define whatever value you want. So this will allow you to define those limits in a fair way for all your users. So you can define what is the partition you want to assign to all your limits. Let's jump into a demo for rate limiting. So if I open this one here I have an empty application, default empty applications, and well, what it's doing is that when I run this application, it will write a gravatar. So let's open this thing. This is my application, and when I refresh here, you can see I get a new monster every time. This monster is randomly generated, and what we get is the counter of monster generated, the time it was generated, and the connection identifier. So here the last two letters are important, D9. And if I refresh, I have the same connection. I'm generating a new monster. You can see at the same time, on the bottom right, that the same information is rendered in the output of my application on my window here. You see the same thing, the same connection is used. And what I will use also is a load generator named Bombardier will create lots of connections, lots of requests. Here I will say one connection, and I will tell Bombardier to generate 10 requests as fast as it can on this single connection. So if I hit enter, you will see here that I got 10 requests, 10 responses with 200 results, so they all worked. And in my log, I saw all these ones appearing. So now let's add rate limiting, because I don't want my users to be able to send requests that fast. Going back here, we'll first add the rate, add rate limiter options and services. And I will just to grab this example. Oops, I typed too much. So here what I have is add rate limiter to add the service and options, and add fixed window limiter that will create a fixed window limiter named not so fast, with an option of a window of 1 second and 3 permit limit, 3 leases. So every second I will get the 3 requests available, and the next second I will get 3 more. If I use my 3 requests, then I can't do anything more. So if I run that, and I go to generate monsters by refreshing, I get all my monsters, but if I go faster, like, oh, sorry, it doesn't work because I need to enable the service. So app.use rate limiter. And I also need to protect my endpoint by saying require limiter with the not so fast policy that we just created. Starting it again. And now if I refresh, I'm getting 1, 2, 3, 4, some 503 answers. If I started from Bombardier, which will send 10 requests as fast as it can, I'm also getting 3 good responses and 7 bad responses which are rejected. Now, let's fix that and say, I don't want my users to be blocked by this. I want them to wait for the next available window instead of being rejected as soon as we can. So here I will say queue limit and say 1. What's happening then is, as I send my 10 requests as fast as I can, there is some delay, it's slower, but they will all come through. They will all be served. And what I see here is they are all using the same connection, AL, but the first request comes on the second 44, and then the third one on the second 45th, which is exactly 1 second after the first one, because it was this third one was waiting for a list to be available. And as soon as it was there, I get my 2 other requests in the same second, and then 3 in the next second, and then again in the next second. So this way, we are limiting the rate, but we are not preventing our clients from being served a response. Now, imagine I create 2 connections. And I run the 10 requests as fast as I can, but I need to unblock this app. This time, they are not served. I get 6 requests served and 4 which were not served. What's happening is that the first 3 requests got through, then we were queued, and then some seconds passed, and then I got a new list, but some of them didn't get through. So what we can do in this case is partition our rate limit to support different connections. So to do that, I will use a little more a rate limit which is a little bit different to be configured, but that allows me to define here a custom partition. And to partition my rate limit, I will use the identifier of the connection. So each connection will get the same rate limit, which is 3 leads per second with a queue limit of 1. So if I save that, and I send my same load with this one should restart. Which is here. So if I start it again, this time, because I have a partition per ID, per connection ID, I have all my requests that have been served. Okay? So that's how you configure the partitioning. And this partitioning can be further enhanced by, for instance, setting different limits per user if the user is authenticated, or per remote IP address if the user is anonymous. So you can say that each different connection, each different company will get a different set of leases. So that's how you do rate limiting in .NET 7. So now output caching, which is also a new feature in .NET 7, will allow you to not process the same server request if it renders the same value. So this way we'll store the result and reuse it across the next request. In .NET 7 you can store it in memory by default, but also on disk, on Redis, and blob storage. It will also prevent cache stampede and thundering herd, which will happen if your site starts up and then all your clients come at the same time and want to get the same result. And it can invalidate cache entries by tag if you need to be able to invalidate a full section of your site. And finally, it supports cache revalidation, which is a way of returning a not modified answer if the value you have in the client is the same as the server will return if it was cached. So let's see a small demo of that. I will remove this policy that we don't need. I will remove the QLimit. And I will add output caching. Here I'm defining a pretty fast policy that will expire after 3 seconds. I need to use the output caching, and I need to add output cache on this endpoint. And what's happening here, if I send the same load, is that I can see there is a single request, but it's still rate limited. A single request is good because it was cached, but still rate limited because I use the output cache after the rate limiting. If I use it before the rate limiting, then all my requests are answered and a single monster has been generated on the server side. Something you might not see here, if I use latencies, we'll see that. If I disabled a default feature which is called locking that prevents cache stampede, we will see, and we will see, I need to remove the 2 connections because I need lots of connections to send the traffic as fast as we can. And I can't see that. Let's see. Did I save? It doesn't work. So I don't know what. We should have seen that by disabling the set locking, we need to see a burst of requests because they are not cached. Or maybe my monster are generated too fast and I can't trigger that. That's OK. You'll trust me. It should have worked. But here we see that's weird because set locking is false, and I can see they all serve at the same time. That's worrying. Too bad. So we should have seen that without locking, all the requests are processed by the server. And with locking, which is the default, only a single request has been processed and all the other ones got the same result. As a conclusion, so you get, by upgrading to .NET 7, you get free performance, which means just upgrade it and you get free performance. Nothing to do on your web app. And then there are some features that will give you marginal gains, but when you add up all these marginal gains, you get much better performance. And we saw WebSockets improvements, web transports, new rate limiting features, and finally the new output caching feature to improve your applications. Thanks, everyone. Matt, your turn. Do you have questions?
Cool. Thank you for that. That was an awesome talk. Any thoughts on that one?
Well, what caught me right away was free performance. Free.
Free.
Not have to do anything right away, and it was so cool. I mean, but we dug deep into it. We dug deep into performance, and that's what I really like about these pillars that we're doing, the areas of .NET Conf, where we just talk about the web. Where we got down, we talked about output caching, we talked about rate limiting, and we talked about the new WebSocket stuff that we introduced, and we really got down there. But free, Maddie, we got free. Free.
All right, let's see what questions we had to roll in. Oh, and 2 new ones just came in. That's exciting. All right, here's one. From A. Does rate limiting work in distributed environments with any storage abstraction?
Yes, obviously. Good question, thank you. Yeah, you could store the rate limiting counters in Redis, for instance, because you need to share these counters across your farm in case you use a farm and you scale out, sorry. So yes, you can do that.
Awesome. And can you add rate limits for certain types of requests?
Yes, you can. I would say you can do whatever you want with these things because the policies are completely extensible and we provide 4 of them out of the box, but you will create your own custom policies if you need to.
Cool. And what about based on tenant? Is each tenant rate limited individually or does it have its own count?
So there is no such thing as a tenant in ASP.NET Core, but if you create your own tenant services and then you isolate the scope of each tenant, the state of each tenant, then you can use the same state for your own rate limiting implementations.
Cool. Well, thank you, John, for that question. That was pretty cool. Where was the other one I was thinking of? That was, this one. Not rate limiting related, but for HTTP 3, is Quick based on MS Quick or on a managed implementation?
It's MS Quick.
Cool.
Which is native.
Cool. That's exciting. All right. Let's see. No refreshing. All right. Is it better to have an endpoint filter applied to all endpoints or to use a middleware?
Actually, we answered that one before. That was in our
middleware is always the best thing because it's the fastest. But I'm sure filter, you can do that with a filter. Safia will have answered that for sure.
Oh. Well, that's because I was out there learning about all the cool things going on today.
That's right.
So that's why I missed it. Sorry. Cool. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk all that great performance. And rate limiting, whenever I think of rate limiting, I think of instant messaging and when you used to spam type and then it would be like, you need to stop.
Stop.
So that's actually a modern use.
Stop. Yep. Yeah. No, that's super, super great, and I love diving down deep into performance. And again, I'm going to bring it back up. It is free. You don't have to do anything at all to get right away into it. And what's actually cool, performance is a big theme in .NET 7. So you're going to see that around a lot of different things, not just with ASP.NET Core. You're going to see performance increases across the board, probably even with some .NET MAUI stuff too.
Oh, yes, there is.
Yeah, absolutely. So we talked all about the web, and now we're going to slowly start transitioning up into the cloud.
To the cloud?
Yeah, can you believe it?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I can't wait. So we have a lot of stuff coming up, and we're going to be talking with Scott Hunter pretty soon about the state of the cloud. We're going to have our keynote to start off, and then
the mini keynote.
The mini keynote. Yep, a half hour worth of keynote, and then we're going to be going into more deeper sessions as we go along to find out about more cloud details as we go.
So let's go over to Scott then for the state of Azure and .NET.
Ooh, thanks, folks. So you saw in the keynote, we talked a whole bunch about containers and .NET and all the things you could do there. And I thought I would like to come out and talk about how you can use .NET in Azure. And I've got a couple slides, and we'll do a couple demos as well. So if you have any questions afterwards, obviously we'll do a few Q&As, but feel free to reach out to me on Twitter at CoolCSH, and I'll answer any questions you have. With that, let's talk about the cloud. This is a diagram we showed a little bit earlier. And this is kind of like if you're building cloud-native applications, here's an array of all the stuff that you have in Azure. And primarily what I work on in Azure is I work on this middle chunk, this app thing. So the team I work on builds web apps, function apps, logic apps, container apps, and static web apps. And I'll drill into those in a little bit. But you can see if you're building a cloud-native application, you might have some messaging. So we have plenty of messaging services. If you're .NET, you might be very familiar with SignalR. We've got a service for that. But we also have service bus, event grids for doing your messaging. Obviously, your cloud-native app needs to have some data with it as well. And so you can see we've got a variety of open source databases, whether it's MySQL, Postgres, Azure SQL, Cosmos DB, if you're looking for that NoSQL kind of thing. And then, of course, if you want to go and monitor your apps, you saw in the keynote as well with Azure Monitor how you can do some of that stuff. But I want to primarily focus on what I call the Azure Application Services. This is where most of your apps should run. As a .NET developer, App Service is a great place of hosting any .NET app, whether it's a .NET Framework app, a .NET 6, .NET 7 application. It's for your full web application. If you have an app running on an IS server locally and you want to move to the cloud, this is your place to go. If you want to build a serverless application where you just write the actual functions and don't really have the app running all the time, Azure Functions is the place to go. Logic apps, that is more of our what we call integration. And that is maybe in the past you had some .NET code that went and looked at some API and some product, and when something came back from that, you went and sent an email, and you wrote a bunch of .NET code to do that. With Logic Apps, you can recreate that whole thing in just a WYSIWYG designer in the browser. And then obviously, as you build your APIs, you want to manage them. We have API management. We have great support in .NET for taking your APIs and publishing them to that. And then I like to think that all of this stuff, our plan is it runs on Azure, and with things like Azure Arc, you'll be able to actually run these on premise as well. And what I'm going to talk about the most today is Azure Container Apps. One of the things that we hear when we talk to customers today is they want to build apps on top of Kubernetes. Kubernetes is super popular because it's open source, it's vendor neutral, all the clouds support it. So by building apps that run on top of Kubernetes, you can run your app pretty much anywhere. Now, Kubernetes is a great product, and it's got lots of dials and stuff if you want to, but we really think that most of our developers just want to get their apps running in the cloud. So they want to run on Kubernetes, but they don't want to actually manage that Kubernetes. And that's where Container Apps comes into play. With Container Apps, you just build your application, put your container up in Azure Container Apps. We're running you on Kubernetes, but you don't have to manage that Kubernetes. So it's like, ignore the infrastructure, just focus on your apps. And it's got all the scalability features and stuff that you'd want and expect from Kubernetes as well. And it's built on a ton of open source tech. So what can you build on Azure Container Apps? Everything. And so if you look here, if you want to be the new cloud native style developer and you're building microservices, it's great for microservices. If you're building public API endpoints, we've talked a lot about APIs today, the capabilities we've been adding in .NET 6 and .NET 7 to make building APIs even simpler. Great place to build public endpoints. Web applications. Yeah, while you can use App Service, if you'd rather run on containers on Kubernetes, you're welcome to run your web app in Container Apps as well. And then it's great for event-driven processing. So if you look at some of the things like the podcast samples, there's parts of that podcast app, the back end of it, that actually is doing eventing and stuff like that. Great to run in Container Apps. And then finally, background processing. This is kind of your, hey, I want to wake up every hour and do something. So really, any type of application you have, you can run on Container Apps if you wish to. Common challenges that we have, even as a .NET developer, that you're going to have, which is, hey, you've got polyglot teams. While .NET is my favorite, many of you might have some Java, you might have some Node, you might have some Python. And so when you're building microservices, how do you make all these things interop? Portability. This is something that think about as I'm developing locally. I might have RabbitMQ on my local machine, but I'm going to use something else in the cloud. How do I do those abstractions so I can run locally with RabbitMQ and then transfer my app to the cloud in Azure using an Azure service to replace RabbitMQ? And so these are some of the common challenges that we have with building these applications. And we have a great open source framework that we recommend for developers that are in that situation. It's called Dapper. And the nice thing about Dapper is it does not require you to rewrite your application. It's as I said, open source framework. You can use as much or as little of it as you want to. So for example, as a .NET developer, in many cases, you take your HTTP client factory and you make a few changes to it, you add a single header, and you're Dapper enabled. And then you can use as much Dapper as you want. It will give you things like resiliency automatically. By making that one header change, all your calls go through Dapper, and you're going to get retries. You're going to get easy access to the logs if your APIs are failing, so great observability. And what makes it really cool is on this next slide, we have a ton of these components. There's state stores, there's pub sub brokers, there's bindings and triggers, secret stores, observability. There's a bunch of components that you can actually use in your application. So if you want to, for example, I want to talk to Service Bus. I can write my code to talk to Dapper. Dapper will talk to Service Bus for me, but then I could swap Service Bus out for, say, Redis. And I don't have to make a lot of code changes to do that. And so that's some of the capabilities of Dapper is that getting you away from being tightly bound to the components you build. And as we build these cloud-native applications that you might want to run on-prem and then move to the cloud, it really makes that transportability better. And I really recommend checking it out. .NET 7, that's what we're here to talk about today. We have it everywhere. We have it in Azure App Service in all regions on Windows and Linux. We have it in Azure Static Web Apps for WebAssembly with AOT support. And we have it in Azure Functions. Container Apps doesn't really care what the tech is, but we have all this running in .NET today, in Azure today. So go grab the newest .NET and get it running in the cloud. And there's a couple things that on this slide that are really, I think, important. If you want to go take an application, I mentioned resiliency earlier. When you're in the cloud, maybe it takes 5 milliseconds one time, 100 milliseconds the next time. There's variabilities here, and you can use Poly. We had great support for this back in .NET Core 3 or 3.1, I believe. But there's a URL here you can go and check out and learn how to make your APIs resilient with Poly. If you want to go run your apps in AKS or Azure Container Apps, because of some of the security features in .NET, we have to configure a secret that we stick somewhere for doing some encryption and decryption. And there's an article here of how to modify your .NET app to support that. And then finally, I've got a link here for Dapper for .NET developers, which will give you a bunch of samples to get started with Dapper. Now, as I said, I wanted to run and do as many demos as I could. And one of the things that people get confused about most of the time is, oh, Scott, do I have to move to .NET 7 if I want to get my application running in Azure? And the answer is no. And so what I want to start off with is I went and I was talking to John Galloway a couple days ago as we're all stressing out about .NET Conf. And we went and took an old application called Music Store. It was a sample tutorial we built back in the .NET Framework 4.0 timeframe using MVC 3.0. And we put a bunch of versions in here. Here's MVC 5. And so I've got an MVC 5 Music Store app right here on my machine. And I can run it. And I have it, you can see right here. It is running .NET Framework 4.8. So it's an old app. And my point here is I want to say, if you want to move your apps to the cloud, you don't have to modernize them to .NET 7. You can move them as they are. We have great support for running ASP.NET web applications, whether they're on .NET Framework or on .NET 7 in the cloud. So here's my Music Store. And once again, we've got, let's run it. There you go. I can log in. I can register. All these great capabilities that we built in MVC way back in the day. And I want to take this app and move it to the cloud. How hard is that? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to right-click on the application, and I'm going to publish it. We'll go there. We'll select Azure. And it's going to detect that I'm running a .NET Framework 4.8 app, so it's going to offer me App Service Windows. That's where we want to go. And we'll give this a second here to refresh. And it should find my stuff. There we go. And we'll get the Windows folder here. There's my Music Store. I built one of these before. I don't want to build Azure resources while we're here. And I click that, and we've created a publish profile. Now, one of the things that this app has that we should think about is it has databases. So if I go click Connected Services here, you can see I've got 2 databases. I've got a Music Store entities that contains the actual Music Store stuff. I've got a default connection that contains my users. And what I've already done is I've already built these databases in the cloud. On my local machine, if I go over here and do SQL Object Explorer. Here you can see it right here. You can see the databases for the music store on my local machine. But I've created these in the cloud. And all I've got to do when I do this publish is I have to map those connection strings to the connection string in the cloud. So let's do that right now. So I'm going to go back to this publish page. And all I have to do is scroll down and notice that it knows my connection strings. It knows I've got one called default connection and one called music store entities. You'll see those in my web config here. Here they are. And all I've got to do is click on each of these, and I'm going to say, let's connect this. We'll connect it to an Azure SQL. Make sure I got the right one of these things. That was the default connection. That's my users. So I'll select users. Leave the connection string exactly the same. I need to give it the credentials for my database in the cloud. And I'll say, nope, I don't need any of this. I'll click Finish. What that's going to do is that's going to put my connection string in the environment in my app service. I'll do this again. And this time, always double check which database I'm on. I'm on the entities. That's the main music store. I'll select the same thing. I'll put my credentials in. If I went to my app service, you would see that this action, all it's doing is putting these connection strings in the app service, pointing them at the actual Azure SQL instance. I can click Finish. Done. So that easily. I was able to take my application, make the connection strings point only if I'm running in the cloud to the version in the cloud. And now I can actually just click Publish. And my .NET Framework 4.8 application is going up to the cloud right now. So I do want to make it very clear. You don't have to get your app running on the newest .NET. It works great on any .NET to the cloud. So while we're waiting on that to get published, let's go switch. And I want to show you, it'll take this a second because it's going to go create those databases on the fly using migrations. While we're waiting on that, I want to show you some features that I ran into recently that I sometimes forget about all the cool tech we built. How easy is it to build? And Safia showed a little bit of this earlier today, but I want to drill in a little bit more. I've got a .NET 7 application here, and I'm going to call it Hunter API. And I'm just going to go and add a new folder. So let's go add a folder. We'll call this Models. I'm going to build an API and get it hosted in Azure Container Apps as fast as possible. So let's go and do an add. And I'll add a new item. And I'm going to add a class, and we'll call it Person. And my person's going to have an ID. It's going to have a first name. It's going to have a last name. And it's going to have a title. Great. So I've got my class. Now I need to build it and wrap an API around that while we're doing that. And so let's do this. Let's go into the scaffolder. So let's save this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say I want to add a scaffolded item. So we'll go back to add. And we will say add new scaffolded item. Safia showed this morning. It is the API with read-write endpoints using Entity Framework. I'm going to click add on that. And I will warn people, I'm actually on a pre-release build of Visual Studio today. I was not going to upgrade to the new build this morning and risk stuff not working. So it's going to ask me for an endpoint class. We'll add the endpoint class. It's going to ask me for a context. I'm going to add the context. We want to use OpenAPI and type results. So what's going to happen now is it's going to go add some NuGet packages. It's going to scaffold my API. And I'll warn you right now, once that's done, it's going to cause some errors in this version of Visual Studio. This is fixed. It doesn't happen in the GA build. It's because I'm in a mixed place between working and non-working. But let's let this thing finish generating the code. And then what I'll do is I'll just nuke VS, and we'll close that out real quick. And I'll restart VS, and that'll make this particular error go away. Let's go back. Let's find the Hunter API. As I said, this is because I'm running crazy pre-release builds of the product. So what I've got here is, and IntelliSense is catching up here, it'll take a second, but it generated me this new person endpoints.cs. And inside of here, you can see I've got my map gets for my person, all these things. This is my full API written for me. I didn't have to write any of that code. Pretty cool. It even took my program.cs and it added a reference to this at the bottom of the app. So as I scaffold these things and it builds my code for me, it automatically puts the endpoint in for me. So if I run the application, I would actually get this. Now let's do something here real quick. We're going to go into data, we'll go into the context, and what I'm going to do is I want to put some seed data in here. So let's just grab this code right here, and we'll put this in here. I'll press save. And what this means is when it creates my database, it's going to go put a bunch of Scots in. We need some Hunter, Guthrie, and some Handsome in here. So we'll put that in. And let's go run the app. And if I do, I think bad things are going to happen. So let's try getting some people. Let's try it out. And I'm going to guess, wow, lots of exceptions there. So now, why did that happen? That happened because, well, I have not created a database. And so we have this really cool feature called Connected Services. And if I click over here, notice it saw that I have a database. It's connected me to a local database. All I've got to do is come over here and say, add a migration. And actually, before I do that, let me make sure I cancel that out. In the newer version of Visual Studio, we run your app in that in terminal. But that app was still running, and so I can't add a migration while the app is running. So it'll give a second here. And so remember, I just created that class, I scaffolded, and now it's going to automatically crash for me because that's what it wants to do. Dun, 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 dun. Let's find out why it did that. Oh, I know exactly what that is wrong with. So that's my bad. So I must have messed up my model. But look at that. I made the first name and the last name strings. So let's fix these. It's only real. Now, because I did that, that means I have bigger problems with this application. So let's go nuke the endpoint class. Let's go nuke the, let's go into program CS. Let's nuke the map. I'm going to re-scaffold that because the way I scaffolded that was not good. I scaffolded the wrong class. So let's go nuke the API context here as well. Make sure I don't have anything here that's API context. We'll kill that. And the rest of this should be fine. I'm going to run myself out of time with that error. So what we're going to do is I'm going to cheat. I'm going to start over. So let's go super fast this time. Hunter API 2. So we didn't like the first one. That all looks good. We'll keep that like it is. This is going to cause some fun challenges. You're going to see some more behind the scenes secrets here. So because I'm on a pre-release build, this application's not actually healthy. So let's go fix it. I'm going to swap a package out here. There we go. We'll do a build. There we go. Let's go add this back. How fast can I go? Let's go add the class again. the person. Let's not screw the person up this time. Prop int ID. Prop string first name. Prop string last name. And we'll do prop. It knows what I'm doing here, so there's a title. So there we go. We have our first name, our last name, our title. Let's make sure we're good to go. We're good to go. So let's scaffold again. Now we have the classes and stuff all the right way, getting some warnings about nullable. We'll do scaffolded item, do endpoints using Entity Framework. We do person. We're going to add the new endpoint there. We'll add the context there, open API add. We will then blow up Visual Studio one final time. And then I'll launch and relaunch, and we'll be good to go. I said you won't see this because you're running the production version, not the crazy mid version I'm running from last weekend. There we go. Let's open Hunter API 2. And now what I was going to miss last time is if I, now we got our code created again. Let's go back to data. I want to go add that sample data that I had. There it is. How fast can I go? We can get this thing to the cloud in the next 3 minutes. I know I can. So there we go. I've got my seed data here. And now, if I ran the app, it would fail. But I go, again, to connected services. I've got a database here. It's connected. Now I can right-click here, and I can say add a migration. And this might be new to you, knowing we have these tools. You just click in the tool. We find your database. We bring it right up here. I click Finish. It's going to go make the migration. It's going to have all the code to create my database, create the code inside my database. Good to go. Now I'm going to go and say Update Database. That's going to go take that migration, run it against my actual application. I'm going to eat into 1 minute of my QA time here, so sorry, folks. Database upgrade with migrations. Now that means if I run the application, I've now got a fully running API. It'll return data. Good to go. Try it out. Execute. There we go. There's my people. You see that working. So we've got a fully working application here. Now, as we talked about in the keynote, we want to run this as a container, but I don't have Docker installed. I have none of that stuff. What do I have to do? This is just temporary as well. As we get closer to some of the earlier previews coming out, we're going to make this tooling a little better. You jump out of here. Hunter API 2. There we go. Let's go enter Hunter API. And I'm just going to add this one package. This is the package that lets .NET build containers. Boom. So I'm good to go. And what else I can do, what I can also do as well is let's go in and let's create a Git repository. I want this to have CI/CD, all that kind of good stuff. Hunter API 2, private repository looks good. So there we go. So now we have our app in Git. I've got my databases. I've got all this stuff ready to go. I've added my package for container publish. Let's go right-click. We'll do a publish. I'm going to select Azure. Click Next. Now I've got App Service Linux that shows up because it knows that I'm a Linux application. Normally we would require adding Docker support, adding a Docker desktop. I don't have to do any of that stuff. It's going to go out there and query the cloud. There it is. There's my instance in the cloud. It needs a registry. I made one of those. That's what containers need. Now notice I have this option. This is the new options, SDK or Docker Desktop. I'm going to choose SDK. And then I can also decide just to do a publish, or because I'm actually in GitHub, I can actually do actions. We'll actually build our container in the cloud using the SDK to do that. I'm just going to do this to go as fast as possible. I'll click publish, and the app's going to go up into the cloud with no Docker on the machine, whatnot. I've only stolen 1 minute of QA time. And so I will hand it over to you folks for questions.
Great.
Cool.
Great, thanks so much, Scott. The cloud, everything new. And what I like really about it the best is connected services. Now, it's not what I like about the best, though, Maddie. It's actually kind of brand new to me. Brand new as in like just maybe a couple years old, but it's so useful.
Cool.
Yeah, have you used connected services yet?
A little bit, here and there.
But I find them just incredibly useful. They scaffold everything out in Azure for you. It keeps track of everything for you. It creates some ARM templates. Awesome.
That's awesome. That's
totally
really cool.
Yep.
So, I mean, we're in cloud time now. We have another 3 cloud-related talks. Don't forget, though, of course, while you're watching all these sessions, to go to .netconf.net, get your digital swag, get your stuff. I don't know, get your free code mag subscription.
Indeed. And actually, first, thank you, Scott, for the talk. We loved it. And but you know what, Maddie? I want to tell you something. You know how we are going to have the code party afterwards?
Yeah.
It's not a code party.
Oh my goodness, what?
It's going to be an escape room, a virtual escape room.
What?
I don't even know how that's going to work.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But it's still the same link. It's on Twitch. You can use the chat and come, and Jeff will be there, Sarah will be there, Dee Dee, I think a whole bunch of people.
Yeah, it's going to be
escaping a virtual room.
Virtual escape room.
Whoa.
Yeah, I don't know how that's
I don't know.
Yep.
Well, Matt, our next speaker is not at the desk. What on earth is going on here?
I don't know. That person is a slacker.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Uh-oh. You know what? It's me.
Total
slacker.
great.
All right. You know what? I'm going to take over. I'm going to go long. So I'm just going to start it up. That cool?
Have fun.
All right.
I'll see you later.
All right. Here we go.
Bye.
All right. So we are going to start a whirlwind tour of building .NET apps in Azure. It's going to be crazy time. We're going to go long. We're going to talk about stuff that you may already know with app services and SQL Server, and then we're going to transition over into stuff like, as Scott was talking about before, Azure Container Apps. We're going to talk about managed identity. We're going to talk about app configuration. We're going to talk about container registry. We're going to go all over the place. So let's get started with this. All right, so here we go. The whirlwind tour of building .NET apps with Azure. My name is Matt Sokup. I'm a principal cloud advocate here at Microsoft. So let's start talking about what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk first about building the app with some familiar services, as I mentioned before. We're going to do app service, Azure SQL, blob storage, actually put our images in there, and then put a CDN around it. And what a CDN does is it puts our images out at the edge of Azure so they're reserved very quickly to our clients. And then the whirlwind gets started. And what that whirlwind's going to do, we're going to use managed identity. We're going to put in Azure Functions. We're going to put in Azure SignalR. We're going to get in App Config, Key Vault, Container Registry, and then Container Apps. So it's going to be a whirlwind. We're just going to be going super fast. All right, so let's take a quick peek of what we are going to build so you have an idea. All right, we're going to have a couple of microservices, and what I'm going to do is just warm them up right here to make sure they are running, and then I am going to open up the app that we're going to build. And as soon as that warms up and brings up, you're going to see what we're going to have is a pizza shop. And it's going to be just a plain old pizza shop, nothing special going on. It's just a Blazor server app with the file new scaffold out, but it's calling out to 2 microservices. And the first one displays a menu. So it displays a menu, brings back an image of a pizza, and then we can add that pizza to an order, which calls a cart microservice. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm really keeping the .NET code itself super duper simple. This way we can see what code we do add to talk to Azure and do Azure specific stuff. We can just call that out. And so keeping the website kind of out of our Azure. But in real life, we know we would mix them all together. So here I have my pizza, and I hit place order. And now I can see where's my order. Because you know what, I'm not patient, and I want to see, hey, I want to make sure the pizza shop has my order, and I want to see if it's baking or whatnot. So what I can do here is I'm going to make this over on one side, and then I'm going to take an Open API Azure function, and I can actually go through, try it out, and then see the status automatically update, execute it, and you can see, hey, the kitchen has my order. Status 2, order's being prepped, and we can go 3, it's in the oven, and 4, it is on its way. So signal R coming over. So we have a bunch of different options going on here, so that we have on our whole PizzaConf application. So fairly simple, but we're building it with a lot of Azure services on the back end. So let's take a peek here what we're talking about again. First off, we're starting up with app service, database, blob storage, CDN, and then we're going to get crazy and talk about pretty much Azure Functions, Signal R, Key Vault, and app config, and also then container registry and then container apps. So our very first one is super duper simple. We have those 3 microservices sitting over in app services. Blazor server for our web UI, and then we have 2 web APIs, which are minimal APIs. One is serving for the checkout. The other one is hitting over on the menu. They both hit an Azure SQL database. Now, what's cool about this SQL database is that it's serverless, which means it spins all the way down to 0 if it's not being used at all. So that's actually really neat in that it saves you a lot of money if you're not using it. And then over on the right-hand side is that we have a blob storage. So massive blob storage, massive image storage, not a ton of money there where you can put just a bunch of images in there. And then we're serving it with a CDN. So that CDN, Content Delivery Network, puts all our images out at the edge of Azure. So now anytime one of our clients needs to get an image, all they really have to do is hit the Azure edge, and then the Azure edge, either our images are going to be cached, or we're going to be able to communicate on the Azure backbone. Super duper fast, faster than your fiber at home. Super duper fast to go hit our image storage, our blob storage. So actually, I want to show you that because that comes for free, essentially, not free, but for free when we're setting up in a .NET sense. All right, so I have over here, let me make this so you can see it just a tad bit better, scroll it up, and then all the way down, I have a storage account. And in that storage account, of course, I am going to have over here a blob service. And then I can see I have pizza images in it. And I have my various images. So I open up pizza 1, and then I can edit it, and there's the image itself. If I go to overview, copy it, and you can see the URL for it as well. So it's blob pizzaconf.blob.core windows.net. But what's nice about this, what's super nice, is when I go back to my PizzaConf storage account, I can actually, in front of it, put in, if I type in just CDN, and this is neat, this is still within the storage account, I can open up an Azure CDN and put that in front of everything. So I already have it created, and it's, once I do it, it's just pizzaconf.azureedge.net, and then my CDN is right in front of it, and all I have to do is change what my URLs are. And if I open up lots of matzah, and then do open image in new tab, you can see it's now pizzaconf.azure.net. And it has the same pizza images because it's in the pizza images container, and it just serves. So I'm just changing the URL, and so there I go. Super fast, super easy to get things served out of a CDN rather than having to come directly from blob storage. Out on the edge makes it faster without having to do any .NET code. So you tuned in to .NET Conf to learn how to do something without .NET code. All right. So also I want to show off the website real quick what we're doing. There's nothing fancy here, just a couple APIs and a Blazor server website. And it's all, the web APIs itself, all we have here are adding an entity framework into it, and then we have a bunch of map gets for it and map delete for the cart, getting things in and out. And in the Blazor server itself, I have a couple of services which call it to the web clients, HTTP clients. You can see we're just getting the cart out here. And over in the program, what I'm opening up is just doing a builder.configuration to get the menu URL out so I know which the menu service to call. So there's nothing super, this is pretty straightforward what we're doing. And so once I do it, deploy it up to Azure App Services in a Docker file. So I'm using Docker, my app service is Linux-based, and the reason why I'm calling out that I'm doing it in Docker because this doesn't become important down the line. So, but it's Docker, runs on my machine, kind of takes care of that. All right, so that's what we have. Now, let's start adding, see how we can add the real-time order tracking to it. Because now we're going to make the app a little bit more cloud native. And so when we start talking about what is cloud native, you ask 3 people, you're going to get 10 different answers. But my first answer to what cloud native is that you're designing for putting your applications in the cloud, and you have to take the cloud peculiarities into account when you do that. So you're going to want to make sure that you're scalable, you're going to want to make sure that you're robust, and you have other things that you can take advantage of that are out there in the cloud that you might not have otherwise. Now, Azure SignalR is in Blazor Server, but there's also an Azure portion of it too that we can build upon. So that's what we're going to do for our real-time order tracking, is that we're going to put Azure SignalR to facilitate the real-time messaging between connected clients. To do that, I'm going to build an Azure function. Now, the function is going to kind of serve as what I'm going to call the broker. So the clients are going to be able to register with this broker to let SignalR know, hey, I'm listening. You can send me messages. And then the function's actually going to take and send that message itself. So it's going to be kind of like this broker sitting in the middle. And then the pizza web, the Blazor server app, is going to serve as our client to receive these messages. And this is what our diagram now looks like. And I'm going to open up the laser pointer and show off what we have. Here's our broker, Azure SignalR, external client, and this new line with the star in it shows the real-time messaging going on the Blazor pizza server. So I'm pretty proud of my PowerPoint skills with all the dotted lines and the stars and everything. And this is what we have going on. All right, so let's actually see this in action. All right, so I'm going to jump back out to my Visual Studio, and then I'm going to open up a different branch for it, where all the code is sitting for my Azure function. And you can see I have the Azure function added here where it wasn't before. And what's neat about this is what Azure functions are is, in a nutshell, really quick, is that they respond to external events that happen. So whether that's an HTTP event hitting it, or whether something gets added to an Azure queue or a Cosmos DB, something happens and then the Azure function gets kicked off. They're also serverless, so they can scale down to 0. However, what's nice about it, though, is once it gets kicked off, you get a strongly typed variable of what happened. So in this case, you get the HTTP trigger. So I'm saying, all right, this particular function gets kicked off on a web request. I get the full HTTP request coming in. And because I'm making it for SignalR, I added SignalR NuGet package, and then I just add this attribute to my function. Now, Azure Functions then takes care of all the hard work, the plumbing, of hooking me up to SignalR, of newing up the SignalR connection info object for me, and all I have to do is return it. So this is really the token of telling me how to connect to everything. And all I have to do is supply the connection string to SignalR, and then tell it the hub name of what I want to do. And then this is how I actually return things. And it, again, is HTTP trigger. And then way over here, and this is even pretty cool, even nicer with Azure Functions, I can do routes, just like you would do in ASP.NET. Again, getting the HTTP request, and then strongly typed input parameters. In this case, order ID and status. And then all I do need to do to return it, because I have these bindings, is say, all right, I'm going to put everything into a IAsync collector, which happens to be SignalR messages, and then just put my data into it and just add async to it. So SignalR, or Azure Functions, takes care of all that plumbing for me. Now, one more thing that I do want to call out. It's that all these open API attributes. A good friend of mine, Justin Yu on my team, added the Open API Azure Functions extension at build either last year or the year before. Regardless, what this does, it creates all the Open API spec for us, and also the Azure, or the Swagger tooling. So we can get in and actually test out our Azure Functions, at least the HTTP triggered ones, from a Swagger tool set. Awesome, super cool stuff. And again, another NuGet package, and then you just have to decorate things with the Open API parameter. All right, so then to consume the SignalR, I have that down in my pizzaconf.web, and it's in the tracking.razor page. Again, there's a NuGet client package I added, ASP.NET Core, SignalR.client, and I haven't restored. That's why I got the squiggly. But all I'm doing here is just saying, all right, give me a hub connection. And then my onInitialize async, all I'm doing is saying, all right, start it up, or making sure it's not already started, and then saying, all right, I'm going to build it with the tracking URL that I have in my app settings. Make sure I can automatically reconnect. So this is all built into the Hub Connection Builder. And the automatic reconnect, building for resiliency, taking my cloud stuff in mind when I build it, and then saying on tracking message, whenever I get that from my Azure function, so when I send it out, here I'm saying, all right, SignalR, say this is a new message coming out. That's what you want to call it, the target, new message. When it comes out, my client, listen for a function or message that says it's a new message, and it's going to have this tracking message type coming to it. Once I got it, just populate some variables, and away I go. And then I start the whole hub connection up. And now I've added real-time communication between my client and an Azure function. Now, one thing that I did kind of skip over, and I'm going to kind of skip over the entire talk, is authentication. So when I'm sending these connections out, I'm sending it to whoever registered. I should have added authentication to the whole thing, but that's another talk. That's like the Whirlwind tour part 2. But here we go. All righty. So now we're back in, and we want to talk about, notice how we had connection strings all over the place, right? We can get rid of those. And we can get rid of those with things called managed identity. Now, what a managed identity does, it gives your Azure services, it makes them like people. It animates your Azure services. Now, what it does is it puts them into Azure directory, and then what you can do then is give them, your Azure services, permissions to get access to other Azure services. So now we can start getting rid of, like our Azure functions, we had to know what the SignalR connection string was. We can get rid of that. We can just have that somewhere up. We can start getting rid of, if we had to talk to container registry, which we'll talk in a bit, we can just say, hey, this Azure service, we can have pull permission on a container registry. So we can start granting permissions everywhere. And it's also developer friendly too, and I'll show you how. All right, now we can get into, we have things that are, we kind of got rid of our connection strings with a managed identity. How do we actually get them out? We still have to pull them out. We still have to say, all right, I want to get at my stuff. And that's where we can start talking with configuration values and secrets. And to make things nice, we want to put them in one spot. And this is where Azure Key Vault and eventually App Config starts coming in. So what is Key Vault? Key Vault is a centralized and secure secret store. You can version secrets in here. So eventually, like when you leak a secret, when I say you, I mean like me. If I'm at a coffee shop and somebody's shoulder surfing and sees a connection string or something, I can version it, redo it. Role-based access to it. App config. App config, think of it as a super duper app settings.json, but in Azure. And what's neat about that is eventually you're going to start scaling out. You're going to have different app services all over the place, several of them. They can all go in and read the same Azure app config and get their settings out of there. What's cool then is Azure App Config can talk to Key Vault, and it's built right in with seamless.NET integration where it fits right into the pipeline. So .NET, when you're writing your code, it's just like accessing the app settings JSON. All right, so that's what we're going to end up building now. We have a new rectangle in here, and that rectangle, broker is covered by it. All our app services are covered by it. And what we're going to do is that we are going to read out app config, which is going to talk to Key Vault, but it's really going to be just kind of seamless to our application. So let's take a peek. All right, so the first thing I want to show you is how that we would actually set up a managed identity. And so I'm going to open up like the PizzaConf checkout, which is one of our microservices that does the checkout itself. So actually to set it up and say, hey, I want you to be part of Active Directory, I would search for identity and then turn it on. And now it gets a principal ID. It's like, I am now an object. I can do stuff. I have rights. And then next, after that, we can do things such as go to Key Vault, which is going to be way down here. And then I have access policies within Key Vault. And you can see underneath application, all my PizzaConf dash, they're in there. And they have certain access policies. They don't have everything. Like they don't have key permissions or certificate permissions. They just have like get and set out of the secret permissions. So these applications are limited in what they can do to Key Vault. They can get to it and they can get at secrets, but they can't get at everything. So let's take a quick look at the secrets. Like I said, like my checkout DB connection strings in here, it has a version, so if I do leak it, I can create a new version, cycle my connection string, but I can still access it, so my code doesn't know necessarily that I've leaked my secret. I can still keep on working with it. It's all developer friendly in that manner. All right, so then jumping up over to app config then. Again, access control. If I look at my role assignments, you're going to find out that data reader has my PizzaConf dashes in it. Cool. Gave them access to it to be reading stuff out of it. And if I look into the configuration explorer, all right, one thing I do want to call out is right down here, that little key. That key means it talks to Key Vault, which is neat. So that talks to Key Vault. So what it is just kind of passing through over to Key Vault. And I can give it a new name as well. And then I have stuff like cart URL in here, which doesn't necessarily mean it's protected. It just means it has a value in it. Keys mean it's protected, has super great encryption. Cart URL just has like plain text, something that we're not necessarily worried about leaking. Let's see how we would access it. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the checkout API, open up the program, and then I have added two NuGet packages. One that's called Azure App Azure app config. Let me double check to make sure that's what it is. Packages. It is called, well, one's called Azure.identity, and the other one is Microsoft.azure.appconfig. So those two NuGet packages, once they're together, let me access Key Vault and appconfig. So when I'm setting up my builder in my pipeline here, all I'm going to say is, you know what, add Azure appconfig to it, and then send in what the URL is going to be. So in the connections options, they just say, hey, you know what, I want the appconfig URL, and then this right here, default connection string. This is what's super cool. It's saying, remember when I had things set up as like, you can read appconfig? What it's saying here, because Matt, I could read the appconfig as well, Azure appconfig. It's using who I'm logged in to as Visual Studio to pass the token up. But when I deploy this application, it's also going to use who that application is, the managed identity, that token, and send that up. And so in my pizza checkout, I'm saying select. It's just going to bring back the checkout DB string for me. And then right here, I'm saying, you know what? Also send over the Azure credentials, the default Azure credentials, to Key Vault as well. So if I didn't do this configure Key Vault, Azure appconfig wouldn't know what to send over. So right here, this is the key, so to speak, of getting to appconfig and Key Vault. So this way now we can store everything up in the cloud as far as our connection strings and our regular app configs and get at them. All right, so we are whirlwinding around and we're going to keep on going. We have one last thing to talk about, and that's a one-stop shop for all your microservices, and that's going to be Azure Container Apps. And what I love about Azure Container Apps is, one, they're containers, right? So I mentioned before that we deployed everything to app service in containers. Well, now we can kind of lift and shift them to Azure Container Apps. But Azure Container Apps are serverless, which means they can scale down to 0, amongst other things. They can also scale up real easily, and they can scale up based on Kata rules, which is Kubernetes event-driven architecture, I think. But they have a bunch of rules that define how it spins up, which is based off of Kubernetes rules. So you think of container apps as built around Kubernetes, but real easy. You can version your container apps, and it also integrates with Azure Container Registry. You can think of Container Registry as like a Docker hub. Put your containers out there, can pull back what you want. And then this is what I want to call out nice and easy Dapper integration. So what Dapper does, it gives you a way to build microservices that's essentially easy. You can do things like PubSub. You can hit like cache. You can even do things like service discovery. So I'm going to show that off really quick on how I would do service discovery with Dapper installed. And all it is, I'm going down my PizzaConf, and I'm opening up program.cs. And then when I'm newing up my HTTP clients, what I'm saying is, hey, I got my Dapper, I want to get a Dapper ID out, and I happen to be getting that Dapper ID from appconfig. I'm just going to say, hey, my URL is going to be localhost, so I'm not going to actually put that menu URL into appconfig at all. So it's going to be HTTP localhost 3500. Pass in a Dapper app ID into the config headers. Same thing for the cart service. So both the cart service and the menu service, due to Dapper, have the same HTTP URL. They just have a different request header. So now Dapper knows enough to find these services for me because they're all deployed up into .NET Conf, and I have a container app environment with 3 container apps deployed to it, and Dapper is enabled, and you can see the DApp ID is that, and then Dapper container apps, the environment knows how to route them. And Dapper does a whole lot more, and it's amazing. So whirlwind tour. We got through all of it. That's what we look like right now. And there it is. Find out more at that AKA MS at the bottom, .NETConf/whirlwind. everything you ever wanted and more. It's all going to be there. Whew. I'm Matt Sokup, and we did it. Whirlwind tour of building .NET apps in Azure.
Amazing, Matt. Really quite the whirlwind. I mean, you walked right on over there and then you gave us the tour and you showed us all the things and you had all those Azure services. Let's see what we have for questions rolling in. I didn't see too many, which is good. That means you explained what you needed to explain.
It means
but we
I
did
talk
see,
super fast.
Yeah, you talked. I mean, you didn't go over time, which we fully expected you to. So that's pretty impressive. But we do see some cool things popping up in Twitter. Of course, the digital swag is making its way around the interwebs, if you will. Like Martin here has the backgrounds on both his watch and his phone. That's pretty cool. And there's desktop backgrounds. There's all the different things. With our cute little new .NET bot, he's 3D now. It's 3D. I also saw something about what we talked earlier, the digital pet extension for Visual Studio Code. You can have a .NET bot hang out with you while you're coding. That's what it looks like. Cute little bot. Thanks, Angel, for showing us that. And a whole bunch of other people excited about Azure and container apps and the cloud. And we are now officially halfway through our 2 cloud hours. We have 2 more sessions coming up in just a few minutes. But before then, I just want to remind you, I know you've all heard it, but go to .netconf.net, get all the things you need. Go for the Secret Decoder Challenge. Tweet us, #NetConf for your questions with no longer Matt. He will now be back to asking the questions instead of answering them. You all went way too easy on him. We could have grilled him on Azure forever. And don't forget to join us for our Code Party / virtual escape room at 5 p.m. Pacific. So we're halfway through the cloud. We've learned a lot so far. We had Scott show us all of the things that he wanted to show us in the state of Azure and .NET 7. We had Matt now just give us this whirlwind tour of all the things, which I kind of followed. I did like the part where Matt was talking about how, you know, your secret key can get right over your shoulder in your coffee shop. My secret key I just accidentally published to my GitHub, so which I know you're not supposed to do, so don't do that. We do have more cloud sessions, and then we have the client sessions this afternoon starting at 1, which I am now affectionately calling the Maui Power Hour, even though it is 2 hours. And then the customer and developer success stories this afternoon. Tomorrow we also have themes. We don't have the same kind of mini keynote format, but we do have modernization. We have a whole bunch of other things, and they're all on the agenda on .netconf.net. And then we have our community sessions. If you didn't realize, .NET Conf goes through the night tomorrow for those of you in the USA. And so that also means through the morning or at normal times for those of you elsewhere. I know one of the .NET MAUI team members is giving a talk at, I think, midnight our time, which would probably be early 9 a.m. or so his time. So that's pretty exciting. So definitely give the agenda a scroll. Make sure that you're looking at the website, you're checking all the links, you're getting your digital swag, you're registering for your potential raffle 25 swag bags from our amazing sponsors, and you're getting your Code Magazine subscription, which you are getting for free. Very exciting. Just like all those performance wins we saw in the web a little bit ago. Free. Everything's free. Oh, what's back there? Hold on. Are they eating? Is it lunchtime and I'm in here? Oh my God. These goofs. This is great. I like that we have the window in it this year so we can really see all the chaos behind. 2 Seattle Kraken hats. Nope, don't like it. So of course, thank you to our wonderful DevRel Studios team, Ryan, who's the one holding this giant camera right now, and everybody else who's here putting on this production. We're coming up on the 12 o'clock hour, which is kind of halfway. Not really. But we are going to turn it over to Melanie and Fabio, who are going to talk to us about building serverless applications with .NET 7 using Azure Functions. So take it away.
Hello everyone, my name is Melanie Quinn. I'm Product Manager at Azure Functions team. I'm here today very excited with Fabio. We'll be talking about building service applications with .NET 7 and Azure Functions.
That's right. So we're excited to share a lot of news, a lot of new information about what we've been doing for particularly the out-of-product model and Azure Functions. So Melanie, what we're going to cover today?
For today, we have a pretty packed agenda for half an hour. Firstly, we'll start off by what are Azure Functions, then .NET on Azure Functions. And we'll drill down a little bit for .NET on Azure Functions, specifically talking about isolated worker process, as well as sharing some great work we've been doing to enhance isolated worker process and some updates. So we also remember early this year, we announced some .NET versions to be end of life. So we'll also be sharing the brand new migration guides with our developers to help customers migrating from the retired .NET version to .NET 7. And always feel free to share your questions as we go. And by the end of the session, we reserved about 5 minutes for Q&A. So if everybody's ready, let's get started.
Let's go.
Yeah. Oh, I know I kind of, gave away .NET 7, but I really want to share. I'm very excited to announce .NET 7 support in Azure Functions is generally available today. Yeah, this is a great news for our customers. So what does that mean? It means .NET 7 we recommend you can use in production scenarios, as well as you can take advantage of all the greatest and newest features of .NET 7 with Azure Functions. Although a little bit reminder here, we also made .NET Framework supported in Azure Functions before host a few weeks back. So I hope everybody catch up here. So I also want to highlight for our customers, because if you are a .NET developer, you may not be very familiar with what are Azure Functions and what the work we've been doing. So Fabio and I will be here to help you get to know Azure Functions, as well as share the work we've been doing with Azure Functions. So back to a day when you are a .NET developer. Imagine the first day you start your job. So a lot of things, it's just very overwhelming. You need to start your project. So you start to set up dependencies, configurations. There's a bunch of stuff to do to just even before getting started your job. But as a developer, I know you want to build a very cool applications. So with Azure Functions, we provide a ready-to-code environment for you. What does that mean? You still need to set some configurations, but it's much easier, and you can do so much more compared to what you did before in the past. With Azure Functions, it supports a lot of different triggers. So if you want to do, for some scenarios such as you want to build new web APIs, we want to process IoT streams, we want to process file uploads, Azure Functions will have multiple triggers, will support your scenario. It also enables a lot of different integrations with Azure services such as Cosmos DB, Event Grid, and Service Bus, a lot more. So check out our documentation. As a .NET developer, we know you love all the IDEs, Visual Studio Code, and so much more. And those IDEs are cross-platforms. So it's very easy to enable you to be able to develop in Windows, macOS, or Linux. And it's not really end there, because as a developer, when you start to develop your applications, the moment you start to write some code, and you're expecting, okay, now what can I do in my code? How can I make my code available in the cloud, in my dev test environment? It could be in the cloud, it could be in the server. We provide multiple hosting options for you to deploy to the cloud. One of them being consumption plan. That being said, this is a pay-as-you-go model. You pay only for what you consumed, and it's very highly react to your requests. If you want to think of that, because this is a service offering, the backend infrastructure is managed by Microsoft Azure, and for you, you can save on cost. We also have some other options if you want to reserve your compute, such as Elastic Premium Plan, as well as App Service Plan. So those are options we provide for you to fit your business requirements. We talk about a bunch of stuff here. So what are Azure Functions? Azure Functions is an event-driven service compute service that accelerates your application development, as well as that enables our developers to focus on delivering value to your organization. You'll get that in a very second, because the internet experience that we provide to our developers enable you to leverage your expertise to use Visual Studio, VS Code. Those are the tools that you're familiar over the years as a .NET developer. Also, we provide command line tools. It's called Azure Functions Core Tools. Those 3 tools enable you to create your Azure Function app functions locally, develop, debug. Then you can push your changes to Microsoft Azure. We made the process very easy for you. Of course, modern days, we're also talking about CI/CD, DevOps, workflows. It's also support for GitHub Actions as well as Azure DevOps. We provide native DevOps task, so you can use very easy integrate into your CI/CD workflow. What you can see as a developer, your inner loop is you can start using Azure functions, using those IDEs, leverage your knowledge you already have as a .NET developer, and you can debug your application. And it's very easy to push your changes to Azure. And in the back, you can take advantage of the fully scalable service compute that we provided. We help you to make your life easier. Okay, I think I talked about a lot of end-to-end development experience, and I know so a lot of customers talking to me, they really also want to have a very friendly programming model. So one of them being isolated worker process. And I'm pretty sure for isolated work process, we have a lot of benefits aside from our user-friendly programming model. Fabio, do you want to share something with us?
Sure. So let's talk a little bit about what the isolated model is, right? So you talked about functions in general, shared a lot of good information about folks who may be new to functions, want to explore the service, but they have some familiarity with .NET. For some of our existing customers, some customers who have been using .NET on functions for a while now, they're used to what we call the in-proc model, right? That's traditionally how customers deploy and develop applications against Azure functions using .NET, which means that we are actually running your code in the same process as what we call the runtime and the host. And with that, it comes with certain limitations and certain challenges that we're trying to address with what we call the isolated worker process model. So one of the key benefits is what you just described. It gives us a different programming model than what customers are used to with the in-proc model, but something that is very close to what customers, it's a little closer to what customers are used to with the broader .NET ecosystem. So if you're working with an ASP.NET Core app, if you're working with a console app, you're going to feel right at home. No new concepts. You're just developing a .NET application, much like any other. In addition to that, you get some of the benefits with a more natural way to specify dependency injection, middleware support, a lot of additional benefits. But the key thing that I think we need to talk about is what enables us to make the announcement that we made today, which is the fact that the worker is completely decoupled from the host. So some of the host requirements that have existed in the past, particularly about the .NET version you could run on, those requirements are lifted. You have the ability to now pick new versions of .NET as they become available, as it is the case with .NET 7 today. So giving you a lot more flexibility on how you run, when you upgrade, what you get to preview, and when you decide to adopt and test new versions of .NET, and control over your dependencies as well.
Yeah, it's great. So do you also want to share what we've been making in progress? Because I know for last year, we made some really exciting progress here. So I really want to hear, can you share it with our audience here?
Yeah. So because of the fact that the isolated process was newer, there were some challenges with the in-proc model, but there was a lot of stuff there that we all loved and we all wanted to make sure we kept with the new model as well. And we heard a lot from customers, on some of the things that were important to them when comparing the two models, what they wanted to see in isolated. So the team has been hard at work working on a lot of performance enhancements to the isolated model. That includes both cold start as well as throughput perf optimizations. Durable function support is something that we've been working at. We have a preview of durable functions out right now, so you can try it out in the preview mode, and we have additional enhancements landing here very soon. Binding support is one of the things that we heard a lot from customers. We have this very nice model with the in-proc experience that abstracts some of the underlying SDKs away from you, give you a very nice binding experience and the ability to use some of the types coming directly from the service SDKs. So we'll talk a little bit about that today to talk some more about that. And enhance the HTTP trigger support, giving you access to the underlying HTTP request, add access to some more advanced HTTP scenarios, which is something that you have in proc, and we're enabling some of those capabilities for the auto-proc scenarios as well.
Oh, that sounds great. Actually, we also encouraged some enhancement for .NET Isolate Worker in this article linked here on the slide. And so one of them being SDK type binding, and I know for people who are in working process, they may be familiar with it. But you also share what the experience would look like here.
Yeah. So let's dive into one of those topics, right? Let's talk about SDK type binding, what that is. And if you are a seasoned, or if you are an existing Azure Functions user working with .NET, you may be used to the model where if you use a binding, let's say a storage binding, you have the ability to bind to specific types coming from the storage SDK, which for a lot of scenarios, it makes your function a lot simpler. It makes the process a lot easier. You don't have to worry about how to set up the SDK and connect to the underlying service, but the runtime and functions is managing a lot of that work for you. So with that, we want to bring that same familiar experience to the auto-proc model. So we want to enable the same level of binding access that you have in proc in the auto-proc scenarios, bringing that experience in. So everything that you do and you're familiar with the in-proc model, when it comes to the binding types and the targets, we are bringing that to in-proc. Keeping that SDK abstraction that we had with in-proc, so a lot of the work on connecting to the services, retries, some of the defaults that you get and the behavior that you get from the host, that's all managed for you. And one of the exciting things that you get from that as well is a lot of performance benefits from moving to that model. So instead of going through an additional hop and have the bulk of the work done by the host, and have a lot of that data transferred to the auto-proc model to your worker, a lot of that's going to be happening locally to your function and managed by the auto-process environment. So a lot of benefits. Some of those are completely transparent and behind the scenes, but you get to benefit from a lot of the work the team is doing in this space here.
Yeah, I heard a lot from customers that want to leverage their existing knowledge of in proc, and I also want to know how it works in isolated. They're also very care about the performance-wise things. I just can't wait to see the demo. Do you want to show us?
Sure, let's jump in here and show a quick demo of this actually in action. This is a little sneak peek. This is something that we're going to be releasing soon as a preview, but I wanted to share with folks watching today, because it is something that we've been asked for several times, and it is an exciting thing for us to be sharing with you today. So what I have here is just a plain auto-proc app. File new in Visual Studio, that's the template you get. So that gives you the basic framework to work with. In addition to that, so building on top of that, I've defined one function here that uses an HTTP trigger and uses the blob input. So far, everything is the same as what we've had before with the auto-proc model, still very similar to what we have in proc, the attribute-based model here. One thing that you'll notice is different is the type that I'm using to bind to the client. So I'm binding directly to an SDK type that is directly connected to the service and gives me the ability to very efficiently communicate with that service and download the contents for that blob. And what I'm doing here for the demo is just taking the blob content, writing that out to my HTTP response, and that's what we're going to see on the way back. So let me just F5 through this. We are now debugging. We have core tools up, looking at the functions that I have defined. And for this particular function, if you caught the name, we are binding to the client. So this is the function that we're going to be using here. And I do have a breakpoint here showing us the debugging experience with this. And I have the ability to look at the blob client and see that type is hydrated, is set up and connected to my service using this container as an input. And all that means is that when this function is executed, that client will have access to the blob for me. So I can step through this code here. I've downloaded the blob. I don't have to specify anything beyond what was defined in the attribute. Now I have the payload, and if I let this go, we'll see the response here on the screen, just with the information that was in the blob. And just to prove that I was using a blob, we are working against local storage here, so we can take a quick peek at the blob that we were using, which is the exact content that was used in the input parameter that was used for my function. So in addition to the client, we also get a number of additional types that the blob extension will be supporting as well. So again, giving us parity with the experience that we had with improc, we have the ability to bind to a stream very efficiently, the ability to bind to a byte array also in an efficient way that gives us some performance benefits when compared to the previous model. So even if you had a workload in the past that you were just binding to a string or a byte array, those will improve just by taking advantage of the new versions of the extensions that have support for this new capability. And that this last example here shows an example of us binding to a simple POCO that was defined as part of my application.
That's cool. So I hear a lot of customers, they really want to use it, but I think now the question is really about, if you are already Azure Functions customers and you're on Azure Functions v3 or even v1, how can we help customers move to .NET 7?
Sure. So not just for .NET 7, but a lot of the latest and greatest features that we've been working on, all of the enhancements that we've been talking about here, we've been working on migration guides and making those available, giving you some information on how to migrate from previous versions of functions to Azure Functions v4, which is where you have support for .NET 7 and a lot of the capabilities that we just discussed. So if you are on Functions 3.0, there is a link here for you. Use the Zaka link and you'll be able to find a migration guide that will help you get from 3.0 to 4.0 so you can take advantage of these new capabilities. If you're on the older version of Functions 1.0, we also have a migration guide for you that also talks about migrating .NET Framework dependencies to Azure Functions 4.0 using the auto-proc model.
That's I think our customers are waiting for this for a very long time because they have now the step-by-step guidance to help them move. So also, somebody also asking, okay, so what's coming next?
Yeah, so earlier, a couple months ago at this point, we've shared a roadmap update. There was an update from the previous roadmap that we had shared when we released Functions v4, .NET 6 support. That update outlined a lot of the plans that we have as a team, which touched again on our intention to close as much as possible the gap between the improc and the auto-proc models, provide parity when it comes to the feature experience and performance of both models, and eventually make the auto-proc model the default because of all the benefits that it brings in addition to the work that is being done to close the parity gap that currently exists. One thing that we wanted to make sure was clear, and we wanted to emphasize with the last update, is that a lot of that plan will be conditional on us being able to actually close those gaps, being able to actually meet the requirements and the expectations that customers have. We are not going to be pulling functionality away from customers and blocking them from continuing to use functions with all of the features and all of the workloads that they need to bring to us. So we shared that update a few months ago. We have another update coming in at the beginning of the year. But this slide here kind of shows the possible outcomes, what we have for the next version of functions, which will either be with improc model built in and still supporting the rich experience that we have with improc, or if we have parity with the auto-proc model, that would be the default experience in functions at that point.
A lot of things actually hear from the customers is we listen to our customers. So if you have any feedback you want to share, we do have Azure Function roadmap update. This is a link in this slide, so will be in the description down below, where you can create an issue because it's the same GitHub repo. You can share your feedback there, as well as just keep an eye on what's coming in the future for .NET on Azure Functions. Of course, if you want to get started on .NET 7 with Azure Functions, we have the documentation articles here, so you can use whatever the clients we want to work with, especially with the tools you're familiar with. So we're here to help you. Please feel free to leave your questions here, and we're really happy to take any questions. And otherwise, I hope you enjoy the rest of your conference.
Awesome. That was great. Thank you both so much. We do have a few questions that rolled in via #.NETConf on Twitter. Great. Matt, you want to ask some?
Yep, we'll start off here from Lowe's Tony. What's the difference between Azure Web Jobs and Azure Functions?
So Azure Functions is actually built on a lot of the same underlying foundation as Web Jobs. So Azure Functions is built on top of Web Jobs. So if you're familiar with Web Jobs, there's a lot that you can leverage. There's a lot that you can apply to functions as you start using functions. The key difference there would be some of the triggers that we support in functions and the hosting models that you have the ability to use in functions. HTTP scenarios, if you have an HTTP requirement, it's something that you want to consider using functions for. And if you want to take advantage of the consumption model that Melanie mentioned earlier, it's one of the key things that differentiates functions and the more traditional web job scenarios. Functions would be a better option for you at that point as well.
All right, so we got one more for you. Actually, we have two more. One just came in, and this one's from Jeff Fritz. I'm not sure if we know who he is, but all right. So, but anyways, he's a huge fan of Azure Functions. And are there any changes to the consumption model for .NET 7 and the V4 runtime?
No changes in the model itself. And if you're familiar with the out-of-proc experience, the same experience that we've had supporting .NET 6, .NET 5, that remains the same. So that's going to be the exact same experience there, except for you have access to .NET 7. From a billing perspective and the execution model, that is also identical to what we've had in the past. So no changes to the model, the consumption model being announced at this time.
All right, so we have one more question coming in, and this one comes from Roman. All right, so this one might be a no comment just because it's asking about the future, but when can we expect authentication and authorization in Azure Functions to be aligned with ASP.NET API?
That's a great question. So it is something that we have been evaluating as a team, so that better integration with ASP.NET Core as part of Functions. I don't, unfortunately, have an ETA that I can share. It's not part of the parity work that we've been doing, as it isn't something that is currently supported in proc. But it is certainly something that we have been hearing feedback on, questions on, and we are evaluating as a team. I would encourage you to go on GitHub, continue that conversation there, because we use a lot of the feedback that we get on the open repos to drive a lot of the work that we do.
Great.
Great, so thank you so much, Melanie and Fabio. We really enjoyed having you here, and we always love hearing about Azure Functions. So thank you very much.
Cool. Well, now we are getting into our final session of the cloud section. The final cloud section session.
The cloud.
The cloud. We have a few minutes before we bring Anthony on to talk about containers, I believe.
Azure Container Apps.
And he doesn't mean the containers that come in on big ships.
No.
He means container apps.
Container apps.
This is out of my realm. And I've been seeing some questions roll in on Twitter, #.NETConf, about container apps and how to containerize some of the demos we've seen earlier.
So if you just hold tight for just another half hour, we'll be able to, you might have those questions answered in Anthony's and Mike's talk, but I'm sure you will.
You might. And you can tweet your questions at any time during the session. We will try and make sure we get to as many as possible. So you can, if you field them as you start thinking of questions as we go, feel free to tweet those out and we'll take a look. And just remember again, .NETConf.net is your home for all of the links you need to get your swag, get your stuff.
Swag, the Decoder Challenge.
The Decoder Challenge,
yep,
all the things.
Totally get your swag. And just check out the brand new website with all the cool new UI. The design.
It looks
great.
great.
It's so cool.
All right, without further ado, let's hand it off to Anthony for Azure Container Apps.
Hey everyone, my name is Anthony and I'm a product manager at Microsoft. And today we're going to talk about how we can use .NET with Azure Container Apps. Let's get into it. So we're seeing more and more developers use the containers to develop and deploy their applications. And we're also seeing more and more teams leverage the microservices architecture to be a little bit more agile in the way that they deliver their software. So Azure Container Apps is a new service in Azure. We became generally available about 6 months ago that allows you to build serverless containers for microservices. So it's built on top of an open source foundation. So it's built on top of Kubernetes as well as a bunch of other different open source projects. And not only that, you can use open source tooling to build your applications. I already mentioned containers, but you can optionally use things like Dapper, which we'll get into a little bit later, to build your applications as well. And because we're an abstraction on top of Kubernetes, you can focus a lot more on building your apps and not have to worry about managing any infrastructure. And there is scaling built in automatically for basically you can scale your application based on any event that you can think of. So and there's support for scale to zero, so you don't have to pay for anything if your application is not running at all. And Azure Container Apps comes with a free grant, a lot like Azure Functions. So you have, I think, a couple million requests for free, as well as a certain amount of CPU and memory usage every month that are included for free as well. All right, so let's look at what kind of stuff you can build with container apps. So we already talked about microservices, and that's that's just a bunch of services that are running that can communicate with each other either synchronously using things like HTTP or TCP or gRPC, or they could communicate asynchronously through something like a queue. And all of these things can scale based on the events that they're processing. So that's pretty cool. And you can also develop and deploy standard web applications as well as web APIs to Azure Container Apps. And you can, you have access to things like custom domains, TLS certificates, as well as integrated authentication. And all of these apps can scale based on the number of concurrent HTTP requests that you're that you're receiving, and you can configure that per app. So if you have an application that can scale, that needs to scale a lot, you can actually adjust that. And you can also run event-driven processing applications on container apps. And one of those, like a pretty common example, would be an app that reads from a queue. And for that, you can actually have container apps scale based on how many messages are in the queue. So you can actually scale out if the workload increases, and then scale all the way back down, maybe even all the way back down to zero if you have no messages in the queue. And we can also run traditional background processing on Azure Container Apps as well. That's anything that's kind of just processing things in the background. And we can scale those based on CPU and memory. So before we dive into demos, I want to kind of just give you a quick overview of some of the concepts within container apps. As you can see in this diagram, it's a little bit daunting, but we're going to break this down. It's actually not that difficult to understand, hopefully. So all container apps live in a container apps environment. And an environment is basically an isolation boundary. All applications that you deploy to an environment share the same virtual network. And you can also configure them to use the same logging and observability as well. So you can actually see logs and observability metrics for all your apps within an environment in the same place. And as I was saying before, you can deploy one or more container apps to a container app environment. And a container app is basically a microservice or like an app that you might deploy. So you might have one app that is a web front end for your entire application. And then you could have an order service API as deployed as another app And you might have an inventory service that might be reading from a queue deployed as a third app. And then within each app, you can actually create one or more revisions. And revisions allow you to, if you want to kind of test out something before you make it live, or you want to do A/B testing, or you want to do blue-green deployments, they're great for that. Typically, you would just have one revision running of your app at the same time, but you can also have more than one app, more than one revision running if that's better for you. And within each revision, you can run one or more replicas, and that depends on the scale rules that you have set for your application. So depending on how much load your application has, the scaler will decide to scale your revision in or out to the number of replicas that it needs. And then finally, within the replicas, you have our containers. So typically, a single container app or a revision has a single container defined, and that's just that the container is running your web app or your background job or something like that. But you can actually run more than one containers together, and that's typically what we call a sidecar pattern. So you can have a main container that's say a web application, and then you can run a sidecar a container that will, for instance, capture logs and ship them off somewhere else. Those are really useful for that, and those run within a replica. And then, as I was saying earlier, you can do things like A/B testing with revisions within Azure Container Apps, and this is because we have Envoy built in as an ingress, so you can configure that to route all the traffic to a single revision, or you can actually split the traffic amongst multiple revisions. So, enough looking at PowerPoint. Let's look at some demos. Right. So let's go to Visual Studio. So here I have a web API project in .NET 7. And I literally just went file new project, and then I chose Web API, and then I went ahead and published this to Azure using just the right-click publish mechanism. And then you can see here that it's already been published. And if I click here, it will hit the website. I actually have to go to the right path. And you can see I have some random weather information showing here. So let's take a look at how we can actually build a front-end application that is going to get deployed to the same container app environment that will talk to this API and display the weather graphically. So in this Visual Studio here, I have another application that all it's doing is just kind of making a call to the weather API that I have in Container Apps, and then it's displaying that information. So maybe the best way to show it is to just run it. So I'm just going to F5. And I've also configured a Docker file for this project as well, so it knows how to build a container. But if you want to try to use the new .NET 7 support for building containers, that should work as well. So yeah, so you can see it's displaying the weather data here, and if I take a look at the logs, I can see down here, it's a little small, but you can see there's actually making a call out to that service. All right, let's see what it's going to take for us to deploy this to Azure Container Apps. And we're going to try to do this a little bit more properly. So, whoa, what did I just do? Last time, or for the other app, I just did a right-click publish, which some people frowned upon. I might have already gotten some complaint emails come in because I did that. So this time I'll try to do this a little bit more properly using GitHub Actions. So I'm going to go do the same thing as before and right-click publish, but I'll choose a different option at the end. And sorry, I got to shrink my screen here because I have different scaling happening on this screen. All right, so I'm going to choose Azure, and I will choose Azure Container Apps. In here, I should see a list of all my container apps that exist. I can create a new one. That takes about a minute or two. So I've already created one. And you can see I've done some practicing here. And I'm going to choose Weather Web. So that should be the right one. And then I also have to choose a registry. So the GitHub action is going to build a container image out of my application and push it to a registry. And then Container Apps is going to run the app from that image. So I will go ahead and choose this registry here, click Next. And now, if I chose this option, I'll be able to just click a Publish button and send the app up to Azure Container Apps. But this time, I'll actually set up a CI/CD workflow using GitHub Actions. Go ahead and click Finish. And it's going to do a few things. It's going to set up my GitHub repository. So one thing I didn't mention before is that this application I've pushed to GitHub. So it already has the upstream set up. And what it should be doing right now is that it's basically setting a bunch of secrets on my GitHub repository so that when I run my GitHub action, it will have the right credentials to deploy my application. And looks like it's all done. I'm going to click Close. So I have to do one more thing, which is to push the workflow that it generated for me to GitHub. So I can take a look here. This is the workflow that Visual Studio generated for me. And I'm just going to go ahead and commit this, that workflow. I'm going to commit it and push it to GitHub. That looks like it's happening. Thinking about it. Okay, it's done. If I go back here and I refresh, it's actually going to query my GitHub workflow. So you can see my workflow is ready. And within a little bit longer, yeah, the workflow has started running. So let's take a look at this in GitHub. And you can see the workflow is working. It's running. It's gonna take about 3 minutes to run. It's gonna build the container image, push it, and then deploy a new container app revision using that image. While that's happening, let's take a look at this application in the Azure portal. So like I said, the Azure the application has already been created. I can click here to open it up. It's still kind of showing the welcome page because the workflow is still working, or it's still running right now. And let's take this time to go over some other features in Container Apps. So you can really easily get access to metrics of your application, so you can see exactly how things are going in your application. In Container Apps, you can use the authentication feature to add an identity provider. So if you want to protect your web application using things like GitHub or Apple or Facebook, you can really easily just add one or more identity providers here, and it works just like the authentication features in services like App Service and Azure Functions. And if your application needs secrets, this is where you set it. We're going to take a look at ingress a little bit later. In my application, I used Visual Studio to create my GitHub workflow, but I could have also used this portal here to create a GitHub workflow in my repository as well. And we're also working on support for Azure DevOps. And I can create a custom domain for my application. And I can also enable Dapper in the portal here. So we're going to talk a little bit more about Dapper in a little bit, but you can actually configure the app ID, the port, all sorts of things that you would need to configure for your Dapper application to work properly. And then I can also turn on managed identity in my application. And I can use this managed identity in my code to talk to things like SQL database or Cosmos DB, as well as things like storage, or really kind of any Azure service these days. And you can talk to it without storing any secrets in your application, so you don't have to store the connection string. You can use this identity to call those services instead. And you can also use this identity to do image pulls from Azure Container Registry. And we also have preview integration with Service Connector. And Service Connector allows you to, with a couple of clicks, add and link a like a database or something like that that you might need to that you might want to add to your application. And down here, you can see the different revisions that we have in our app. Looks like the application has already been deployed. Let's take a look at the workflow. The workflow is now green. Things are looking good. Looks like I've stalled enough. Let's take a look back at the welcome page here. So if I go ahead and refresh this, it now shows our weather application that was deployed through GitHub Actions. So as you kind of might have noticed earlier, I kind of went through a little bit fast. You might not have. Currently, my backend API for the weather is actually public, and it doesn't need to be public because the ASP.NET application that's acting as the front end can actually call this within the same virtual network without actually going out to the open internet. So let's configure that right now. So I'm going to go over to my API application, and I'm going to click on its ingress blade. And as you can see right now, it's accepting all traffic from anywhere. I can go ahead and change this to limit traffic to just the Container Apps environment and click Save. It's going to take, maybe 30 seconds for this to happen. So, so now, after this is done, I should no longer be able to hit this endpoint from the public internet. So if I go back here and I refresh, you can see that I can't hit it anymore. And let's see what happens to the app. You can see that there's now an error. So we can use this opportunity to show you some capabilities within Container Apps to help you troubleshoot your application and see how we can fix this. So back in the portal, and this is now for my front-end app, so this is the app that's failing currently. I can click here to actually open up a log stream. So this connects to one of my containers that's running in my app. And if I go ahead and clear it, and then I just refresh this error page again, then hop back here, you can see that a bunch of logs appeared. And oh no, keep pressing whatever button I've been pressing to minimize my screen. Let's bring this back. Back. All right, it's back. So you can see that I'm actually calling this URL, and something appears to be wrong here. Let's see what's going on. So another thing that I can do is I can open up a console into one of the containers that are running for my app. So I can go ahead and connect to it here. And then I can just use a curl command and paste in the URL I just copied. And I can see that I'm getting a 404. So it's actually hitting the ingress, and the ingress is like, I don't know, I don't know of this address that you're trying to get to. And the reason for that is that when I changed the API to be internal, I actually got a new host name for it. So I'm actually going to copy the new host name, then come back here, and then I'll curl again. And I'll paste in the host name I just copied, /weather forecast. And now I can see that the proper way to connect to the service now is to use this new host name. So let's fix that. So I can go over to my revision management, and I can create a new revision. So, so what I'm currently looking at is what the current revision looks like. And I can go ahead and make a change to it. And the change I want to make is to add an environment variable. So I'll call this weather URL because that's what the app is expecting. Manual entry, paste that in /weather forecast. Click save. And then I can click save here again, and it's going to go ahead and deploy a new revision for me. So that's going to take about maybe 30 seconds or so to do, or maybe sooner. So you can see that the revision is now provisioning. And we recently added support for zero downtime deployments. So it's actually going to keep the old revision up and send 100% traffic to it still until the new revision is up and ready and running. And if you have any health probes that you've defined for that application, it's actually going to wait for all those probes to pass before it redirects traffic to it. So now you can see that the provisioning is happening. And pretty soon, the new application or the new revision is going to have 100% traffic. Let's see if that's happened. I'm going to go ahead and refresh it. You can see it's working again. So that's how easy it is to deploy a new revision to your container app, as well as to debug anything that's happening in production. Right. Let's get back into slides here a little bit. So, what we just deployed there was a simplified version of what you're seeing on the screen, which is a pretty typical application that we see customers deploy. You can see there's a UI running as a container app down here, and you can have an order service that is placing messages on the service bus topic, and then a loyalty service is reading it. And Azure Container Apps integrates with a project called Kata for its scaling. And Kata comes with a lot of different scalers. So what Kata can do is it can actually listen to the queue that you are scaling, or that your application itself is listening to. And then based on the number of messages that are in the queue, you can actually decide whether to scale your application out. So how it works is that Kata is running in your container apps environment, in this case, watching the service bus queue. And then if it sees that there's a lot of messages in there and it's backing up, it's going to go ahead and scale out my loyalty service so that it can process the messages quicker. And then when it notices that maybe there's no more messages left in the queue, it'll actually start scaling back in my application. And if I've configured it to scale to 0, it'll actually scale all the way into 0. That's how Kata works. And I also mentioned that Dapper is built into Azure Container Apps. And you don't have to use this. It's optional. You can see that the application that I deployed did not use Dapper, and it still worked. But Dapper is a nice little toolkit or a runtime that allows you to, that simplifies a lot of the things that you might want to do when you run microservices. So things like service-to-service invocation, state management, and pub sub, those are all kind of provided by Dapper. And how Dapper fits in is that if you enable Dapper in your container apps environments and in your applications, we will run a Dapper sidecar next to your application. So now instead of me talking, like the order UI talking directly to the order service, it's going to call it to the Dapper sidecar and it's going to in turn call your other service. It's also running Dapper as well. And then for the order service, instead of it talking directly to Cosmos DB as its state store, or the loyalty service talking directly to Service Bus, for its pub sub, it's actually going to do this through Dapper. And that creates a nice abstraction. So if I wanted to run this entire application somewhere else and I decide to swap out, maybe I'll swap in Redis for Cosmos DB, or I want to swap in Kafka instead of Service Bus. I can do this all just by configuring Dapper, and I don't have to change anything in the application itself. That's pretty cool. And I'm going to show you a really quick demo on how Dapper fits into Azure Container Apps. If I go back to my portal here, I have deployed another application. It's a pharmacy application. It's just constantly kind of creating orders and then fulfilling orders. And we can actually look at the architecture. It's a much larger application. It's more representative of what people are deploying today in production. And I want to show you how we can actually observe and monitor this application because Dapper is enabled. So Dapper integrates with Application Insights. And an Application Insights has a really neat feature called an application map. And here you can see the application map for the app that we were just looking at. And I can zoom in and out. And I can do things like click into anything to actually drill into some more information about it. I can look at how this particular receipt generation service is doing. And if I want to, I can go and investigate its performance. And I'm presented with some really rich information about this service itself. Anything from its load to its, basically its response times histogram, as well as things like, how each call is doing. And I can even drill into a specific request if I wanted to. And if I look at a specific request, I can actually see that entire request from when it comes into the order service to when it kind of goes through PubSub and kind of reaches each of these services as they process them. So you actually get this end-to-end view of my application, and it allows me to kind of see how things are going. And then it makes it hopefully a lot easier to troubleshoot because it makes it really easy to kind of see that something is wrong and then drill into it and find the error itself. So hopefully, in the last 20 minutes, you learned a little bit about how Azure Container Apps works and how you might be able to use it with your .NET applications. If you want to learn more about Azure Container Apps, go to this URL here. It's going to land you on our Container Apps documentation, so you can learn more about how you can do more with Azure Container Apps. Back to you, Maddie and Matt.
Great. Thank you so much, Anthony. We did have a ton of questions to roll through with #.NETConf on Twitter. So let's try and knock some of those out, huh?
Indeed. Thank you again, Anthony. Great session. And the community loves container apps. So we'll start off with one from Stuart Wells. And it is, when to use container apps versus Azure Functions for a web app that is in constant use?
I think for an app that's in constant use, I think both services would do great. I think it really kind of boils down to whether you want to use the Azure Functions programming model, or if you want to, for instance, just spin up an ASP.NET Core application and deploy it, as a container. Both of those are valid. Azure Container Apps also has a form of serverless billing. So, and then you can also keep a container app warm as well if you want to do that. And if your app is just sitting there not doing anything, it actually qualifies for idle pricing. So even pricing wise, the two can be quite similar.
Great. This is a Mac question, Anthony. So how do I go about keeping my container app warm? Is that a health probe, or how do I do that?
So you can do this by just setting your scale rules. So by default, I think the scale rules are 0 to 10. And then depending on what kind of rules that you have set, or the scale limits are 0 to 10. And then depending on what rules you have configured, it's going to scale between 0 and 10. But you can actually set the minimum to, say, 1 or 2. And so it's not going to scale to 0. So there's always at least one replica that's ready to go. And like I was saying before, if that replica, if your app is scaled all the way down to that minimum replica, and that replica is not processing anything, that means not receiving an HTTP request, or not using a CPU or network, it's actually going to bill you at a much lower idle pricing.
Okay, cool. So we have another question coming in from Zero. All right, so when will container apps deployment be supported on Project Thai?
That is a good question. I'm not sure whether we looked too much into it. I know Mike, who was going to present this talk with me, was working on things related to Project Thai before. So he probably knows more. If you follow up with me on Twitter or somewhere else, I'm happy to kind of look into that for you.
Great. And Anthony, we're keeping on going because container apps really has resonated. So what are the benefits of container apps over AKS?
Oh, that's a great question. So Container Apps runs on top of AKS, as I kind of mentioned briefly earlier. And it provides a bunch of abstractions. So you as a developer don't have to worry about managing the infrastructure yourself. But you still get a lot of the the capabilities of running your app in AKS. And so I would say, if you don't want to manage any infrastructure, you can start with container apps. And because your application is made up of a bunch of containers, and even with the scale rules and things like that, or if you decide to use Dapper, all of those things can run in an AKS cluster if you decide to change your mind and move to AKS. And you can also move in the other direction as well.
All right, so we have another question coming in. And so what's the local development experience looking like for Container Apps plus Dapper? So how easy it is for me to develop and debug locally?
Yeah, so Dapper has ships with a bunch of tooling, including a CLI. And it allows you to basically run Dapper locally and then start each one of your applications with basically a Dapper sidecar next to it. So you should be able to run quite a few of these services locally and test it out without deploying your app.
All right. I think those are all the questions we got. Anthony, we got a lot of people saying good job. They love Azure Container Apps. So great session. Thank you very much. That was great.
And that concludes our 2 hours of cloud.
The cloud.
Oh my goodness. Besides your session, what was your favorite part?
You know what, that's hard to say, but I love Azure Container Apps because it's brand new. And I also love Azure Functions. They're both kind of serverless, and they can scale out or they can scale down. They can do whatever they want or whatever you want. So, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yep. So you know what I really do like? I like Key Vault. Key Vault's one of my favorite things in the whole wide world because you can keep your secrets secret, but it's super easy for a developer to get at it. So it doesn't really make the developer experience more difficult because you have that, the default Azure credential in there. Just sign in Visual Studio, and then away you go. As long as you gave yourself access to the actual vault.
I'll have to remember to do that next time.
Yeah, well, no, that's really me.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So, is there anything coming up?
No, I mean, we're as we've said, and for those of you who are joining us, I know some folks are just waking up on some other coasts. So welcome to .NET Conf. It's the 12th ever .NET Conf. Everything you've seen today so far is recorded and will be uploaded to YouTube. So you're welcome to go to .NETconf.net, get all the details, get the links to our raffles for our swag bags. We have 25 swag bags our sponsors are giving away. Everyone gets a free Code Magazine subscription if you go to .NETconf.net, and then there's a URL there somewhere. We have the Decoder Challenge, so you can go win stuff from that.
Yep.
We have the completely free GitHub repo of digital swag. And what am I? Oh, the virtual code party.
Yes.
Escape room.
Escape room. I don't know how that works. I hope, you know what, if it was me, I would just get totally lost. You'd have to code your way out of it. All right, Matt, write a for loop.
Oh no, I would be stuck forever.
I'm stuck.
Yeah.
I'd be doing if
one.
Yeah.
If two.
If false. How come it doesn't go in? So, and there's also one more thing that's going on out at .NETconf.net is you can actually go through a survey itself and let us know how we're doing.
Oh yeah.
So we take all comments coming in very seriously. Read through each and every one of them, and we use it to improve next year's conference.
Yeah, and it's you can talk about sessions that you liked, that you wanted to see more of. Let us know. We always are taking this feedback, and a lot of your feedback is actually the reason we're doing these mini chunks of time.
Yes.
Where you have a keynote for ASP.NET and then 3 more ASP.NET sessions or Blazor and whatever.
Yep.
So of course we read it.
Yep.
It's a good time.
And the URL for that is aka.ms.NETconf survey 2022. Ooh. What we lack in brevity, we make up for in obviousness.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
That was slick.
Yeah, you like that? I just came up with it.
Oh my goodness.
Practiced it all night.
Well, we're coming to the end of the cloud.
The cloud.
But you know what time that we're coming up on, Matt?
What time is it?
I don't want to start too early, but it's Maui time.
Oh.
Let's go. Everybody, welcome to 2 straight hours of .NET MAUI content, otherwise known as client. My wonderful colleague Dave, who is on Twitter right now on his phone,
actually
is here.
I'm downloading the latest update of the Snippets application.
What?
Right here from Naweed. He has been updating Snippet. Is this what we've come to? This is it? She got me to wear the shirt, so I told her she had to do something extra. So no, this is a beautiful application for all things snippets. So code for beautiful UI. It's both a website as well as now it's a mobile app.
That's
so
cool.
Check that out. It's also free. So if you've got free for contributors. So if you've got a great app idea or XAML or C# UI, submit it to Snippets.
Wow. All right, put your phone away. It's
Yes, ma'am.
State of .NET MAUI time.
Yes,
I am
ma'am.
Maddie Montequilla, and when I am not standing on the other side of the studio, I am a PM on .NET MAUI.
I'm David Ortnow. I am also a product manager on .NET MAUI and Xamarin and .NET and all the things that intermingle. And we're here today to give you a State of .NET MAUI presentation, starting with, appropriately, what's going on in MAUI. So,
oh my goodness.
Would you like to jump into the last 6 months?
I would love to.
Can you reach the
Tilt
cursor?
this over to me. There we go. .NET MAUI. So .NET MAUI has been released, GA, general availability, for 6 months now.
Yes.
So we want to give you a quick summary of all the amazing things that have happened. First and foremost, you all love it, so thank you. We've really been enjoying watching our usage just grow. That line is going in the correct direction.
Yeah.
If you can't tell, up. That's what we want to see. And not only the actual usage of MAUI, but the interest in MAUI as an open source project has grown super, super rapidly. So if you look on this chart on the right here, the red line with the circles is .NET Core's star history on GitHub, so since it was open sourced. And the blue one is MAUI. So when we started MAUI, many, many years later, it shot up to almost the same amount of stars as .NET Core. Within, what's that, 2 years? That's pretty good.
Absolutely. Well, and I think it also speaks to not just the demand out there from companies and developers for something like .NET MAUI, but the popularity of Core itself, because we are built on. This is the unification. This is why we came together, so that we can benefit from all the same performance things that we heard about in the keynote and everything else you've seen really to date so far today.
Did you say performance?
I might have.
That's everyone's favorite word today, so we've heard. There have been a lot of great performance talks, so we would be remiss if we didn't talk about .NET MAUI performance, at least for a second in our State of .NET MAUI. There is another session in an hour and some numbers from one of our engineers about performance. You can check out that same engineer, Jonathan Pepper's amazing blog, MAUI 7 Performance, because since we're part of .NET, MAUI shipped today with .NET 7. So we have a whole new MAUI coming out. Very exciting. MAUI, by the way, not just Hawaiian, but also multi-platform app UI. And with .NET MAUI in .NET 7, you have 51% faster rendering of your pages, which is pretty cool. And one of our benchmarks is the lols per second, the amount of LOLs we can throw up on your screen. And your scrolling's faster. So on the right here, it's the GPU load. So lower bars are better. So you can see with .NET 6, the bars are tall. That means it's not as good. .NET 7, they're smaller, which is better.
And importantly, that faster scrolling was benchmarked and really targeted at lower end Android devices, which is really where this becomes more and more apparent and more of an issue. So in some markets, those devices are more prevalent, and so we need to make sure that we optimize for them, as well as the brand new Pixels and Samsungs and whatever the hotness is on Android these days.
Yeah, that's awesome. And of course, MAUI is not just an amazing SDK and toolkit that you can use to build your mobile and desktop apps, but it also is a complete product lifecycle to get you from writing your code all the way to shipping it out to your customers and all the things that come after that.
Yeah.
So in all of these 5 phases of development, you have developing, testing, building, distributing, and monitoring. There are solutions out there for .NET MAUI, and there are more by the day. We were updating the slide up until the last minute because we keep hearing new things that have been coming out. Of course, with developing, you can use Visual Studio and Visual Studio for Mac 17.4, shipped today, both with general availability, .NET MAUI tooling in the stable channel. But you can also use Microsoft DevBox, which is a fantastic new offering, if you hadn't heard about it, from Ignite, where you can actually load up basically like a fancy VM that does the development stuff. It's very cool. Someone on our team actually opened a DevBox on his iPad and then developed an iPad app on his DevBox on his iPad using .NET MAUI. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you can develop anywhere you want, of course, and then you want to test. You can use NUnit for testing. And coming soon, we do have App Center support for Xamarin UI Test .NET MAUI. So I know those of you who are waiting for that, hang on, it's coming. We're very excited about it. And then building all of the places you might want to build your app, whether it's Azure DevOps or GitHub pipelines. That's what this blue logo is, by the way. I didn't know what it was. and then I realized it was GitHub pipelines, or GitHub Actions, excuse me. And I was very confused, and now I know, which is exciting. And of course, App Center for building. Distribution, not only to the stores, the Microsoft, Apple, and Google stores, but also to their distribution mechanisms for beta testing. For example, TestFlight with iOS. Google Play has in a beta built in. The Amazon App Store and App Center, if you want to distribute via that. And of course, monitoring your application. So a bunch of companies, all different sizes and shapes, are out there shipping things for how to monitor your .NET MAUI apps. On here we have Sentry, App Dynamics, and of course the Crashes and Analytics SDK from App Center, which is in preview for .NET 7 now. Very exciting.
And you never really know how important, I mean, you know it's important, right?
Yeah.
But you don't think about these things because you've had them for other, Xamarin, for example. But then, we were in the early previews of .NET MAUI, and we're like, yeah, we don't have anything for error reporting. Yeah, you can't publish the app. You can develop it, but you can't publish. And granted, you're a preview, right? So that's just part of the development of the product that you develop with. But this is, this slide is a great testament to the state we're in today. It's a state of .NET MAUI.
The state.
That you have the things you need at your disposal to go through the entire DTBDM process.
Yeah.
That's not going to stick. That's not going
to stick. Nice try, though.
Yeah.
And there's way more than just those ones. Our entire ecosystem has been loving .NET MAUI. We have been every day hearing of new packages, new community members, new apps, all these different things. But these are just some of the amazing logos you'll see of open source or otherwise projects that now have support for .NET MAUI. We know for those of you who are on Xamarin, you want to get to MAUI because it's cool and it's awesome, and you've been waiting for some of your packages to get ready for MAUI, and they are. That's part of the reason we GA'd it 6 months ago, so that we could get all of your packages in your ecosystem up to date. So it's pretty cool. Some good ones on here. I don't know. Pretty cool logos too.
I love the Strawberry Shake, for example.
Cool.
That's a GraphQL library. I don't remember what the cats are. Those are different cats. But we've got of course the major component vendors like your Progress Telerik, Syncfusion, Grile, DevExpress, Improgistics, Esri, and on have offerings as well. But there's some new cats on here.
New cats?
And that's what's really exciting to me is that we're not just seeing Xamarin libraries come forward, but we're seeing new innovative players in this ecosystem. So there's been some inspiration ignited with .NET MAUI, and that's cool.
That's cool. And of course, since it's all just .NET and .NET 7, anything that runs on .NET 7, kind of core, cross-platform, we don't really call it core anymore.
Yeah.
But that will work in your MAUI app too.
Absolutely, and some of these, James Montemagno probably is responsible for quite a few on the screen here. Mostly the blue boxes, I think, the ones that you can make money through your app and you can rate your app. Once he had migrated those to .NET 6 back in May, when that happened, the migration to 7 doesn't really need to even worry about it because your 6 works on 7. So the pain of the Xamarin .NET Framework transition to .NET 6, it's not the same story going from 6 to 7, 7 to 8, etc.
Yeah.
It's very smooth. Your upgrade of your .NET 6 MAUI apps, change the 6 to a 7, probably just fine.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to turn your laptop back in your direction.
Please.
And let's talk about some customers that are using .NET MAUI today.
Yeah, so we get asked this question a lot. Who is using .NET MAUI? Can we see any? Because I don't know. And you know what? We sometimes have a hard time as well finding them in the wild, right? You got to crack open a file and do some reverse. We're not going to mess with that.
Right.
But we do talk to a lot of customers all the time about what you and your companies and you as developers for other companies are doing with .NET MAUI. And we've gone through the steps to be able to share some of those stories with you today. Because sometimes you can't talk about these things publicly. People want to protect their info. So I want to start with first-party apps. So a really cool app here from Alexandre Costas in Brazil. I believe he's based in Brazil, right? But he works for us now. And he made this app during Hack Week for people that are with partial or total loss of vision, when you are in need of a volunteer to just help you out for a task that you might have. The canonical task that he presents is, I need to go shopping through the mall. And I'd rather have somebody guide me through the mall than have to do it by myself. And so using this app service that they've built and this accessible app, I don't know if you can see this on the screen, but it's got the focus rectangles around the UI elements and everything, because it's fully accessible, and .NET MAUI is accessible by default. Shane Newell and Rachel Kang have done a great job on the engineering team working with customers and with our internal validation teams to make sure that our .NET MAUI apps that we test with pass all the certifications, all the benchmarks for an accessible app.
That's awesome.
So you get that by default. And here's one example of a Microsoft team making an app. It wasn't just Alexandre, it was he and others working on this app. Also, the Hack the Hire application is from a group of recruiting and other Microsoft employees kind of in the Atlanta area, I believe. And they saw a need to be able to help find and promote talent from within the Black and Afro-Latinx communities to bring them into Microsoft. You know, we highly value the diversity of perspective as well as experiences and backgrounds. So being able to have teams that really represent that is super important to our culture and to the value of what we build as products. So this is a beautiful app. These screens don't do this justice. It's actually quite a few features. Cool. It's a feature-rich app, one might say. And so that's really cool. And I also want to give a mention to, because I've been speaking to some other teams with some more recognizable maybe logos that to you, developers. They are already using .NET and Xamarin. Some of them have done some initial investigation into their transitions to .NET 6, now .NET 7. And we will be working with them to make sure that there is a smooth path for all of them. So this is the Azure mobile app, which is a Android and iOS .NET application. And then the Xamarin Forms app in the middle there, that is the 365 SharePoint admin app. Both get great ratings on the App Store. Highly recommend them if you're not already using them.
Cool.
And then that is the last icon there. I believe it's their logo. If it's not, I just made it their logo, but I pulled it from their website. It's the Microsoft Advertising Editor. So it is actually a desktop application. So I have plans for that desktop application.
So hang on. So you're telling me I can take the 2 hours of cloud knowledge I just used, open up my Azure Portal mobile app, and use a .NET app to provision my .NET services in Azure.
That sounds very good.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I'll take that.
It is. So these are just a few of the applications within Microsoft using .NET for mobile and for desktop. And so as we have more of these sorts of stories that we can share with you, we certainly will. But that's not all. There are customers, real life customers in the world doing .NET. So am I just talking to all these, or did you want to talk to
this one?
I'm
going to do the next one.
Okay.
We got
That's
this.
right. All right. I just remember. It's a little back and forth. A little on the fly. That was an audible. We just call it an audible.
Oh, I like that.
Actually, it was. I was tried to call it an audible. She called it off.
Oh.
Technically,
well,
right?
That's because I'm the boss.
So K2 Klima campaign is a kind of an environmentalist look at your contributions to eco change. So as you saw, the screens are beautiful. This is an in-production .NET MAUI mobile application for Android and iOS. You can go to the Android store in particular and check this app out right now. Becky signed up for an account this morning and created some screenshots for me. Thank you, Becky, very much. Becky's the newest member of our team. Everybody tell Becky hi when you see her.
Hi, Becky.
And then, Maddie.
Yes, this is a very cool application. So our team, our MAUI team, and a lot of the .NET team, and all of Microsoft, but really .NET, is highly distributed. We're all over the world. We have a couple engineers in the Netherlands.
Yep.
And a couple months ago, we found out that the Netherlands, if you're a citizen, you have an app that you use to do basically like two-factor authentication and verify your identity when you go to use government services, to vote, to do all these different things. And that's actually a Xamarin, now .NET MAUI application. So it's called your DigID, your DigID.
Right, it's a great name.
Great name. I love it. And it allows you to identify yourself. You know, there's government stuff, educational stuff, healthcare stuff, and every citizen in the Netherlands uses this app. Every single one. And I think there's something between like 50 and 80 million, which is amazing.
Yeah, it's a great app, does its job, does it well, and they're continuing on with .NET 6 and now 7, so that's awesome. I want to spend a little bit more time talking about a customer that we've been working closely with, Civica. They're building an application for modern.gov in the UK, and does UK encompass Ireland, Scotland, and all of the above?
Northern Ireland.
I'm so American, I apologize.
Yeah, you are really American.
I'm working on it, growth. And so this application helps facilitate meetings like your chamber meetings, your local officials. You know, the public comes in and says, "Don't teach this in my schools," you know, and then so they have to take all the notes, and then they have to stream it virtually, and they have to do all the things now in this era. And so that's what this application does. And I asked Connor, one of the engineers there, and amongst his team, like, why are you using .NET, and what is it you like about MAUI? Why are you doing this? Of course, I didn't ask it in such a way that made it sound like I doubted it. Of course.
Of course not.
I didn't want to put words in his mouth. So one of the things that they really do love is this combination of web technologies and native experiences, so they can just leverage more in general. I've given you plenty of time to read the screen. I'm not going to read the whole quote. So here's a look at the app, and so you can imagine your tribunal of six people or whoever
your
on
council
your council meeting, all your counselors or doing the meeting, and of course people that might be attending virtually, etc. So this is all digital document management. It's voting, video conferencing. Of course, it gets recorded, so you have minutes of the meetings and everything. This app runs it all. So big deal. And now they can take it to multiple platforms, and they love using MAUI for this. So it's a very feature-rich app, highly productive for them. I loved seeing the chat in there. I had no idea they were doing chat or the new video conferencing. I think these are features that are yet to come to the existing app. So they're adding on to it. They also said they really like the new handler architecture, the simplified single project structure, because they get greatly increased developer productivity with less time wasted.
That's why we did it.
It is, and certainly we have more work to do there, always cognizant of that, but excited to see more of that coming. Wow, time is flying. And then it's much easier for them to edit native components. It's extremely powerful, so they can get more done with what they have. Maddie, what's happening with Visual Studio?
Oh my goodness. Well, if you've been on any of these social medias today, you've probably seen we had some things ship.
Yeah.
.NET 7, of course, that's why .NET Conf is today, but in my opinion, even better, Visual Studio 2022 17.4. So 17.4 adds support for .NET 7, the same features you've seen before, but even better. We shipped MAUI tooling on Windows with 17.3, and we've actually been able to fix over 80% of the bugs that you have filed on us since we shipped MAUI GA in tooling in Visual Studio in August.
Yeah,
so I had the engineering team take time off of engineering to pull me that number. I was very, very excited. That means 80% of the things you filed, we are now shipping a fix for in 17.4, which is really cool.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked when you told me that. That's exciting.
Yeah, we're flying. We're flying. But that's not it. We love more than just Windows. We love, of course, a good old Mac as well. Visual Studio 2022 for Mac 17.4 shipped today, and I am really, really excited and very, very proud of the team to announce that we have shipped .NET MAUI support in the stable channel, in the stable release of Visual Studio for Mac, which is a long time coming. So we're really excited. Definitely try it out. Send us your feedback again, because as you can see, we're fixing bugs. Yep. We're flying through the bug fixes. So you can also develop other .NET 7 applications, your web, mobile, desktop, and more. And it runs natively on your M series Macs. So we've been seeing people with Ventura and an M2 and all these different things, all the Mac words and Xcode 14, having a great time writing their MAUI apps.
Absolutely. I've done my darndest to use the Mac almost exclusively. All right, I want to give you a quick rundown of some of the new features in .NET MAUI 7. I am not going to cover them in detail because there are a bunch of sessions coming up. So tooltips, this is where you can hover over any element and expose a little text helper. Awesome. Pointer hover, I love this one so that I can just hover over that button and get my background color to change. Thank you so much. Context menus, you can right click or secondary click, if you will, on any element and get that nice little menu. You can also use that same gesture, but with the tap gesture, and you can right click. So I've got primary and secondary. That's how you denote your left click and right click.
Interesting.
But it's primary and secondary because who knows?
Who knows?
It's not always right click and left click.
Do people who use left-handed mice have
don't
left
know.
and right click?
See? Don't know.
That's a great question.
So this is why we chose primary and secondary, so you can decide.
It's pretty good.
Yes, and then this is you.
Of course, yeah. I mean, we've mentioned Xamarin a few times. Xamarin is amazing. We love it. Xamarin has transformed into .NET MAUI, evolved, if you will. And so we know a lot of you want to get your Xamarin Forms apps up into .NET MAUI as soon as possible because MAUI's awesome. And you get to wear these cool shirts, not included.
You don't have to.
Yeah. But just so you know, there will be a whole session by Sweeky, who's a member of our team tomorrow. But upgrading from Xamarin Forms to .NET MAUI and from Xamarin to .NET 6, 7, and beyond is not a complete rewrite of your application. Correct. We just want to make sure you know that there are some changes you're going to make. We're working on documentation. We're working on samples. We've had a couple customers already successfully migrate. And we're also working on the Upgrade Assistant tool, which exists for other .NET workloads today. But support for MAUI is in development. You can actually try it out. It does like 50-ish% of the things you might need it to do. Yep. Send us your feedback and we'll continue to chug along on that. But it's not a rewrite.
That's right.
It's not a rewrite.
It's not. So you have time to do that migration, that upgrade. You have support annually. You have 18 months of support for every MAUI release. And Xamarin will soon come out of support, but it's not that soon. It is May of 2024. Cool. So you've got plenty of time. And if you have any blockers or friction points, let us know because we are working actively on that migration assistant or the upgrade assistant and our documentation, which will be coming out shortly. So we want to help you any way we can. There's a lot more content coming up. Check the agenda. Here are day 1 sessions, screenshot, and day 2 and day 3. Lots of great sessions with some MAUI content and or mentions. So make sure that you are there for that. I want to spend the last remaining breaths of this session on a roadmap vision for you.
Well, if you take up the last 7 minutes, then we can't answer any questions. And that's a good thing, probably, for us.
So I want to first do this by recapping. What have we just done? Well, we shipped 6 in May. We shipped 7 today in line with all of .NET. We have unified .NET with a mobile desktop and hybrid offering. It's productive development with native APIs and native performance. Maddie, that's not our destination.
Are we going on?
Did you know that?
Are we going to a different island?
This is not our destination. This is only where we begin. This is the foundation for where we are going. So we hear from customers a lot. We need our apps to be where our users are. They might be at a cafe. They might be a field service engineer or a warehouse technician. They might be working in the office or in the house, as it may be, scrolling on their touchscreen tablet. Companies need to be where their users are. And so that's a key reason that we're doing what we do. I want to call back to Satya's quote from the Keynote, from another Keynote, where he said that it's really about doing more with less, but did everybody notice that he says they're turning to developers? We have a role to play in this, and that is what we're going to do next. We have some specific things that we have in mind, but I want to leave you with this. If you have needs with your company and you're looking for solutions as a developer, reach out to us. Let us know what those are. We have been doing our own research, and I look forward to, in the near future, being able to share that with everybody because we have some pretty exciting things that we're doing with .NET and the broader ecosystem.
Yeah, we do.
And so, look at that.
Woo!
In time for questions.
I feel so inspired.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. All right, let's see what Matt has in store for us from the Twitter.
All right, thank you, Maddie and David. And Maddie, you hit it right on the head. At the end, I was thinking of the soaring music coming up when David was talking through. Of course, I'm going to let you know of anything I thought of. And This might be a little known fact. It's not to you or David or Maddie, that I started my career here at Microsoft working on Xamarin. So this is a topic near and dear to my heart. And actually, I was a Xamarin MVP way back in the day when both David and I were in our early 40s. Now David's in his late 70s. So, so that's great. I really love the fact when you all went through the apps that were created for .NET MAUI, and I'm going to interject myself here again because I can't stop talking about myself. I helped with the Hack to Hire app. I just kind of, I pushed the folks kind of in the right direction. I didn't really help as much as kind of just showed where we were going, and yeah, great. So we do have a couple questions coming in from Twitter. So the first one is a little bit about the platforms. So in .NET MAUI, a collection view with 2 columns are found in iOS and Mac Catalyst and Android, but in Windows, only 1 column shows. Why is that?
Well, that does sound like a bug. So we also, I don't have an 80% number to share, but we have also shipped a lot of fixes. So please try .NET 7 GA. See if that doesn't address your issue, and file feedback. Look at my blog post. I, at the end of the blog post for the announcement today, outline how you can make an impact and help us improve the platform. Give those issues a thumbs up or some kind of reaction. Add some additional information. That helps us with our querying of issues to know what is impacting the most people. It makes a difference. It's not going to guarantee a fix for you, but it'll certainly help us to provide you with at least a workaround, if not prioritize that bug fix.
Yep. This is me shielding myself from bugs for the day.
Is that what you're
doing?
doing?
It's a day of celebration. We shipped something. I will work again tomorrow. Sunglasses on.
We don't fix bugs, Maddie.
All right, so we have another question coming in, and this is coming from Kai. Can we use VS Code to develop .NET MAUI apps?
You totally can. You can develop MAUI apps anywhere you can develop .NET apps, and you can totally do so in VS Code. Let me take these off while I talk to you. Yeah, .NET, of course, has an amazing command line experience, and so you can create new projects, you can build, you can run, you can deploy, you can do all the things from the command line. VS Code, of course, is an amazing text editor, and there's been a lot of news about C# support in VS Code, so definitely go check out our blogs. They're all over the place, GitHub issues, I'm sure. So yeah, totally. There's an extension you can use. It's called the Comet extension from a former team member of ours who still maintains it. That kind of makes the getting to device part, getting to your simulators or your Android emulators a little bit easier.
It also introduces debugging. So you have the same Monosoft debugger that powers Visual Studio and Visual Studio for Mac as part of that extension. It's an open source debugger that we use. So it's a lot of the same technology brought together, yes, by a former team member, Mr. James Clancy. Hi, James. Hi. But also many others that are still on our team. So if there are things that extension is not doing for you today or you would like it to do differently, again, let us know. There might be an opportunity for us to see what we can do to improve that experience for you.
Yeah, and VS Code is really a text editor. You can do a lot of things with it. You can add a .NET bot as a pet, apparently. Did you see this earlier?
No.
But you can.
Okay.
But the best MAUI experience is going to be in Visual Studio and Visual Studio for Mac, because that's where we have all the hot stuff, the reloads, where we have all your live previews, a whole bunch of tooling things, which you'll see in some of the talks later today and throughout the rest of the week.
All right, so obviously now we're going to have to get the .NET bot to have a Hawaiian shirt on so we can have that swag in there too, but not yet. That's not there yet. We have one more question though, and that is coming from Ryan. Are there any resources that you recommend if you run into issues with MAUI or just to learn MAUI more in general?
Yes. Yes, there are, Ryan. Thank you for asking. First and foremost, if you hit a bug or if you have a feature idea, there are 2 ways you can file it. One is on github.net/MAUI. Generally, we use the GitHub for things for the SDK, right? Like my collection view is only showing 1 column. That's a good GitHub bug. If you're in Visual Studio and you're having an issue with Visual Studio, or if you have an idea for a way to make your development life easier, you can go to Help, send feedback, report a problem, or suggest a feature. So that's how you get your voice out there with once you're in the product. But to learn it, we have a ton of resources.
Sure. We actually just published all new documentation for many of the 7.0 features today. So those went up live this morning. We have Learn courses for some of the more beginner-related things. Also for specific issues, if you're like, how do I accomplish X, Y, Z? Check out the Q&A forums. You can post questions, of course, search for anything that's there previously. Those are actually monitored by some of our support staff, and they may be able to answer that question for you. And you might actually be able to get an answer on Stack Overflow too, so don't hesitate to engage there.
Cool.
Great. Maddie and David, thank you very much. Always loved talking about .NET MAUI. Always love hearing about the state of client development here with .NET 7. So coming up, we now have Shane on Teams to bring us through desktop development with .NET MAUI. Shane, over to you.
Hello, Matt. Hello, MAUI developers. How are you all doing here? So we've been talking about a lot of the stuff that's been released. Now I am here to get into the gritty a little bit, show you some of the new features that have been released. I have a nice little app that I put together to demonstrate these as well. So let's just dive right in. .NET MAUI for .NET 7 general availability. Yay! Clapping sound. So there was, as Dave had mentioned on the thing we did, there were a lot of usability improvements, but we also were able to sneak a few new features in that we're all excited about. We added the foldable APIs. So in Xamarin Forms, that was the dual screen NuGet, but now it is coming at you as the foldable NuGet. So Craig Dunn did a wonderful job porting all of those over to MAUI concepts. And so now you can use the two-pane view, and you can use, you can basically reach into the APIs now on any sort of foldable device. So it's nice because now it's based on the Android bits for that. So it works with any Samsung foldable or your Surface Duo as well. So yeah, give those ones a try. Window positioning, which gives you a lot of ability to interact with the window, set positions, move it around. And then we also added tooltips. So they give you some nice added contextual information, context menus. So we're going to kind of run through these in more elaborate detail throughout. So just kind of touching on what we've added. But yeah, context menus have been added to Catalyst and WinUI. So you can get the nice little flyouts that pop out, and you can add actions to things. There was a number of accessibility improvements because we're constantly iterating our accessibility and monitoring and making sure that we are staying accessible with each release. Another very exciting thing, pointer gesture, which has also added some pointer over Visual State Manager features, which is very exciting. So you can add some really cool styling. And then we also added secondary click and some position data. Position data. So now if you've ever wondered, now that I've clicked there, where did I click? Well, you can ask the system. It'll tell you where you clicked. Pretty exciting. So context menus basically are attached to a single element. They display secondary commands. You can invoke it by secondary clicking or an equivalent action. They are added through an attached property, flyout-base.context flyout. So we used the WinUI API for this one, just to kind of keep things familiar. All the types of menus that you can add are the same as you can add with WinUI as well. So you can add the flyout, you can add a flyout item, you can add a separator, and then you can add like a sub item if you want sort of like sub views, which is exciting. So you can kind of see how this sort of surfaces. On the left here, we have Catalyst. Pretty. And then on the right here, we have WinUI. Context menus. Tooltips. So tooltips, the lesser version of a context menu, just gives you nice information on, say, images, or if you just need a little bit more context on something, we have tooltips. So those surface out in a number of ways. Those are on all of the platforms, which is nifty. So basically, you can hover over with your mouse on either WinUI or Catalyst, and you get this nice little pop-up. And then on Android and iOS, you touch and hold, and then it pops up. So we will see that in the chat app coming up here. So that is also added via attached properties. So currently we have only the text property on there, and you can apply it to any layout or element, and it'll give you a nice little tooltip. So here I am adding the tooltips to the shelf layout items, which we will see in the chat demo. Pointer gesture recognizer. So this is a very exciting one. I know a lot of, especially desktop users, were very excited. We're saying can't really do much if you don't have a pointer gesture. So now we've added a pointer gesture recognizer, which has all your basic entered, exited, and moved. So as you are tracking on Catalyst Android or WinUI, you can just move the mouse over. As it enters something, the gesture will fire, and you can start getting information on where the pointer's at. Alongside this, we also added the positional data, so we can kind of see the APIs for that here. So Rachel Kang did a great job adding all of the pointer gesture features across all of the platforms. So for the pointer gesture, and this, it's a similar API for the tap gesture. Essentially, you can just, you use get position, and then you pass in the element that you want sort of the relative position to. So in this first example, the sender is on your args. So this is basically giving you the position relative to the view that the gesture is on. And then get position with null gives you relative to the window. And then you can pass arbitrary views into it, and it will tell you the position relative to that arbitrary element. So you can see here with this very fast demo going, you can see it kind of showing the positions. So it's hovering over this label in the middle, which has the gesture, and you can see that the positional data is updating. So you can see here with the window, the Y has a bit of an offset. The X's are all the same because everything's lined up. And then here's the position relative to this label. You can see it's a negative Y position because it's above the label. So the pointer gesture was exciting because that was a precursor to pointer over visual state, which is very exciting. I know David was super excited about this. He kept asking, where's my pointer over visual state? I think it's part of his weekly reminders to bug us about pointer over visual state every Monday. I'm curious what he's going to update that with now, but for now, he was happy last Monday. So pointer over visual state. What can we do? VSM. Who loves your VSM? Here we go. Normal. You can set the background color. This is your normal background. And then you can set pointer over. Easy as that. And look what you get. Ooh, colors. Isn't that neat? Look at that. I'm just moving the pointer over it, and it's changing colors. It's amazing. All right, tap gesture recognizer improvements. So along the lines with the pointers, we have tap gesture. So we added button mask. So this is still on the lines of desktop improvements. We have a, you'll notice this mask, which came from the click gesture recognizer in Xamarin Forms. In Xamarin Forms, the click gesture recognizer only worked on Mac OS. It wasn't wired up anywhere else. So we got rid of it, and we just coalesced it around tap gesture recognizer. So basically, it's a flag. So you can just, OR together what you want the gesture to recognize. So if you want it to be secondary, you can just do secondary, or you can do secondary or primary, and it'll be both. The default is just primary. Tapped event args. So tapped event args are on the tap gesture recognizer, and that's exciting now because you can get the positional data from the tap gesture recognizer. So basically the same APIs. Here's a very exciting demo. Ooh, tap. See, over here, I'm right-clicking this label. Over here, I'm right and left-clicking. So if you look over here, you'll see when the mouse goes over it, there's a second when it doesn't do anything. That's because I'm left-clicking and it's not doing anything. So it's demonstrating that only secondary click works. So just imagine there's a little bubble popping out and nothing's happening because it's working. So tap gesture recognizer improvements. So this one works on, let's see, right-click works on, yeah, secondary click, sorry, works on Android, Catalyst, and WinUI. Let that marinate. All right, foldable support. This is when the slides get fancy. And the foldables get exciting. So foldable support. This is the, we'll demo this on an actual Duo simulator here in a second. And you'll see the different pivots. So basically this view is using a 2-pane view to power the ability to work across the I don't know what forget what the official name is this now, the divide, the chasm, the black abyss. I don't know. To work across that, the middle part aspect. So here we can see this is implementing the exciting list details pattern. Effectively, when you click on it, it goes to a details element, and then you can go back, it goes out of a details element. Ooh, exciting. So here you can see now I've dragged it over, and then this then splits it out into a 2-pane view. So you get the very exciting the right chat aspect and the left chat aspect, which is really neat. All right, now hold your horses. This one's pretty exciting. Ooh, look at that, I'm rotating it. Boom. And now if you look here, you'll see this is now, when you rotate it so that you're like this direction, fancy, then you get this different view here. So basically this is setting a 2-pane view, which is a very powerful grid, and it kind of sets the way these sizes work. So in order to use the foldable aspects with a foldable device, you call use foldable on the builder, which is the central point where you call everything now in MAUI, because that's super cool. Instead of having to add these weird little statements in this random place on all of your platform files, you have this nice little builder inside your MAUI program file that you can just attach stuff to, all XPlat on there. So yeah, use foldable. And the main thing that does is wire up a lot of the Android events. So if you're not necessarily interested in the actual device events, you can still use the 2-pane view. So if you really like the 2-pane view, just add the foldable NuGet, and foldable is a NuGet. So you add it as a NuGet. It's not part of like any of the workload parts. So yeah, just add the foldable NuGet, similar to how you'd add maps. All right, Windows position and location APIs. So they're pretty basic. You know, you create your window, you set your height, you set your width, set your X, set your Y, and those things set. The only slight caveat is that the X, if I remember correctly, the X and the Y don't quite work in Catalyst because of some limitations on the Catalyst side of things. But this also has maximum width and minimum height, maximum and minimum width. So all the APIs you could hope for on a window. And these properties all, so here, let me click one more time, let this super cool transition play. All right, check that out. So this is in our samples gallery on our repository. So you can see the way that the APIs interact with. You can see me accidentally clicking on it and nothing happens because I should have recorded a new video, but this is what we got. So if you move this around, you'll see, oh, look at the X and Y are updating. Isn't that neat? So the X and the Y update, so that's these properties are all getters and setters, essentially. So as you resize, these properties will update. You can subscribe to size changed on the window if you're curious to track your window size changes. So you'll see where I'm using that in the list details here in my repository. Yeah, so that video is exciting. Nice Windows API. So thank you, Matthew Leibowitz, for putting all those APIs together. I know that was a big effort, but it's cool. Look, you can do like the centering. It's neat. I know that right when we got multi-windows, everybody wanted to indicate where to put them. So there you go, multi-windows. All right, and with every release, we always want to be improving the accessibility story. So I definitely wanted to highlight that accessibility is a focus on every single release. Thursday, I'm pretty sure it's Thursday, Rachel King is doing a presentation on accessibility, so make sure to check out her presentation. If I remember correctly, it's Thursday. So accessibility updates. We've closed around 35 accessibility bugs, that's fun to say, accessibility bugs in the last period. There was a heavy focus on the Windows desktop experience in this last push. We had a recipes app that we've built, which is actually on Rachel's GitHub. If you go to Rachel King's GitHub, you can see the app that we've built that we run through all the accessibility testing. So there was a big focus on Windows issues, and we cleared up a lot of, we made the default experience with Shell very accessible, which is super cool. So basically, all you have to do is add your flyout items, and boom, they're accessible. So this is essentially what the narrator is going to read out. Some honorable mentions. These have kind of been around since Net 6, but I just wanted to kind of touch on them because I think they're very exciting within a multi-window world. We have the menu bars. We did add the menu flyout separator. That is one new thing that Elon added. Ooh, menu separator, pretty fancy. And then scoped services. So a lot of the services stuff is going to start really coming into play with Net 7, and then especially with Net 7 is going to be a big one where we're sort of shaping the way users want this stuff to work. And then, and then we're going to have some, it's going to be really cool. But you can also do really cool things now in Net 6 and Net 7, which I will show you in the sample. So here is the menu bar. Pretty basic. Look at that. There you go, menu bar. So the menu bar on Catalyst pushes into the system menu up at the top here. And I didn't show it here, but it figures out kind of where to put it. So for example, if you were to call this menu bar item file, it would put the items inside the file menu here. On Windows, it puts them up here in the title bar. Scoped services via the MS extension dependency injection services. So basically, your three friends in this area add singleton, which is anything that's going to be scoped at your app level. So those are things you create once, use everywhere. Add scoped. These are scoped to your window. So every single time that we create a window, that has a new scope. So it's cool if you want things to go per window. So you'll see kind of some neat stuff that we do there. And then add transient is just your single use types that you get, and then you throw away and you forget about. Ooh, transition. So here we have kind of just kind of your example, singleton, scope, transient. And there it is injecting into the constructor, resolving into the constructor. All right, demo. All right, so let me sort of bring up let me do that. And then let's click over on the demo. Let's hope those Teams notifications aren't important. And here, so this is the basics of the demo. One thing I wanted to sort of show was it's kind of some desktop features, which are exciting. So here we have the desktop features where you can hover, pointer over. Isn't that neat? And then the other features that we have here, adaptive triggers. So you can use the adaptive triggers here to sort of give yourself different pivots, which is really neat. So this is how you can kind of make adaptive APIs. So you can see as I shrink this, the API changes. Ooh, nice. Isn't that neat? So if I go below, I think 600 is what I set it to. It basically pushes a page. And if I go higher I forget the width. How wide? I couldn't get it wide enough. This is what happens when I change the aspect ratio during the presentation. But yeah, if I could go wide enough, you would see these go down to a single image. So yeah, so that has the Visual State Manager. Here you have kind of the cool features with your context menus. You can basically just add the context menus, and you can just do a nice little right click, open a new window, right click, open a new window. And then we also added these here to the shell elements, which is cool. So you can do new chat, and then you can do a pop open new chat here. And then I kind of used Teams to inspire the design of this one. So basically, they had this whole kind of thing where you could like pop out a new chat and see here you can do a username. I am Shane Billy, and it's neat because you can kind of just click OK, and then it opens in a new window right here. See, isn't that neat? And what you can do here is you can now enter a message. I am a new message here. And the message updates into both windows. So that's because that's how I have it written, which is cool. So that is, let me switch the notes. There we go. All right. So the cool thing that we have here as well is that a lot of this stuff can kind of work through, this whole app is kind of wired up through injection as well, through resolution. So you can kind of see resolving all these cool properties here. Ooh, cool properties. The chat here. So if we look at the chat window is basically, the chat window is basically this whole view here. So we have the nice 2-pane view, which is just a collection view. And then over here is a nice chat conversation. And then the way this works is we can kind of set up the different features on the 2-pane view. Here's the min-wide mode. So the min-wide mode is when it's sort of stretching this direction. It's changing the way it's moving. So yeah, so that's really cool with your sort of 2-pane view features. And then we have the pointer over, which is nice and simple here. Nice visual state manager here, just doing what you need to do there. One of the other cool this is just kind of a highlight feature on the MAUI stuff. It's neat that we can get these kind of cool, you get a lot of the cool clipping now with the border, like the stroke shapes on the border control. So you can do these really cool sort of like designs. Isn't that neat? Look at those cool designs. I think that's neat. So yeah, so that's how the chat stuff is wired up. Let's see, now I kind of wanted to go into some of the details on here. So it's kind of neat because you can inject all your services. The other thing is you can inject, I have kind of a scoped window set up here that I'll push up to the repository, but you can check out. But the whole idea is that you can kind of inject, you can have multiple shells in your different windows, and you can inject like the conversation, the service. So this is like your singleton service, your shell, which is at each window level, and your application for doing things like opening a new window. So if you look down here, this is basically where I'm like opening a new window, which is exciting. And then I'd inject the dispatcher in because that's sort of handling the concept of having multiple updates here. Why is it not selecting the update? There it is. All right. I don't know why I wasn't doing that. But that's what's kind of handling the ability for the updates to go in multiple places, is that each view model basically gets a dispatcher injected in here, and then it's able to sort of dispatch to its particular windows. So the dispatcher is registered. We register that one. So you can kind of just put that on anything, and the dispatcher that's relevant for your particular scenario will open up. So yeah, I mean, it kind of enables a lot of really neat scenarios here. So let me sort of walk through the flow. When you open up a new window, like if you open up a new window here, I'm basically setting a chat ID on the chat window. And then now this is like a new window here. And so now inside the chat window, I'm grabbing our chat ID, and then I can effectively do a shell go to async here with the chat ID inside the creation of the window. So at some point, we will hopefully, at one point, shell had routes on it. We removed that when shell first came around, but at some point, we might be able to route by shell. Ooh, and open up new windows, which would be cool. But for now, this basically does a go to, this tells on the created on the window, it says, hey, shell, I want you to go to the main page conversation, which then in the main page conversation here, we have this nice little query property. It sets the chat ID. Here we get the grab the conversation, set the binding context. Yeah, and you can see we're resolving all of these fun little things onto this main page. The dispatcher, so we can dispatch stuff. iNavigation, so basically in my MAUI program, I have iNavigation registers as scoped service. So I can inject the iNavigation, I can resolve the iNavigation, and then I can use that also inside my view models. Or you could use shell here as well. So I don't know, lots of really cool glue and things that you can put together here. And then let's see. Yeah, so I think at this point I'll probably kick it back over to Matt, because it looks like we're hitting up to the 55 point to sort of handle any sort of questions or additional context. Yeah.
Thank you, Shane. That was awesome. Oh my goodness. We have time for one quick question, all right? We're going to go rapid fire. This is from someone who I recently found out lives around the corner from me. Kind of creepy, but true. Lance, name of McCarthy. Lance wants to know if the new .NET MAUI windowing APIs include consideration for platform styling, such as acrylic and all those other cool things you get.
Not yet.
Ooh.
No. Unfortunately, they don't. The acrylic stuff came a little bit too late for us to kind of start messing around with, but that'll be definitely a focus to work on. I know Tim, who does a lot of the VIA, works on a lot of our live visual tree stuff, was able to wire it together. So you can definitely do it. You can definitely wire into the stuff to do it, but we don't have it quite at the it's not like a default behavior yet. But kind of one quick example here I wanted to show along those lines. So I basically have this scoped window that I'm using, and I have an example of this code where you can uncomment this.
Shane, you have like 10 seconds to show us this.
Oh,
I'm not even kidding.
I'm not going to show you. I'm just saying it extends the content into the title bar. So this is me influencing the platform view from the scoped window with the Windows context.
All right. Well, that's pretty cool. I mean, maybe we'll do acrylic for .NET 8, right?
Yeah.
Shane, thank you so much. Everyone can find you on Twitter and all the other internet places that people are now. So definitely ask Shane your questions, and GitHub, of course. We have a few minutes where we want to cover a couple things. Of course, some things you've already heard today, Matt, such as?
Such as take our survey. You know what? Because I remember the survey URL, .NETConf survey /2022. Actually, it's /.NETConf survey 2022. aka.ms. So what's going to go on there is you go tell us how we're doing, give us some feedback, give us some improvements. That's how, as Maddie said before, we got all these pillars into it where we talk about the client development all at once. And so you get to learn everything about the state of .NET MAUI, desktop, and we'll talk about performance in a couple of minutes too.
Oh, very exciting. Oh my goodness. And yeah, of course, .NETConf.net. None of these words sound like words anymore to me after saying it all day. .NETConf.net is your home for not only this conference, but all the other stuff that's happening today, the Secret Decoder Challenge, the Code Virtual Escape Room Party thing. That sounds cool. And .NET is your website for all things .NET.
Yep.
So as you've seen, we've had .NET 7 and Visual Studio rolling out throughout the day, so I wanted to show some of the fun tweets, you know? We have a lot of, like, questions and, like, serious tweets, but we also have some cool things, some celebrations. We showed a little bit earlier this wonderful one of some of the .NET digital swag. So you can download watch and phone and desktop backgrounds that are .NET themed. Of course, the .NET 7 Code Focus issue from Code Magazine, which you can get a free subscription to at .NETConf.net for all attendees of today, virtual or otherwise. You're all virtual, so that's how it is. You can go and start to check these things out. I know David, who we saw at the State of .NET MAUI session, has an article in there. Lots of excitement about container apps. Container apps might have been the most popular talk of the day so far.
Absolutely.
Which is pretty cool.
Yeah, people love the container apps.
Yep. People really enjoyed Jeff in the background through this lovely window. You can see our studio with our fantastic team. Uh-oh. Hi, Jeff. Our fantastic team of a bajillion, not actually a bajillion, but an amazing handful of people who put on this event every year.
Just a zillion.
Just a zillion.
Just a zillion.
You're totally right. And there are some MAUI questions that rolled in as well this has been updated as we go. I'll answer some quickly because I work on MAUI. So you can tell by my beautiful shirt. One is, where's MAUI for ARM on Visual Studio Windows? It's coming. It's not out yet. Don't worry. It'll be there. Great question, Alexander. And also, I think Jeremy asked that as well. And where can you find some of this code? Well, our docs are all on learn.microsoft.com. You can find documentation, you can find tutorials, you can find all the things you could ever possibly need to learn about .NET MAUI and all the other .NET and Microsoft-related developer technologies.
Goodness, all the goodness.
All the goodies.
Yep, and we have for .NET MAUI, we have a learning path, which is on learn.microsoft.com/training, which is 7 modules of learning .NET MAUI. Brings you from 0 all the way through calling web services, doing SQLite on there, and James Montemagno and I are doing Learn Lives.
That's pretty
with
cool.
it. Yeah, where we actually take you, we talk back and forth, and do the whole module live in person. You can ask us questions.
I was going to say, you're being very humble considering you did all the work to make all these things happen. So, thanks, Matt. The best.
Yep. Thanks.
So, all right. Well, the hot word of today has been performance, as we know.
.NET 7.
And we have a particularly spicy performance talk coming up from that made some people laugh. Thank you. From the Jonathan Peppers.
The Peppers. The Peppers.
Talking to you about performance improvements with .NET MAUI and .NET 7. So take it away, Peppers.
Hello. Hopefully this is spicy. I'll have to live up to that. But yeah, I'm talking about performance and what we did in .NET 7 for .NET MAUI. So hopefully, the things I'm going to go through, hopefully you can use these ideas in your own apps. So this is useful even if, maybe you're just a regular .NET developer on some other type of project. It could be helpful to you as well. So about me, I am an engineer I was an engineer on Xamarin Android, and now it's kind of an area where we don't know what to call it, but the Android workload for .NET or .NET for Android. But I do a lot of things with MAUI in general, and so I end up working on things like performance or problems with the build or workloads, anything like that. So let's get into it. So everything I'm going to talk about today was in this blog post, AKMS MAUI -7-perf. If you want to check that out after it, there may be things on there that I don't mention. There may be details and links and other stuff that maybe I'm going to gloss over here. And obviously, if you're coming from Xamarin, you may want to look at the .NET 6 version of this post. And so I linked to the one 6 months ago. That gives you the details of any of the benefits you'd get just moving from Xamarin to MAUI today. While here I'm going to talk about .NET 7, right? I'll also give a quick recap on how to profile your own apps, because that's different on every platform. We do have some documentation on this. I'll kind of link to some things like that. And of course, I'm going to give some specific examples of the performance improvements we made in .NET 7. So let's get into it. So we had these goals back when MAUI was shipping that we had the problem where iOS started up fast, but the app was large, and Android had the alternate problem where the app size was good, and we had problems with startup. And so we had these goals of 800 milliseconds on a Pixel 5 for the .NET podcast sample, and we also had the goal to get around 10 megabytes for the .NET MAUI template on iOS. And we made some really good strides toward those goals in .NET 6. We got to 812. We got really close on startup, and we moved the needle on app size as well. But as we moved to work on .NET 7, we had customer feedback that we needed to focus on different things, right? We had customers said, okay, yeah, mobile. What about desktop? What about desktop startup? And then also we had a lot of comments about Android scrolling and layout performance. And so instead of focusing more on these numbers, we focused on some of these other concepts at the same time. Now, we still ended up making some improvements in 7. So you're going to get faster startup, smaller apps. But I think we really did focus on the right things in this release. So let's go into that. So these pictures here, I think you probably saw those on David's slide a few hours ago. I don't know how long ago. And what this app is, this is an app that was on Reddit a few years ago, a different version of this app, where they put a random label on the screen, rotated random color, and then did that as fast as you can and just measured how many times per second you could do that. And so I wrote my own version of this, mainly because I just wanted to make sure that it was correct, and I wanted to base it on Java with no .NET in it to compare the performance of that versus moving to .NET versus using MAUI versus maybe using Xamarin Forms. So I'll talk more about that in a minute. But in profiling this app, we could see some of the performance issues in layouts in .NET MAUI. And the things that we fixed there directly translated to this second picture. So this is running on a Pixel 4a. It's just a collection view with 10,000 rows of 2 data-bound labels. This is something that should be able to scroll fast. And you can see on this older device, as you scroll to the top in .NET 6, you can see the bars are high, and in .NET 7 they're lower. It's a little tricky to get a solid number of how much we improved here, but I think this is the visual decent representation of what we did. So this is that same LOLs per second app. I talked about how I wrote the same thing in Java, C#, MAUI, and then we had someone contribute Xamarin Forms. And so Java is kind of like the ceiling of where MAUI could ever get, because it's using Android widget text view. That is the underlying control that is a label in MAUI. And so the C# version of that is the same thing, except we have the cost of interop from C# into Java. And we're going to keep working on making that even better, but that's another ceiling where MAUI is not going to be able to pass that mark. And then you can see on the far left is where we were in Xamarin Forms. And .NET 6 already had made some good strides between those two, but the yellow bar here in .NET 7, we really did close the gap between .NET 6 MAUI and the C# sample. And maybe we can keep doing that for even further in further releases. So desktop. So what we wanted to do here is really focus on the biggest wins we could get. And I think we were able to do that. This picture here is an app running in a lab on some Azure DevOps hosted pool or something. So don't worry about the number so much. But when we first got it running, the .NET Fundamentals team has this running for us. We noticed that ready to run wasn't turned on, right? And so as soon as we turned that on, that's what the graph did. So this is a setting that is kind of similar to AOT, but it's really what you get on Windows right now. And it's a setting that's on by default for WinUI 3 applications already. So it made sense for us to just turn the same setting on by default for release builds in MAUI, and we've done this in 7. So you could turn this on yourself in 6, but we're going to do it for you if you just to make things easier. And similarly, we have another setting for Mac. So we had a customer who, they were reporting that their app was taking like 3 or 4 seconds to launch. And then they would launch it a second time, it would be fast. And it turns out that they were compiling their app for x64 and running their app on like an M1 MacBook Pro. And so they were seeing that's Apple's, Rosetta translation technology that makes that app able to run. But all they needed to do was build it for 2 architectures. And so we made the change in .NET 7 that the Mac OS and Mac Catalyst workloads, it's going to do this for you by default in release build. So you don't have to know about this. You can just build a release build by default and send it to the App Store, and it should do the right thing. So those are 2 big wins for desktop startup. And hopefully, this has an impact in customer projects. So let's talk a little bit about profiling your app. This is always a little tricky, and hopefully, we have documentation that'll help with this. We tried to link to different sources, like, hey, here's a link to Apple's documentation. Here's a link to Google's documentation. But hopefully, this is a useful section for you. So we created a landing page on a wiki on MAUI's repo, but you can get there by AKMS/profile-MAUI if you just want to learn more about this. I'm going to give some examples here. Ideally, one day you'll click a button in Visual Studio and it can do some of these things. But we're not there yet. Hopefully, in one day we'll get to something like that. So an example of how you do this on Android is you run a bunch of commands that sets .NET Trace to where it could talk to your app running on a remote, like an Android device, right? And so once you run these commands, a speed scope file comes out, and you can go to speedscope.app, and it's kind of like a local web app. It doesn't upload your file anywhere, but you can look at your trace at that website. And you can also install a command line app if you'd rather do that. But in this example, this is looking at the initialize component method, which is an interesting method if you have a lot of XAML. And if you click on that, you can drill into it and get a view something like this, where this is a giant graph of the method and everything it called. And so the wider the bars is how long things took. This is just an example, not particularly anything interesting here, but this gives you an idea of what SpeedScope can do. So startup time. So one thing about SpeedScope, and maybe probably any profiler, is the times that it tells you are probably a little higher than what they are in real life. It's like the act of measuring your app slows it down, right? And this is particularly true on mobile. So a lot of times what we do is we'll profile a change and then measure the change again without profiling. So the question is, like, how do you do that? How do you measure the overall startup of your app? So that same web page, profile-MAUI, has a section on measuring startup times. And the way you do this is just completely different on each platform. Android has this log message. It says like activity task manager, and it prints out how long the activity took to launch. iOS has a similar log message, but then you can use Xcode and instruments to do the same thing. And for desktop apps, it's kind of even worse in that there is no log message that tells you how long the app took to launch. And so what I recommend doing is printing out your own console write line message. And then I have an example project here that launches a process and waits for that message and gives you an average time. And so this picture at the bottom is an example of running some real app that was doing stuff. Like, it really took 1.4 seconds to launch. But yeah, this might be a handy tool. You might check it out if you need to look into something like this on desktop. Yeah, so now let's talk about some specific examples of like stuff we did in .NET 7. Some of these things are a little heavy. We'll see how I do. I'm going to try to explain it. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, well, let's get into this. So one of the first things when we got MAUI running on .NET 7 is that we noticed a regression on Android. And so this is just kind of a story of something that happened, and I thought it was interesting, so I was going to pass it on here. But what happened is the apps were about 1.5 megabytes bigger, or a particular file was, and the startup time was 250 milliseconds worse. And so we did some investigation with the mono runtime team, and we found out that the Android NDK changed the compiler flags when building C and C++ code by default. And so in .NET 6, it was using 02. In .NET 7, it used 03 on accident. Like, this wasn't something that we changed. And so we tested all three of these, and we settled on the one that was good, and we got us performance back. This is just an interesting thing. If we weren't watching performance like we do, potentially this could have been released as an issue. But we like to stay on top of things like this so that we don't actually ship them. And so another interesting thing Mono team worked on, date time now. So we had a customer report their app. It was using date time now. And we could see that it was like 277 milliseconds added to startup just by accessing now. And the code that was running there is just what happens when it loads the time zone data to figure out what is the current value of now. in that customer's app, it turns out that they could just use UTC now. And so that's what they did. Yeah, I recommend doing that. If you don't really need the local time, just use UTC now. But we know that this is a common API that everybody is going to use. Like, it shouldn't be that slow. So what we did is we did some refactoring where in Java, we could get the time zone offset in app startup and then use that value as needed, right? And then a background thread can go off and load the time zone data that may be needed by other APIs in the base class libraries. So this was a great change. So that 277 milliseconds down to 17 or 18 or so milliseconds, this is going to be good for everyone in .NET 7. So here, this is a change. Okay, so color state list. This is a change in MAUI. So color state list is an Android API that it lets you pass for a button, for example, all the different states of that button and what colors things are. So this is very, obviously useful for MAUI to use, right? Because it needs to change the colors of all the states on a button, right? And it's just unfortunate that this API is shaped the way it is, that you pass it a multi-dimensional array of integers. And if you look at this code example here, under the hood, it has to create a Java array and copy all these elements over so that Java can access the elements in the array, and C# is able to pass the values in, right? And this is a noticeable thing in startup. In this trace here, it was like 17 milliseconds just of calling color state list. And so the solution for us in MAUI is that we can move the code into Java, right? MAUI has a Android Java project where we can put code in there, and then we can create our own internal APIs to make things faster when doing interop into Java. So here's an example of what our Java code looks like. So instead of passing in this crazy integer array, it's just a single color for the default color state. And so for like an edit text, that's actually like an entry. We only need to pass in 2 colors, right? And then all the default values are in Java, so it's not something that we even pass through between C# to Java. And then C#, the APIs are not that tough to use. We just basically call a static method to get the color states that we need. So this was a good change. Completely invisible to MAUI developers, but maybe you'll notice your app starts a little better. This is something we did for edit text button, radio button, maybe a couple other controls like that. Okay, regex options. This is another interesting one. So if you're a .NET developer and you're building a web service, a website, regex options compile is probably great, right? It does exactly what you want. It does a little more work as your service starts up, and then for every incoming request, your throughput is very good because it's already done that work up front. Now, unfortunately, if you're building a mobile app or like a desktop app and you create a regex and let's say you use it once or only a couple times, this actually might be worse for you, right? So we had an example where a customer, they migrated from Xamarin Android to .NET 6, and they noticed that their regexes were causing problems in startup. And in this example here, it was like 174 milliseconds to create the regex and then 49 milliseconds to match on the first match. So that sounds pretty slow. And in their case, they could just not use compile. The difference why it didn't happen in Xamarin Android is the old version of Mono, this feature didn't actually do anything. Regex option compile didn't do anything. It's the same as normal. So they just moved to normal, for now. Now in .NET 7 though, we have something even better. We have source generators, right? So instead of using regex options compiled, You can rewrite it to use an attribute, and you create a little method, and you decorate it with regex generator. And it has all the same features that you had from creating the regex yourself. And the difference is it generates C# code to kind of implement your regular expression so that it is fast. And in this example, I tested this on Android, but those times that I had before, there's like 200 milliseconds worth of stuff, 200 and something, yeah. So it's down to 6 milliseconds. So if you have regular expressions in your app, I would absolutely use this today in .NET 7. And so there's one more picture on here. This is the times of when I wasn't profiling. If you wanted to see the overall app startup time, it did save almost 100 milliseconds, like 90 something. So this is a great feature. So here's another change we did. This is in MAUI itself. This is another thing related to Java interop that maybe folks aren't aware of, but if there's code in MAUI where it was calling context, the context property multiple times. So this is just a code snippet, it's getting some widths and heights and called context. Well, there's something happening behind the scenes there on each call, is that C# calls into Java and we get a handle back, which is like a system.end pointer. And we have to take that handle and find out if we have a C# object alive with the same handle and keep using it. And so if that is happening, you could just move context to like a local variable here instead of calling it 4 times. We went beyond that. In some cases, we'd make like a member variable in the class so that it happened like once when the view is created, and then it never happens again. And so this type of fix here, this improved the number of LOLs a second we got in the app I mentioned way earlier, as well as like things like collection view scrolling. So this is a good change, right? Here's another change in MAUI related to layout. So when profiling the LOLs a second app, you could see here there's several calls. There's a measure call, and then a get measured width and get measured height, right? And looking at the code, it was very straightforward. It's just measuring and getting 2 integers. But that crosses from C# to Java 3 times. And after thinking about it a little bit, what we could do is instead write a method where we can cross once. And so what we do is we pass in all the values we need, the view and the 2 width and height measure specs. Don't have to worry about what that is, but and then we could pack the 2 values we need into a single long. And then on the C# side, we could unpack the values that we need into integers as we need. And this is something that I've always be skeptical that this is going to be faster, right? Only through measuring before and after did we actually realize that this is even a good idea at all. And so you can see here that I think this is a trace of the LOLs per second app, but then a method called get desired size from handler is what was doing all this work, and we could see it had a good impact to performance. We could also see more LOLs a second, which is always good. Too many LOLs. So another thing, so let's talk about collection view. We've seen quite a few issues filed on collection view, don't worry. And so we had a case where a customer, I don't know what they were trying to accomplish, but what they had was a layout with a page, a scroll view, a vertical stack layout, and then a collection view, right? So maybe their layout is more complicated and this is what they ended up with, I'm not sure. But what happens is the collection view expands the vertical layout as high as it'll go, right? And so every row will actually fill out its contents. So this made the app start incredibly slow if you have this set up. So in .NET 6, that app is taking like 16 seconds to launch. In .NET 7, we got it a little better, it's 14 seconds, but that is really slow. And in this example, we could simply remove the extra scroll view and vertical stack layout for a 94% improvement. Obviously, we don't want people to do this on accident. It seems like an easy pit to fall into, so we're still coming up with ideas of how to make this better. But I mean, I used things like this back in the WPF days, and I've done this on accident in WPF. So, this is something that maybe we can figure out for Maui. So let's talk about some app size changes. If you're using .NET MAUI today, you actually are using some Kotlin libraries, and maybe you don't even know it. And so Google has been slowly transitioning things to Kotlin. And so as they do that, random Kotlin stuff has appeared in apps. And so we have added a feature to exclude those files. And so it excludes these by default in .NET 7. And the thing that's useful about this is you could use this to exclude other files if you need to. All right, and I think this might be the last thing, app size. This is for iOS app size. If you look at the AOT output for an iOS application, it does stuff for generic methods so that there's a set of code for value types and a set of code for reference types. And it was emitting both always in .NET 6. And so we made a change so that if you don't have any reference types that use this generic method, then it doesn't emit both. It just emits half of it. So this was an app size improvement for iOS, and that's pretty good. So last thing, these are some of the themes for .NET 8. Obviously, we might change. We get feedback. We'll see what happens. But we want to work on fundamentals like bugs, like performance. We want to work on more layout and scrolling performance. We also want to work on the inner loop. So this talk, if I give it next year, maybe I'll be talking about build performance. Who knows? But yeah, I think that's all I have on performance. If you want to learn more, there's my blog post, AKMS MAUI-7-perf. But I think that's all I have. Back to you guys, Maddie, Matt.
Oh, Peppers, that was amazing. I love hearing the performance improvement post. Peppers, that was so much in there.
So much.
How do you do it?
What was your favorite performance improvement in all of these ones for .NET 7, Peppers?
I think it may just be simply like getting the right default values for people's apps, right? Like ready to run, Mac, yeah.
That's awesome.
That would probably be it, yeah.
And how long did the blog post take you to write? Because I know it took me about 4 days to read.
I should write down. I don't know. I think it took me at least one full working day, if I had to guess. I don't know. Yeah.
That's not too bad.
That's quick.
Yeah.
That's super
fast.
quick.
Almost as performant as .NET MAUI.
Peppers is performant. Oh, Jonathan, you really you put up with a lot. From us.
He really does. Thank you so much for joining, and thank you for the blog, and of course all the work you do too. You don't just talk about these things; you actually do these things, which is more than I can say. So.
Thanks, Jonathan. We appreciate it. All right. So coming up, we have a hybrid session on Blazor Hybrid.
Hybrid and hybrid? What?
Can you believe it?
So so we'll have James and Alon
coming up.
Alon here in the studio.
But James out in
at home.
Another world.
In another world.
On the internets.
Talking about Blazor Hybrid. And that's the final talk of our Maui Power 2 hours.
Maui Power 2 hours. Where we talked about performance and the power hours of Maui.
And we're kind of taking that first section of today, ASP.NET, where we talked, of course, a lot about Blazor, and Maui, and taking the power of those things and just
smoosh them together.
Smooshing them together.
Yeah. And a lot of people have Blazor Hybrid a lot of people have lots of questions about it in this session. We're going to answer every single question that everybody ever had about Blazor Hybrid.
Because it's awesome.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yep.
And
but
so,
So
I do want to call out, because Jeff in the back was reminding me to make sure. He asked me, make people fill out that survey, AKAMS/.NET Conf 2022 survey?
No, the .NET Conf survey 2022.
Oh, so close.
Yeah.
But Jeff Fritz, if you're a fan of C# Fritz on Twitch or wherever else on the internet, he wants you to fill out the survey. We want you to fill out the survey. Do us all the huge favor. And so that means you can ask for more Great Peppers puns if you want, or say, Maddie, never host again. That's also totally valid.
Who would put that down?
I know.
Not me.
And don't forget to ask your questions on Twitter.
Hashtag .NETConf. We'll put it up there. And if you're still hosting a .NET watch party, we want to see some photos. Send some photos in. Totally want to see it. That'd be great. I know we still have one going on across the street.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and they're going on and even better, if you're having a .NET watch party next week, the week after, if you're just talking, we have a bunch of swag that you can get, not only our digital swag, but we'll also have like slide templates that you can use to do your own talks if you're doing a user group talk.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So we can reuse this comment. Or this content. I can also reuse that comment at some point. All the time. Maybe. And of course, we'll upload all these presentations after the fact, too. So we're going to pass it over to Alon and James to talk to you about
Blazor Hybrid.
Peanut butter and jelly. Let's take it away.
All right. Hello, everybody. Looks like we've got James on here, too. Hi, I'm Alon Lipton, and as our amazing host just let you know, we are here to talk about Blazor Hybrid, and we are doing a hybrid talk. I am here in the studio, and off to you, James.
Hey, I'm James. I can't see you. I'm following the Steadicam behind the scenes, so maybe Cam can update that. Who knows? But it's kind of cool because I'm watching behind the scenes. It is really amazing what's happening. But yeah, this is literally a hybrid talk about hybrid development. And Alon, you came up with the most generic title ever, which is Create Native Desktop and Mobile Apps Using Web Skills and Blazor Hybrid. Is that what we're talking about today? I feel like when we rehearsed this, that is not what we're going to talk about.
I think we changed it up a little bit. The real name we kind of might want to give this talk is, maybe we'll switch it to Slay the Competition. No, kill the competition by slaying them with Blazor Hybrid Apps. Is that a little bit too extreme, James? Are we going to get in trouble for that? Should we quickly change the title to something else?
How about tips and tricks for building hybrid apps with Blazor and .NET MAUI? Like, I feel like that's like really clickbaity on YouTube and things like that. No?
Yeah. I think that could work. I think that could work, James.
Maybe we narrow it down a little bit, even more, because we only have 25 minutes, Alon. Like, what about just top tips? 4?
4 top tips? Do you think we can do 4? Let's give it a shot.
I think we could do 4. Yeah, I'm really excited because, if you know my background, I come from the Xamarin and .NET MAUI world, and Alon literally works on the Blazor Hybrid team. I think he built half the thing and all the amazing things, which is cool. So you got web development, you got client development, as Maddie would say, PB&J, or if you're like me, peanut butter and more peanut butter. Because I'm a .NET developer, it's all, I think that's, when we think about it, .NET developers, we just, or jelly and jelly. Just live your life, I say. Because I think the dream and why I love being a .NET developer is because I can build for any single platform, and you can build for any single platform, whether it's web, desktop, mobile, games, IoT, AI, and mix and match that technology around. You can build an amazing IDEs and code editors, build on different operating systems for different operating systems, and really get involved in the community and take advantage of the amazing ecosystem. And we're going to focus on this peanut butter and jelly right here, which is the web and desktop and mobile. We call it client development. Often you hear clients, but that's really for clients, like your phone or that desktop right there, or my desktop here that we're talking about. And normally these worlds are split apart, right? Like I just said, like I'm a client developer and Alon's like a web developer, but why can't we work together? And why couldn't Alon build desktop and mobile apps? And why couldn't I build web applications using similar technologies? So ASP.NET Core, right, is a series of different services and web UI technologies. And the one that we like to talk about is all of them. But the one that I love talking about is Blazor. Because for me, the power of Blazor is really tapping in to building rich web applications with all C#, so I don't have to learn JavaScript. So I think coming from the client world, Alon, it's actually very natural for me to build Blazor applications because as a client developer with .NET, I'm in C# every day. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things with Blazor also, so as you mentioned, you get to stick to C# and Visual Studio, which we know a lot of folks are very happy with. And a huge ecosystem of components out there. There's a lot of knowledge in docs and tutorials, videos, sessions from past .NET Conf. There were some sessions earlier today that folks can watch on demand a little bit later. And everything there that you see that says Blazor on it applies equally in this session as well. As long as it's talking about building Blazor components, rendering some HTML, handling events in the background, all of that makes just as much sense in everything that James and I are going to talk about here.
Yeah, and one of the powers of this, right, no matter what you're building, whether it is with Blazor or something else, is .NET Razor components. So those components, this really swath, this amazing, rich ecosystem of Razor components can be shared anywhere. So if you're already building MVC or Razor page applications, those can come over via the Razor components into Blazor applications. And what we'll show you is to more places as well. And like I said, Blazor is a full stack web app platform for .NET. So you can build and deploy on the server with Blazor Server or directly in the browser with Blazor WebAssembly. And we're going to talk about the third option for Blazor that doesn't require the server and it doesn't require WebAssembly at all, which is Blazor Hybrid. Blazor Hybrid, I wouldn't actually call it like really a third mode of Blazor. I think when you and I talk about it, Alon, it's really like bringing the ability to leverage Razor components and Blazor technology in other development frameworks, such as WPF, WinForms, and .NET MAUI. So anything that we talk about today, well, we'll focus on .NET MAUI, also applies to WPF and WinForms. So that's how we sort of like to look at it there. Now, if you haven't been watching the last 90 minutes or the keynote, you may not be like, what is .NET MAUI? Well, it's a multi-platform app UI. It's the evolution of Xamarin and Xamarin Forms, and it gives you as a developer a unified platform to build native client applications for Windows, Mac, iOS, and Android from Visual Studio with .NET. So what this gives you at the end of the day between Blazor and ASP.NET Core is the full reach, right, as a developer. When you think of the web, you can go absolutely anywhere, whether it's websites running in the browser, on the server, or progressive web apps. You can get that depth to deploy and integrate deeply into the native operating systems. So no matter what you want to do on iOS or Android or Windows or Mac, you have access to those APIs, get tap into those native frameworks that are oh so important. And then, of course, live in between and build these hybrid applications so you can truly deploy anywhere. And that's really one of the goals here. So no matter what you're looking to build, you can reuse and leverage that technology across the web and desktop and more based on what you need to build. I think that that's what is important. So we talked about 4 tips and tricks, right? Going beyond file new. How do you feel about that, Alon?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's jump right on. We got, let's see, are we doing a demo right now?
Got 3
yeah,
topics.
these are our 3 topics. That's right.
4 tips, 3 topics. We're going to talk about sharing state because, I think once you get after file new, there's videos that we've done in the past, Dan Ross done in the past. You think about, well, how do you share state? Also sharing code and components effectively, and then also doing navigation and considerations you want to take there. So really, we're considering this the 2 to 300 level Blazor hybrid talk, I would say, in general, because, these are things you're going to run into in the first few weeks. So how about you just start us off with Alon, head over to your machine, and let's talk about sharing state between our Blazor apps and our .NET MAUI apps.
All right, thank you, James. All right, so here I've got Visual Studio 2022. Did a fresh install just a few days ago to get ready for this. And everything we're going to show today applies kind of broadly in almost any Blazor scenario and is going to take advantage of a lot of things you might already know about Blazor and how to build Blazor applications. But in this world of hybrid applications, we're integrating all of Blazor into a .NET MAUI application. First thing I'll show you is this application we're going to work with. We love showing file new. This is just a little bit beyond that, but I'm going to show how to do this more deep integration between the Blazor hybrid part of the application and the rest of the .NET MAUI app. Now, if you've used Blazor or .NET MAUI before, you've probably seen a template that looks like this. It's a simple application with a few tabs. All I did here is I added this counter at the top here where it says count 0 and a click button. Guess what? You click the button, the count goes up. However, if I go to the Blazor part of the application, which is this lower portion of the application, you see the counter starts at 0, and I can click that. Well, why are there 2 different counters? They're not sharing state. So we're going to solve that by writing not too much code to wire those up together. So let's jump into that. The first thing you want to do when you want to share state is have some kind of object that contains all of your state. Now, I sneakily added this file while no one was looking, and I created a class called mySharedState that has just 3 APIs on it. It's got the current count. That's the actual state we're going to use. It's got a method to increment the count by 1. And every time I increment the count, I'm also going to invoke an event handler. So any other component in the application that wants to be notified that the count has changed can hook up this event and do whatever they need to do to update that part of the application to reflect that new state. All right, well, I've got this class, but nobody's using this class yet. So the first thing we need to do is we go to this file called MAUI-program.cs that every MAUI application has. And in here, you set up all the common things that your application will be using. The way we share the state is primarily based around dependency injection. And we do that by registering, in this case, a singleton class of that mySharedState. And what this means is that the first time a part of the application needs to use a mySharedState object, one will be created. And from that point on, anytime part of the application needs access to one of these, because it's a singleton, they'll get exactly that same instance. All right, now we've made that available to the entire application. Let's start using it. Now, we have the native UI part of the application, which in this application is defined in XAML. So that's over here. We've got, this is the label with the count. That's the button that you can click. And below that is the Blazor web view for the lower portion of the application that we saw. And here in the code, we need to start using that shared state. So the way you generally use dependency injection in these types of applications is through constructor injection. Now, one thing here is that this particular class is not created by the dependency injection container. But this class over here, app.xaml, is. So we see here now there's an error in the constructor for main page because I'm not passing in a required parameter. So let's fix that. So now I'll pass that in. This parameter value is provided by that dependency injection container that was set up in MAUI program. We here registered something for the mySharedState type that is automatically available with no extra work on your part. The app developer is available here. We pass that into main page, and when we go to the main page, it is available here. But we're not actually using it yet. Now, we saw that on the mySharedState, there is a count available. So let's, first of all, store this on some field in the class. Let's move this up just a little bit so we have access to it a little bit earlier. And now everywhere in this class where we need to use the shared state, we're just going to use that field. So instead of maintaining our own count, which I have here in this field, I'm going to use that shared state. So here where we're updating the label text to say what the current count is, we're going to just use that current count. And when the button is clicked, I'm going to call that method that was called increment count. Now when I run this application, or close the file by accident, which is just fine, we should see essentially nothing changed because instead of manually maintaining the count inside this upper portion of the application, I'm just doing it using this shared state class. But I'm not actually sharing any state yet. So let's fix that. So the other part of the application is written using these Razor components. So here we have a counter.razor file, and this is one of the files that comes in the default template. And we're going to do a very similar thing to what we did in the XAML side of things, and here we're going to do it in the Razor side of things. Well, because we're sharing state, I don't need to maintain my own count, so let's delete that. I don't need to increment the count here. But how do I get access to that? Well, we use that same dependency injection container, and here Razor has this built-in feature called @inject, where you can inject one of those types that were registered, for example, this singleton mySharedState, and just automatically get it injected here. So instead of using this current count field, which I just deleted, doesn't exist, we're going to get the value from mySharedState. And whenever the value is incremented, or the button is clicked to increment, I'm going to go to my shared state object, and we'll run this application, and we should have some, emphasis on some, shared state. Let's check it out. All right, so here I'm going to click the button, and it's incrementing. It's updating that shared state object. The count is 7. I'll go to this counter here, and sure enough, the value here is 7. That is wonderful. But when I click this button, this lower counter is updating, but not the upper one, until I cause it to be updated by clicking this button. So the count is 7 now. I'll click it, and it jumps up to 18. And as I click this, only the upper one is updating. So they're sort of sharing state, but nobody's listening to this event to update the UI. So I can update each one individually and pick up from where the shared state left off, but they're not updating each other. And that's the last little bit here that we need to wire up. So let's see, which one will we do first? Let's go back to the XAML side of things for the native UI. Well, if you remember on this shared state object, every time the count is incremented, I've got this event handler, but nobody's listening to it. So that's how we're going to solve this problem. So here in the XAML side of things, I'm going to go to this.mySharedState and go to the count changed event and register an event handler. In this event handler, well, I could just throw a not implemented exception, but instead what I will do is I will call my update label text method. This way, no matter where in the application, somebody, somewhere, somehow updates the count, I'm going to update my label text. And this is just using very standard kind of XAML patterns where I update some binding and then let the XAML engine know that, oh, some property has changed, this one in particular, label text, so go update the pixels on the screen. So the XAML side of things is taken care of. And we do a very similar thing inside counter.razor. So here, I need a place to kind of listen in and wire up some event. And so in Blazor, we can do that in onInitialized. And I'll write essentially the same code as we had before, or at least conceptually the same. I'll hook up. Here I'm going to just do it inline, wire up an event handler. See if I got the syntax right. A lot of interesting characters there. And here, every time this updates, well, I could call this built-in Blazor API called state has changed, but I'm going to be extra safe, and I'm going to call invoke async, which guarantees that this API is called on the right thread. Nearly all UI platforms, including Blazor, WPF, WinForms, you name it, you can only do UI updates on the UI thread. What this invoke async built-in call says is make sure that we're only going to update the UI on the UI thread. Now we'll run this. James, are your fingers crossed?
Fingers are crossed actively.
All right.
All of them.
Very good. So now we have two parts of the UI. We have this native part of the UI up here on the top using MAUI buttons defined in XAML. I've updated the count. Let's get some other number. We've already seen 7. Let's get it to 12. When we go here to the Blazor part, it starts at 12, but we already had that. But now, every time I click this, because we're sharing state and all parts of the application are listening to the event, no matter where I click that button, either I'm changing the state up here in the XAML world or I'm updating it down here. We have this unified shared state all across every part of the application. And the same pattern applies whether it's a Blazor hybrid application in .NET MAUI or using running on WPF or WinForms, or if you want to integrate the same model in any other system. This is just standard C# code. If you've written any C# code in your career or in your hobbies, you've seen code like this. There's nothing special about this, and then it was just a few lines of code in the XAML to wire it up with a count changed event, and a few lines of code to update it on the Blazor side of things. So there you have it, shared state. Let's go back to James's slides.
Yeah, what I love about this, Alon, is that, like you said, this is just C#.NET code. This is just like sort of like how in concept you would do it. Now, there are, of course, some amazing community packages out there you might find that are doing state management and other things like that. We're going to talk about some of the core concepts inside of a Blazor hybrid application with .NET MAUI. But the same concepts would actually be true if you had a Blazor app and a .NET MAUI app using Blazor UI, because the next thing you want to do is probably share some of that UI and some of that state across not only your app and the UI components inside of it, but also between multiple apps in general, right? Some of the same infrastructure. So we're going to talk about sharing code and components across web and your .NET MAUI Blazor hybrid apps. Because what Alon just showed, if you saw there, is that he showed a single .NET MAUI application using Blazor hybrid for the UI. So there's nothing special. There's just out of the box, here's what it was. But what you think about is that you probably also want to build a web application and share some of the business logic, like your models and view models and RESTful service calls and controllers and things like that. And then you also probably want to share some of the components. So how do we do that normally, Alon? How would you normally share code in the world of .NET?
Absolutely. So there's two types of projects that come in very handy for sharing code. The first is one that I would wager every single .NET user ever has used, and that's a class library project. It's just a way to package up C# into a DLL or a NuGet package and share that amongst multiple projects that you own, or publish it up to NuGet and share that with the rest of the world. And that's a great way just to package up any C# code. The next one is a Razor class library. That's how you package up the same type of Razor files that we just saw that I was working on in the previous app. You can package those up and share your UI, your rendering, static assets such as CSS or HTML, images, and so forth, and package those up and share them amongst multiple projects, or even within your entire company, or with the world as a NuGet package.
Oh. So what this looks like in practice is that you have your Blazor application and your .NET MAUI application. And what's going to be shared across them are those class libraries, all the same code, and then your Razor class libraries as well, as many as you want. And now those also could just be NuGet packages like Alon said, right? That could be there. But sometimes you want to access native APIs, right? So for example, connectivity or geolocation or sensors. And how are you going to do that in a Blazor app and a .NET MAUI app? Well, we're going to show you, because we're going to leverage another class library that will have our interfaces. And then the beautiful part about these frameworks is that you have access to the implementation details for Blazor and also for .NET MAUI, and some simple helpers that will even take you further. So Alon, let's go back to your machine and let's talk about how to do that effectively inside of Blazor and .NET MAUI with Blazor Hybrid.
All right, so here we're back on my machine with Visual Studio, and this is an application that James wrote for monitoring air quality information. So just to show you what the application does is you can enter a location. Let's say we got Seoul, we got Boston, load up the data, get the air quality information. This tells you how healthy the air outside is to breathe. Let's see if our internet's working. There we go. Oh boy, Seoul, you better watch out. In Boston, my hometown, the air is wonderful. Go and breathe as much as you can. We got Maddie over here off to the side. She is very happy about that. That is wonderful. So this application, this is a .NET MAUI application built using Blazor Hybrid. This same application, we also have a web version of it written using Blazor Server. And when I get that up and running, you'll see exactly the same UI. So we'll go here, we'll even show that maybe the air quality has changed in the last few minutes, I don't know. But we'll check Seoul, see if the air is all doing all right. All right, not too great there, so watch out, any of you .NET developers out in Seoul. Be careful when you go outside. But you see it still has the same UI. Well, how did we do that? Well, we've got this solution here, which by the way is up on GitHub. We'll share a link to that a little bit later, where we've got some shared class library components and some shared Razor components. You see here, these Razor files, it's the same exact Razor files that you'd use anywhere in your application. And this is that air quality information table. And this is just running regular old HTML using Blazor syntax, but we wanted to use the exact same UI amongst multiple different applications. Now, let's see, what did we want to show in here? We've got, let's see, I'm going to jump straight ahead to the sharing the connectivity information. One of the bits that we thought was really important in our application is, if I go back to the hybrid version, is for the application to be aware of the machine's network connectivity status. So when I run the .NET MAUI application one more time, hopefully your machine has internet access, because that's where it gets the air quality information from. But, so here we got this working, and we're going to refresh the data, and it's going to load Boston with that beautiful, beautiful air. I'm going to launch my developer tools here. Actually, you know what, let me do this for the Blazor WebAssembly version first. To launch the Blazor WebAssembly version, set as my startup project, get that running. So this is the third version of the application. So here it's working just fine. Add a location, load the network inspector tool, refresh the data. You'll see here it's making a web request to get air quality information from the backend using Azure Functions. But if I switch and say, oh, actually, we're offline, you see the application immediately reacted to that and disabled the UI. If I go back online, the application wakes up and we can enter more locations. So let's check out Seattle Air. And this will continue working as before. Well, depending on whether we're running in .NET MAUI, for example, I have the same application here running in Android. If I go to airplane mode, the same behavior will happen. But the way you detect network connectivity on Android is different from Windows, is different from a Blazor Server app, is different from a Blazor WebAssembly app. Well, fortunately, C# to the rescue. We've defined this air quality connectivity interface that has two APIs on it. get the current status of connectivity, and let me know anytime that it's changed. We're going to use exactly the same techniques we did earlier for sharing state, and that's done through dependency injection. So if we go again to that same MAUI program.cs file that we saw in the other project, we register these interfaces. And in the MAUI world, we can use MAUI Essentials, which is a cross-platform library for implementing lots of common functionality amongst different systems, such as detecting network status or doing file pickers and things like that. And even in the Blazor WebAssembly version down here, we've implemented that using JavaScript interop. So this is implementing that same interface, but in this case, because we're running in a browser, I can talk to the JavaScript system and say, hey, browser, what's the network status? And I think with that, let's go back to you, James.
Absolutely. So I think what's really cool here when you dive through the demo is seeing how we use our own interfaces to use the native functionality in both the browser and in .NET MAUI. In the case of .NET MAUI, that API was already extracted for us. Now, if you want to, you could actually use MAUI Essentials into any .NET 6 or .NET 7 project, and that will actually bring in the interfaces for you if you don't want to create your own. However, one thing to note is that those might not be the interfaces that you want, right? Because there are interfaces here that only have, async or non-async methods. So we recommend here creating your own interfaces, but then of course, using the implementations as you need. All right, last thing in our last few minutes here is effective navigation. How do you navigate between the different types of applications, and what's the best way of doing it? Well, let's take a look here. So I'm here and I have that same exact application for Windows, Android, and over here for web. And what we've done is we've set it up so if we can navigate, I can click on this specific item. So here we can see that I can click around. Now we're going to immediately note that we have a few issues. Like one, on the web, this seems to work pretty great because I can tap on it and hit the back button. Over here, it says Air Quality Seattle, but I have no back button over here. And over here on Android, I have no back button, but I have a physical back button. So I'm getting a lot of different functionality. And this is because I'm inside of my Blazor application and my Blazor web view, and I'm navigating from component to component. That makes sense in the web, where I can go into this project here, and I can look in our pages in our index, and we can see that I'm using the nav manager here to actually navigate across. If we look at the shared component in our table, what we're doing is we're saying if there is a delegate, go ahead and navigate across, passing the location across. Well, I could use that same exact functionality, or I could just navigate across inside of my Blazor Hybrid application with .NET MAUI and use that same exact code. Navigate over here to here. This is the nav manager that you know and love. And over here, we can see that I'm using the router and I'm telling it to scan my assembly and also the shared component assembly. But is that the functionality we want? We want to create the best native experience. So what we're actually able to do is leverage either traditional .NET MAUI navigation or our app shell, which does a lot of great parameter routing for us. What I did is I created my own details page, which is a XAML page, but it has one Blazor web view with that location details component. So I'm going to wrap that component in a native page to get native navigation. Now to do that, all I need to do is come back into my main index over here, and we're going to go ahead and comment back out this code here, which is to use the shell navigation. So shell current go to async and pass in the location here via URL routing. Just like the web has URL routing, so does .NET MAUI. And here what I'll do is I will automatically pipe this query property across the wire into my details page, and then tell my component and the on appearing to use these parameters. So I'm kind of cascading the parameters down from my .NET MAUI page into my component, if that makes sense. I think it does. So what we hope to see here is that I can still navigate across, but get a back button and use the native navigation. So let's close that down and then redeploy it. Now, what I love about this is that you are in control of your type of application. If you want to implement your own backstack and back nav button, and you want to use 100% .NET MAUI, you could totally do that. Or 100% Blazor, I should say. You could totally do that. It's up to you. If you want to use the native navigation like I have here, let's check out Boston again, refresh that data. We can see it's still amazing. I can click on it, and now we can note that I'm not only getting an update in the title, but also getting this nice back button automatically for me. And I get those nice animations because that is a native Windows application, just like I would get it there. The other thing too is that on your details page, you now have access to do things like set different presentation modes, like animations, modals, different things, so you're in complete control, which I think is absolutely delightful at the end of the day to create those great experiences. All right, let's wrap it up, because with Blazor Hybrid, you can build all sorts of amazing things. You can reuse your UI components, you have the native app shell, access to native APIs, there's no WebAssembly, no server needed for the Blazor web view at all, and you can use it on top of .NET MAUI or WinForms or WPF. We also show you how to access native APIs and share state when mixing and matching web UI as well, and sharing components everywhere. You can get access to all of this information, all of our demos on both Elan and my GitHub right over there. So take a quick snapshot of the UI there. We have great resources to documentation and more information on .NET MAUI and Blazor. And with that, Elan, we crushed the 30 minutes and we slayed this presentation.
All right. Thank you, James.
Cool. That was great. And that concludes the end of 2 hours of MAUI.
The MAUI Power Hour is over.
It's over.
It was so great, though. I loved it. And the more I learn about Blazor Hybrid, the more I'm convinced it's absolute magic.
It really is.
It's so cool.
So now we're transitioning into the last pillar of the day, which is developer stories. And we are going to start off by kicking it off learning about how Stack Overflow uses .NET.
Thank you for joining me today at .NET Conf. I'm very happy to be here, and especially to talk about one of my favorite subjects, which is Stack Overflow and how it's made. I'm Roberta Arcoverdi, I'm a director of engineering at Stack, and let's get started. So the actual content that I wanted to share with you today is about our migration to .NET 6. And in order to do that, and to start telling you about the challenges that we faced and the improvements that we observed from that migration, I need to first talk about how Stack Overflow is built and what technology we use and what is Stack Overflow really. So let me get started by sharing some numbers about Stack Overflow, the product. First of all, I hope if you who are listening to me right now are a developer, that you actually already know Stack Overflow and that you use it on your day-to-day life. But perhaps you do not know that Stack Overflow was launched in 2008, so it's been almost 15 years since we have been live. And those of us who used to be developers before that, I imagine remember very well how hard it was to find solutions to our problems. Currently, Stack Overflow has 23 million questions, give or take, 34 million answers to programming questions, and 19 million registered users. We also get around 60 million unique users per month, so that's 60 million developers or people who just want to learn how to program and solve their problems who visit our sites every single month. But Stack Overflow is actually just one of over 180 Q&A sites that we host. And it's important to say this because all of those sites, including Stack Overflow, are actually powered by the very same application. Stack Overflow is a multi-tenant application that hosts over 180 Q&A sites. And these are some numbers from, very fresh numbers, by the way, from October 24th that I collected to show you what that means in terms of how does that get to our application and our infrastructure. So we got on that day around 226 million requests to our load balances. Out of those, 85 million-ish were page views. And we sent over 4 terabytes of data across those requests. And we ran 700 million SQL queries from HTTP requests alone. In fact, we actually ran over 1 billion SQL queries that day, including all of our servers. We also had almost 300 million Redis hits. Redis is one of the infrastructure pieces that we use for caching. And we did all of that. We took all that traffic. We served all of those requests with an average render time of 24 milliseconds for our hottest path, which is the question page, right? The one that you all know when you Google for something or you Bing for something and click the links, click the results, and find a solution to your problems. So I added some charts here that show you how much CPU we have to use for serving that amount of traffic. And it's usually around between 5 and 10%, as you can see. So we have space to support way more traffic than we already do in terms of CPU. And as you can tell, we serve around 600 requests per second per server. And when I say per server, this matters because this is how many servers we use. So Stack Overflow is a multi-tenant application, like I mentioned. It's also running on-prem on our own data center. And we do that using only 9 web servers. So those, in this case, those numbers are a little bit outdated, but we had 300 requests per second per server. And remember, we are running between 5 and 10% of CPU usage, which means there's a lot of room to improve. As far as our databases go, we also have a very lean on-prem data center setup, a very lean infrastructure setup. We use only 4 SQL servers. For Stack Overflow alone, the Stack Overflow website alone, we use 2. It's always 1 primary and 1 replica. So everything on Stack Overflow and everything on our infrastructure is redundant. Those servers are really beefy. We have 1.5 terabytes of RAM. But remember that together, those 4 servers run almost 1 billion SQL queries per day. So that's a lot of queries, and that's a lot of things that we serve in very lean infrastructure. And you might ask yourself how we do that. And we do that by prioritizing performance. We have a very optimized code base. We run on .NET since the very beginning. In fact, when we launched in 2008, we were already an Azure NET MVC 1.0 application. But this talk is not exactly about Stack Overflow and its infrastructure and how we run it, but also about our migration to .NET 6, which is one of the initiatives that we ran this year. Before we go into the .NET 6 migration, however, I wanted to show you some interesting numbers from our previous migration, which happened in December 2020. And that was when we moved from .NET 3.1 to .NET 5. As you can tell, in terms of CPU, I didn't even include CPU here because we didn't really observe that big of an impact. But in terms of memory management, we had a lot of improvements in how the heap size is managed, but also the large object heap, generation 2 objects. As you can see down on the bottom of the page here, I have the Gen 2 charts. We observed a much better usage and much more efficient usage of memory just by upgrading from .NET 3.1 to .NET 5. We did not add more memory to those servers. We did not add more CPU. We did not change the servers. We just upgraded the version of .NET that we were using, and that alone helped improve our performance. And keep in mind, performance is very important for us. If we want to keep running that much traffic in such a lean infrastructure as the one that we currently have today, it is essential that we have performance as top of our minds every time that we are building or improving something in our applications. All right. Now let's fast forward from December 2020 and go to May 2022, when, fun fact, .NET 5 was about to get to end of life, and we always want to be running on LTS. And that's when we started working on migrating to .NET 6. But first, we had to migrate Entity Framework. We use Entity Framework in very specific parts of our code base for connecting with the database and running queries. And we were still using Entity Framework 2.2 before May 2022, before May this year, which is a very old version of Entity Framework. So we knew that in order to migrate to .NET 6, we would have to upgrade our version of Entity Framework first, which we did very easily. So the total number of line changes, if you're curious, was around 140 to the entire code base of Stack Overflow. Another thing that's important to mention here, Stack Overflow is not only multi-tenant and on-prem, it's also a monolithic application. So all those changes and all that traffic that you saw is hitting a single app pull on IIS, and we can deploy it uniquely on those 9 web servers with a load balancer. But that's why we only had to update 1 application when we migrated from Entity Framework 2.2 to Entity Framework 5. the changes that we had to make were very punctual and very simple, actually. Change some methods, names that got changed over time, like from SQL to from SQL raw, some EF3 breaking changes that we had to adapt to. But actually, as we did not expect to have any performance impact of that migration. And that's because our code base is already highly optimized, as you could tell when I showed that we are only using 5% CPU and very efficient memory management as well. Once we had migrated to Entity Framework 5, which is supported on .NET 6, then we could start planning for our migration to .NET 6 itself from .NET 5. And a very important part of that migration was testing. We don't want to roll out such an impactful change to production without ensuring that it is working, that we haven't inadvertently broken anything. So we actually have around 15,000 automated tests that we run periodically, either periodically, nightly, or on every single deployment at Stack Overflow. And what we did was we created a new branch with all the changes for .NET 6. We published that branch with what we call a PR environment, which is something that allows us to test any changes before merging them to the main branch. And then we ran our test suite on top of that branch. So we were able to validate that all tests were passing before we merged the .NET 6 migration back to the main branch. Of course, that didn't happen as smoothly as it sounds. Some tests broke and we had to figure out what was going on, but it wasn't that hard and it wasn't that tricky at all. In the end, in May 12th, that's when we finally merged the .NET 6 upgrade. Once we could see that all the tests were executing and running successfully. Deployment was also interesting. So I added some numbers here regarding what it took to make that migration, right? The diff on Git of the number of line changes that we had to make was about adding 300 lines of code, removing 200. So as you can tell, it's a very small diff, meaning that migration was very smooth as well. But we didn't want to deploy that change across all of our 9 web servers at once. So we did what we always do when we do some big migrations such as this. We deploy the changes to a single web server and we observe what happens, right? So we let it run for a day or two. We have some scheduled tasks and background tasks that only run at night. So we wanted to see if they would also run correctly and if we would have no issues. And once we were confident that those changes were working for everybody, then we could roll it out to all of our remaining 8 web servers. Now, let's see some numbers of what happened after we migrated to .NET 6. We saw a small improvement in heap size for sure. It was around between 5 and 10 gigabytes typically, and it dropped a little bit to under 5 gigabytes right after we migrated. Other than that, another noticeable change was the way that the threads and thread pools were behaving. And that's not surprising at all, because we know that one of the biggest areas of improvement on .NET 6 is around how thread pools work and how threads are managed by thread pools. So even though that didn't really mean that we had any performance direct impacts, it was also interesting to notice that some of the things that Microsoft had been advertising as, look, we changed a lot of things around thread pools, we could actually see that happen and how that changed the pattern of how threads are used in our application, in our monitoring tools. There are a lot of things that we can still do that we haven't yet that .NET 6 enables, like dynamic PGO. This is something that we can try out and see if it brings us any performance improvements, but we haven't yet. And if you want to see more details about how rolling out .NET 6 went, the kind of problems we faced, the specific breaking changes that we encountered, you can read a blog post by Wouter de Koord on his blog, which has the complete path from the Entity Framework upgrades all the way to the .NET 6 migration. Now, that's a short summary of what I wanted to share with you about the .NET 6 migration, but I know that John Galloway has some questions for me as well, and I'm happy to answer them. John?
Wow, that was incredible. That's really exciting. As I like that you called out the path as a developer before and after Stack Overflow and how it's changed my life as a developer. It's great to think about that. Gosh, okay. So one question I'm going to throw at you is: you talked about moving to .NET 6, and part of the deal with .NET Conf is we're announcing .NET 7, and so it kind of never ends. It's a continual thing. What's your overall strategy? How do you think about, migrating between versions, and how do you build applications that are not hard to migrate between versions?
Well, the strategy that we usually have is, of course, we always want to be on LTS. We always want to be on a supported version of our vendors, and .NET is one of those. So the .NET 7 migration is actually already planned. We're waiting for it to come, and usually we always do the same path, right? We create a PR somewhere with the proposed changes, and we test them, and we see what breaks, and also we try to canary them on one of our servers to see if we see any improvements or any concerns. That's exactly how we did all of our migrations so far, and there were many of them. Like I said, we started with ASP.NET 1.0, we've been through .NET Framework, we've been through .NET Core 2.0, 3.1, 5, now 6, and as I said, we're already planning for 7. What is really impressive to observe is how much progress we can see from each of those migrations, not necessarily in terms of performance, but just the amount of things that become available to us, right? We know that Microsoft has been putting so much work into making their libraries and frameworks faster and more optimized, and that's exactly the kind of thing that we love, because it also helps us replace a lot of the things that we had built in-house, and we can now just use the new versions of the framework for it. A great example is Entity Framework. We built Dapper back in the day, a micro ORM, because we wanted to have more performance in how we connected to the database, hydrated objects, all of that. Entity Framework has evolved so much that we could start considering now replacing a lot of parts of our code base that are using Dapper with it, just because the performance is already very, very good and acceptable for us. So
that's great. So an interesting thing that I like about your presentation and overall strategy is when I talk to people about migrating between versions, some of them get overwhelmed because they'll see all the new features and think that they need to use those in order to update. But it looks like what you're talking about is doing a very lightweight update and basically just get on the new version, and then that unlocks the ability to use the new features, but you don't have to use them in order to update. I guess that was more of a statement than a question, but so yeah.
No, but precisely, like another example of that is the routing system. Like the routing system on ASP.NET and controllers has been rewritten or refactored or improved over years. And we had written our own routing mechanism back in the day that we didn't need to replace right away, but we could, especially with .NET Core, which makes it's so pluggable. You can we can attach your dependencies in a way that's very flexible. So usually our main goal with the migration is let's just update the framework. Let's just put it out there, but doing as little code changes as possible just to make it run and to make it work. And then let's assess what are the new shiny things that we can start incorporating. And that's progress that happens over time, not immediate. Of course, like I mentioned, we always want to be on LTS. So for .NET 6, as if you were watching closely, we migrated on May 2022, which is when .NET 5 became end of life. So we actually delayed a little bit on that one. But usually we'd like to be at least a couple of months in advance so that we don't risk going end of life in any case.
Cool. So you mentioned kind of a monolith architecture sort of setup. You do have some microservices internally, right? For things like, I don't know, search and tagging and that sort of stuff? Or
not really. No, we don't have microservices. Well, at least it really depends, because microservices is it's a tricky word to define, right? Yeah. Different authors have different definitions. We do have services, though. So there are some parts of the main code base that have been, over years, have been extracted and became isolated services, like emailing, for example. We have an email sending service. It's not part of the monolith. We just call their APIs, and that's it. There's others, but the main application, the Q&A site everybody uses and love, that's a monolith. That's a 14 years old monolith that has been continuously improved. There are, however, of course, we use services for other things. Like we have our Kubernetes cluster that we use for powering the PR environments I mentioned. So every time that you want to have to spin up an environment on your PR for sales, support, PMs to test it without having to check out your code and run it locally. That's powered by containers and Kubernetes, but it's not microservices. It's just how we use those platforms and tooling that's usually associated with distributed systems. But Stack Overflow is a monolith, and it's deployed as a single package in over those 9 web servers that I mentioned.
Okay. So you mentioned using the kind of, like Kubernetes or whatever for internal services, right? And I noticed that a lot of, large companies will keep what works, keep the existing code base that's stable, but then use kind of the hot, shiny, interesting things for more internal, or what I mean, behind the scenes. Do you have some things that you do? Like, for instance, I talk to some companies that use like Blazor for line of business things, or that sort of. Is that something that you do as well at Stack?
It is, absolutely. So I'll give you an example. We use Dapper, not Dapper, our open source library, but Dapper, Microsoft Dapper, DAPR, for some of our internal services that our platform team is building for powering things that should be shared across all the company, right? We don't use that on Stack Overflow code base, however. So it's really interesting because then we get to experiment with the new shiny things and assess what is worth incorporating or what is worth adding to the main code base into the monolith or not. We try to have a very pragmatic approach to those things, however, right? So instead of asking, okay, this is new and shiny, should we experiment with it? We always try to ask the question, what problem are we trying to solve first, and whether or not our existing tooling and platforms can solve it. But I think that if you do not experiment with the new shiny, then you also hinder your ability to innovate and hinder your ability to incorporate new things that could actually make your life easier. I think that strategy of using internal services and tools for experimenting with new technology is absolutely a winner.
Cool. Okay, I think your story is really interesting because you worked as a developer at Stack for a while before moving up to director. What are your experiences just kind of in general in working with .NET? Like, do you have any stories or thoughts on that as you've seen .NET kind of progress over the years?
Oh, yeah. I've been a .NET programmer since the beginning of my career as an engineer, honestly, since 2004. So I've seen a lot of change since I joined Stack Overflow, and I joined in 2014, so I've been there for almost 9 years now. I think when I joined, we were still on .NET Framework. Can't remember what specifically version of it because it's been a while. But for sure, I have seen a lot of progress and evolution over the years. Perhaps the biggest one has been .NET Core, indeed, right? The ability to run it cross-platform, the ability to make it run in containers as easily as we did for our PR environments, for example. That has been a game changer and an enabler of a lot of things. I'm what I would call a junior manager. I became a director of engineering in January, so it's going to be a year. But I am a software developer and software engineer at heart. It's great to be able to have a different kind of impact as a director, of course. But if you couldn't notice from my presentation, I'm still very much hands-on and in touch with our technical side of things.
Cool. So seeing that kind of perspective you have, both, having grown up with .NET and then also like now, managing and hiring and that sort of things. What sort of advice would you give to new .NET developers for looking at their career and, thinking about like someday applying to work at a company like Stack?
Well, usually the first advice that I give to new engineers, regardless of the stack that I choose, is pick one thing and go deep in it, right? So C#, .NET, ASP.NET Core perhaps, pick that, understand how web applications work, understand how ASP.NET Core abstractions work on top of how the web works, and then go deep on C#, understand, start small, of course, start with the basics, understanding of the language, and go deep, go into memory management, go into improve your expertise in terms of depth. And then you can think about breadth as well, right? But it is important to pick one thing and do it well. For Stack, one of the things that I always tell, of course, less experienced engineers or junior developers or people who are starting their careers is be as pragmatic as you can in terms of the technology that you pick, but also in terms of how you approach technology. I think that's one of our biggest advantages as a company, is that we've always valued pragmatism over dogmatism. So when we pick a technology, when we pick an approach, when we pick a migration such as this, we have a reason why we're doing it, and everybody understands the reasons. It's not just because it's, oh, everybody's doing microservices now, so we should as well. That's not a good reason to go into microservices. But it's also not a good reason not to. So if tomorrow we find out that we actually want to split Stack Overflow into a lot of small services because that allows our organization to scale better, we can do that too. We're not locked down into any of the approaches. You know, that's what pragmatism is all about. And this has nothing to do with experience. It's more about how you handle the problems that you are given as an engineer. So it's the kind of thing that I would highly encourage even less experienced engineers to start practicing as they learn new technologies and as they start coding new programs as well.
Cool. Okay, so you mentioned the dogmatism, pragmatism kind of balance, and one thing that always, reminds me of is testing. There are very different approaches to testing. It's obviously a very practical tool, the way you're using it to handle your migrations. It's also something where people get pretty dogmatic. What are some general kind of testing philosophies and implementation at Stack?
It's very funny that you mentioned testing, because fun fact, up until perhaps 5 years ago, we didn't really do any automated testing. And the reason why we didn't do any automated testing is because we didn't have a private site like we have now with the Stack Overflow for Teams, which is private Q&A, and all of our products were publicly available. And guess what? If you ship a bug to Stack Overflow, you hear about it on Twitter in 5 minutes. So the feedback cycle that we got from testing, we got much faster from our community even, and it was okay to fix it forward. That changes when you have paying customers and SLAs, and that's when we started to really invest in automated testing. I mentioned we have around 15,000 tests right now. The vast majority of those tests are actually integration tests, which mean they run deeply on the cores of our code base, and they actually test our queries, they actually test our interaction with our infrastructure and systems and dependencies, but they're also slow. So we need to balance running them all the time versus how much time does it take for them to run, which is something that we're still working on, right? Finding the right balance for it. But as somebody who has had bugs caught by tests and preventing outages in the past, I am a strong believer that they make our lives better. And the more tests and the more confident you are in your test suite, of course, the easier it is to introduce new changes.
Cool. So one fascinating thing for me, you talked about the huge numbers of questions and all the interactions and stuff, and that's a huge amount of data. So you're running on just a few, so you've got SQL Server and you've got Redis, and I'm thinking there's got to be some kind of fascinating like data structure and data management challenges you've got there, right? In terms of availability versus managing all this historical data going back for 15 years and all that. So I don't know, how do you think more about like data and the data management stuff?
That's a really nice question. Yes, so our Stack Overflow database, which by the way is public, you can download. We publish data dumps every 6 months. If you have 4.5 terabytes of data available somewhere, you can download the entire Stack Overflow database. And notice that I mentioned 4.5 terabytes of data, and our SQL Server has 1.5 terabytes of RAM, meaning a third of our data can actually be found in memory. And that makes querying them much more efficient. They're also using SSD as hard storage, but which is also much better and makes it much more efficient. But on top of SQL, the only thing we have for search on Stack Overflow is we use Elasticsearch for indexing our data. In case you ever use our in-app search mechanism, that's where you're hitting. But people are usually surprised when I tell them that the question page, which is our hottest path, the one that renders in 24 average milliseconds, is not cached at all. So that page, every time that you open it, it runs 4 different SQL queries for rendering 4 different parts of it. And each one of those queries need to run in under 0.1 milliseconds. That's like the hard limit that we have for that page so that we do not degrade performance. So we invest a lot of knowledge and time into ensuring that our databases are as fast as they can be. We have an amazing team of DBREs who take care of our baby SQL servers. And it's honestly a lot of experimentation. Run it, find bottlenecks, remove the bottlenecks, do it again. That's how we got to the state where we are today. We used to cache that page, and then we realized that we had a lot of cache misses instead of hits. And caching was actually just making code more complex. So we removed caching, we made everything simpler and faster.
Wow, that's awesome. I've got 1,000 more questions I'd like to ask, but we're pretty much at time. So I really appreciate this. I'll turn it back over to you to wrap up. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much, John. And thank you, everybody, for having me. I hope you enjoyed it and enjoy .NET Conf. There's a lot of great stuff coming.
Oh, that was great. Maddie, I love seeing how .NET is being used in the real world. It's so interesting.
It's so cool. I mean, even the .NET Conf .NET website is built with .NET.
That's what the ending means, .NET.
That makes sense.
Don't you think?
That would make sense.
It has to be.
That's pretty cool. I mean, we use .NET not only at Microsoft, but in companies, as you saw, like Stack Overflow outside of Microsoft, all over the place, in embedded devices, for websites, for all these things. But our next customer story, or whatever this segment is one that's very near and dear to our heart. Not .NETConf.net, but .NET, and how that was built with .NET.
With .NET, the all-new .NET.
Whoa! So let's turn it over to Myra.
Hello, everyone. And I'm supposed to be here talking about...
Sorry, had to change my shirt. I just got in.
Oh my gosh, I was gonna say I'm supposed to have a partner here.
Yeah, I recorded the last session from home and I had, yes. Anyway,
Okay,
I'm here.
I'm glad you made it.
Yes, I'm
All
excited
right.
to be here.
So my name is Myra Wenzel. I'm a program manager for the .NET website, and I invited John to be here with me for this talk.
Yeah, so I am a ASP.NET developer. I'm also teammates with Myra, and I love to write .NET code. And I'm doing a lot of program manager stuff, but anytime I get a chance to write some ASP.NET code, I'm like, yes, let me do it. So I get to be basically a junior dev on your team, which is so fun.
Way better than junior dev. And it's great to have your contributions because we are a tiny, mighty team. So
it's incredible. Like a lot of teams at Microsoft, I mean, the team, you have such a tiny team and you run this huge website, you know, that a lot of people depend on. So it's,
yeah. But today, so we will break the talk in 2 parts. So one, we're gonna go over the architecture using .NET and Azure to build the .NET website and talk a little bit about the DevOps. And then later, we're gonna talk about the features, how we build some of the cool features and what technology is behind that.
Mm-hmm. And I think some of what we're hoping to do is, like, number one, we want to show you we're using the same stuff we tell you to use, you know,
exactly.
and also we're showing, hey, we're running a big website. Here's some things we figured out, sometimes the hard way, of how to actually run a site at scale with a small team.
Yeah. And so .NET.Microsoft.com, or like how we dearly call .NET, our main goal is to first drive downloads. That's where you find our product downloads. We have our latest .NET SDK and runtime there for you to get it right now. It's also our entry point for new developers and decision makers. So if you're getting started with .NET, that's the place to go for you to find learning tutorials, learning paths for you to get started with all the goodies that like .NET MAUI, Blazor, console apps, whatever you name it. And it's also our marketing site. And behind the scenes, we use Razor pages, Blazor. We have some legacy React components that we are converting to Blazor now. So hoping next time we can share that, and some Azure functions too. And we are currently using Azure App Services to host our site. And so we have a P2 V2, like a V2 pricing tier. So it's like 2 cores, so it's like not like super expensive. And as we said before, it's a tiny team. Like our core team is 1 PM, 2 developers, and 1 analytics and SEO person. So it's like a very small team to run this like 24/7 site. And just to give you an idea of scale, our site received in average, like for the past 6 months, 18 million page views, and we had around 5 million unique visitors each month. So let's jump into the architecture a little bit. So we have, as we said, we have all of those components on Azure running .NET code. And so we have 3 environments. And so we're running on Azure Front Door as our CDN. And so we have 3 environments. We have the dev environment, staging, and production. And our production has an auto failover. So in case we have a failure in production, it goes back to staging automatically. So after a few seconds, it lights up. And so the 3 environments are the same. The 3 environments are the same, and then we have like our pipeline will go through each one of them and update automatically.
Yeah, we're figuring out. My screen's not projecting, so we may be stuck with yours, but
oh, okay,
it'll be fun.
All right. I was like, what's going on? All right, and so we have several pipelines, one for each project that we have going on the site. And so one of our main pipelines has a multi-stage process. So we have build and publish, which will like test if our code is passing through the code check-ins. Then we have something that we'll explore in the next slide about deploying a preview site that we have. And then we have some accessibility scans and our localization pipeline. But we also, at the same time, we run a preview version pipeline. And that allows us to, like, at the same time that we are running the site on the stable version, we can run the preview at the same time on a separate pipeline. And so that allows us to test the product ahead of the release. And we managed to even catch some bugs for .NET 6, so for the previous release, early enough so that like it was like we would report back to the product team and make sure that it's like we are delivering a good product. So we use the .NET website as like a dog fooding exercise for us too.
So you can always scroll down on the .NET website, and you'll actually see the version you're running, and you're running all the live previews, which, like you said, so you're running it at scale, and you catch some pretty complicated issues sometimes too.
Yeah.
So.
But we like for .NET 7, it was pretty smooth. We
Yeah.
didn't get any bugs this time.
So that whole pipeline thing and your release process is really nice because for me as a developer, I don't worry that I'm going to break the production site. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And we'll talk about this a little more in a second, but you can actually preview things, you can watch it go through staging, and have some confidence that when it goes to production, it's ready to go.
Yeah, and especially like the staging step, like when we have like some like big releases, like the redesign that we'll talk later. We tested first on staging, and then we caught some bugs that like, oh, okay, we cannot push it to production. Let's fix it before it goes live. And so it's super important for our process. And so one of the steps that I mentioned in our pipeline, which runs on Azure DevOps, is, but our source code is on GitHub on a private repository, is that this preview pull request side. And so we had this idea of, based on what like the docs team has been doing for years, to have a review site of our changes. And so each pull request that comes through our repo, it will generate this this staging, this like review URL.
I love this so much.
I do too.
As a developer, it makes me so happy because I can go in, I can make a tweak, and I can see it live. I can share it with you. I can update like on the pull request, we can comment on it and say, I don't like the look of this, or it's distracting, or whatever. And you can actually see the live site for every single pull request. It's amazing.
Yeah, and sometimes like even the tiniest change will cause some issues. And so what we would always have to do is like before we had this feature, we'd have to download the local branch into our machine, test it out. Okay, it looks good. So this like for quick changes, we don't have to do it anymore. So it's great. And so let me share here. Let me see where. Let's see.
While you're doing that, I just have to say the production team is amazing. My screen wasn't projecting. They were like behind the scenes and getting it all working.
How can I get this to show what I want?
If you...
Maybe I have to get
You have to stop presenter view. Yeah.
So here's the pipelines, our YAML file for this preview slot PR. And so we use like environment variables to like access like the principal name and all of the like those. It logs into Azure, gets like the changes from the pull request and creates. So app services with the pricing tier that we are at gives us like 20 slots for us to work through. So we use those 20 slots to test it out whenever we have a new PR. And so it deploys that build that we just did on the previous step of the pipeline to that deployment slot, and then pastes a comment with the URL on the PR.
So you're almost kind of getting that for free. Like the level of Azure subscription you have includes these staging slots, so why not use them?
Exactly.
So, yeah.
And then we have, when the PR is done and it closes, then we have a GitHub action that cleans up that resource after we're done with it.
To keep that pool fresh.
Yeah, and so that's the GitHub action that we use. So it's a similar process for that. All right, let's go back to here.
Oh no, now we're going to talk about a bug.
Is it your bug?
It is my bug. Well, it's one of, so this has a bunch of bugs, and this is one of them is mine.
Yeah, so one thing cool about being hosted on Azure is that we get Azure App Insights, and we use it a ton to improve the quality of our site. And so like here, we kind of have a time, like I like to keep track of how our metrics are going. So this is one of the views that I have. And so I have, like we have been pushing for reducing, getting like as close to zero as possible with like our exception like handling. And so a year ago or so, we had like 6,000 exceptions, and we've been improving and looking at App Insights to like see what's going on with the code. So we're gonna look at one that I filed for you, John.
So this one is one that came from, we use a lot of different services, and we also build a lot of like JSON files behind the scenes. So when you access a page, it's able to very quickly just render something. It's not calling out to services on the fly. We have a community page, we'll look at it a little more in a second, where it lists some upcoming events and things. And there's a JSON file. And the JSON file actually should be a local file that it's requesting. It should actually technically never fail. So when I wrote the code, I mean, in my brain, I thought this will always be there. But this exception, and like it clearly proves me wrong, what I liked about this was having the App Insights issue. It showed me the line of code. It showed me the exact file that it tried to request and was missing. And so on the next slide, we'll see it was a very simple like fix to go in and just check and say, and the way that this was shown, these were a list of events. And so if we can't load those events, just render the rest of the page. Like it's, you know, like don't bomb out, just render the rest of the page. So here I just check and I say, go get it if it's empty. And nerd note here, I used enumerable.empty because that's supposed to be the most performant. So anyways, So, but this was a great example of using App Insights to very kind of efficiently go through. You reported a bug to me, I knew exactly what to fix and how to test it. So.
Yeah, and there were other like very cool bugs that we have addressed. Like we had some non-ASCII characters, like people would put in like these URLs, but we have some redirection rules in place, and then it was just like exploding and getting a 500 error, which is really bad. So it's like we've been improving the quality of the site and the experience for all our users. All right, moving on to some of the new additions.
Yeah, let's go to my machine. So we're going to talk about some features we've added recently. So this is the .NET Live TV site. You'll notice it's with the updated website. We'll talk about that a little bit more soon, which is really cool. Dark mode. And so this shows all these kind of upcoming and live streams. If you go to this page right now, live.net, you'd see the .NET Conf, because that's what's on. And we wanted to have a kind of the source of truth be YouTube. So we don't want to have to go and update JSON files or do different things in order to keep things. We basically, as soon as a show is scheduled, we want it to be live. We want it to show both upcoming and completed ones. We want to show when there's a show that's live, we want a little flashing thing at the top of the screen. Easily scale to add more shows. We've scaled up and scaled down shows over time. We also collect metrics and generate reports. So a lot of stuff. So the system we put together for this is we have an Azure function. It queries both YouTube, it hits the YouTube APIs, and it also hits the some JSON files, and then it sends those actually over to Azure Search. And then the website consumes that. It has a Blazor front end, hits a function that reads a JSON file. So some nice things about this, we can scale our API calls using Azure Functions. It's very kind of lightweight and compact. We can very easily kind of query what's going on there. And then for the front end, it can, it does very little work. It just basically reads a JSON file and renders stuff. So we'll look at how that works real quick. We'll go over to, here's the function. So we're doing some kind of very simple things here. We're just going and querying. We have a service, and it goes out and it can read a specific video or different ones. And then this is something that took me way too long. Your timer triggers can actually use an expression, so that I was able to put that in a setting. So that uploads into a JSON blob, and then reading them, it's an Azure function that just does a get, and it just says like get all future videos, and it just returns JSON. So that's really simple on the back end. And then on the front end, we've got a Blazor site, and we're able to kind of integrate this in. So the rest of the website is Razor pages. But for this section, there's enough kind of front end interaction where we thought this makes sense to do as Blazor. So we've got, here's our kind of host page that's hosting the Blazor components. And then if we look here, like here's the actual, here's our video player. So we're able to write kind of standard, HTML and integrate things, but then integrate that into the Blazor page. The one other thing I want to show off here, this is actually a .NET 6 feature that I like, is error boundary. So that's just something that they introduced in .NET 6, but it's a neat feature where if there's some issue with loading, it can basically error out and show that. So what's nice with this is a really kind of maintainable, lightweight solution to build this front end, and it allows us to build a really nice experience we can iterate on, and then the back end is just automatically updating. So that's one neat feature.
Super cool.
Yeah, I want to show.
Love it.
So one other neat thing I want to show off here is the community page. So we've got two different things going on there. We're showing blog posts. Today there's a ton of blog posts going out.
Yes.
And then also we want to show events. So I'll show quickly how we do that. So that's in, we have another function doing similar sorts of things, reading and creating JSON files. And then on the kind of inside the site itself, we have, let me see this. Okay, so we have just straight up Razor pages. It's calling into a backend that does, it's pretty simple, just builds a simple model for us, queries some different things and sets it up. The thing I wanted to show off here is I think this is a completely underrated tag, this cache tag. So you can go, you can cache things. So I just, query for posts, get 4 of them, and then cache it. And so the website itself has to do very little. Similar sort of thing here on the back end for the events page. We do some queries to build a model. And then on the front end, this is another unknown thing. You can inject things really easily. So I use this a lot, like to inject services and things. We use a cache tag here again, and then we just iterate through and write them out. So the main reason I wanted to show that stuff as far as kind of features is to just show we're not telling you one thing, writing docs one way and teaching one thing, and then doing weird other like super optimized things. Yeah. You're running a website at huge scale, and I'm writing just straight up standard Razor pages. So
yeah. And it's interesting that you talk about caching, because like when we went live with the live TV, we had like some problems with scaling because our caching wasn't as good as it could be. So we implemented a bunch of caching and improved that. So that is like now, because that data is not like refreshing very often. And so it's like, we can cache it for a day. I don't know what's the setting.
Yeah,
right now.
I think some of these are down as, like 30 minutes or something. But in some cases you can get a lot of scale even by like a 1 minute cache, know? So, yeah.
All right, and so now we can switch back to my mic machine. And so we're gonna talk about website localization as well. So that's something that we've started last year. And so we shipped our first 2 other languages beside English. So now we support Japanese and simplified Chinese. And so we decided to use PO files, so portable object files with Orchard Core for our localization project. And so for those not familiar with PO files, they are a pair of ID and translation. And so for the English version, the message string is empty, but then for each language, we get a file that has the pair of English and the translation. So it's super easy to see the translation and even problems. So typically, in the past for .NET, you'd use the regex files. But some of the advantages that we have using PO files is that they support pluralization that we are not currently using in the .NET website, but that's something that you can take advantage of. They are not compiled, so you don't need any special tooling, and those steps are not required. For our pipeline, we have some because of how our process with the interaction with the localization team works. And then it works well with collaborative online editing tools. So a lot of teams use Crowdin, and I wanted to show here, like Code.org and Microsoft MakeCode, they post their PO files on Crowdin.
Oh, wow.
And then you can go out and help
cool.
to translate. And so if you have an open source project, you could do that for your project.
I like too the way, so the localization system that's built into ASP.NET is extensible. And so there's the in the box regex style, but being able to plug this in, this is just straight up middleware in ASP.NET Core.
And I'll show it just in a second. And we use the tool called PO Extractor. So on every PR or part of the pipeline if we forget. And so let me see, where's the, okay, it didn't work, but anyway, I had a screenshot. Let me go back to, so this is,
oh, you got to stop presenter mode. Yeah.
So this is a screenshot of the PO extractor tool running, and so we have it takes a few seconds to scan all of our repos and our to get all the localizable strings. So it's super cool and super fast to just get all the changes in and port it. And then I wanted to show.
Oh, the website redesign.
Yes. So let's go. So you can see all the middleware.
Oh, you're still sharing your screen. I know it's tricky.
Okay.
It always gets me.
All right. And so, we are in the process of adding 3 new languages. So hopefully going live this week or the next. So we're super close. And so you see how easy now that we've implemented the middleware to add new languages. And so you can see here how the PO file looks, and and let's go to .NET. While that loads, let's see if it's going to load or not. All right, it's taking a while. So let's skip to our redesign project because we're cutting short now. But yeah, like last week on Friday, who launches on a Friday? But
well, you do.
well, yeah, so we were getting close to .NET 7 launch. We wanted a fresh new look for the site. We wanted something that looked cool and modern. And so we work with our design team at Microsoft to build start building this cool new site where you can see the images are 3D, and we have redesigned some of we have we can see us live here if we play.
Yeah.
So we started the redesign with a couple of pages, and over time we'll get to the entire site and revisit the journey. But the goal here is to make it easier for you to find what you're looking for here. We started implementing Tailwind CSS as well to experiment with that and see if that will give us more flexibility and maybe some of the cool features that come with that. And so we're really excited about this launch. And it supports dark mode. So
that's a win.
Yeah.
Wow. So it looks like we're just about out of time. I mean, there's so much cool stuff we could talk about. I think, it's amazing what you're able to do with such a small team. I like the feeling of a developer working with your CI/CD kind of system and with the way you manage it. It's great to be able to pop in, create a feature, and kind of pop out. Yep.
Yeah. Thank you.
Awesome. That was so cool. I love the new .NET website and the redesign.
It's
it
beautiful.
Looks really, really
Absolutely.
great.
So, Myra and the fastest man in .NET, John, we got a couple questions for you coming from me. So first off, Myra, the localization is incredibly important to speak to people in their local languages. So we're both we're on sibling teams. We're both sides of the same coin. Yeah. And we hear that all the time, is be able to talk to people in the languages they speak. And so you mentioned that we have a couple of languages coming down the pipe eventually. So no pressure, but what languages are coming up?
Yeah, so the next ones will be Spanish, Brazilian, Portuguese, and Korean. And then we're hoping to add the same 10 languages that we support with .NET Docs and Visual Studio. There's a full set of 10 languages that we usually support. So we're hoping to get to that at some point.
Hopefully we can find someone that speaks Brazilian Portuguese to help us out.
Yeah, I'm kind of biased of having that support, as I'm not a native English speaker.
Cool. How long does it take to do the translation on a site as big as .NET? I mean, we're talking days, weeks, months, years?
So I was super impressed when we did the redesign that the translations came back in 2 days. With all the updates, and so now if you go, you'll see in Japanese and Chinese how long it that it's there, the new content already, and we shipped to them Thursday night, I think. And so for the other languages, I think the process that takes longer is actually validating in the context. Does that sentence make sense? So that's the process that took the longest. It's not the actual translation. It's more does that sound good in that native language?
Cool. That's really cool.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, actually, Justin, you on my team was telling me about that to make sure, does this actually make sense in, Justin's from Korea, in this language, and Justin actually did a YouTube series because Azure in Korean means pork meat.
Oh my
God.
So,
right? So he wanted to boost the SEO of that. And so that's the kind of the stuff that you get into. You have to make sure that it actually makes sense in the native language.
Yeah, and Justin helped with our localization this time. He helped validate. So hopefully you will look at when we go live. So hopefully in a few days.
That's really cool.
Yeah, that's amazing, isn't it?
What a nice global team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I know.
Yep.
Awesome.
It's great.
So we still have a couple sessions left today. We're not done yet. We have about an hour left of content. Yep. So we have .NETconf.net, all the links. We've been telling you it all day for your code deceptor challenge.
Code decoder.
Decoder. Sorry, secret decoder.
Decoder.
I'm getting tired.
It's a long day.
It's a long day, folks. No, and then, of course, your digital swag bags. And then in just an hour, we have the highly anticipated CodeParty.
Which is an escape room, virtually.
We still don't know how that's going to work, and I'm very curious. The rest of some of the hosts for that have already shown up. We had Sarah and Dee Dee come into the studio a little bit earlier. So they're getting all set up for your escape room experience.
Attendee party, you got to be there. Got to be there to find it out.
Jeff went to the car and got a new outfit. I'm a little concerned.
That's going to be awesome.
You never know what Jeff's going to pull out of his hat, or in this case, car. But
you don't know.
Yeah. So, and of course, we would love for you to fill out the survey. We've got almost a full day of .NET content now, so that's pretty awesome. And I know a lot of you have also now downloaded some of the bits and actually started using .NET 7 and Visual Studio 17.4. That's the one. That's the one. I know it.
Oh my gosh, Manny. We didn't even talk about C# 11.
Oh
which
my
is
gosh!
out too. All this new stuff that came out today. .NET 7, C# 11, Visual Studio 17.4.
All at the same time.
All the stuff. All the stuff. And John was telling us we had all the blog posts that came out today. Just got dumped onto the brand new .NET website.
That's true. And devblogs.microsoft.com. That's where you can catch all those things.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
Everything.
Wow. All right. So we are going to wrap it up into the next session.
Yeah, so we keep on talking about how .NET is being used in the real world. And now we're going to talk about teams.
Whoa.
The teams
We're a team.
We're a team.
We're a team?
We're the team hosting. The teams, the hostess with the mostess.
Cool.
Yeah, well,
I like
why not?
it.
Yep. And so the teams team actually uses .NET as well. So not only does the .NET website uses it, Stack Overflow uses .NET, Teams uses .NET. .NET's everywhere across Microsoft, so it's so cool. So our good friend Marwa is here to tell us how Teams uses .NET. Marwa, over to you.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Marwa. I work in Microsoft Teams, specifically in real-time communication infrastructure team. Today, I'm happy to walk you through our journey to .NET Core migration and how that helped our services improve the performance, improve the cost. So I'd like to talk to you about the reasons why we moved to .NET Core, what services in Microsoft Teams were successfully migrated to .NET Core, the results that we observed, the approach we took during the migration, and the key learnings and challenges we hit, and what's coming next after the migration. So let's start with why we actually wanted to move to .NET Core. The first one and the most important one was the performance and cost efficiency improvements that we heard of. Basically, the optimized implementation of the low-level classes that .NET Core offers was the major incentive, like why we wanted to actually adopt it. The second one was the cross-platform support. We are actually trying to run our services on Linux. Currently, they run on Windows, and it would be great if we can run them on Linux as well because of all the containerization performance improvements with running containers on Linux. The third one would be the ability to host on Kestrel and Docker. So Kestrel is supported by .NET Core, and Kestrel is actually is a cross-platform as well, and it's a better It has a better request processing performance. And next would be the support for the latest transports like HTTP3 Quick. So we are in the communication business, and making sure that our transports are reliable and be able to offer better experience to the users is actually the #1 priority for our team. So HTTP3, it's the same as HTTP 2.1, like the same semantics, same request methods and everything, status codes and everything. The only difference is in the transport layer. It uses TCP. HTTP 1 and 2 uses TCP versus HTTP 3, which uses Quick. So how does that help? It actually have better experience during connection packet loss, the faster responses for the first request. It also have better actually support for the transitioning between networks. The second, the next one would be the testability. With the use of test server, we wanted to use to see how we can use it to fit our testing infrastructure, and actually this turned out to be great. the integration was seamless, and things worked like without any issues or problems. The built-in dependency injection, and I'll talk about this one later in the key learnings and challenges. We had some issues, and we will walk through like how we overcame those. And finally, the .NET framework is coming to an end. We needed to be on the latest and greatest for our services, make sure that all the bugs are addressed and all the support we needed are actually we're able to get. So it was a necessary move. So let's see what's next. So how many services did we migrate on .NET Core, and what are these services basically? So I'll be talking about the IC3 services, or the intelligent conversation and communication cloud services. This is mainly the backend services of Microsoft Teams. So we had 122 services planned for the .NET Core migration. We successfully migrated 37 services in the past 2 years. We have 30 services in progress right now. So this is almost like 30% of our services were migrated to .NET Core. I'll actually deep dive into two of the services that we migrated and start sharing the results of those two services. The first one will be the broker service. So the broker service is one of the transports we use to send notifications from server to client. It's based on a pub/sub model, and the broker on its own actually processes around 63 billion requests a day. So you can actually have an idea like how critical improving the performance and the cost of running the service is, and as well as like trying to avoid regressions during the migration. The second service I want to talk about will be the conversation service. This is actually the service that manages all the modalities for signaling. So basically the modalities like audio, video, and the lobby, how actually the mid operations inside the meeting happen, like raise hand, lower hand, mute, unmute, changing role, all these mid operations are actually managed by the conversation service. Conversation service processes around like 600 billion requests a day, so it's one of the biggest services we have in Microsoft Teams. Okay, so let's move to the next slide. So in the next slide, I want to talk to you about the results we observed after the migration. For broker service, as soon as we started the migration, we were able to narrow down, to lower down our cost by 50%. So it was 50% reduction in the total cores that we used to run our service. And as you can see from the chart, we started with 27K cores before the migration, and then in 4 months we were able to gradually reclaim the cores until it was 13K. So it's basically above 50% of the total reduction. There was also 60% reduction in the API latencies. I'm not sure if the graph is actually clear, but it's we went down from 16 milliseconds to 5 milliseconds, which is a huge improvement. On a service that actually is a transport service, this was really great to see. We were able to save around $500,000 annually, so that's also a good cost improvement that we observed. Conversation service results were very interesting as well. We were able to see a reduction in improvements in the CPU by around 25 to 35%. This was huge. And then for the join meeting latencies, when you join a meeting, we were able to observe 20 to 30% latency improvements. Actually, we went from 90 milliseconds to 50 milliseconds. And we were able to save around $1.25 million annually, which is a huge saving as well. The improvements, actually, the results didn't stop at that. We actually, for the large meetings, we also, we were actually trying to investigate bottlenecks with large meetings and People like joining, like when you start a meeting, like we see like thousands of requests, join requests trying to get into the meeting, and this was actually causing some bottlenecks. So with the .NET Core migration, we saw an impressive results in terms for the large meetings. We were able to see 40 to 56% CPU improvements for like 1,000 participants meetings. We were also able to observe like 40 to 80% join and create conversation latency improvements. This was huge. So you can see from the tables I shared, for the best case scenario, because we had to repeat to take like various samples. So the best case scenario, the CPU max of average was 18% compared to 41% on .NET Framework. The max of max CPU was 65% on .NET Core compared to 92% in .NET Framework. Latency was 2.5 seconds compared to 16 seconds. And of course, the conversation size was 1K, 1,000 participants. On the worst case scenario, CPU was 48.5% compared to 80% on .NET Framework. And the latency was 11 seconds compared to 18.4 seconds. And of course, the conversation size was still 1,000 participants. So what does that mean? Actually, that means better reliability during the large meetings and better experience for the customers during meeting joins and the mid-meeting operations and activities. So that was great to see as well. So next, I'll walk you through the migration phases. The migration of these services, it did not happen in a month, I would say. For example, Broker took 6 months because it was our first service to migrate. We had some challenges and some key learnings. Conversation service, for example, took 10 months, roughly 10 months. So it was not I wouldn't say it's a replace, find and replace. It's actually, it required some thoughts, and we actually took the opportunity while actually migrating to .NET Core to fix other stuff as well, tackle other performance bottlenecks that we've seen in .NET Framework and try to improve them in .NET Core. So the migration phases, it was actually, I will divide it into 3 phases. The first one is the preparation phase. Basically, you're trying to prepare your repo or the project for .NET Core migration. This is converting the projects to SDK style, multi-targeting the projects so that they can build on both .NET Framework and .NET Core, and analyzing the dependencies, make sure there are no blockers. If there are any blockers, try to migrate these blockers first, or reach out to external teams, try to ask for the .NET Core support for their libraries. We also made changes to the pipeline to make sure that whatever we check in for .NET Core does not break. Actually, these steps were very important to just set up for our project to make the execution and validation a lot easier after that. For the execution part, this actually migrating the middlewares and controllers, removing the service point manager, which is not supported in .NET Core, and replacing with sockets HTTP handler. We made sure that Kestrel is adopted during the migration as well because of the performance improvements that we were reading about for Kestrel, and it was doing great for us. So we made it a requirement. It's optional, but we made it a requirement. And then the migration of the authentication layer, and then at the very end, we migrate the end-to-end tests. These services, actually, because they are not small services, we had 10K test cases that we needed to migrate, and the test cases actually was dependent on all the layers. So you needed to get all the layers completed first before actually digging into the tests. The validation and rollout phase, this was actually the final phase, basically making sure that all the synthetic transactions are successful on .NET Core deployments. We do the performance testing. If there are any fine-tuning that we needed to do, like for example, the GC, the garbage collection settings for .NET Core were different from .NET Framework, and this was actually revealed during the performance testing. If there are any release or pipeline changes that we need to do, for example, because we have weekly releases in our services. And every build that goes out, it has to go through different stages. We start with our internal team, releasing the new builds to our internal team first, and then the bigger team in Microsoft Teams, and then it goes to Microsoft, and then from Microsoft it goes to production. So there are several several stages that it goes that the build goes through, and in every stage you need to make sure that you get coverage on .NET Core plus .NET Framework. So these were the release pipeline changes that we needed to do. At that point as well, you needed to make sure that you can roll out any time if you actually find any regressions in .NET Core. So that was it. These were the 3 phases that we had. Okay, some of the key learnings and challenges. Actually, I'll talk about a few because of time constraints, but these were the important ones that we encountered during the migrations. The first one is actually, it's interesting. So the get hash code is not consistent for strings and other value types in .NET Core. It behaves differently than .NET Framework. And we used the consistent hash to actually determine the index of the Redis shard that the meeting will land on. So, but the thing is, as soon as we started hitting the internal stages with the build, after it was rolled out, we started seeing that people are joining their own meetings. Everyone, you have a meeting and people try to join the same meeting, and then everyone ends in a separate meeting. So this was a bad bug, and it was not discovered in the lower stages. And the reason is, in the lower stages we didn't have multiple Redis shards. So that was an interesting bug, and we had to actually update our code in order to make it consistent with .NET Framework. The Unity Service Provider and dependency injection, we actually use Unity Service Provider, and even after the .NET Core migration, we continued to use it. But we found that as soon as you start deploying to .NET Core and it actually runs for a couple of hours, CPU reaches 100%. And the problem is that Unity Service Provider, it uses we were using child containers, and the creation of disposal, especially disposing of those child containers, it was very expensive and taking most of the CPU time. So we had to come up with a hybrid approach using the built-in dependency injection in .NET Core, as well as the Unity the service provider. It was at that time it was a workaround, but our goal is to move to the built-in dependency injection 100% and don't rely on other hybrid approaches. But that was interesting. Yeah, we'll take this work later to move to built-in dependency injection 100%. The third one was earlier we actually rolled out on .NET Core 3.1, and after the rollout, we actually saw that it does not support the non-validated headers, and we had some customers actually send us some malformed VIA headers. They did not follow the correct semantics, but the syntax, but we did not have any support for 3.1 to skip the validation for those headers. So in the middle of the rollout, actually, we had to roll back and upgrade to .NET Core 6, and then continue, and then we were able to deploy and get around this issue. The second one was the support for the delay certificate for the client authentication mode. Our services actually need the delay certificate config for both anonymous endpoints and non-anonymous endpoints. We actually discovered this also during the rollout, and this actually required updating our common libraries also to 6 because they were running on 3.0. So actually, the .NET Core 6 comes with so many improvements over 3.1, so I highly recommend that always go with the latest release for .NET Core. The second one I'll be mentioning is the HTTP request message headers. These are not thread safe in .NET Core 6. We were lucky. We were only hitting it in a very minor code path where the metrics actually, it was during the metrics logging. And we had to change this to synchronous codes instead of, to avoid this race condition. We were lucky, it didn't impact performance. And the other thing is we have a fix in .NET Core 7, so we are looking forward to actually move to .NET Core 7 to fix that issue. The other one, the built-in controller responses do not return valid JSON for errors. So we had to come up with our own custom action to actually return a valid JSON. And this actually, the valid JSON was expected by the partners interacting with these services. .NET Core defaults to chunked encoding. Chunked encoding actually was, in .NET Framework, it had a problem, it had a bug with proxied requests. So most of the partners interacting with these services they actually disabled it. So when we shipped .NET Core, chunked encoding was causing issues with those, for those partner requests. So we had to work around it and set the content length to 0 to avoid actually these failures for those partners. Test server, I mentioned that we used it in test in infrastructure, and it worked great, but we also used it in production. In one of our scenarios, we have a custom UDP support transport in our code, and we actually needed an in-memory server to support the UDP, the custom UDP logic that we have. In .NET Framework, we used HTTP server, but we didn't find a close component that we can use in .NET Core. So we went with the test server, and it's been working fine for us until now. So that was another thing. So those were the main learnings and challenges that we encountered. Other learnings and challenges, basically during the migration itself, we wanted to build the expertise in .NET Core first before actually digging into the .NET Core migration. We spent 2 months actually just learning, looking at videos and making sure that we understand what it takes to move to .NET Core. We were able to actually do a good job there, and even now we have cross-pollination some between teams, some members of the teams who became expert in .NET Core trying to help other teams work with them, migrating their services. So it's been pretty good. We did not want to disrupt continuous development and features coming in. These features are actually very active. There are hundreds of PRs that get checked in every month. So we didn't want to have any blockers. In order to do that, we needed to actually support. We needed to actually make changes in the master branch, and at the same to avoid any breaking changes to .NET Core. But at the same time, we needed to make sure that it does not break any of the mainstream features or did not block any of the other service owners from making changes. So we relied heavily on the preprocessor directives just to make sure that it execute this one in .NET if you're running .NET Core versus .NET Framework. And that worked pretty well, and the service owners actually and the service for those services were making a good job to ensure that all the new features were actually on .NET Core as well, support both .NET Framework and .NET Core. There was a challenge having multiple people work on the .NET Core migration, and at the same time they don't get blocked on each other. There are so many parts that are dependent on each other. So we had to come up with a plan, which components to migrate before which components, to make sure that everyone is productive, is productive, and making sure that everyone is able to deliver. The gradual rollout of the .NET Core while still supporting .NET Framework. As I mentioned, these actually services run billions of requests every day. So we wanted to make sure that we roll out gradually .NET Core. We support both .NET Core and .NET Framework in the same image, so that we can switch back to that .NET Framework in case of any failures. We during the rollout, we make sure that we actually monitoring the metrics and everything every day, looking at the metrics, make sure that no exceptions occur in one component versus the other. What's coming next for these services? For for all the services that are migrated to .NET Core, we are looking forward to migrate them to Linux. As I mentioned, Linux actually performs better with containerization, just the process isolation and stuff like that. So Linux will work better in terms of reliability. And in fact, we successfully migrated the broker service, which was on .NET Core. And we're seeing actually great results there. The other one will be the migrating to HTTP3 with Quick for all the performance improvements and the reliability and experience improvements that I've talked about at the beginning of the presentation. So this is actually work in progress. And then last is upgrading to .NET Core. So .NET Core, there is one of the videos talking about it already, but it has the authentication improvements. Actually looks great. It has fixes for some of the race conditions. It supports having different processing queues for short running versus long running requests. So actually we're looking forward to actually adopting .NET Core 7 as well. That was it for the Microsoft teams running on .NET Core and explaining the journey. I hope it's useful to many of you. Thank you so much, and back to you, Matthew.
Super interesting, and I always love hearing about how teams at Microsoft are using .NET. And so, Mara, I was actually blown away by some of the numbers that you were dropping there. You were saving over $1 million just by switching to .NET
Yes,
Core?
that's true, and it's actually very impressive results. And this is actually only 2 of the services. We migrated 30, and all the services are showing improvements in terms of performance and in terms of cost as well.
That's amazing. And yeah, and the performance numbers that you were saying, I mean, was it like 100% with the large meeting one?
Yeah.
What was it? It was 100% for people latency to get in there. That's Maddie.
That's
can you imagine?
amazing.
Can you imagine
around like 60% or like 85%. It's 60 to 85%.
85%.
Much faster for free.
For
I don't
free.
know.
No, that was
For
before.
free.
This is before .NET 7.
That's true. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to see the .NET 7 numbers.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's so great. And so you said you're moving over to Linux as well. So I imagine, have you started testing on Linux? And so do you know what kind of numbers you might be looking at when you start moving your services over to that?
Yeah, we've already started the testing, and the latencies are shown improvements as well. I only have numbers from the lower stages of the deployments. It has not hit production yet, but we can see improvements by around like 20 to 30 around latency. The reliability as well, regarding like networking issues that we hit on Windows, they seem to disappear on Linux. Linux is actually on the containerization part, it actually works better on Linux than Windows.
That's really, really cool.
I love it.
I love it. .NET everywhere.
Yep.
Doing all the things in all the places.
Even in Teams on the back end. Some places you just never think you would see it.
That's
Well,
so cool.
thank you so much, Marlo. I really enjoyed that session. That was great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Oh, all right, Matt. We have one session left, but if you are just joining us for the last session of the day, just a reminder: .NETconf.net, and so that's where all the links for everything are. The Code Magazine subscription you can still get. The swag bag raffle. There is still the Code Party coming up in about half an hour. And I found out after the Code Party, which is the virtual escape room, there's actually 4 open source spotlights that we are showing on our YouTube.
That's right.
So they're a YouTube premiere, so they will go live one after the other after the Code Party is over. But we have 4 different open source projects in the .NET ecosystem that have recorded or are doing, I think they've recorded them and we're going to show them kind of as like YouTube premieres, which is really, really awesome. That means if you're like me and you're going to go get dinner after this, you can watch them later. You can watch them in your hotel room tonight.
I know one of them, super secret. It's not a super secret. It's Avalonia. It's already on the schedule.
I'm very excited.
Mike James on my team loves Avalonia. He did it. So I can't wait for it to be out, released to the world.
They're talking some MAUI related stuff.
Yes, they are.
I hear. So that's pretty exciting.
Very exciting.
Yeah.
And you know what? .NET Conf keeps on going. The next 2 days, we're not done. We are not done. We have the Code Party or the escape room tonight, the attendee party, but it keeps on going. Tomorrow, we're going to kick off with Mads Torgensen and Dustin Campbell. We're going to be talking about all the new great features in
C#11.
C#11.
I just updated my app to use global namespaces and global using, so I'm just getting to C#10, please.
I just started using Link. I'm just kidding.
Are you okay? Oh, God.
No, it's amazing. All like generics in math, I think, and all this other new stuff coming in C# 11 is super cool. Yeah. So tomorrow we have a ton of sessions. I know Dan Roth is back. Steve Sanderson is back. We're talking about new stuff in Blazor, and it just keeps on going. We have an architect panel tomorrow. Michaela's here. David Fowler's here. I forget the last person. Oh, it's a long day.
It's on the agenda.
Yeah, it's on the agenda. We're all going to be talking about the decisions that go into making .NET and such. So tune in tomorrow. The fun doesn't stop, and it keeps on going.
It goes through the night. It goes through the night into Thursday or through the morning of Thursday, whatever time zone you're in. You're all over the place. We've been seeing people pop up from all over the world today, which is really exciting. But yeah, it's nonstop streaming basically for a bit there until Thursday, and we'll wrap it up Thursday afternoon. Pacific time. So that's very exciting.
Yeah, can't wait. And so one more time, again, if we want to tell us how we're doing on our survey, aka.ms/.netconf survey 2022. Obvious, we're not big on the brevity here. We're very good at naming things though. Super good at naming things. Oh, and of course, go get that digital swag. We want to see the little .NET bot. Oh, yeah, you know what? They're not
.NET bot pet.
.pet running around your screen on
your
Visual
Studio.
VS Code.
Yep.
Totally go out and get that as well. So
my Siri is talking to me.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
She's also very excited about the .NET bot pet that can be running on VS Code.
Very cool. Yep.
And of course, go to .netconf.net and you can get your code magazine. Everybody's eligible for that. Register for your swag bag. 25 people will be drawn for winners of that. And yeah.
Do you think we could get the .NET bot pet on .netconf.net?
I don't see why not.
Sounds pretty cool.
You know, if we weren't so punch drunk, we could probably go and program it right now.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure Myra would love to have us in her beautiful code base.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
We'll put in a bunch of PRs that'll get rejected.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure. So, indeed. So, you know what? We always talk about cloud native stuff, which I made the joke before. You ask cloud native what it stands for, and you ask it to 3 different people, get 10 different answers. So, Maddie, I'm going to ask you, what does cloud native mean to you?
I have to go.
Yeah, right? Right? It means just a ton of different things. You're not going to get one straight answer. It's going to be, to me what it means is that you're going to be making an app with the cloud in mind, right? But we have people here who are extremely, extremely smart. And they're going to tell us what cloud native is using distributed technologies called Orleans. So Ruben and Brady, take it away.
Cool. Thanks a lot, Matt and Maddie. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I'm Brady Gaster. I am a PM on the .NET team and the Orleans team, which is kind of the same team now, thank goodness. And you want to introduce yourself?
Yep, I'm Ruben Bond. I'm a software engineer on the Orleans team.
Cool. And today what we're going to talk about is, I've heard a lot of people talking about like the various performance things that we've done in .NET 7, and I've heard a lot of themes about cloud native this week. To me, I kind of have an answer as to what, one of the things that's important in cloud native. And I'm going to go ahead and pull up the Orleans slide here and introduce the topic of Halo. So to me, Halo demonstrates one of the core tenets to me of what it means to be cloud native. And that is that you support horizontal or severely dynamic scaling at any given point. And that you support being able to be deployed in multiple regions. And you're always on, et cetera, et cetera. Halo currently has a lot of stuff built on top of Orleans, essentially most of the backend. So if you can imagine, if you're playing with Master Chief, and wherever you are in the game, the presence is all implemented with Orleans. We've also implemented statistics, like user statistics with Orleans. What are some of the other things that we've done?
I think anti-cheat.
Anti-cheat as well?
Matchmaking. Yep.
Okay. Matchmaking, that's going to be key, because one of the canonical ways that you can use Orleans is definitely in identity and presence. But it wasn't just Halo that built their service on top of Orleans that could scale to millions of users and millions of Microsoft customers. It was all these other organizations too. So we're going to talk about a few of those, and Ruben's pretty dug in on some of the technical details of how some of them were built out. First one I'll talk about is Azure IoT Digital Twins. If you think about a service like digital twins, for each device that you've got in the field, you've got some sort of a digital twin representing that device in a back-end system somewhere. For Orleans, that's a one-to-one. So each one of those devices is represented by an individual object in cyberspace, if you will, in the cloud, if you will. Gears, same thing. Gears of War, just like Halo, they built a lot of the different back-end, being able to track presence of individual users, being able to track stats and matchmaking, all built on top of that. Fraud protection, we just talked to them. What kind of stuff are we doing with fraud protection?
That's right. So they're using Orleans to monitor, say, for example, purchasing fraud or login fraud and all different kinds of fraud, and using grains to track the individual objects in that domain. And then calculate the fraud risk for a given thing and prevent fraud.
That's incredible. And then Microsoft Mesh is a team that we speak with like once a week. I think we have
every 2 weeks.
Yeah, every 2 weeks we have a sync up with them. All the different things in the Microsoft Metaverse product. Also built on top of Orleans. And I see down at the bottom Azure Orbital. Maybe one day Orleans will drive spaceships. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
But if you think about all these different services, these are services that power millions of devices, millions of customers every day, and they're all built on top of Orleans. If these services can scale out to millions of users on Orleans, pretty sure your systems can as well.
That's right.
Yeah.
Using Orleans in some capacity in each one of these.
Different, like AAD is not using it for a lot of stuff, but
traffic management, I think, is the AAD use case. But either way, some of them are built completely on Orleans, for a very fundamental use case, and others are built using, say, some of the more services to the side.
Cool,
right?
cool. And what we'll talk about later on in the talk today is some of the features of Orleans and some of the benefits that Orleans gives customers. And what you'll see is that you don't have to use the persistence and the reminders and this and everything. You can kind of pick and choose what you want to use from the Orleans framework. But moving right along, one of the things I like to kind of talk about with ASP.NET developers is how Orleans adds distributed processing to ASP.NET Core and how it adds the capability for you to do things like distributed state. If you don't really do a lot of web farm out, where you kind of look like this, you might not run into these problems. When you're building a pretty small ASP.NET Core app, it'll perform on one host, one server, one virtual machine or app service. It runs just fine. But once you start to get into this situation where you've got your ASP.NET Core app scaled on a web farm or in multiple servers or you're multiple honing it, especially in a situation where you don't have sticky sessions enabled, just as for instance, you might not know what server your request is going to get back to. So the state on that server might not be the same as the state on some other server. So at that point in time, you might have an issue. So what Orleans does is it adds a layer beneath all the existing stuff in the ASP.NET, or not, I keep saying ASP.NET because I'm an ASP.NET person, but it adds a layer beneath .NET, if you will, where you can actually persist these objects called Orleans grains, which is sort of the primitive object in Orleans. And the idea behind these grains is that they obfuscate the concept of the host. They obfuscate the concept of the server. At any given point, any of these .NET services could make a call to a grain, that could make a call to another grain on another server, or that could make a call to another server and another component somewhere. So I might have a worker service that calls a grain, and then that grain makes a call to a SignalR hub somewhere through what's called a Orleans observer, which we'll talk about a little bit later on. But this just kind of shows you like how Orleans runs underneath all of the stuff. So if you think about things like distributed cache, or distributed session state, it's going to be fantastic for those scenarios where you really need to kind of persist data so that all of your hosts can share. So that's kind of your primitive way to use Orleans. Did I forget anything in that? Is that kind of our...
No, I think that's about right. And so you can imagine, for example, if you're building something like a shopping cart, you might have a shopping cart grain for any given user. Now, between requests, when the user's adding things to their cart, they might not land on the same server, right? Because they're going through a load balancer, it's round robining them, for example, and so it's landing on a different host. But in your application, let's say it's a minimal APIs application, you can say, I want to message that person's shopping cart, and I want to add this item to their cart. You don't need to know which server that's loaded on. Orleans will hide that from you. You just say, I want to message that object, and Orleans will do the routing for you. Right. So it'll decide which one of these servers that shopping cart is loaded into memory on, and then route the message to it and route the response back to you without you having to worry about it.
That's great. So when you think about things like service discovery, which is a typical concept in cloud native programming, you not only have to find your endpoint, you have to find your server. With Orleans, it's just you call the object.
Exactly. Yeah. You don't have to worry about service discovery here.
Right, exactly. It's just there. And we'll talk a little bit about how you identify a grain or how you identify an Orleans stream a little bit later on when we get into Benjamin's section of the presentation. But let's go ahead and move right on real quick. Orleans at a glance, if you've never really done anything with it, here's just kind of a smattering of the different features that you can use Orleans for. The number one thing, persistence. You can actually use Azure Storage, Cosmos DB. We have a wide array of different database backends that you can actually store your data into. Whenever you're doing that storage, you can actually use ACID transactions across the board, and everything's going to work. Like Ruben mentioned a minute ago, in the case of a shopping cart, you don't want to ship somebody their product until you've done the process of billing them and making sure everything's going to work out. So you can implement all of that in Orleans. It's pretty transparent. You don't have to worry about the lower level transactional stuff. Orleans just kind of takes care of it for you. Observers, I mentioned a little while ago. Observers are great for when you want to send a message to a client from, say, a grain on the back end. An observer can essentially observe every single thing that happens inside of a grain. A grain can call an observer. The observer can bubble a message up to a signal or hub, and then you can bubble that message all the way back to the client. One of the demos that you're going to see Ruben do later on is actually going to be a great canonical use case for observers and SignalR, two of my favorite tech. Yep. So it's kind of good. And then call filters. You'll see at the very end here, we've got this thing called call filters. One of the things that we'll see Ruben do a little bit later on is we'll see him use what's called OpenTelemetry with our Orleans stuff. And essentially what that means is he can actually create a call filter that intercepts all calls to an individual grain and then send that data somewhere. So we've got one open source package called the Orleans dashboard written by our good friend Richard. And in that product, he actually does call filters to observe how grains are operating so that he can essentially draw a chart so you can actually see kind of an admin view of your cluster, your Orleans cluster, and kind of see how everything's working. Deployment freedom, anywhere .NET Core can run, Orleans can run, as long as you have that database backing it up. You can run it in Kubernetes, GCP, AWS, of course you can run it in Azure. Some of the services we talked about earlier, like Microsoft Mesh, they actually run their Orleans backend on top of Azure App Service, so you could actually do that. And you'll see some docs later on when we talk about stuff. Azure Container Apps is another great place for you.
Or your laptop.
Or your laptop, yeah it's good
just
too.
Just hit F5.
Yeah, you just hit F5. Pretty much anywhere you can run .NET Core. So those are the basic underpinning features of Orleans. But what I want to talk to you today is Orleans 7. So we did Orleans 3x, and I actually went on vacation, and I went and did a keynote somewhere, and I came back, and Ruben was like, "Oh, it's Orleans 7 now." So we did that to basically map to the .NET version branding, and that should send you a message. The Orleans team and the .NET team are one now. And essentially, you can think about Orleans as a component of .NET moving forward. It's just going to get closer and closer to being in the box. These are some things that we've done for Orleans 7. There's going to be a lot of improvements in Orleans 7 that Ruben and the team have wanted to make for 6 or 7 years now, that we finally just ripped the Band-Aid off and went ahead and made some tough changes. Some of the benefits of those is going to be version tolerance. So in previous versions of Orleans, if I had, say, a shopping cart class that kind of represented the state of my object, or the state of my entity at that point in time, I would have a finite number of properties, and once I actually ship my product, I'm not going to be able to add any more properties to that. With Orleans 7, you can actually extend those objects and get them further, and actually you can do version tolerance, and I can have version 1 of my grain versus version 2 of my grain. Can we do that in the same cluster?
Oh yeah. So if you want to do a rolling deployment, you can add a property. And even on interfaces, so grain interfaces, you can add new methods or you can change methods, and you can actually put a little annotation on top of the grain interface and say this is version 2. Cool. And Orleans is smart enough to know that if you're messaging a version 2 interface, it needs to route your call to a silo that has that version 2 interface running. Cool. So if your grain is on a version 1 host, and you're doing a rolling upgrade, it'll migrate that grain over for you automatically to the version 2 host.
That's good. So you don't even have to worry about API versioning at that point. It's just,
cool. Version tolerance for real services that are actually operating is extremely important. And this is something that traditionally has been a major pain point in Orleans. Yeah. Another major pain point, well, it's not that big of a pain point. It's an opportunity, has been the ability for us to have a more simple, he says it's a pain point. I probably agree with that.
I'm an engineer.
Yeah, he's an engineer. Is the ability for us to provide you with a more simplified way for you to identify grains and streams.
In the past, you'll see Benjamin do a demo here in a minute around grain identification. In the past, you could identify it in a lot of different ways, and that led to confusion. Now it's all strings.
Yeah, so this was especially a kind of problem when you want to refactor your classes, or if you're using generic grains. And the way that was represented previously was not really amenable to, well, it had a few corner cases in the generics case, and it wasn't really amenable to version tolerance again. Okay. And so just continuing with that theme of operational excellence, this is one of those important things that we want to have.
Cool, that's good. And that's why we had to make some of those tough choices. Yeah. Moving right along, one of the other ones I'm going to get into a small little demo. I'm not going to really do anything exciting during this one. That's Ruben's job here, is to talk about some of the enhanced developer experiences that we've kind of done to kind of make things easier with Orleans. My favorite one of these is that in the past, when you wanted to get started with Orleans, you'd have quite a few NuGet dependencies that you'd have to add in. We've done a good job of simplifying a lot of that. So let me kind of show you what that looks like in the code real quickly. So over here, I've got Visual Studio open, and you'll see that I've got just a simple pings project. And the idea is, if you look in my abstractions, I've got a ping grain and I've got a ping message. And essentially, I'm just going to be sending, a ping grain and a message. Let me zoom in just a little bit so you can kind of see everything. So this is really just my abstractions project, which is where I would have created all of my grain interfaces. So what I'll do here is I'll open this up, and you'll see that I've got to know, and I always forgot this, and I've talked to other people who did too, you've always got to reference this Microsoft Orleans code generator.ms build because we do a lot of code gen stuff. And then I'd also have to reference the Microsoft.orleans.core abstractions. Now that was just if I wanted to start building grain interfaces, just to use all the basic Orleans stuff. We've made that a lot easier for you. Today in Orleans 7, all you need to do is reference Microsoft.orleans.sdk. And that brings down everything that you need, the code generators and the whole nine. Now, if you wanted to start working on what we call as an Orleans silo, an Orleans host, there were even more. I'd have to bring in hosting. I'd have to bring in the code generator again. It seems like I would have gotten that with abstractions, but I always had to do it separately. I have to pull in abstractions, and then there's the server, which is the one I would expect to have to pull in. And then in this case, I'm using the Orleans dashboard, so I had to pull that one in. Well, with 7.0, it's one package, Microsoft.orleans.server, and you're off and running. So that's good. And then the same thing is true for client. It would be Microsoft.orleans.client. So at that point, you really just have that one package that you have to bring in. I think we counted it as 3 at this point.
Yep.
If you're building a client, you're going to want to have Microsoft.orleans.client. If you're building a silo, you're going to want to have Microsoft.orleans.servers. Server.
Yeah, server.
That's exactly, I always want to say silo there. And then everything else, you want Microsoft.orleans.sdk, and that brings everything in. One of the things that we've alluded to in some of the talk so far is that there's a couple of things that we've done that are, for all intents and purposes, going to be a little bit of a breaking experience for those of you that have been doing 3x and now you're going to move into 7. The one that bit me the other day, I'm going to go ahead and show it to you right now. So this is essentially one of my model classes that I would use inside of my grain. So my ping grain uses my ping message. You'll see here that everything in 3x had to be marked as serializable. So I had to mark my info objects as serializable, and then I've just got my properties and I'm off and running. We've made some significant improvements in serialization that this man can tell you a little bit more about than I can at this moment. But one of the bad parts about that for you as a developer is if you're moving from 3x to 7, you're going to have to do a little bit of a change here. Instead of using the normal serializable attribute, you're going to want to do generate serializer. And then on your properties, you're going to want to decorate it with these attributes. But we've made that part easy for you as well. And if you've got an info object that you've got and you put that generate serializer, we've actually given you a Roslyn extension that will, or Roslyn code fix that will generate those serialization attributes for you from top to bottom. So that makes that part of the development experience a little bit easier. So you essentially you would go into your 3x code, change serializable to generate serializer, and then you use the Roslyn code fix to put all the attributes in for you. So we wanted to make that at least as easy as we could for you. But like, what do they get for that little bit of pain?
Well, you get a lot of performance. So performance in Orleans 7 is much faster, and part of that is this new version tolerance serializer. But it's important that when you're doing version tolerance that you're very explicit about what your data types are so that you can evolve them knowing full well that you're changing a type that's being either persisted or at least sent across the wire between different machines. right? And so being explicit there is good. You know, we could remove all of that stuff and make it just like it was before, where you didn't have to say anything and try to infer which types are going to be sent across the wire and generate code for those. But in doing so, it would be more of a minefield if you were to go and change things. You might not know which things are having serializers generated and which ones aren't. So being explicit in this case is good.
That's good. That's good. One of the things that Ruben alluded to is that actually adds to the already fast performance of Orleans. We already had great performance, but we've got some pretty dramatic performance improvements on the next slide. And as Ruben's going to show you a little bit later on, some great open telemetry support. But I want to go ahead and give him and Benjamin time for their demos. So this is our dramatic performance slide. You can see here that in these, this is a set of 3 tests that we run, which is essentially silo to silo, so it's server to server over a TCP connection, client to silo, which is one client, one server over a TCP connection, and then one client and 2 silos. You can see here that the performance is out of control. With the first machine here on the far left is a small Azure VM, and then we've got my laptop, and then Ruben's laptop, and then Ruben's desktop. And you can see that the performance goes up as we go down the pipe. In some cases, we're getting as high as 60 or 70% performance, all the way up to 100% performance in some of these tests. But here's the exciting part. There's another way that you can run Orleans. Let's say you've got a minimal API, or you've got a view or a SignalR hub, and you want to dial into some grains that are in that back end of your system. We call that hosted client, and that's essentially when you've got a piece of .NET that talks to Orleans. Look at the performance improvements that we've got there. In some cases, we've got 400% improvement in that case, and we think that's kind of where you're going to want to use Orleans, because it's an ASP.NET world. We're going to want to have APIs that talk to Orleans backend. You can see here that we're the performance is pretty much out of control at this point.
That's right. Yeah. So you can optimize the placement of your grains. It's very configurable. And if you are calling in application, like for example, if you're calling a stateless worker or a local grain, then you get to make use of that optimization where it doesn't need serialization. Of course, it doesn't need networking. And so you get much better performance there.
That's good stuff.
Versus TCP.
Cool. And now we're going to turn it over to our buddy Ben. It's the middle of the night, so he's recorded a video for us. And we're going to go ahead and play a demo video from his office, which is apparently in a vineyard in France. So we'll go ahead and let that play real quick. Over to you, Ben.
Hi, I'm Ben. I'm a software engineer in the Orleans team. I've been working on this project for more than 6 years now. And today, I will speak about some new exciting feature of Orleans 7. The first big change is about grain identities. Previously, grains were identified with a compound type to support keys of either GUID, long, string, or a combination of GUID and string or long and string. This involves some complexity when dealing with grain keys, since they supported various types. Moreover, the type was represented with a numeric type code with some bytes reserved to deal with generic type. Grain identities now take the form type/key, where both type and key are strings. This change makes it simpler, more flexible, and more human readable. It is also solving some issues with generics. Let's see in this example, in 3x, you see you have to deal with a key type explicitly. You don't call the same method to get the grain key. You either have to call the method for getting a string, or a long, or a GUID, or any other method to get a compound type. Now, all keys are represented with a grain ID. And this grain ID has a string representation that is very human readable. In this example, we will display grain consumer / some key activated, where consumer is the type of the grain, the class name of the grain, and some key is the string key of the grain. Similarly, we change the stream ID. Before, streams were identified with a stream namespace and a GUID key. Now, this key is a string, which will improve usability a lot. As a result, implicit subscriptions are no longer limited to GUID-based grain. In this example, we have a grain with a string key that is implicitly subscribed to a stream.
Great. Thank you, Ben, all the way from France. Can we switch over to my slides?
Yeah, Ben.
So I just want to show you quickly some of the observability enhancements that we've made in Orleans 7. And I'll show you a demo of us using OpenTelemetry to look at traces as well as metrics. So first, I just want to quickly overview observability for cloud-native apps in general. Now, if you've looked into this topic, you may have heard that there are 3 pillars. There's logging, there's distributed tracing, and there's metrics. Now, in the past, we've supported logging via the Microsoft extensions abstractions logging, or logging abstractions rather. But in Orleans 7, we've also introduced distributed tracing and metrics, thanks to the new improvements in .NET 7 itself. And so for distributed tracing, we're using the standard inbuilt activity source metrics, the activity source class, and for metrics, we're using .NET metrics. What I want to show you is an example using the GPS tracker app. So this is one of the samples that we've got up in the repository that I'll show you later. How does this all fit together? There are a few moving parts here. So I'm going to be running this sample on my laptop. And so we're going to have this GPS tracker service on the left here. And there are 2 parts that we need to know about. First of all, we're going to be scraping metrics from the application itself. And so I'm going to have Prometheus set up inside of a container that knows how to scrape metrics out of our Prometheus endpoint in our app. And then Grafana is going to be using Prometheus as a data source. On the other hand, with distributed tracing, those are actually pushed out via OpenTelemetry using the Zipkin protocol, either to Zipkin or Jaeger. And in this case, we're going to use Jaeger. Okay, so let's get right into it. I've already got the application, the GPS tracker application running on my laptop here. Let's just have a look at it working. So you can see these little drones flying around in real time around this little area in San Francisco. The first thing I want to show you really quickly is that you can monitor your application without doing any code changes at all. And so using the .NET Counters tool, you can quickly, I'm just going to zoom out so you can see what comes up here. You can quickly monitor it using the Microsoft.Orleans counters. And so as soon as Orleans starts spinning out counters, you can see that we're making about 2,500 calls per second, and they're all taking less than 1 millisecond time. All right, and so if you do want to do things like, for example, look at metrics inside of Grafana, though, you do have to set that up. And so I mentioned how we had Grafana configured so there would be scraping from Prometheus, which is scraping from our application. And they're both running in a Docker container. And we've got a dashboard set up that lets you observe some of the things inside of Orleans. So these are those same counters, but now exposed via Prometheus. And finally, I want to show you what it looks like to use Jaeger. And so if we have a look here, we can see that our application is pushing slice spans up to Jaeger, and we can hit find traces. If Jaeger is alive, then we should get some traces back. But after running it for a while, it does tend to run out of memory and crash, which might have been what happened here. But that's OK, because I've got one I prepared earlier. And here is an example showing us which grain is sending a message, which grain is receiving a message, or the other way around. The methods that are getting called and the interface that's getting called, and this will flow all the way through to HTTP or whatever else is supporting distributed tracing. Now, the code to implement this is very simple. There's not much that you need to change inside your application. Like I said, to use .NET Counters, that's no changes at all. To use Prometheus, you do need to add OpenTelemetry packages, configure Prometheus. This is just like what David Fowler showed you this morning. And Azure Monitor is similarly a one-line change. To use distributed tracing in Orleans, you also need to add, aside from those things and determining that we want to trace the runtime as well as the application, you need to tell Orleans to enable distributed tracing. So it's really quite simple. You can see this package online, this sample online. The final thing I wanted to show you was we have documentation up on Microsoft Learn, so learn.microsoft.com/.net/Orleans. We have a repository of samples here up at aka.ms/Orleans/samples. And finally, you can connect with us on Discord, Twitter, or GitHub. Thanks, folks.
Thanks a lot. Back to you, Matt.
All right. Thank you very much, Brady. Thank you, Ruben. Maddie, what'd you think?
Oh my goodness, that was day one.
That was day one.
We did it.
We
that was so
did.
cool.
But Brady and Ruben, you're not getting out of here without a couple questions.
Oh.
I have questions.
Oh.
I have questions. I have you here in the studio, so I have questions. First, a not so serious question though. How'd you come up with grains and silos and clustering? How did you come up with the names?
That's a good question. I wasn't around when they came up with that, but I think they wanted an analogy that was different enough from objects that people would get that there's a lot of these little things they live in some kind of container. So a silo, in a farming analogy, is like a container for grains. And basically that these things can be spread around and that you've got many, many, many of them.
But we totally messed up. We went with silos and grains, and then we called it a cluster. Why didn't we call it a farm?
We should have called it a farm. Or a co-op.
Because I was actually going to raise that. I was going to raise it. But, I'm originally from Wisconsin, so I was going to say cow, farm, and dairy. But now I guess with grains, you kind of spread them around. So that makes total more sense.
You probably shouldn't take all your fresh milk and just throw it all over.
Yeah, exactly. So the second question then I have is, so your grains, you have your identity, you have your state, and then you have your behavior in there. And so your behavior is going to be, you want asynchronous for everything. Am I understanding right? So what happens if your behavior really isn't asynchronous? Do I still make that function async? Even if it's not asynchronous, what I'm actually, I'm just adding 1 + 1.
Definitely. So because your grain might be running on some other machine, the caller is always going to be communicating potentially over a network, right? You don't know if it's going to be over a network or not. So you can make an interface return value task, for example, and then the implementation of it, it doesn't need to be async await. It can just synchronously return. So value task or async task is used for the contract because it might be executing asynchronously. So each one of these objects, these grains, they operate on their own time. They're essentially single-threaded. Right, and so when you make a call to a grain, it's not synchronous, and so that decoupling is what allows that distribution to work well, right?
Great, awesome. Ruben and Brady, thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Love it. Orleans.
What a way to end the first day of .NET Conf. Now it's not over yet.
Oh, it's not over yet. We have the code party, the after party, the attendee party coming up. Yep.
I did ask Jeff when we were out in the room, I was like, so what on earth is happening? And he said, it's a virtual escape room and you can win prizes. That's all he told me.
We haven't been talking about that, the fact that you can win prizes. You can win prizes.
I didn't know that until about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, what an amazing day one. And again, there's 2 more days of content.
2 more days coming.
Matt and I are done, so you will not be seeing any more of us.
So be sure to tune in because you don't have to put up with us any longer.
New hosts, new jokes.
Yep. And you know what, Matt? We didn't talk about something that's happening tomorrow. It's going to be epic. Epic. It's the GitHub Universe .NET Conf epic crossover that's happening. Hanselman's going to be hosting it. And yeah, I'm not even sure what's going on, but I know it's going to be epic because it's right in the title.
That's pretty cool. I mean, this is like one of those great TV series crossover episodes. Like the like when Jimmy Neutron and Timmy Turner did the Timmy Power Hour.
Is that like
Power Hour is the
Maui
turn
Power
of the day.
Hour? Yes.
Yeah, it's term of the day. But
awesome.
That's really cool. So you know the website, .NETconf.net, and of course .NET to get all the .NET 7 bits that you could ever desire.
Yeah, download it today. C# 11, Visual Studio 17.4, otherwise known as 2022.
Woo!
And yeah, go for it. Download it. Maddie, we did it. High five.
Woo! Happy .NET Conf, everybody. See you tomorrow.
All right.
Time to spare.
Right.
10 seconds.
Oh my gosh, we're live?
We're on.
We're live. Oh my gosh. Welcome back, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world. This is Code Party 2022. Woohoo! We're back in Studio C. It's been a while since we've been here together.
It's good to be in here.
It's great to be here. Yeah.
And what a first day of .NET Conf.
That's a lot of content. You guys were cranking today.
8 a.m. We're going from 8 a.m. tomorrow as well, 8 a.m. Pacific, and going through another full day. I'm really enjoying the content groups.
Yeah.
Starting off with web content, cloud content, and then we did some client content with our friends on .NET MAUI, and then .NET developer stories, real stories of how folks are using .NET. It felt like nice little groups of content.
Yeah, it's almost like it had a plan. How about that? Very organized and very orderly. I get to work tomorrow, so I'm going to be hosting.
Yes,
a lot of that. The new content coming up, C# 11.
Yes,
and all the other key .NET content for .NET 7. I'm really excited to spend the day.
So we should introduce ourselves before we go too much further, shouldn't we? So as you know, my name is Jeff Fritz. I'm one of the producers here for .NET Conf. Why don't we start over here?
I'm Sarah Fatz. I direct the developer relations team at Progress, but more importantly, I am a volunteer here with the .NET Conf team, working with Jeff and Dee Dee and Richard.
Dee Walsh, volunteer, Mobilize.net employee.
Employee, but helping out with all the both.
I said volunteer.
But helping out with all the sponsors and
Right,
getting.
I run with Sarah. We run all of the sponsor stuff, and we also do a lot of the .NET Foundation stuff. Go to the new .NET Foundation website, by the way.
Yeah,
The new one.
Yeah,
And
new
those
site looks great.
sponsors- Thank you. Yeah, they've done a great job. And the sponsors are the ones who are putting together all of these amazing prizes for you guys. So if you haven't checked out the swag bag or the Secret Decoder Challenge, or even tonight, we will be giving away prizes, and we'll tell you more about how to do that throughout the evening.
Absolutely. And of course,
I'm Richard Campbell, the host of .NET Rocks and Run As Radio. I help make the Dev Intersection Conference, and I get to volunteer today too, and working tomorrow to help host the whole of .NET Conf. Like CodeParty is where we start, always.
And CodeParty is the highlight of your life, I assume.
Well, I've worked on a lot of them with you for
Yes,
many, many
one.
years.
The
Yeah.
first one.
Since
We
the
were
very
just talking
beginning.
about that.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Many years.
Yeah. So we brought up, we mentioned the sponsors. Let's just bring them up. That have a big thank you to all these folks that you see here on the screen. These companies have helped support .NET Conf. They're bringing items in a swag bag for you. They're sponsoring our Secret Decoder Challenge. Make sure you check that out at .NETconf.net. There's opportunities there for you to win some pretty cool stuff.
Very awesome.
There are tons, there's like thousands and thousands of dollars of gift cards.
Yes.
There are a lot of gift cards. And because you just complete the form and there's not going to be that many people, your chances of winning are very high.
If you get if you solve
solve
the Secret Decoder Challenge, your chances of winning are pretty good.
Are really good.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
we're doing a random draw later tonight, or for tonight's code party, and we're also doing a random draw for the swag bags. So lots of things, like as Dee Dee mentioned, all those gift cards, but also some pretty awesome licenses
Yep.
and other prizes. So check those out.
Absolutely.
Very exciting stuff.
Oh my gosh. So I'm going to drop the form command here into both the Twitch and YouTube chats. Visual Studio.
Oh, great.
So I will get those messages dropped so that folks can see what's going on there. Why isn't this zooming out? Because I can't see anything. There we go. And here comes the form from our friends at Stream Elements.
Awesome.
Beautiful.
There it is. All right. So big thanks to our sponsors. They've got a ton of information for you. And here's some of the information about what's in the swag bags that you can enter. Right there.
The swag bag is rocking. And the part that you don't see, it's kind of in the corner there. There's another 22 grand prizes worth 250 each. So like
Wow.
there are prizes everywhere. Even Richard might win.
I don't get to win anything. That's not a thing.
You won by being here.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, I've already won everything I want. Yeah,
So
not winning any swag.
all kinds of opportunities to win product, to win gift cards, really cool stuff going on out there. And finally, we want to talk about, we mentioned the Secret Decoder Challenge. There's a phrase that pays that you got to decode.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, so you'll visit our sponsor sites. You'll figure out the letter that each sponsor is providing in a clue, and then you scramble those words. Descramble, is that a word?
Descramble, unscramble.
Because
Unscramble.
it's decoder, so
Yeah.
it's descramble. I like descramble.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
you create the phrase or tell us what the phrase is, and you're entered to win.
Fantastic. All right. Last thing that I want to make sure that we cover before we get into the party segment of tonight's episode is our friends from the .NET Foundation have some words for us because they're a sponsor of .NET Conf, and they
More than
have
just
some
a
information
platform.
to share
It's
as well.
also the community and ecosystem of open source projects. The .NET Foundation is here to foster that ecosystem and make sure that it not only survives, but flourishes. The foundation provides many functions, from legal to project. Welcome to the .NET Foundation. My name is Eric Schneider, and I'm Executive Director of the Foundation.
I'm Nicole Abelhakma, and I'm the Community Manager for the .NET Foundation.
.NET is more than just a platform. It's also the community and ecosystem of open source projects. The .NET Foundation is here to foster that ecosystem and make sure that it not only survives, but flourishes. The foundation provides many functions, from legal to project services to mentoring and running events. We provide protection and peace of mind for foundation projects by supporting essential intellectual property, trademark, and copyright protection. We also engage in organizational best practices to ensure the continuity and transparency of the foundation and provide opportunities for leadership for the foundation's board and its committees.
We offer visibility and support for our members and projects. Our volunteer committees help to plan and support events such as the DNF Summit and meetup events in the .NET community. When we look at .NET by the numbers, we're a huge community and the .NET Foundation is here to help foster it. So who's behind the .NET Foundation? It's not just individuals, it's large companies that are invested in the future of .NET. The corporate sponsors of the .NET Foundation are helping guide .NET into the future together with industry partners.
We'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors: Amazon Web Services, DevExpress, Engine, Microsoft, Okta, Progress, Uno Platform, VMware, Volosoft, and DigiCert. Thank you to our sponsors for all of the invaluable support that you provide.
We have a series of all volunteer committees that meet monthly. For more information on the foundation committees, it can be found on our GitHub page.
And in addition to our committees, there are a number of other ways to get involved, but the best way is to join us as a member. Membership is free, so apply today, and we look forward to seeing you as a member of the .NET Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I might have accidentally had that video start a little bit into it from when I tested it.
You got it fixed up.
We got it fixed.
You know, you recovered.
Yeah.
That's the key thing.
That's
the other thing, just in case we haven't said it, go to the new .NET Foundation website, netfoundation.org. Yep.
There you go. With that, I think we're ready for the party part of the segment, right? I think we're ready for
I'm ready
so
for the party.
this year we're not doing trivia.
We're not.
Oh,
We're
mixing it up.
What am I doing here then? I'm the
shaking
trivia
things
guy.
up. I know, right? History of .NET. You know, front to back, top to bottom, what's going on.
Yeah.
We're going a little out of the box here, and we're actually going to go in the box, I guess. Let me bring on our guest here. Is this Zora we're bringing in?
Zora.
Hello,
Hello. Hello, fine adventurers. Welcome.
So we're doing an escape room together.
Oh, wow.
With our friend Zora here, who's going to take us through, and we're going to have to escape from a challenge.
Escape the room, and we need help.
We need help from chat.
Yep.
Yeah, I wouldn't count on us to get out of the room. We're definitely going to need everybody watching.
Okay. All right. So, Zora, why don't you take it away? We'll hand it over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Welcome to Mystery Escape Room, Da Vinci's Codex. My name is Zora Barbaria, and I will be your guide this fine evening. I'm not sure if you guys will need me to write it down in the chat, but I will do that for you. So that's the normal protocol. I will be with you for the entire journey. It's about you have about an hour to get out of the room. I can help you out with puzzles. I can help you out with any questions that you have. But when you need my assistance, please make sure to call me by my name so that I know that you're talking to me and that you need help and you're not, calling a friend, using a lifeline kind of situation. I don't want to interrupt your guys's escape room mojo per se. So I have some sources who have informed me that you wish to learn the secrets of the great Leonardo da Vinci and that you wish to join his Order of Enlightenment. Is that the case?
I need some enlightenment.
As much light as you got.
I think we could all use a little, and I will help you in this trial to deem your worth in joining this order. Now, I believe you have all the tools that you need to be able to collect your clues and evidence coming out of the room. I will have you guys go ahead and proceed to enter the game, and we will start our introduction video, and then we'll start from there.
All right, so let me put up, we have Sarah's screen for this. There we go.
Okay, are we ready? Make sure I
Are you ready is the real question. I'm
We are
very
ready. Let's do it. Maybe.
Leonardo da Vinci, a name of legend and intrigue. Recognized as a brilliant artist, engineer, and scientist, he is thought to be one of the greatest minds in history. However, much of what he did is still shrouded in mystery. Few know the full extent of his work, and even fewer understand the true nature of his investigations. Before his death, Leonardo da Vinci uncovered truths so profound that he held them very closely and only shared what he learned with a select few who he felt were enlightened enough to understand them. This group was the beginning of a secret society dedicated to protecting Da Vinci's secrets throughout time. They called themselves the Order of Enlightenment. Over the centuries since Da Vinci's death, the Order has remained secret by following a strict code of only allowing members who prove their worthiness. Those that pass the test of enlightenment are admitted to the Order. Those that fail the test are eliminated to protect the Order's secrecy. You are about to take the test. You have 1 hour to complete the test. Be warned, failure will be dealt with most severely.
Okay. All right.
All right. So now you guys understand that it will be your heads if you're not able to escape this escape room. So the
Good thing I'm
stakes are
running
quite high. I hope you're feeling pumped about that. I will let you know that this is very much one of those classic early 2000s, 90s, like point and click games. You will be able to interact with clues and with the map of the game when you see that your mouse icon turns into a hand icon. And with that, remember to use all the resources that you have, friends, family, your guide, Zora. And with that, I will all have you enter the game by clicking on that button at the bottom of the video.
Okay.
And once all the players are in, give me a heads up and I will start your timer.
We're in.
Good
All right.
luck, initiates.
We are in.
Thanks, Zora.
Absolutely.
So, let me see.
I moved.
So
We got to walk around. We've each got our own view here, so we should be able to explore a bit.
Yeah, I'm going to try shifting here. We're watching Sarah's.
That might be a crazy train you're watching.
That's okay.
Okay. Oh, look, so we can.
I mean, it
Yes.
is
I will have you know that I do have an opportunity to give you an extra special hint if one of you is able to like us on our Facebook page.
Oh, nice.
What's your Facebook page?
It is Mystery Escape Room. And I can actually provide you the link here in just a moment.
So this picture says Romantic Landscape with Temple, Thomas Dowdy.
Mystery Escape Room, which one?
Mystery Escape Room online. I did just drop a link to it in your chat. Hopefully
Okay.
that helps you get there.
Facebook.com Mystery Escape Room Online. I'm going to drop that. Do you mind if I drop that in chat for the chat room that's watching?
Please do. I can use all the likes I can get. Thank
And
you.
we'll drop it over here. Chat room, can you help us out by giving a couple likes there on Facebook to our friend Zora? I have room. I'm looking at your screen.
And I just have
Oh,
to
there
like
we
it.
go.
Do
Yeah,
you wanna share my screen?
absolutely.
I can share my screen. So,
So I should stop sharing? Then you should
yeah,
share,
we
yes?
can jump over to mine if we want to do that.
Let's do that. You're probably a better driver than I am.
Oh, I see.
I already forgot which tab it is.
It's one of them.
Yeah, share screen. and
The
I'm gonna jump-
the tab should be have Da Vinci's Codex. All of them should have that as their little headliners.
All right, so this is my screen now that we're
Okay,
looking at.
beautiful. Look at all those arrows you have.
So
Okay.
I can turn left, I can go backwards, and there's a painting here in front of me. This is the Abduction of Europa
Okay.
from Rembrandt.
I wonder if there's any Da Vinci paintings in here somewhere.
There's gotta be.
You'll have
What's
to
on this
find
one?
out.
Rebecca and Elazar.
They all
Okay.
have numbers on them too. Are we?
All right.
44. Yeah. All
I'm
right.
going to drop that extra special hint for you because I see that we're getting some love on the Facebook page. I will drop that in the chat and I will have you all know
Yeah.
that your
yeah.
extra special hint is that not every portrait is helpful, but keep your eyes peeled for the differences.
Peeled. Eyes peeled.
Eyes peeled for the
There's.
differences. I also found this thing, you guys. Whoops.
Wait, you found something?
I found something that's interesting.
What's this one? The House of Caiaphas. Okay. That's 42. It's not the answer to everything.
So if you look,
Douglas Adams comes much later.
if you guys look at, so underneath all the paintings,
Mhm.
there's
Oh, yeah, there's a thing.
sphere.
Yeah, I keep seeing that. What's the?
It's I see like a flower design on
Flower,
these.
yeah, flower. Is it on all of them?
I see one here underneath 42.
It's
What-
under
what
all of
does
them
it
that I.
mean? Interesting.
What's
chat
this one over
is
here? Oh, that's
around.
back the House of Caiaphas. Yeah. Chat room, we're keeping an eye on you. Can you help us out
Come
here?
on, chat room.
Yeah, it looks like it's the same flower design
On all of them. Okay.
on all of them. That kaleidoscopy thing. Regatta at Rialto Bridge.
So there's bridges. There's water. There's the Charing Cross Bridge.
Lots of faces.
So a massive
sculpture.
body of work in this gallery you
Yes.
found yourself in.
Richard Campbell is the Grand Master of .NET.
Says who?
Perry Gruel.
Okay.
I don't know if any
Good
of
to
that's
know.
true, but I appreciate your sentiments.
I almost reported you, Jeff, accidentally. Sorry, I didn't report you.
That's okay. Go ahead, report me, and I'm up to no good over here.
Oh,
So I guess one of the-
Jason Herdlow said, "Isn't that the pattern behind the human dimensions drawing?"
Ah.
Two men contemplating the moon.
And Kimsey wants to know, can we explore the escape room that you're playing ourselves? Or can they only watch us do
You
it?
can only watch us, I'm afraid.
That pattern is the flower of life, says Loka.
I just
Very astute, very astute. And since we're getting so much love on the Facebook page, I am allowed to give you guys another extra special hint. If
Okay.
you like that, unless you want the challenge, in which case I will withhold my extra special hint. Just let me know.
We're
I think we start with another hint. don't you think?
Sure,
Let's
go.
do it. Yeah.
All
we're-
right.
We're not proud.
Okay. So
We're
your
not
extra
proud. We
special second hint is that all great adventures start by taking steps. Maybe something near the stairs might
there's
help.
stairs over here. I'm going to head over towards the stairs.
Yeah, I'm
I see
upstairs.
stairs.
I went up the stairs.
You did?
Then I got lost.
What's
There's
it?
also a map. I don't know if that.
Can I can't
Do you see
turn
that?
this way. There's a
Is
The
map.
map might be a very
Exclamation
useful
or
resource
exclamation
for
point?
you.
Okay,
Exclamation.
she said the map is a very useful resource for us.
Oh,
It will be found
okay.
at the
You go-
bottom right.
Bottom right of the stairs, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on, I'm backing.
And there's an arrow. So yeah, see?
Ground floor. Hey, look at that. There's a map.
There's a map, and it's there's something. Oh, maybe that's that's where we are.
And that's where we're looking.
That's where we're looking,
So
okay.
And if you go to the link at the very bottom of this image, you'll see that
Oh,
it
look
will
at
open
that.
up the entire map for you. And this section
Okay.
is, you can interact with the red arrows.
Someone
Okay.
wants to know if we're having a seance.
I am over here, but that's just a regular Tuesday night for me.
So what's at the top
It's
of
a
this?
Saturday night at your place, huh?
Oh,
look at
yeah.
that. Okay.
It's a great time.
So I'm at the top of the stairs. I turned around.
So she said we can interact with the maps if you go to the link.
Yeah. So when I click there, there's go to link, and now we can see, and
Yeah.
all of the red arrows. It looks like, and
Leads us to that.
Zora, are those the various ways that I'm looking if I if I were
Those
to click
are the
around?
various camera angles. So when you click
Gotcha.
on those red arrows, it will teleport you right to that section of the map.
So it's like running through the museum. Okay. Okay. So this is I can't pronounce that. Bucentaur's Return to the Pier by Palazzo Ducal.
Very nice.
John Galloway said, right click and view source.
Nice. Such a web dev solution. So, folks, I went back down the stairs, and as I got to the bottom of the stairs, there was a chest.
Oh.
And I clicked on the chest, and it was a clipboard that had the following note. The museum had visitors vote for their favorite artists, but the judges lost their logbook. Fortunately, they were each able to remember some of their finishers. Can you get the right order from the following information? Choose the correct order in the book. It's a long list now.
Oh, wow.
Remington finished above Shishkin and Rubens. So I think we're going to have to make some notes here.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to make some notes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you click on that.
Click on the deal.
Then you can share.
Okay, so now everybody can see.
Everybody can see what we're
see the notes.
Yep.
Can I zoom this? No, I can't.
You should be able to control plus.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not really behaving as I would hope it would for you.
Things that we should do what Galloway told us to do.
Right.
View source.
Rembrandt.
You're a bunch of cheaters out there, Galloway and Sinclair. I will. I
Cheating is not against the rules of an escape room.
So we're going to say Remington.
It's sort of an honor system, though. Do you want? How challenging do you want?
No, I'm not going to zoom in on the source code to the website.
And I will have you know, if two of you team members works on the clipboard puzzle, it might take less time than you think.
Yeah,
You may not have to cheat.
Richard, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just typing them into the order.
Is it an image? Can we? No, we can't copy them.
Oh.
Yeah.
You should be able to copy and paste the images.
The image, yes, but not the text.
No.
Okay.
They're all images.
So, did somebody paste that into our shared document?
Yep, it's in our shared document right now. And
Okay.
I'm putting it
And what's
in
the other
order.
one here? There's another. Oh, look at this. There's a book in there too.
The chest says number 5. Might want to look at the 5th picture was a suggestion.
The 5th picture.
Oh, nice.
Where do you see that?
Aaron Wallostad said the chest says number 5.
Oh, okay. So,
might want to look at the 5th picture.
or is it the picture with number 5 on it? Because this book has pictures in it. Can I zoom in?
It does.
There we
And you
go.
can interact with the pictures. However, you don't have all the information you need to determine
I
what
clicked the wrong
order they
sequence.
are in.
There's a sequence to click. Okay.
And that's the sequence that we're getting right now, right? Or no? Oh, no.
I feel like Remington, Homer, Rembrandt, Shishkin, Bouguereau. No, are there 8 here? Remington, Homer, Rembrandt, Shishkin. There's 4. Bouguereau, Rubens. 6. 7 with Monet. And Degas.
So Rembrandt finished.
Yeah, there's 8 artists here.
There you go.
Okay. So those 8 artists correspond to these 8 photos, 8 images, 8 paintings.
I would deduce as such.
Okay.
So one of them, it says Borigo finished before Monet, Rubens, and Shishkin. So that means above or below?
Yeah, and I was trying to.
Because everything else is below or above, right?
Right.
But there's. Should we assume that it's 1, 2, 3, 4 down the left, 5, 6, 7, 8 down the right? Right. There's above. There isn't like left and right. Or.
It's just above and below. But I think we'll just get an order of 1 through 8.
So we're
if we can
getting-
figure what before
the advice we're
necessarily
getting
means.
is find those pictures.
That's a good idea.
And then we're getting, and the text is the instruction where the painting is. Brave Cobra says now order them according to the text and click that.
Click them in that order.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Metro Dev says, how about this order? Rembrandt, Monet, Homer, Degas, Remington, Shishkin, Rubens. How do you say the Bourgeois?
Beauregard?
I would try again on that order. But nice try.
Not the, and Brave Cobra said, but you need to identify the paintings as well.
Do you?
So we already have that.
We already had that list of 8 paintings, right?
Got it.
That you pulled up. We just have to sort
Well, so we have the paintings that are here in the book. So we need to identify the numbers for these. So if I stay here on this, can we hunt around and try and find these images?
Yeah, I know one of the.
Can I copy this image into our Word doc?
Try.
You may. And if you wanted, you could duplicate the tab and keep on searching the museum, and your audience could see where you're headed and look at all the lovely pieces of work.
There we go. There's
So
the picture.
Jason Herdlow saying, order them by their painters. And then Tim Rivas said, the painting at the top of the second page corresponds to the painting visible to the right of the book.
Oh, yeah, it's right there.
Yeah.
Look at it. How do I get out of the book? How do I get out of the book?
I know the painting right below that one is a Rembrandt.
Back to gallery. There it is. The thing at the bottom. It was right here.
Sorry.
So I need to kind of back up. And it's this one right over here on the side, but I need to like back up.
How do you get over there?
I could use
go back to the map.
I could use the map deal.
Yeah.
Istor says the paintings have their numbers, so that's the order.
Oh.
Once we find them, but we can order the
There it is.
artist first.
Yeah.
51 Winslow Homer.
Okay, so I'm going to put a 51 by Homer. Okay.
And that's also looking at the dock. That's the top right.
Luis Beltran says, how do you say the Bouguereau one?
Close
enough. Bouguereau, we know what you mean.
Bouguereau is the lowest one.
Mm-hmm. Is the lowest one in the order, is what they said?
That's what they're implying, which doesn't seem correct.
I don't think so.
Interesting. Wonder how they got that.
Yeah.
I love the participation, though.
Bouguereau finished before Monet, Rubens, and Shishkin.
Right, which means we put it near the top.
Right, but it also finished below Remington and Homer.
I'm looking for the numbers for these.
Maybe he has more than one painting?
Great division of tasks.
Mhm.
It's very smart to get through this first portion as we are coming on to our first quarter hour in the game.
Oh, no!
Oh,
So one
don't
piece of
worry, you're
advice
doing
is take a
fine.
picture of each painting and then use search to identify them.
I'd like to point out that our audience is a bunch of cheaters.
Rembrandt was number 57.
Is this Rebecca and Elazar? Is that what this one is on the bottom? No. No, that's not the right one.
Remington painted cowboy pics is what Guy Incognito said.
And that looks like the
Thank you,
top
Guy Incognito.
top left.
33 is Bucentaur. But that's a different, Bucentaur wasn't actually in that, right?
Oh, here. This one is the meeting of Abraham and Melchizedek with Paul Rubens. Hey, Pee Wee Herman painted this one.
Great.
Sweet.
Rubens, wait, what was it?
That is the bottom left, and it's 37.
37.
Okay.
What was the name of the picture?
The meeting of Abraham and Melchizedek.
Aaron Wallstead said first screen to the left of the stairs had 2 paintings.
Okay.
Nice eye.
Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah, Aaron, help us. Help
I think
me,
I may have
Obi-Wan.
the order
Aaron.
here. I'm just confirming it.
To the bottom of the stairs. This one?
So do you think we're going to die
59.
I think we're probably going to survive.
I think
I
we're
really
mostly
think
dead.
that you guys are survivors. I'm pretty sure. I really want you to join the order. It's quite lonely over here.
Brave Cobra wants you to know that we're not cheaters, we're developers, and it's very easy to get those two mixed up.
True.
There
Okay.
you go. And I feel like the gaming world has a very different culture
Self-Portrait by
behind it.
Rembrandt is 57.
Okay. So we
That
have,
was middle. That was
Yep.
second from the top on the right.
Istor says there was a painting of that girl with the kid.
Oh yeah, the here on the middle left,
And Janiscu said, "We are Groot." In case,
just in case.
just
Okay.
in case.
I should have just like control clicked and had those. open.
Aaron said,
All
"Other
right,
left."
I got the order. That
You've got the
first.
order?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lovely.
Rembrandt, Homer, Beauregard, Degas, Remington, Shishkin, Monet, Rubens.
Degas and Bouguereau are not in the correct spaces.
But everybody else is?
But what do we do with that?
We can just switch them.
Yeah. Okay, so switch them.
So you want me to give that list again? Just in the revised order that we
Just so I can double check your work.
Rembrandt, Homer, Degas, Beauregard, Remington, Shishkin, Monet, Rubens.
Remington and Bouguereau need to be
Are incorrect?
vice versa. Yeah.
Why did I get that out twice?
That's not the right scene.
Rembrandt, Homer, Degas, Remington, Beauregard, Shishkin, Monet, Rubens.
Lovely work. Very nice.
What do we do with that?
So
is that a direct question for me or
No. That's talking to the team.
So if we go back to that,
Monet is 60 and it's second from the bottom on the right.
so I think that's.
Istor says, "Click them in the book in the order."
Oh yeah, can we click the book?
But what do
So
the numbers have to
have
do
we
with?
identified all of the artists?
No. Which one was the Cowboys?
It's probably Remington.
Remington. Remington painted cowboy pics.
So
Is that what
okay, we
Remington
don't know what the number is, but it's the top left. Okay. What's this one? Nope, that's not it. No. I'm just going around in circles, clicking on things.
Well,
You know, there's
there are 2 floors, remember?
Yep.
Oh.
How many numbers have we gotten for these paintings?
You guys are missing 1, 2, 3, 4 numbers of the painting. So you're
Halfway there, so might as well go upstairs and try upstairs.
Oh! You click these in order of the sequence. So I was clicking the pictures.
Yeah.
And that's the sequence. I just clicked them 1 through 4, and it says you clicked the wrong order of the sequence. So we just have to. So the order that you listed is the order we have to click them to move
Right.
on. So we said Rembrandt. Do we know which one of those pictures is Rembrandt?
The self-portrait, second from on the second one on the right.
Okay, so that's the first one. Okay, and then what was next?
Next one is Homer.
Which is which picture?
It's the boat, isn't it? Isn't that the one we wrote the number down on?
Yes, the boat.
Okay,
Then the
click
boat.
that. Okay.
Next is Degas.
We don't know which one Degas is.
Travesty.
I know, right?
So ignorant with our art history.
He's an impressionist.
Well,
There you go.
I'm impressed.
So who's the impressionist?
Uh,
is that
the
by
bottom
the
right.
top or bottom right.
Bottom
one?
right would be Degas.
Okay.
Okay.
that's him.
Remington does cowboy painting, so that's top left.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the Remington is 15.
Okay, but what's after Remington?
Is Beauregard, and so now we're looking for like portraits of women, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So it's
individual
either going to
portraits.
be.
So I think with the woman with child,
With the
the
Okay.
woman holding a child, I think is a Beauregard.
Okay.
I'm trying to find that.
Okay, and then what was next?
Next is Shishkin.
So it's either the bears,
one?
the party, or the. Are those bears?
Oh, I'm gonna say
Shishkin
bears.
likes portraits and he does bears. So
Okay.
yeah, the bears painting is Shishkin.
Okay.
The Bears.
The Monet is the Impressionist. That's
Yep.
the bridge.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that leaves the Rubens, which is the bottom left, because we've done all the others.
Clicked all of them, and there we go. Okay. So
Ooh.
We got a thing.
we have a thing.
Well
You want me to share
done,
my thing, or do you want
initiates.
to-
What's our thing?
I will show you, but
Hang on. I'm going to share Sarah's screen here. Yeah, go ahead, share your screen.
Okay.
And we'll cut to you.
oh, okay. I'm so excited. Share screen.
There's a thing.
Share screen.
It would be useful to get those numbers. I wonder if those numbers would be valuable for like a code of some.
Well, looks like there might be a thing.
But let's see what
Okay.
we got. Are you switching?
I'm ready when you are, Jeff.
There we go.
There we go.
I diamond flower. Look for these in the flower of life. The numbers are the clue.
All right. So you guys had made some progress. You had found and identified the flowers of life with some help from the chat, which we much appreciate.
Yes, thank you, chat.
So I would start from there. Make sure you record this in some way, shape, or form. Copy and paste. Write it down. Draw a doodle so you know your order.
I put it in our team.
Wait.
I'm going to look for the Bouguereau, the Degas, and the Shishkin still.
The numbers are the clue.
Yeah.
So the numbers of those paintings are the clue?
I would guess. I mean, we haven't
Yeah.
seen symbols like that anywhere, but I think.
Well, the symbol right there in the things underneath those paintings.
Yeah, haven't they all been the flower of life so far?
But they haven't had anything colored in on them or anything like that. So do some of them have things colored in?
I guess we have to take a look around.
Okay.
You
the girl
may
with the-
need to keep
the
your
girl that's
eyes
the girl
even
with the
more
children
peeled.
on the right side of the stairs at the ground floor.
On the right side.
So would chat like me to leave this up, or do we want to?
I took a picture of it.
You took a picture of
Yeah, The Elder Sister by Beauregard is 31.
it. Okay.
Yeah, I must
Who
have
pointed that
completely
out
missed
for
it.
us?
His door.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The day. So we have the only ones that we're missing the numbers for are the Shishkin and the Degas.
The
So
Degas?
could you
Okay.
please tell what the number of the Shishkin painting is?
That's what
We
we're.
don't know what
we
it
don't
is
know
yet.
yet. We
Got
need
it.
to. We're
But
working on that.
We're working on it. We got to find it. And what was the Shishkin painting? That was the bears, wasn't it?
No, that's Beauregard. Burr.
No, Beauregard was
The
the.
Bears is correct. That's Shishkin.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why I asked this question.
Guy Incognito says the prize is how many famous paintings you can steal under your shirt before the museum guard catches you.
There you go.
That's a great idea.
Absolutely.
And we found the
Or
Rembrandt.
just,
We
you know-
went
Don't
for the-
tell
we went
anyone.
for the Degas, which is the
Degas and the,
Impressionist bridge,
Yep.
and the bears for Shishkin.
yep. We just need the number for the Shishkin.
Okay. Not that we know for sure that we even need them, just that we're being thorough.
Yes, that way we have the numbers because again it says that look for these in the flower of life. The numbers are the clue.
Okay.
Is at least one of our team members investigating the flowers of life found under?
Yes. Oh,
very good.
Oh,
What'd you find? What'd you find?
Look at that.
this
Okay,
is
so you
underneath.
should,
This is
go-
underneath
okay, let
the
me-
self-portrait.
What floor?
Lower floor, just to the left of the stairs. Hang on, let me. I'm
You
gonna
wanna share
put.
it? You
Yeah,
share.
let me put my camera
Yep.
up.
Mhm.
Yay.
So I was here, and I looked at this
Yep.
Oh, right,
gnarly
there's-
looking dude over
there's the
here,
diamonds.
and there's the things filled in there.
Okay, and what number?
Well
It's
done.
57.
57. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so keep
That's
doing the
great.
wrong thing.
So that's a thing.
Okay.
All right, now we need to go find the other paintings that we have no idea where I found them elsewhere in the.
The Degas.
Might I add one
The
thing,
Degas.
dear
Degas and
adventurers?
The ballerinas on the left side of the stairs.
that?
is
That-
what
no,
they're-
that's not Degas.
Oh,
That's
Zora has
Beauregard.
okay.
Sorry, Zora.
Oh, not a problem. Do you know where you're putting these numbers that you're looking for?
Oh.
Writing them down in
Writing
our
them down.
notes.
So let's see.
That's a great way to record them. Have you discovered yet where in the game
Where
they
to
will be
put
needed?
them? No.
I have an idea. I found a combination lock early on.
Oh.
I could probably find my way back there too. Oop, I found the Degas. The Sharing Cross Bridge is 60.
Wonderful. Well, I suggest you find that safe, that code again, and you can share the URL with your teammates.
There's a URL?
Well, every
page
page, every
has a-
view is a page.
So with that, so each one, so Jeff, you're looking at each one of the
Yeah.
flowers of life.
Yep. To see if there's a.
Oh,
Wait a
oh,
sec.
oh, oh.
Hang on. This flower of life has.
Have you found the Degas
has
yet? Okay.
It has like stuff on it.
Okay.
It has things on the bottom.
Which one?
Yes,
what
it
This
does.
is underneath the abduction of Europa.
Okay.
Van
What's the number? Abduction?
That was
Europa.
43. This is a Rembrandt.
43. Rembrandt. Okay.
But I don't. Was that in the clues somewhere?
Rembrandt. Well, we have no. So Rembrandt was also, we have number 57.
Oh, but it's not one of the paintings.
No, it doesn't. It's not necessarily a bad
No, it's
thing.
not. Yeah. Okay. So
Try
So thank you.
interacting with it.
Oh.
Try interacting with it.
Oh, click on the.
The part that looks
That
different.
doesn't do anything. So, I clicked it.
Oh, there's your.
There's the
There's the
combination.
combination. And we know the middle digit is 57.
57.
Well done, initiates. So you
Okay.
may want to duplicate this tab or copy it for your teammates so that you can keep exploring, and
I'm
while
going
you
to-
still have your safe out. That might help you
There's the
guys
URL in the Word
progress
doc.
along.
Okay, and we're still checking for symbols in
Symbols.
the life to see if we can find them.
Life.
And we are
Did we
still
find
looking
this
for the
one?
bears for Shishkin, right? Just to have bank everything.
Do any of our anyone have any help on the finding the Shishkin?
No. But now I'm hungry for shish kebab.
And every time we say that, same
that sounds
thing.
good.
I'm going upstairs.
That's a good idea. I bet there's
That's
two
a
of them. up
very
there.
good idea.
I like if Zora says so.
Zora and I, we got a thing. It's all.
I think we do.
Yeah.
That's
I
it.
agree.
Istor thinks the Shishkin was on the first floor on the left side.
Okay.
On the
Okay,
left
I will
side,
go.
I'm going to go over.
And Sinclair Nader called shish kebab, so he was on the same wavelength.
You know, if I'm going to serve shish kebab for Sinclair Nader, I'm going to make sure that there's baked beans to go with it.
I've heard he loves
He
baked
loves baked
beans.
beans.
Loves
Yes.
it.
It's his favorite.
Zora, it's an ongoing
Painful,
gag.
endless gag.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Sinclair Nader is saying,
You know-
"Don't you dare
you know the
no," which I
kind.
think means I'm protesting, but I really want that.
We'll just have to get some jelly beans.
Somebody
I just
said
thought
he-
it was a Monty Python reference, but
Oh, wait, I found one.
Oh, look
Where-
at you. Okay. Oh.
what you got there?
Okay.
Oh,
That is the eye.
I and
I have the
number
Same
treasure.
thing as
And that is
little scissors grinder, 21.
21.
All right.
Okay.
good progress
Eric
as
T.
we
and W
come to
says
our
it's the eye,
second
that's
half
the
of the
first
game.
number.
We are 30
Second half.
minutes in.
Oh, no.
Okay, so we have 21,
You guys are doing just fine, though.
Okay. All
We're
right.
not
Keep on
dead
looking
yet.
on.
Not quite dead.
I won't have your heads just yet.
Feeling better.
Do you see any of the Flowers of Life deals?
I'm checking them, but you know what? And I haven't found the bloody bear. The bears are hiding out.
Hey, viewers, anybody know where the
bears.
bear is?
How will they know? They're not.
They got to look from his view,
I
right?
know, but they
eye we
Oh,
already
wait, I'm
see.
upstairs.
They do. They got good eyes.
They do have good eyes.
If you see bears anywhere,
What's over here?
That's what we're looking for.
Oh, I need the go-to link deal. So what if I look on this one?
no, there's the Remington.
No.
Every time you say Remington, I think of Remington Steel.
Well,
And Pierce Brosnan is happy
Right.
that you said that.
close enough. Somebody, when you rather he was just
Like,
All right. How many of our team
Team
members do we have looking for the last symbol?
I think we're
I think all of us.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also
Okay,
looking
that's
for
great.
bears. Oh, no, that's the eye. You already found
Robert
that.
Love said that left side had the same two statues on the bottom of the flower.
oh, back
What
over
does
this
it
way.
all mean?
Hang on. No.
Janiscu thinks first floor is the Bears.
Well, we haven't found them on the upper floor, so I feel like I got to go downstairs.
Oh, wait.
What you got?
Look at you. You are so
Did you
fancy.
find
Very
it?
good. You
This
got
is
it.
8, and it was the
The other symbol, the flower.
it was the flower. Yeah.
All right, well, we're ready for the
For the
Okay,
combo
let's
deal?
do
For the
combo deal.
combination.
So-
All right, so
The
watch
theory.
this. Boop, I'm there.
Okay, so
Look
it
at
is
you and your
21,
cleverness.
21,
21.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
57,
57. Okay.
08, I'm going to assume.
Lovely. Doing
And
great.
unlock. No, it didn't work.
Oh, it's working. It's
No, I
thinking.
could do.
Oh!
Okay. All right, there's a deal.
Oh, so we actually don't-
Shock and dismay.
Yeah, this is a guillotine, and we all
Oh,
get our
look at the
heads
spiral.
chopped up.
Yeah.
Oh.
The only way into DaVinci Gallery is if you know the Fibonacci sequence.
By heart. No. Just kidding. Make sure to check out the second clue that is in
You know
that
what?
safe.
If only there was an internet that could solve this problem for us.
I keep making a joke on Twitch that folks have their handle followed by a set of 4 or 5 digits,
right?
And half the people are doing some element of the Fibonacci sequence.
So there's another thing in that.
Right. So 0, 1. It's just adding the next two numbers together. So 0, 1, 1, 2.
Yep.
3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55.
Very good.
Yup.
And it looks like we need to.
No! Open that back up!
If you click on that, I think that's where we have to put it on the stairwell, on the banister.
So we have to go to the banister and do something.
Enter those.
Head on back to them stairs.
Is this the part where we take our clothes?
No! No. Stop opening and closing there. What is this doing? Stop it! Stop it! I'm going away. All right. So that looked like it was at the bottom of the stairs?
Yep, I think so.
So is that down like here?
The banister on the. I would look. Yeah, I think it's that banister. Oh,
There's nothing here.
Nice observations.
Password is lowercase and has no spaces.
the artist's name. Oh, no spaces. That means it might be like that. Somebody with 2. Or
With Da Vinci. So is it Da Vinci?
You can definitely
Oh.
try that.
Or Da Vinci.
You guys also solved the other clue that you had found in the safe. The number had been 55. Maybe that will bring you to a piece of information you need.
Okay, so who was artist 55?
Oh, look at that.
The
No.
paintings are listed in order on the walls.
Yes.
So that may help you get there a little faster.
Okay, so I'm going to go back over here to the other tab. And who's this? This is 12. That's not right. So I'm on top. So if I go down and go somewhere else, like over here maybe? Who's this?
Try that.
I found 50. Okay.
There you go.
Right direction.
So if we keep going around, like down here maybe? 53.
Getting there so close. You can almost
53,
taste
54.
it.
Hey, it's this old lady guy.
Yes, it is.
Breton. Breton.
And
Hey,
it says no spaces. So
I'm there,
like
so I can. Oh, so you want me to put both names in? Jules Breton.
Is it?
Try
Well,
that.
That's a safe choice to make. The artist name.
Can you share
Stairs
your,
are opening.
Can you share your screen so we can cut to it?
Yeah.
So we can show the thing with the deal.
Lovely work.
You better put
At
it
35 minutes into the game, you
Nice.
have been able to open the secret portion of the gallery.
Wait, there's
Well
a secret
done.
part of the gallery?
Yeah, you just opened it. That's what you found. It
Yeah,
was
what-
secret because if you remember, you didn't know about it.
Just go
before
there,
now.
Jeffy.
Just go there.
Just go there. You got to
So,
go
all
there
right, here I
anyway.
am. I'm looking at the
Yeah,
stairs.
Click on it and type
So-
in Jules Breton, all one word, lowercase.
There you go.
What, we all have to type it?
No, well, if we
Well,
all
if we
want to
wanna go,
explore,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
Ooh.
it's not opening. Oh,
There
here
you
we go.
Yeah.
All right, Jules Breton. Spell it right.
You do
All
need
right.
to spell it right.
Oh, okay, okay. So there's a deal.
Ooh, look at that thing.
Mhm.
All right.
Ooh.
Yes.
Very high tech.
Okay.
Right.
These look
So there's a lot to find in the secret portion of the gallery. I do suggest that you guys split up and start looking at what's on the walls.
Okay. So
Okay.
if you
That's a
click on this
no-brainer,
little-
but
Sorry, I haven't been.
gotta
in the
say it.
game
Oh.
quite
There's a
yet
picture,
there.
but there's
I've been-
also
I've been in
a
that
piece of
chat.
paper that you can click. So
Yeah,
Jeff
you
is showing the
want
piece of
wonder.
picture that he saw.
Oh, and there's a piece of
Yeah,
paper.
click
Yeah,
on
what's in the
that.
paper?
That's where we have to put a password.
Do I need to
Use lowercase
Gotta
with
walk
no
those
space.
stairs.
Hunter.
So you're upstairs.
Right, chat room. The password is Hunter.
That's a guess, if I've
It's
ever
either
heard
that
one.
or Tiger, right? Scott and Tiger is the. I'm sorry. It's a
Oh,
tech
so
joke.
many insider jokes. Sorry, you can't
I
even imagine.
figured. One day I'll be on one of them.
You don't want to know.
So,
Each one of these paintings I click doesn't have any information.
oh, the Mona Lisa. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
what's this
Mona
one?
Lisa will give you nada in this game. She
Ooh,
is
there's a-
no touchy.
There's a deal.
You go around one more. One more.
Oh, gramophone.
Gramophone.
Yeah, but I don't. If it's producing audio, we can't hear it.
Does it produce audio, Zora?
It does, yes.
Okay, so let
So
me.
we'll have to go
me?
to. Yeah, we'll go to Sarah's
Okay,
video.
and I'm ready for you whenever.
There you are. Farashaka?
Farashaka.
Nice work. You have identified the song. It is Farashaka. You guys got it. There you go.
Okay.
So then.
What do we do with Farashaka?
I don't know, but I just opened this in the armoire next to the.
Yeah, that's what they said. Check the wardrobe.
Yeah. So
Why the
touch
wardrobe?
drawings.
Chest open.
Yeah, it says touch drawings in the correct order.
You do
Oh,
not have the
no.
information you need for the
Yeah, I
correct
don't
order.
think we have the info for that.
Okay, so I will go back to the gallery.
I don't mean to rush us, but we have 7 minutes.
Oh, wow. Okay. Hold on.
You have 20 minutes. Well, 21 minutes before we take your heads off. But I don't know about your guys' timing. I mean, I'm assuming.
How do we spell Farashaka? Do we put that in here?
Farashaka is a nursery rhyme by Jean-Philippe Rameau.
Wait a sec. There's a laptop deal here.
Oh.
It's an X-ray machine. When you hover over it, it shows what I believe is the flower of life
Over
on the Last Supper, and then if you click on the
did you see this?
there's a lot of puzzles.
So you have found the maze. I suggest somebody begin working on that maze right away. It's a little extensive. You can copy and paste the image into something like Google Jamboard or another. You guys probably know the apps even better than I. And I would use that so that you can start solving that.
Do you want?
But I'm going to give you guys a little extra hint. If you really, really search the paintings on the walls well enough, you may be able to bypass this.
Ah, okay.
What is that?
Okay. So what should we do with, how do you guys want to?
Oh yeah. Okay. There's.
I
the
would
maze.
have, if you want to solve the maze, I would have one team member work on that so the others can keep on searching.
Eric PNW said, start from the end, write the letters in the order you encounter them, then reverse.
Okay, so S.
Oh
no, Y.
Do you want to do the maze or?
Oh,
I can do the maze.
You want to do the maze? You do the maze.
All right.
So-
I'm going to copy the image of the maze and put it into our Word doc.
Okay.
I'll
back out of here.
Eric said, usually easier to solve a maze from the end.
Thank you, Eric.
It's a good tip.
Because I was
Pro
going to
tip.
draw it with my finger. Oh, okay. So that's what we.
Boy, I do wish I had a second screen.
Right?
There's a bunch of stuff I could do with a
I
second screen
know.
to make my life much easier.
So-
I'm doing the picture comparison on one of the puzzles.
Well, it's not going to be a
Right.
Q, JQ. It's not going to be.
Oh, there's another thing right there.
There is.
What design element was revealed in the X-ray of the Last Supper by Da Vinci?
That was the Flower of Life.
Flower of Life. Okay.
I did.
Okay, and that
already
gave
solve
us
it.
to. Oh, you did. Okay.
Yeah.
So if I start in the
Give us
middle and
one.
work out, okay.
So the flower of life is one geometrical pattern. The geometrical pattern that was indicated when you hover over the laptop is it's more than a flower of life.
Okay. Let's see. So, seed of life, flower of eternity. Oh, because the incorrect answer. So, let's see. What is chat giving us any ideas?
No, sorry, I've been doing the form.
Oh, okay.
But let's see. Frere Jacques is also Brother John.
Yep.
No, nothing.
There is a clue to be found that will give you the exact answer to this. I would keep exploring the paintings.
Somebody solved the maze and said it's jewelry.
Very good.
Wow, how did they get that?
That is amazing.
That's awesome.
I would use that as a lead on what you're looking for in your painting.
Okay.
You're looking for you start
So
with that.
And here, I'm gonna go to mine because there's a password at the bottom of it, so I can
Okay.
type in the password.
And the person who solved the maze was Loka Samasta Sukina Bhavantu.
Wow.
Thank you, Loka.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
All right,
Nice
trying the
work.
password and
Probably a record on the maze solving, actually. That was really quick.
And I didn't read it
so-
right when that
who's this person?
sent it.
So that maybe we find.
So I would suggest that you guys try interacting with the paintings.
close up label, it says, which was her.
Aaron Wellstead said the image is the seed of life.
Seed of life. Okay,
Very nice.
Oh wait, this is another maze now.
No, it's not. That is the
Robert
same.
Love said the Last Supper has a symbol when X-ray is on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
That's the seed of life.
So
Exactly. So
Oh, I touched it. All right. I went to her and it opened. There is a single circle at the center of the flower of life that must represent the creation or the creator. The center circle is surrounded by 6 circles. 6 is an interesting number. It is called the number of man. Man was created on the 6th day. The ancients thought of 6 as incomplete number, or man without God is incomplete. The center circle and the surrounding 6 circles make 7, a number the ancients thought of as complete. 7 days of creation that resulted in 7 days of the week. The resulting image is called the seed of life. Hey! The flower of life is created by adding another set of intersecting circles around the seed of life. It takes 12 circles to encompass the seed of life. The ancients saw 12 as being a complete number. Thus, the 12 months of the year, the 12 tribes of Israel, and the 12 apostles.
Okay, so you have that clue. If you can give me.
So let's
I
cut
took
to
the
Sarah.
Seed of life, and I clicked on the seed of life, and this is what I received. Leonardo is known for painting expressive hands. Find these hands for your next clue.
Are you kidding? We got to look for fingers?
We do. We have to be very fancy with our hands.
Okay. Can we take that picture and put it into the Word doc so that we
drop
can
that in
compare? Yeah. That's okay.
you guys are doing really well, and you're definitely going to get out of this one, but I will have you know you have 15 minutes left.
Oh my gosh.
The
This is
pressure.
when we all get stressed out and start getting pushy.
Absolutely.
So what do we do with this
Chat
with this
room
thing
got
about
any suggestions?
The finger on the top left is from the picture of the girl with the ferret.
Girl with the ferret.
Yeah.
Nice
Does it have a name or number?
No.
Okay, girl.
Oh, and when I click on that finger, I see something in fancy script.
Ludovico.
Okay, so let me go.
Yeah.
So
Lovely job, initiates.
Ludovico.
So is it okay if I get out of here, or do you want me to leave this one up while you're?
You let's leave it up. Let's keep thumbing through the painting. I can do the image mapping pretty
Teamwork
quickly.
makes the dream work. I wish I had something to throw to you, as I'm saying.
Maybe
Teamwork.
pig.
I would love to.
Eric PNW says number 1 is lady with ermine, I think.
Yeah, ermine or
Yes, very
weasel.
nice.
Same diff.
Okay.
Number 4.
Oh, I found Forza. Or Sforza?
Very
4
good.
is Virgin of the Rock.
Sforza.
Sforza.
Which one was that?
Which one number is
That
number
was
two?
the top number 2.
Okay, Jeff found
Number 4 is Virgin of the Rocks.
Mm-hmm.
Did you click on it? You'll get
Oh.
lettering will come up.
Yep.
Milan?
Very good. Very good.
We just got to find 3.
For any of you history buffs, this might start sounding familiar, actually.
3. Here, I got it.
Oh, look at you.
What is
this
Finger
is
3 is the lady with the baby next to the Last Supper painting.
got it.
And
Duke.
the word is Duke.
Yep.
Duke.
University.
Yeah, I think we've got nothing but basketball teams here.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Now what?
Okay. Can't interact. with
Leonardo
these.
is known for painting. Find these hands for your next clue. So we have those 4 words. Now what do we do with them?
You did find something that, if you remember, had the image of
inside the cabinet.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going there, people.
Not as far as that. It was one of the first things you found in this room on one of the tables.
Oh, the piece of no.
Yeah, there was the piece of paper on the
Yeah,
wall.
piece of paper.
Very
There we go.
nice.
Guy Incognito said this would probably be really easy for smart people.
Oh, okay. So we have a password to
Okay,
type
password.
in.
So what were the words, Richard?
Ludovico. I'll type it in.
L.
Should we try them all with no spaces? Yeah, 'cause that seems to be.
Let me cut to Richard's screen. Can you share your screen again?
I've never shared my screen successfully.
Or we could.
Or yeah, you go. Go ahead.
You
and type
guys
it.
have 12 minutes.
You ready to type?
Yeah, I can.
As you are deciding who will type the password.
LUDO.
Yeah.
All lowercase, no spacing.
No worries. You'll
Okay.
be fine. though.
VICO.
Pretty sure.
Got it.
SFOR.
SFOR.
ZA.
ZA.
DUKE.
DUKE.
MILAN.
Okay.
Try it.
And it opened, and there's a thing. The women's
Lovely.
bathroom is under the tunnel. Beware the dragons and the painting dude.
Anybody have any advice from the chat room?
I'm sure they do. I think some of these chat room people are going to be really good at virtual escape rooms.
Right?
It said
Yeah.
the password with hand. I don't know what that means. And so far,
You guys did the password with the hand.
So, woman,
Was there something in
bridge,
the-
dragon, painting.
That is what you're looking at.
Woman, bridge, dragon, painting.
Were those?
We got to click on the paintings in the right order.
Keep searching around.
Oh, there it is. Okay, it already
for
pasted it.
somebody,
put the link in
some
there.
things we're getting. Click these pictures in order.
The woman, the bridge, the dragon, and the painting.
Look for a painting with these elements. First
Yep.
letter of each picture. And Eric PNW wants to know what other things can we interact with.
You haven't found everything in the room yet, but you have found your next step.
Is it the inside the thing here? We've got this.
Oh,
There we go.
yay.
Woman. Is there a tunnel bridge
Somebody
thing?
says, was there a painting with a dragon?
No, but
but
it's
there's
in
a
those
woman.
pictures.
There's a tunnel thing, right?
Yeah,
Is that what
so
that is?
do what? Yeah,
A
click on the woman,
bridge.
The
then
bridge.
Click on the bridge. Then click on the dragon.
Is that the dragon?
That's this is the dragon here, right?
Yep.
Or no?
Okay.
Yep.
And then Leo.
Nice. Oh, I guess we're on nickname terms with Leonardo da Vinci.
You
at
know,
this point.
me and Da Vinci.
You guys are almost in the club.
Can I
get
claim
it.
the first 4 measures? No.
Oh my goodness.
Now there is a clue that will give you the measures to this
Frere
lovely song.
Right. What's the first 4 measures of Frere Jacques?
Come on, music
I'm
buffs, help them
Fingling
out.
that.
Yeah, I got
Help them brute force this next puzzle rather than finding the clue that will help you.
Let's see if anybody's answered it.
Oh, it's test page.
Are you guys cheating again?
No, I'm just looking at the URL. It's
The URL. I was having him drop the URL, so instead of me
Oh,
typing
I
it
see what you mean. Yes. Actually, our URLs are kind of all over the place. The titles of them, at least.
so I'm going to go to test page 2 and see what happens.
we should. So I probably need to share so we can hear it. as we
Yes,
type.
let's go
Okay.
to you. That's a good idea. And I'm
Mary
so not.
Chaos said GABG.
Okay, let's try it. You ready?
Go for it.
G.
G.
Back down to G.
Oops.
No.
Oh. Sorry, guys.
How do we restart?
Start it again. Let's do it again.
You can
G-
refresh the page.
Or refresh the page. That's a good idea.
Okay.
B. G. B. A. F.
We have 7 minutes.
BG. No, BG.
BG.
Yeah.
I think it was the high G.
Oh.
One of the teammates may try to find the clue that will give you the exact measures you're looking for.
It's written somewhere.
In the stars.
Yes, it is.
In the stars?
Oh no, I'm just. It's written in the stars. I was just.
Thank you, Sarah. I like that. We're all written in the stars somewhere. We are stars.
We are stars. Okay, I'm gonna refresh
Serbian
that. just so we're
proverb.
Good to go.
No. It's got to be like in the.
Oh, what about one of these paintings we?
So you cannot interact with the Mona Lisa, but there is a drawing that is framed on one of the walls that you can interact with. And I would suggest also looking underneath the painting, the table that it's.
Yeah, I was playing with this. I
below
just didn't get anywhere. They were looking for differences.
Yes, you had found that.
Yeah.
We did that.
But what are the differences?
Is that a direct question?
Oh, wait,
for
what's
me?
this? Yeah.
You found it. Okay.
This was found recently. It looks like the drawing in the frame, but not completely. There's something different. Yeah. Can you find it?
It's a sharp eye. When you find it, press the part that's different.
Hang on. Let me put
Sure.
this up on the screen so
Yep.
so that our viewers can.
I couldn't find a part that was different.
So this is different from what's above it.
It is different from the example of it in the drawer.
Right. Then I've pulled up both and I
There's
couldn't see
something
any differences.
here.
Nice.
Chat room
Nice
got
work.
any advice?
That was quick.
No, that wasn't it.
What about the words on top?
No, those are the same. The windows here.
Or the little spires on the top?
So we've got people saying C, D, E, C, C, D, E, C, E, F, G, E, F, G.
That
But then we
sounds
got
about
other-
right.
Okay, so what was
What's
it?
that?
Oh, no, I found it.
And that was such good timing. Because
Oh
you
my God.
actually found the answer as you were also getting the answer from
So
chat.
it's EFG.
Great teamwork.
No, wait. DEC.
C, C, D, E.
C,
Oh,
D, E,
CDE.
C, D, E, C,
No.
E, F, G, E, F, G.
CDEC. CDEC. Right.
Yeah.
EF,
E, F, G.
EFG.
Okay, oh, you're not sharing mine.
I'll cut to your screen, sure.
Okay.
There you go. You've got
Go
what
ahead.
you need, and you guys have
Okay.
4 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, no problem. CD.
E, C. C, D, E, C.
EFG.
When Roger Barr said it before. Sorry, Roger, that I didn't see that.
Okay, EFG.
EFG again.
Oh, we
that's
did it.
Oh, there's a thing. What's the thing?
Another
Well,
thing.
That's what a codex is. Which really means we've broken into Bill Gates' house because he owns that codex.
Right.
Mm.
What did I
Now, for your final test of this of this arduous trial. What do you choose?
Everybody's saying check the copter.
So this-
spin
Yeah.
the helicopter.
Yeah, the copter.
There it is.
Scared that. Yeah.
We passed.
Lovely work, initiates. I will make sure to have your Order of Enlightenment robes sent to you express
Nice.
priority, because you are all finally members of our enlightened order. Very well done. Your time was
Thank you.
56. You're welcome. 56 minutes and 47 seconds. This is a really good, actually, beginner escape room. And you guys did fantastic. You really did. I mean, considering that, you have a whole audience watching you, you were very considerate
Provided
of
lots of
everybody.
help.
You were listening to your teammates. You never asked for help. I just butt in when I knew you guys were going to go way too off track. So
Thanks for saving us from ourselves.
oh my God, it's my pleasure. So welcome. Does anybody have any questions or comments? What did you guys think about the room?
Where was the bear painting?
Where was the bear painting?
The bear painting was on the second floor.
Oh man.
So
Okay.
I actually have a link for it.
Nice. Yeah, we never
It was
did
on the
find it.
second floor. If you I already forgot the direction, but I think you had to go to the left. And I think
There it is. Morning in a pine forest.
Mhm. How did you guys think you did with the time, like 56 minutes and
I don't
47
think we
seconds?
were all that fast.
We weren't
we weren't that
fast, but we won. So
Yeah, we did
But you
split
did
up
it.
and take on tasks separately. But I
We
think
would have come out earlier if I had noticed Roger's
yeah,
comment.
Roger had it solved
Oh,
for
yeah.
us. We could have saved minutes
Yeah,
there.
sorry,
Without the
Roger, you're
audience,
the
we
best.
would
Yeah,
have
yeah,
struggled.
exactly.
Sorry.
The audience helped us
Yeah.
a
Yeah,
lot.
it's amazing how well the chat did with not being able to see what we had in front of us. That
Right.
was incredible.
Just looking at
Yeah.
that screen.
Yeah.
So you got to
Yeah.
be impressed with
It's
the
always
folks who are watching.
amazing. And
So,
considering these games are designed for 4 to 8 players, it was really beneficial to have your chat.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Yeah.
that
We
was,
should have had
help that
five,
is
'cause I had
basically
to watch
built in.
that.
Yeah.
somebody to moderate.
Yep.
Yeah.
All
No,
right.
you helped so much
Yeah,
being on top of the
exactly. Yeah.
chat. That
Very
really
cool.
was really useful.
Mhm.
That was a ton of fun.
That was
That
so
was
much fun.
great.
Yeah, thank you so
Very
much.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
So if-
Zora.
Thank
Good
you
work.
guys. I really enjoyed
Clap
this.
for you.
There's I definitely think that you guys could try a more difficult one next time.
Mhm.
I know that we had talked about our pirates, our return to Treasure Island, but you could
Oh.
also do
Little
the
Louis
Sherlock
Yep.
one. That would be maybe a little more of a challenge. And I just want to mention that you have my Sarah has my information, but
Sarah knows everything.
yes, if anybody's interested in booking, you can go to our website, Mystery Escape Room, and there is some information, Mystery Escape Room online. You can email us and we can help you guys book. I did want to have you know that we really, really appreciate feedback in form of Google reviews. It really helps us to develop new games and to train new guides and develop new strategies to help players like you. So I would really appreciate anything. I also get a bonus if you mention my name in the review. So
we'll remember your name, Zara.
thank you so much. But if there's anything else, you can reach out to me directly. Let me know. But I'm really happy that you guys had me on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, this is fun. Thank
It
you.
was great.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank
Take care.
you.
Good luck with the rest of the conference.
All righty.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll
Take
see
care.
you.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Well,
That was fun.
We
That was
escaped.
cool.
that was something different.
Yes.
Without
It
a
was.
doubt.
Yeah.
It was an adventure.
Let me put in our list of sponsors again. Big thanks to all these folks for their support. Make sure you check out that form that Dee Dee's been linking to in chat. Fill out that form. You could win some of the prizes from our code party here tonight. Check out the website. There's links to digital swag, a free code magazine subscription, the swag bags. There's even your chance to get involved with the Decoder Challenge that's put on by some of our sponsors that you see here. And we're going to be giving away all of those prizes
Thursday.
At the end of the day, Thursday. So make sure you check back to see if you won. And even if you don't check back, we will be in touch with you if you did win. Yes.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh. We are. I think that's.
I think
that's a code party.
That's a code party.
There's no party like a code party.
That's right. Now, I want to make sure that I leave you with this as we wrap up day one here. It's not over yet. Check this out. Our friend John Galloway has been working hard to get content lined up for the event. And you know what? We had a couple sessions that didn't quite make the cut to go live with us, but we have them available for you as premieres live on our YouTube channel. So if you're watching us on YouTube, check out youtube.com/.net, and we have those sessions are going to go live as soon as we're done here. John's going to start pushing those live. It might happen over the next 15, 20 minutes, but John's going to start making those available. They're a half hour each. We've got a handful of them that are going to go live for you to tune in and watch. And if you don't make the premiere, that's okay. They'll be available going forward, but we've got more great content, another 2 hours of sessions that you can watch now or catch up with tomorrow. And we'll be back tomorrow. 8 a.m. Pacific.
Bright and early.
Bright and early with advanced .NET topics.
Yeah. So I'm going to be drinking tea early tomorrow.
Yeah, we've got things like C# 11
Yep.
and a panel discussion with our .NET architect.
The architects. And we'll be taking your questions via the chat, and I'll be sharing them with all of the great speakers we've got for tomorrow morning. We'll see you there.
So thank you so much for joining us for day one of .NET Conf. That's all for now. To all of you out there, hope you have a fantastic evening, morning, afternoon, whatever time it might be in your part of the world. And we will see you for day 2 tomorrow. Take care.
Hey everyone, hope you've all been having a great .NET Conf. My name's Nick Randolph, and today we're going to be looking at building Windows applications using WinUI 3 and .NET. Now, actually, we're also going to be looking at the Windows App SDK. For those who don't know, WinUI 3, or just WinUI, now ships as part of the Windows App SDK. So we're going to be covering both in this session. Let's just jump into it. What is the Windows App SDK? Well, according to Microsoft, it is a set of new developer components and tools that represents the next evolution in Windows app development platform. It also provides a